I impersonate a arms dealer and sell weapons online. Unexpectedly, there are really foolish and terrifying terrorists who fell for it, and I successfully swindled 1 million. Is my behavior considered illegal or criminal? Yesterday I was just bragging online about having a batch of military weapons that urgently need to be sold. I didn't expect that someone claiming to be a warlord from the Golden Triangle would add me that same evening, and directly transferred $1 million to me, saying it was a deposit. I didn't even think about it. I just took the deposit and disappeared. 2.5 days later, a news on the internet in the country of flames instantly surged to the top of the trending searches. Overseas terrorists report and strongly criticize being deceived by people from the inflamed country. Received his $1 million deposit and still haven't delivered the goods. Demand the Yen Kingdom police to give an explanation. Immediately after that, the police also issued a notice. Today, the case of the overseas terrorist organization leader reporting Xinjiang for fraud has been filed for investigation. According to the informant, this order consists of 10,000 AK-47 rifles, 200 M2 heavy machine guns, and 200 sets of RPG rocket launchers. The transaction amount is huge. Netizens were dumbfounded when they saw this news. Oh my, can someone like this still become a terrorist leader? I estimate that he often transferred money to Qin Shi Huang online. I'm dying of laughter. These two individuals are both talented. This is an attempt to scam weapons using a deposit. I didn't really intend to send you one. General Caesar of the Golden Triangle turned green in the face after seeing these comments on the video. He was indeed thinking of using a deposit to deceive for weapons. I didn't expect the other party to be even more ruthless. They didn't even consider delivering the goods to him. Caesar looked at the video and angrily commented below, "Do you still have any sympathy? He is committing fraud. It is a blatant crime." This comment caused an uproar. Ha ha ha, it cracked me up. Is the person upstairs the big idiot? Big brother, do you still need weapons over there? I don't want more. 500,000 will do. I'll get you an aircraft carrier. 7-day no reason return. Dear, at this moment, I am sitting in the interrogation room undergoing investigation. Police officer Wu Gang looked at the information in his hand, then looked at me, feeling a bit confused. He took the lead and asked, "You simply deceived the other party out of $1 million. Did the other party never doubt you from the beginning?" Cough. We are all cultured individuals. How can I call this a scam? Wu Gang looked speechless. Isn't this considered cheating when you've already taken the money? I innocently said, I didn't say I wouldn't deliver it either. He also didn't set a delivery time. How can this be a scam? Wu Gang curiously asked. So, how did you say it that made him believe you? 1 million is not a small number. I reluctantly said. I just found a few pictures online and posted them to show off. Who knows if there really are idiots who believe it? Don't you know that selling arms is a serious crime? I haven't even shipped anything. How can this be considered selling? I am a law-abiding citizen. We must firmly refrain from engaging in illegal activities. Wu Gang's face turned black after listening. Secretly, he gave me a thumbs up and then left the interrogation room. After he went out and reported the situation to several leaders, several people looked at each other and felt a bit of a headache. Wu Gang helplessly said, "How should we handle this matter?" They explained it very clearly. You say he's a fraud, but he says it's not yet time to ship. Say he sells weapons, but he hasn't sold any yet. Several people discussed for half a day with no results. They know that those warlords are not good people. I was ultimately acquitted. Before leaving, Wu Gang couldn't help but remember not to go abroad during this period, especially to go to the Golden Triangle generation. The moment I was acquitted, it quickly became a hot topic. My Douyin account has also been exposed, and the number of followers keeps skyrocketing. At this moment, I just returned to the rental house. A strange sound suddenly came into my mind. Congratulations to the host for accumulating enough attention and successfully activating the system. System reward, boasting comes true once. The military weapons mentioned by the host earlier have been placed in the system space. Warrior level war consciousness, gain physical enhancement and various firearms knowledge. The higher the attention obtained by the host, the rewards in the system will become more abundant in the future. I heard a series of ding-dong sounds in my mind. The mouth is almost stretched to the roots of the ears. This sound is truly wonderful. A golden light flashed in my eyes. It's time to make use of these rewards and do something big. I carefully pondered for a while. The Golden Triangle is temporarily inaccessible. Caesar at this moment probably wishes he could flay himself and pull his tendons. I quickly tidy up and board the plane to Syria. As for why choose Syria? Of course, it's because this place is chaotic enough. Not only are there lackeys from various countries, and there are extreme terrorist organizations, private armed groups, and the like. However, the more chaotic a place is now, the better it is for me. After arriving at the destination, I went straight to a hotel and settled down. After ensuring that the door is locked, I excitedly took out the weapon and started playing with it. Wow, I've only seen these things on TV before. They're really exciting. However, my own arsenal is still a bit inferior compared to those high-end mercenaries. But in a place like Syria, it's enough. At this moment, I started to feel melancholic again. System, oh system, can't you just get me to assistance? I now have the equipment, and I also have the strength. But one person can't possibly take on several hundred people on their own. At this time, the system voice came again. Congratulations to the host for reaching 500,000 followers. Reward 10 super soldiers. My eyes suddenly lit up. This system is really worth it. Whatever you want, you get. In an instant, 10 soldiers, each standing at a height of 1.9 meters and dressed in camouflage combat uniforms, appeared before me. One look and you can tell they are elite soldiers. Impressive. With these 10 warriors, what big things can't be accomplished? I directly named them from number 1 to number 10. 10 soldiers are kneeling on one knee. Thank you, Lord, for bestowing a name upon me. I helped each of them up and said, in the future, we'll be brothers. Just call me boss. The Lord and such are completely unnecessary. 10 soldiers' eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. They are not clones, but genuine human beings. My words instantly warmed their hearts. I distributed equipment to them, each person with an AK-47. There is also a rocket launcher on the back. In the hands of the first person is a M700 sniper rifle. Looking at the well-equipped warrior in front of me, I am very satisfied. Took out my phone and quickly filmed the video to send to Douyin. Of course, it is also specifically noted that it is a model prop. It would be bad if the account gets banned. The subsequent system rewards will be gone. At this time, it is exactly 8 p.m. in China, which is the most active time. My video went viral in just a few minutes. Fuck, is this the big brother of the overseas terrorists? What the hell are all those mercenaries in the video? Oh my god, really? I thought you were a fraudster, but it turns out you are an arms dealer. Good guy. AK-47, hand grenade, rocket launcher, and there's the M2 heavy machine gun. Who would believe that your note is just a model? Did you see the IP address of the big brother? Syria? Big brother, this is going to cause trouble. This discovery has caused the entire internet to explode. The police station is also extremely busy with this matter. That young man before was really an arms dealer. Did you find any trace of Qin Yang? Wu Gang's mouth twitched as he looked at the report in his hand. Director, this morning Qin Yang flew abroad, and it seems like the place I'm going to is Syria. Wow, now everyone present is silent. Originally thought I was a bronze. Didn't expect to be a big shot. The director sighed and said, forget it, let's continue to keep an eye on it. We can't control it that far. Let him fend for himself. Wu Gang is also very headache. Why are young people nowadays not obedient? A while ago, after 5 high school students failed their college entrance exams, they directly went out and became mercenaries. Still haven't found it yet. And now there's another one. What's even more outrageous is the equipment in the video and those 10 soldiers. Thinking about it gives me goosebumps. I watch my number of followers continuously increase. The mouth is almost stretched to the roots of the ears. Just don't know when the next reward will be. I used all my savings to buy 3 used off-road vehicles. The previously deceived 1 million funds are still in a frozen state. It will take some time to transfer to an overseas account. In order to temporarily support my 10 brothers, I directly registered a mercenary group and took on the first mission. Help a small town defend against enemy attacks. Commission $500,000. Seeing that the task was so simple, I didn't even think twice and took it on directly. But when I arrived at my destination, I was completely confused. What a town is this? Clearly it's a ruin, and the distance between the enemy's troops and ours is just a few streets. Just then, my phone rang. I took it out and looked at it in surprise. Surprisingly, it's my own high school class monitor. Hello, Captain. What made you think of calling me? Qin Yang, did you block the group again? Our high school classmates gathering. Only you haven't come yet. We are now at a restaurant near your house. Is there any time to come over? I smiled and said, sorry, squad leader, I may not be able to go. I am currently fighting in Syria, about to engage in combat. The corner of the monitor's mouth twitched. Qin Yang, if you don't want to come, then don't come. Using this kind of excuse is really ridiculous. Just then, the opposing army suddenly launched an attack, and a rocket exploded right next to the wall beside me. The monitor's phone happened to be on speaker mode. Upon hearing this rumbling sound, everyone was completely confused, and the squad leader's mouth twitched slightly. This kid went all out to avoid coming to the class gathering. It sounds like a war is going on. on the other end of the phone. I crawled out of the ruins and spat out the dirt in my mouth, directly throwing the phone on the ground. You motherfucker. I'm making a phone call. You fucking sneak attack. Number 1. Where is my rocket launcher? Bring it over quickly. Number 1 also handed over the rocket launcher at this time. I'm holding a rocket launcher and aiming it straight ahead. After casually dropping the rocket launcher, I angrily shouted, "Put all the M2 heavy machine guns on for me. I have given face to all of you. This is my explosive temper. I haven't even said anything yet, and you dare to hit me." I and the others, including No. 1, started wildly firing with heavy machine guns. The heavy machine gun fired with its tongue of fire, causing the opposition to be unable to continue. The enemy soldiers are all confused. Wasn't it said before that this area was all militia? Is this firepower you're telling me about the configuration of the militia? This series of blows directly stunned the opponent, all trembling, hiding behind cover. The classmates on the other end of the phone were all stunned. Oh my god, is he really going to fight in Syria? It sounds like there's a fire nearby. Come on, you dog thing, don't hide, come out and fight. Why don't you dare to come out now after using sneaky tactics and not abiding by the rules of fair play? I accidentally stepped on a phone while I was shooting wildly. The phone was hung up directly. The classmates who are currently gathering no longer have the mood to gather. Everyone looked at each other, and in the end, they chose to call the police. Then my online presence exploded again. Just had a conversation with the class monitor and it was recorded. Unfortunately, it was also uploaded online. This is good now. Everyone knows that the big brother who scammed the terrorist for $1 million is actually on the battlefield in Syria. Netizens are once again confused. This big brother is really amazing. 2 days ago, I scammed terrorists out of 1 million. I became the leader of mercenaries as soon as I went abroad. With the bonus of a warrior-level war consciousness, the battle on my side is also coming to an end. Just as I was about to turn around and announce the results of the battle to my comrades, Number 1, holding a telescope, suddenly shouted, "Boss, the enemy has reinforcements coming." I saw 2 armed helicopters flying over. I looked up and shouted in alarm, quickly signaling everyone to disperse and hide inside the building. Damn, you guys really think highly of me. I only have 10 people here. Your mother's bringing 2 armed helicopters over. Can't you handle it? This 500,000 is really fucking hard to earn. Number 1, bring me my rocket launcher. Number 2, you are responsible for recording. I feel like this is going to be popular again. By the way, remember to add subtitles for the game footage. Just as I was about to shoulder the rocket launcher and prepare to fire, the phone on the ground rang again. I picked it up and saw that it was from Officer Wu. "Hello, Officer Wu. What's the reason for calling me with such a good mood?" Wu Gang was a little anxious. "Why is it so noisy over there? I saw the uploaded recording online. You're not really in Syria, are you, kid? Wait, why do I still hear the sound of a helicopter? What the heck are you doing, kid?" "So, I'm traveling in Syria, and what you guys hear are all sound effects from the game. Those old sicks in the game have no sense of sportsmanship. They come at me with a cannon without saying a word. Now they even have 2 armed helicopters. It's simply too much of a provocation. Officer Wu, let's talk later. I'll shoot down the 2 helicopters in this game first before saying anything else." I hung up the phone after I finished speaking. Wu Gang's face turned black after listening. "After all, I have received an education. Do you think I would believe the nonsense you're saying? Still gaming? This game is fucking too realistic." I lifted a rocket launcher on my shoulder and shouted loudly, "Number 1, let's go. Don't give them a taste of our strength. These bearded men really think we're pushovers." Immediately after, Number 1's direct shot hit the tail wing of the helicopter. This sudden attack instantly panicked the already unprofessional driver. The helicopter tail fin is damaged and starting to shift. Immediately after, I lifted the rocket launcher and aimed it. Then I pulled the trigger directly. With a whoosh, the rocket flew out. In the terrified eyes of the driver, a small mushroom cloud appeared in the sky. The enemy squad leader, upon seeing reinforcements arrive, had no time to rejoice before witnessing the armed helicopter in the sky being bombarded by rockets. After hesitating for 2.5 seconds, he directly dialed the leader's phone number using a satellite phone. "Boss, it exploded. It exploded." The boss replied disdainfully, "Isn't it just right if it explodes? This armed helicopter is something I spent a lot of money on. I can't even blow up a small town. I wasted my money." The enemy squad leader stammered and said, Boss, our helicopter was bombed by someone else." This news directly shocked the enemy leader. "What? Are you saying my helicopter was bombed? Isn't the other side just a group of militia? I also don't know what's going on. The information previously mentioned was about the militia, but we only realized after we engaged in a confrontation with him. What kind of militia is this? They all look like they're on drugs. Too fierce. On the other hand, after I launched the rocket, everyone else understood without me saying a word. Several rockets flew into the air in an instant. The helicopter pilots were all scared silly, just flew over and was still thinking about showing off. But unexpectedly another plane suddenly exploded. Fortunately, he has been single for 20 years and has fast hand speed. Although the power of a rocket is great, its flight speed is not very fast. He narrowly dodged the rocket, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, gunshots are heard from different directions at the same time. I saw 5 burly men standing on the rooftops around, each holding an M2 heavy machine gun, directly picked up and started firing at the armed helicopter in the sky. The driver was stunned. This mission is not right. Wasn't it said that there were only 10 people on the other side? Why are they so fierce? The helicopter was buzzing with the sound of bullets hitting, all of them being hit. With a loud bang, the helicopter exploded directly, and the fuel tank was blown up. The helicopter fell down with flames. On the other side of the battlefield, the enemy squad leader and the remaining 100 or so soldiers stood there foolishly. We saw us shooting down their armed helicopters directly. The team leader now has the desire to die. Oh my goodness, are these guys still human? At this moment, his satellite phone has not been disconnected. The enemy leader, upon hearing this, directly cursed in anger. What the fuck are you saying? What happened again? The team leader scratched his head and said, "Boss, our other helicopter is gone too." The enemy leader's mouth twitched. Are you fucking poisonous? I sent you to the battlefield to fight, and you live-streamed yourself getting attacked in your own armed helicopter. Do you believe that I will kill you when you come back? Just then, several rockets suddenly flew in from the side of the team leader. Dozens of people were directly blasted away, followed by a heavy machine gun strafing. Those foot soldiers didn't have time to react before they were shot to pieces. On the other side, after taking down the armed helicopter, I charged straight ahead. Immediately afterwards, one and others followed one after another and stood behind me. We each held a heavy machine gun with both hands, and the 6 of us stood in a row. Pull the trigger and don't let go. The muzzle spits out tongues of fire crazily, with bullets flying out one after another. The poor soldier is caught in a crossfire, and they are all heavily armed. Even if a few quick-reacting individuals lie down and hide behind cover, but our firepower is too strong. Even the stone wall in front of us won't last long, penetrating directly under countless bullets. The enemy leader listened to the sound of gunfire on the phone, but no matter how he shouted, no one responded. A bad feeling suddenly arose in my heart. The gunfire lasted for a full 10 minutes, and the barrels were all red. A slight wave appeared in the air near the muzzle. After seeing that there were basically no living people around, I said in a very pretentious manner, "Strike accurately when poor, and cover with firepower when rich. I lack everything now, except firearms and ammunition. Only a genius would play tactical games with you. I can stack you all to death with bullet casings. Moreover, I only have these 10 strong men in my hands. Any problem that can be solved with bullets is not a problem. If it's to save a few bullets, causing the other person to survive and shoot a black gun, I might cry to death. Wherever I go, even corpses have to endure a few more beatings." Walked to the place with the most corpses. I suddenly saw a satellite phone that was still in use. "Hey, old man across from me. So you're the one who doesn't follow the code of martial arts, huh? Fight is fight. What does your mother's secretly sending armed helicopters mean?" The enemy leader gritted his teeth and said, "Who exactly are you?" I sneered coldly. "What? You still want to retaliate against me, huh? I cannot change my name or alter my surname. I am Qin Yang, the leader of the Money Leopard mercenary group." Money Leopard? Never heard of it. Qin Yang didn't care and said, "Don't you know now? I'm the one who killed 200 of you in 2 helicopter gunships, and the key is that we have 0 casualties. After today, the reputation of our Money Leopard mercenaries will spread all over Kilexia." Bethelman understood. "It turns out that we don't have a reputation, but isn't this having you as a stepping stone for me? So angry. Having one's entire family's wealth in one pot and then stepping on one's own to get to the top. What could be more heartbreaking than this?" Qin Yang added very sweetly, "We also do arms business. Money is good for everything." Bethelman was about to explode with anger. The 2 helicopter gunships that he had spent his entire fortune to buy, and now that you shot them all down, you're still saying that you want to buy my arms. Do. Before he could say anything, Qin Yang directly hung up the phone. "Clean up the battlefield," Qin Yang said with a wave of his hand. "Although they can't see it, but they can sell it." It was more or less a sum of money. After that, Qin Yang came to the front of the helicopter, which was still on fire. Qin Yang clicked 2 pictures, and then posted it on Shake It. 2 airplanes hit today. Not surprisingly, it exploded again. The recording that Qin Yang just made exploded all over the internet. Many netizens came here in admiration. Suddenly, I realized that this big brother had actually updated his Shake Shack. Although the pictures aren't very clear, but the drivers and stuff inside can still be seen. This look showed that the pictures were taken from the battlefield. Crap, Big Brother is really going. Bull, people are all just high. I shot down 2 helicopters for you. To be fair, they were all stunned. Okay? Qin Yang's affairs haven't been off the hot search in the past few days. Qin Yang's history of making a fortune is outrageous. Now he's in Cilia and just shot down 2 helicopter gunships. Qin Yang is very happy to ask Dalton for money. There's also a new team of guards here. Of course Dalton's men had started to fight back by now. After all, Qin Yang's side made a good start. 2 helicopter gunships. Dalton couldn't even buy one. Now he's letting Qin Yang take them all down. As soon as Dalton saw Qin Yang, he was so happy that he wanted to hug him. Qin Yang dodged straight away. Ha ha ha, brother Qin has really helped me a lot. Come on people, pay my Qin brother. Only then did Qin Yang reveal a smile. Isn't this what should be done? The two of them had another extreme tug of war. And in the end, Qin Yang exchanged those captured items for a temporary residence. It was in a small town 30 kilometers outside of this city. Dalton very generously gave it directly to Qin Yang. Of course this place wasn't a good place. On the surface, it's Dalton's jurisdiction, but this is a place of 4 wars. There are 4 warlords that border this place. 2 of them are big warlords. The remaining 2 are Dalton and Bethune. Qin Yang accepted decisively. If Dalton gives him one of his territories, then Qin Yang would only have to be careful. In a place like this, you want the other side to give you real money to make friends with you? That means the other party wants more than just this bit of profit. A place of 4 wars? It's the best place for Qin Yang. They're mercenaries. Isn't this the place to live? Qin Yang set off directly to White North Town. Behind him, Dalton watched Qin Yang's convoy disappear, the smile on his face forming to converge. The number of people that appeared when Qin Yang and Dalton traded just now had been only 8, which showed that Qin Yang was on his guard, otherwise he wouldn't have been so nice. On the road Qin Yang was very excited to open the system. The AK-47, M2 heavy machine gun, M700 sniper rifle are all listed above. As long as the weapon has appeared, the system can be directly purchased, and the price is so low that it makes people doubt their lives. Qin Yang hugged the system and smiled. Moreover, every time you win a war or complete a mission, you can get war value. The war value could be used to unlock the technology tree, that is, to unlock more weapons. This time, a total of over 500 war values were gained. The next weapon was directly unlocked. Qin Yang was directly confused when he took a look. Armored vehicle. Although it wasn't one of those horrible guys that were in service, or even any of the ones that had appeared before. But this was an armored vehicle, with machine guns on it. I mean, this would be too much to handle in the eyes of those powerful nations, but on the battlefields of Croatia, it's invincible. And at $100,000 a car? Damn, it's a steal. Qin Yang was stunned. His mouth was constantly bursting with foul language. Take a closer look. Ooh, and you want to customize it? Decided to get on the Money Leopard logo. Qin Yang looked at the system screen and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, praise a mercenary's self-developed armored vehicle. It's exciting to think about it. Qin Yang seemed to think of the dumbfounded look of those warlords when they saw a mercenary's privately made armored vehicle rampaging across the battlefield. When Qin Yang arrived at Bai Bei town, he suddenly frowned, because only just after entering the town, he saw 2 men with AK-47s robbing money, and with a very arrogant attitude. Qin Yang raised his gun and fired a series of bullets into the sky, and the scene instantly quieted down. The 2 native soldiers unconsciously swallowed their saliva when they saw 10 black holes of guns pointed at them. Big brother, I wonder what's the matter. We are Boss Carrie's men. Qin Yang yelled at the shivering crowd below. Everyone go home. Don't come out no matter what you hear today. Once tonight is over, this place will change its surname to Qin. It belongs to the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. I'll give you all an hour to inform the entire town. All forces will come out of town to greet them. Those who don't submit will be killed. Bang, bang. After saying that, Qin Yang directly exploded those 2 soldiers with 2 shots. After that, he instructed no one to turn around and go straight out of the town. In a hidden place not far from the town, Qin Yang got out 5 armored vehicles. No. 1. Be on guard. Anyone who comes near doesn't need to report. Shoot them directly. Yes, boss. The town was thrown into a commotion after Qin Yang left. Many people began to contemplate whether or not to run away. And the people from all the forces frowned. They began to investigate what was going on with the Money Leopard mercenary group. Although Cuellar's news was closed, he still found a lot of useful information. Carrie looked at the information in his hands and said, This money leopard mercenary group actually knocked out 200 of Bethune's troops, and 2 helicopter gunships? The henchman looked at Carrie and didn't dare to say anything more. After all, Carrie's men were only 100 or so, equipped with the most trashy AK-47s. There wasn't even a single bazooka. After all, it was a small town, or 2 forces sharing it equally. How much oil can there be? This place is at the junction of 4 warlords, so there are people coming and going. Otherwise, they would have left long ago. Carrie looked at the information he paid a lot of money for. Marred, I've been fortunate to have worked so hard for so many years to get a foothold here. You want me to give it up with just one word? No way. Isn't it just a small mercenary group of 10 people? I don't believe it's that evil. Everyone, keep your eyes wide open tonight. As soon as you find someone near the base, fire directly. The group of forces on the other side were also discussing about Qin Yang. The boss took a drag on his cigarette and faintly inquired, "Tell me, what are you all thinking?" The hot-tempered junior brother said angrily, "Big brother, they all think that our White North town is easy to bully. Then let's fight, no matter who it is. Who? Will definitely follow my boss and fight to the end." Boss Along just shook his head helplessly, then took out a piece of intelligence and had the person next to him read it out word for word. The dozen or so squad leaders below were all stunned. This was a 10-man mercenary squad. It actually managed to destroy a warlord's army of 200, and 2 helicopter gunships? It sounds like a book in the sky, and it's clearly written on the intelligence that the leader of the money leopard mercenaries is a Yin Chinese, called Qin Yang. This was a bit of a reverie. Even the simple-minded Ahu couldn't help but let out a silly laugh after hearing that. Big brother, are we still fighting? Their armed group wasn't there to make money, and their manpower was just over 100 people, all young people from Bai Bay Town, to fight against those small troops of warlords who came to White North Town to fight, because although that Dalton guy was the owner of this place, he never protected it, so they had to organize themselves into an army. Over the years it was only Carrie's little group of warlords that stood firm. Arlong smoked a cigarette with one hand, while his other hand kept tapping the desktop and thought. Finally Aaron said in a deep voice, since they stopped 2 of Carrie's men when they came in, and even shot down the other, and they also informed the residents not to come out if they hear any movement today. Saying this Aaron took a deep drag on his cigarette and said, Along is willing to gamble once, bet that although Qin Yang is a mercenary, he has a conscience and won't lay down a butcher's knife on an unarmed person. The dozen or so squad leaders under his command looked at each other. They all agreed. We'll listen to Big Brother. Long looked into the distance and said in a calm tone, if he can handle Carrie, then what's the harm in me? Long, following him. The 2 biggest forces in the south and north of White North Town made very different choices. Long's side had his juniors raise the white flag, but the juniors under his hand were still stepping up their patrols. He didn't let his guard down. On the other side, Carrie is actively preparing for war. More than 100 of his boys, with an AK-47 in hand, are hiding inside their manor, relying on the walls. They are vigilant outside. Carrie looked at the map in his hand and his men were analyzing where exactly Qin Yang would make a sneak attack. A junior brother walked in from outside and said, Boss, there's no way to blast through our defenses even with heavy machine guns. Moreover, we have contracted our troops and have surrounded the manor. They definitely can't rush in. Carrie nodded. He was thinking the same thing. And next to the manor, there weren't any buildings to cover it. Even if they flew back, they wouldn't be able to. When the manor's headlights were turned on after night, it was like daytime. The 11 mercenaries had no way to escape. Qin Yang's side was alternating the change of sentries. Only that Carrie had already been scared by Qin Yang's intelligence and didn't dare to come out to find Qin Yang's trouble at all. Suddenly Qin Yang violently opened his eyes. A glint of light emerged from his eyes. Time's up. Get in. Although Qin Yang had just been asleep, he knew precisely that the time was up. Qin Yang was 11 people sitting in 5 armored vehicles. 5 armored cars with money leopard totems. Armored cars that had never appeared in the world before. Thinking about Bai Bay Town, he sped all the way. Qin Yang had been sitting in the co-pilot looking ahead indifferently. Each armored car could take 4 people. The rest were places to hold ammunition. Qin Yang at this time 2 people inside the car is more of a driver. Another deep half body in the roof of the car override vehicle mounted machine guns. Even if this armored car is not advanced, but the machine gun on it is much more powerful than the M2 heavy machine gun. At the very least, even a stone wall would be quickly destroyed under the fire of this machine gun. Soon 5 armored vehicles rushed in through the city gates. The engines that were like wild beasts immediately shook the entire town. Those people were hiding in their homes, but they were still cautiously watching from the windows as the 5 steel behemoths that flashed with a cold light rampaged across the road. Qin Yang certainly didn't do nothing during the day. There were 2 forces in this town that he still knew about, but a town of less than 10,000 people could actually support 2 forces, as expected. In this man-eating place, without armed forces, one would only be divided. At the same time, the headlights of the armored car shone over and a huge white flag was seen erected in one direction. No. One softly said. Boss, over there is the local armed forces of Bai town. The boss is a guy named Along, said to be an orphan. Qin Yang nodded and said, since that's the case, go and meet that guy called Carrie. I saw that his little brother was quite arrogant today. Let's go over and meet him. Number 1 inquired. Boss, how are we going to fight this time? Should we nibble away at them a little bit, or firepower suppression? The corner of Qin Yang's mouth curved up. Just run over them. Kidding aside, stepping on 5 armored vehicles, even anti-infantry mines could only paralyze the armored vehicles. What about all the crap in their hands? Giving it to Qin Yang would be too much to throw it anywhere. 11 men against over 100. The advantage is mine. Rumble. The sound of the armored car rumbling directly shook Carrie out, bringing a large force to the sentry post at the front gate. Didn't even need binoculars, just a flash of the headlights to see the chilling armored cars. Cold sweat dripped directly from Carrie's forehead. Damn, is this the 10-man mercenary group you were talking about? 10 people can have armored cars? Or 5? Carrie growled as he grabbed the adjutant who gave him the information. This is 10 fucking men? Then reacting, he yelled at his frozen men. What are you looking at? Fire at me. Hurry. Day. Only then did those minions come back to their senses, pulling the trigger and outputting frantically at the armored car. Qin Yang sat on the co-pilot, listening to the clanking sounds coming from outside the car. Fire. Day. The 5 people on the armored car pulled the trigger at once, and countless bullets flew out. Those armed men standing on the walls were instantly shot into sieves. Even the walls were shattered. Shattered stones flew everywhere. The scene of blood and flesh instantly scared Carrie, frantically shouting at his men to return fire. But he himself was constantly retreating. Even though he was a warlord, he had never seen a scene like this, and was only able to lead these people to act as a bully in a town that no one else wanted. It couldn't even be fully possessed. Buzz. Boom. Right at this moment, the 5 armored vehicles directly stepped on the gas and crashed right through the wall with a bang, rampaging all the way through. Carrie turned around in horror and saw the 5 steel behemoths rushing in. In a hurry, he yelled, "Get on it! Stop him for me! Stop them!" But all at this point, who would back up Carrie? Even if you were the boss, you couldn't let them go to their deaths. How much money is that a month? The machine guns on the armored vehicles mercilessly killed the soldiers. Only a few sporadic people ran back into one of the houses in the center. 5 armored cars surround the house from all directions. Carrie, cowering on the 2nd floor, cried out in terror. "Big brother, I surrender. I'll be Big Brother's man from now on. I'll do whatever Big Brother tells me to do." Qin Yang gave a very disgusted cut. "Your words are so ambiguous. If the others heard it, they might think of something. Giving you a chance, you don't cherish it. Qin Yang, never give second chances." In the calm battlefield, Qin Yang's voice came out faintly. Carrie heard it with great despair. Then he gave himself a big mouthful. "How could you be so greedy? You had inquired about the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps a long time ago. Why did you still want to egg on the stone? Now it's good." Carrie gritted his teeth and said, "You two guard the door. As long as there are people coming in, beat them to death. And you two guard the windows. Prevent them from coming in through the windows." Calming his emotions, Carrie set up the task with the same thought of death. At least he was a small warlord who had survived in Quarasia. He still had the strength of character. If we can't survive, then we can't survive. The few remaining minions also knew that they had no choice but to surrender and fight. Number 1 inquired, "Boss, do we need to rush up?" Qin Yang laughed. "We are mercenaries. Do mercenaries ever walk through doors?" Number 1 nodded. "I see. Boss is afraid that they will ambush behind the door. Then we'll blow up a door ourselves." Qin Yang shook his head and said, "It's not worth the risk for you guys with just a few people. Take out the grenades for me. Throw them in along the windows." "No." One and the others brightened up. Right, this wasn't a normal battle now. They only had a few remnants left inside. Qin Yang and Number 1 took out their grenades and started throwing them inside. Boom, boom, boom. Carrie was directly dumbfounded by the blast. He watched as more than a dozen grenades flew in. They exploded before they could do anything. I'm throwing. Qin Yang was getting addicted to playing outside. Various positions started throwing grenades. Boom! With a final explosion, the small 2-story building then wildly failed to hold on and collapsed. As for the people inside, Carrie and the others had long since been blown up and couldn't be found. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, Go to the next one." On the other side of the room, Long's legs were shaking as he stood. "Damn, this group of mercenaries are really fierce. Who can stand up to this?" Who also swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "Big brother, your decision is really wise." At first, their route was to come towards us first. It was only after they saw the white flag that they went over towards Carrie. Hiss! It was then that Ah Lung donned a breath of cool air. The cigarette held between his fingers had already burned to his fingers before he was able to come back to his senses. He also didn't expect a 10-man mercenary group to have such strength. No wonder Dalton was willing to pay a large sum of compensation. You have to know that this is a warlord chaotic Warchwalia. Even if it is a good reputation, no absolute strength. And the warlords deal with the possibility of Ben Black eating black. Of course those with a big country background are different. Big brother, they're coming over. Ah Long had a jolt of excitement and scurried out in one step and said in a hurry, "Everyone come over here and line up to welcome the new boss." The rest of the little brothers one by one hurriedly ran over, joking about this gang of fierce people. Shall not be honest. Carrie, that's more than 100 people. It's only been a short time and they're all gone. And with the sound of gunfire that just came from them, that firepower is not something they can even imagine. Buzz. 5 armored vehicles slowly drove in, as if they were flooded with a cold light under the illumination. And after a big battle, not even a single crater could be seen on them, even if Carrie's equipment was lagging behind. This was outrageous. It's like it's new. Suddenly Aaron's eyes widened. New? Crap. In the future, whoever tells me that there are only 10 people in the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps, I'll be in a hurry with them. 10 men with their own armored cars? And it's fucking new? This is Quercyria, a paradise for the ambitious. It's also a haven for arms dealers, but not a single weapon in Grecia is new. They won't sell them to you. They'll only sell you the ones that are obsolete or about to be scrapped. Splat. The armored car door was opened. Qin Yang collapsed in one step, and number 1 stood right behind him. The others just turned their guns around and pointed their machine guns at these soldiers. These soldiers just winced. Then no one dared to say anything. Qin Yang looked around and then looked at Ah Long. "Are you their boss?" Ah Long hurriedly came forward and fawned. Boss, just call me Little Dragon. There is only one big brother here now. That's you, boss." Qin Yang smiled and patted Ah Long's shoulder. "You kid, you're very good at what you do." Ah Long hurriedly said. We also have to thank boss for giving us a chance to defect. Isn't this all proper?" Qin Yang just nodded. Polite words would only be said once. He was the boss, the man destined to dominate Cumulus in the future. "We've commandeered this place. You guys can get a new piece of quarters from the outskirts of this neighborhood." Ah Long didn't have any dissatisfaction and nodded his head repeatedly. He was prepared for this request from Qin Yang. If it wasn't for the fact that time was running out, he would have wanted to clean up for Qin Yang. In the entire White North town, only this place and Kylie's territory were still visible to the eye, and Carrie's side had been flattened by Qin Yang. Qin Yang added, "You'll be responsible for the security in the city from now on, but you're not allowed to harass the civilians. From now on, all here have to abide by my rules." Ah Long and the others' faces were delighted at the words. This was what they were most worried about before, but because Qin Yang was just too strong, they didn't dare to ask. Puff, pounce. Ah Long and a group of juniors directly knelt on the ground. "Boss, in the future, Ah Long, will definitely follow boss with my heart and soul." "Follow boss?" Qin Yang laughed. "So you were bluffing me just now?" Ah Long waved his hands repeatedly and said, No, I'm truly reverting to boss. It's just that." Qin Yang interrupted. "Alright, I'm just teasing you. Remember that everyone who enters by Baytown in the future should know their purpose. I'm going to make this place my territory. Got it?" Ah Long patted his chest and assured. "Big brother, don't worry, guarantee to fulfill the character. Go." Qin Yang waved his hand and let Ah Long and the others go down first. Although Ah Long and his men had more than 100 people, all of them had never experienced a proper battle. It was just a matter of fighting some remnants to protect by Baytown. After they left, one led the men to start organizing this small estate. Although the fortifications were relatively simple, they were better than nothing. He was standing on the top floor of the villa in the center, looking into the distance. His eyes glittered. My Qin Yang story will be written from here. Bai Baytown fell into silence. Ah Long was very understanding, direct understanding, began to let his men scattered to the 2 gates stationed, not letting any of them enter. If there is any intrusion you can directly shoot. Anyone who wanted to enter Bai Baytown at this time could only be scouts from other forces. The town is quiet, but the warlords outside are anxious. After all, no one wants an uncertainty in their sphere of influence. The warlord who had given Carrie the information, that is, Bethelman, was even more anxious at this time, walking back and forth in the room. Carrie's side had actually lost contact. In the end, Bethelman sat down powerlessly on the sofa. The situation was already very clear. The Money Leopard mercenaries led by Qin Yang had exterminated Carrie's group. Bethelman gritted his teeth and said, "I really let them step on me and make a name for themselves." It was not a quiet night. The entire Cumulus knew that there was an uninvited guest here, the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. At the same time the name Qin Yang appeared in the mouths of various warlords for the first time. a gunshot was heard in the town of Baibei. The sound of the people who wanted to enter Baibei being killed by Along and the others. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth curved up. This Along still has some brains. No wonder he was able to pull a team out of the civilian slums. Early the next morning, Along ran over. Boss, we warned all the people who came last night. Those who didn't listen we shot down. Qin Yang nodded. Good job, you can let them in today, but remember to maintain law and order. No one else is allowed to shoot in my territory. Along nodded excitedly. After Along left, Qin Yang looked at Baibei town and frowned slightly. The manpower was still a bit low. The main thing was that Along and the others really didn't have a strong fighting ability. If he took one and the others out on a mission and left Along and the others to guard the house, there was a high chance that they would go out and come back to have their home stolen. At this moment, Qin Yang's cell phone rang. Qin Yang picked it up and laughed. Oops, isn't this the Dalton brothers? How come you have time to call me? Did you hit the oil field? Dalton revealed a sarcastic smile, then laughed. Old brother, don't tease me. Don't you understand my strength? Although old brother helped me destroy 200 of Bethman's men, the other fronts were beaten back again. Speaking of this, Dalton was blushing a bit. Shame on him. Qin Yang helped himself tear open an opening, but he actually didn't even win. It actually turned into a tug-of-war. Moreover, ever since Qin Yang knocked out 2 helicopter gunships, Bethelman had paid more attention to the oil fields. He has no money left in his hand, and is in desperate need of money to get back on his feet. If he had shot down the oil field before, he would have had to exploit it himself. After all, it was a long-term business, enough to support the sustenance of one of their armies. But now there was only the option to sell out directly after striking this oil field. Otherwise he was going to be the first to be dumped out. I say man, let's talk straight. No need to beat around the bush. Dalton said in a deep voice. Bro, I hope you can step in and help me capture this oil field. At that time, I'll share 50% of the oil field with you. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he let out a light laugh. Bro, your math is really loud. Splitting half of my shares sounds good, but when the time comes for someone to rob it, I still have to carry it. You're pulling me down. Dalton laughed dryly. He did have this idea. After all, Qin Yang's money leopard mercenaries were of unknown strength, and he had clearly stated before that he would do anything as long as he had the money. He thought about tying Qin Yang to his own warship, and also get the other side to go to war. The best of both worlds. Qin Yang said in a serious tone. $2 million. I'll help you repel Bethman, give you enough time to construct a defense line. This is my final bottom line. Dalton's brows furrowed as he sniffed. $2 million, almost half of his fortune. If he were to purchase weapons, he could buy 100 M2 heavy machine guns. Finally gritting his teeth, Dalton said. Good, I agree. A deposit of $1 million. I'll call you right away. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang called for number 1. Go and ask Along to ask if there's any big moves on Bethman's side. Yes. Number 1 went down to find Along. There were still quite a few people in White North Town who followed the other warlords. Along was able to contact 1 or 2 soldiers, but the rank was not high. It didn't take long for number 1 to return. Boss, news came from over there that Bethman suddenly took out a large amount of arms, even formed an artillery company with small steel cannons. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Artillery company? Number 1 explained. According to the news that came in, it's about 10 small steel cannons. There's also another heavy machine gun and 3 light machine guns assigned to each of the 100-man squads. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth curved up. It was true. I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. How could $2 million be so easy to earn? Sure enough, there must be some forces on Bethman's side supporting them. And the thing that was traded was undoubtedly that oil field. It's getting more and more interesting. In fact, Qin Yang was also very keen on that oil field. But nah, he's still not strong enough. Or else he'd just directly connect the dots. No. One inquired. Boss, do we still have to go? That Dalton is obviously screwing us over. Qin Yang laughed. Go. Why not go? We, the money leopard mercenaries, of course go when we have money. This is a great opportunity to make a name for ourselves. Tell the brothers to get ready. I'm going out for a while. Qin Yang came to the manor and took a selfie in front of the 5 armored vehicles. A video was sent out. Nothing today. Show my family what I'm driving. At the same time, Yin domestic, Qin Yang updated a jitterbug, which instantly set off a furor. Countless people came over to watch it at the first opportunity. Boy, isn't Big Brother's development a bit fast? He's driving an armored car now? This machine gun looks powerful. If it hits someone, it's going to hurt like hell. I mean, don't you guys realize that this isn't any other known armored car? And it's brand new. The people who were watching the video froze when they saw this pop up. Damn it, it seemed to be true. The armor that was glowing with a cold light, and the brightly shining money leopard avatar on it. Don't tell me that Big Brother can already hand rub an armored car? Hand rubbing my ass. Big Brother obviously has a production line behind him, or even a whole R&D center. The winds on the internet were getting more and more biased. Who would have thought that mercenaries that had only been established for a few days would be able to drive armored vehicles, or people's own brand? Just outrageous. Even quite a few special departments in Yen country paid attention to Qin Yang. Even the weapons research department directly began to study this armored car. The final conclusion was that although it was relatively outdated, it was almost invincible in Cumulus. Qin Yang had been waiting after posting the video, and just then the voice finally sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for reaching 1 million attention value and obtaining an achievement gift pack. Open the achievement gift pack. Qin Yang said with great excitement. Congratulations to the host for obtaining primary gene warrior *100. Qin Yang frowned. What does this primary mean? Primary genetic warrior strength is roughly at the level of special forces. Qin Yang said in irritation. $500,000 opens up the top level ones. $1 million and you get me a primary one? The first gift package has a protection mechanism, in order to prevent the host from being too wavy and opening up cold. Moreover, the potential of those 10 genetic warriors has not been fully tapped. Also host, you have a bit too many questions. Now this system is going to sleep. Please do not disturb. Qin Yang immediately stared with wide eyes. When did this system of yours become so intelligent? When did this system become so smart? You're not right. Qin Yang was also very sensible and didn't ask more. Even if he did, he wouldn't say anything. Qin Yang lowered his head and contemplated. Indeed, even if he was at the peak of human strength, but leaping down from the second floor in one step, he didn't even bend his knees. It was indeed not right. Forget it, don't want to think about it. Get the $2 million first. Qin Yang shook off his head and waved his hand to summon 100 genetic warriors, who just wanted to kneel down as soon as they came out, but were stopped by Qin Yang. Just call me boss from now on. The 10 of them will be your captains from now on. The one who's that pointed at numbers 1 through 10 said. Since the system said that the 10 of them were not ordinary, then let's cultivate them properly. After making some arrangements, Qin Yang called them inside and said, I feel that I was a bit hasty before. In the future, you guys will take my surname. From now on, your name will be Qin Yi. Bang! Qin Yi's 10 men flung themselves on their knees. Thank you, boss, for giving me your name. Qin Yang hurriedly helped the crowd up, and after seeing the cement that was broken by the 10 people kneeling, the corner of his mouth twitched. System, you son of a bitch, can't you say one more word about this? A name can make their strength increase. Where did you copy that setting from? Now Qin Yang doubted in his eyes if that system had read a net novel. Then Qin Yang smiled. The strength of his men has increased again. Bethman, artillery company? The old man is fighting the elite. Qin Yang walked out of the house and looked at the 100 soldiers below, who were fully armed at this time. With a wave of his hand, another 30 armored vehicles. Let's go! Qin Yang shouted as soon as he had the will to do so. At this time Qin Yang, that is quite floating, who 20 years old, waved down more than 100 generals cannot float. 30 armored vehicles drove out of the manor in great numbers. Ah Long was confused. The people sent by the other warlords were also confused. No, where are the promised 10 men? 30 vehicles? I can't drive them out even if there's one person per vehicle. There were only 11 people yesterday, but now so many have suddenly appeared. Dalton, who received the news, secretly felt a bit sorry for him, knowing that Qin Yang's money leopard mercenaries couldn't possibly have just that many people. But still, for Qin Yang's armored car rushed to shock, to know that this thing, even if there is also not good luck over the land of 4 battles, actually didn't even have a single person to discover it. The forces behind Qin Yang were a bit scary. Those who are stronger than some of the warlords, for Qin Yang is even more scrupulous. Independent research and development of armored vehicles. Which country is behind this? Qin Yang's troops did not have the slightest obstruction along the way. Apparently Dalton sent someone to clean up a bit. After arriving at the designated location, Qin Yang took out the map and looked around. Qin Yi came over and said, Boss, Bethelman has invested 3,000 troops this time, throwing half of his troops here. Qin Yang nodded. There was no way back for Bethman. If you don't succeed, you'll become a human being. It seems that the force behind him that provided the weapons is putting a lot of pressure on him. Qin Yang looked at the map and thought for a while and said, in this case, Qin Yi, you take a team of men and follow me. We'll go and take out that so-called artillery company. Qin Air, you guys prepare to receive it. Finish off the other side in one go. Yes, yes. Qin Yang led Qin Yi and 10 other warriors with weapons to feel their way towards Bethman's position from one side. The two sides were not at war yet. Both were in the period of preparing for war. The one who came here was a general named Bailey. At this moment, Bailey is sitting boldly in the main seat and is having a meeting with his men. It's a meeting, but it's just a discussion about which direction to attack from tomorrow. There are 3,000 of them, and Dalton's side is only defended by 1,000 men. It looks like they're going to give up this oil field. After all, Dalton doesn't have to have this oil field. For Bethelman, there is no way back. Outside, Xin Yang looked at the temporary barracks in front of him and raised an eyebrow. Well, he had overestimated them. They hadn't even constructed a military position by now. All the soldiers were still in a simple barracks surrounded by some shelters on all sides. Good man, this is not to say that I'm going to take out the artillery company. I'd even have no problem taking out his command headquarters. Xin Yang couldn't help but lament that this Bethman really didn't have a long memory. Are the people sent to fight against him all cerebral palsy? Xin Yang made a gesture, indicating that he would wait until dark to feel his way in. First, we'll end the armory, then leave directly. Xin Yang's side lurked down. Dalton was anxious, because it had been a day. So far, he hasn't heard from Xin Yang. The manpower that was sent out earlier also failed to find Xin Yang's team, because Xin Yang's team is not far from Bailey's camp. It wasn't even within his search range. As night fell a little, 2 large searchlights were lit up in the barracks, while there were also guards patrolling. Xin Yang waved his hand and stalked through the darkness. After arriving past the searchlights, in front of him was a small team of 10 people, who were currently patrolling with a smile and a laugh, not the slightest bit aware that the Grim Reaper had descended. Swish! Xin Yang's figure was like a cheetah, instantly grabbing a soldier's head. Ka-ching! Directly twisting the soldier's head off, casually dropping the body. The soldiers behind him only reacted. Before the gun in his hand could be raised, he realized that he had lost control of his body. His neck was broken and he lost consciousness. Xin Yang's men were like ghosts in the darkness. In just 10 minutes, 3 squads had already died silently in their hands. As they continued to go deeper, Xin Yang finally saw a different place, a huge temporary warehouse. At a glance, it was clear that it was used to store arms. As soon as he opened it, Xin Yang was shocked. Good lord, didn't they say that a team only has 1 heavy machine gun? There are more than that in front of us, and there are countless bazookas. Small steel gun nearly 100 doors. If Xin Yang really fought hard with this firepower, he would really lose a lot. Xin inspected it with an ugly face and took out an object. Boss, look at this. Xin Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the M2 heavy machine gun in his hand. This heavy machine gun was still brand new, which meant it hadn't been involved in a battle. Yet it appeared in the arsenal of a hostile warlord. This is interesting, Xin Yang murmured softly with dangerous eyes. Dalton, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect it. Hiding so deeply. Xin Yi inquired. Boss, should we continue to fight, or do we go back and destroy Dalton? A playful smile appeared at the corner of Xin Yang's mouth as he said, Fight, why don't we fight? He still owes us $1 million. We as mercenaries have to be reasonable and collect money to do our job. As for Dalton, there will be plenty of time to clean him up afterward. Xin Yang walked over to those weapons and collected the weapons he sold, one by one, into the arsenal. Dalton, you're really capable of putting down money, taking out half of the weapons you bought from me, just to eat me? Actually, Xin Yang probably knew why. It should be that the power behind Bethelman had stepped in to set up the 2 warlords to make a move against Xin Yang. Bethelman was desperate and had to do as he was told, and Dalton should be greedy for his own weapons. After all, he himself had very easily taken out the weapons that made his eyes glaze over in the first place. Get this place ready to blow up, Xin Yang said indifferently. After that, he walked out of the warehouse and swept his eyes into the darkness, while on the other side, Xin Yi and his men began to set up, connecting the grenades together using steel wire threads, finally pulling out a steel wire thread and tying it to a wooden stick. The wooden stick was inserted into the earth. As soon as the wooden stick fell, the grenade inside would instantly explode. By then the entire arsenal will be detonated. Xin Yang led the men to slowly exit the camp and came to the location of the 2 searchlights at the entrance. This was the only place that was the highest and the only place where they could see the entirety of the barracks. Xin Yang and Xin Yi looked at each other, then started to climb the 5-meter-high sentry tower. The 2 of them rushed up in just 3 steps. The soldiers at the sentry tower heard the sound and just looked down. Xin Yang had already appeared in front of him. Put! Xin Yang held a dagger in one hand and stabbed directly through the soldier's throat. Blood started to roll down the wound, as well as in his mouth. With a smooth pull, Xin Yang directly threw the body down. Xin Yi on the other side also resolved the battle. Xin Yang and Xin Yi simultaneously shot their searchlights in the direction of the armory. This sudden move also alerted the other patrols in the barracks. Hey, what's happening? Roger back. The squad leader kept shouting with his walkie-talkie. Xin Yang didn't pay the slightest attention to the walkie-talkie at his feet. Instead, he took his sniper rifle and aimed at that wooden stick. Bang! A gunshot came out and the soldiers who were sleeping inside the barracks were instantly woken up. They didn't know how many nights they had been woken up by the sound of gunfire. All of them started to get dressed to look for their guns. Bailey just made it up and was about to break into a fit of rage. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the barracks heard a series of explosions. The earth was shaken by the explosions. The entire barracks burst into flames. Everyone panicked and rushed out of the tent, only to realize that a small mushroom cloud appeared above the barracks at this moment. And it was their armory that exploded. Inside was all the heavy weapons. That means they were left with the AK-47s in their hands. Bailey couldn't believe the scene in front of him. He came out with great vigor. He had 3,000 men, and the other side only had 11 mercenaries. It's not easy to destroy the other side. But before the fight even started, his own arsenal has been terminated? Boss, our arsenal has been terminated. Bailey trembled as he called Bethelman. Crying, he uttered such a sentence. Bethelman's pupils grew, dryly silenced by Bailey's sentence. Immediately afterward he growled. 3,000 troops, heavy machine guns, rockets, and I even gave you 2 artillery companies. Not a single bullet has been fired. And you're telling me the arsenal has been terminated? Immediately after, Bethman realized something was wrong and asked, "What are you doing now?" "Organizing a counterattack." Bailey wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Boss, am I not reporting the situation? And their people have already run away." Bethelman almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Letting you be the general this time was truly the stupidest decision of his life. If it wasn't for the reason of being a bit of a relative, he wouldn't even have brought to use the other party as an adjutant. Bailey also came back to his senses, and his men, after the initial panic, had also taken their weapons in their hands and gathered together, looking at the fire. All of them were numb. Buzz. Day. Boom. Just then dozens of armored vehicles rushed in. The machine guns began to fire frantically, throwing grenades inside every place they passed. Qin Yang and Qin Yi were above the sentry post holding sniper rifles and constantly taking roll call. There was a soldier beside each of them turning a searchlight. For a while anyone who was caught by the searchlight would have their head blown off in the next instant, as if they were being named by the Grim Reaper. Bang! Another soldier who was named by the sniper rifle, and all the people around them were hiding in the shadows, shivering behind their cover. And the armored vehicles were still wreaking havoc in the barracks. Wherever they passed, even dogs got a shot. Day. Bailey had ducked back by now, still on the phone with Bet Herman. "Boss, it's not good. That money leopard mercenary sneaked up on us. What should we do?" Bethelman was about to explode with anger. "You're asking me? Why don't you fight back? Don't you still have 3,000 men? A mere mercenary group can be defeated even with a burning stick." Bethelman angrily hung up the phone. He was afraid of being exasperated by the other party if he continued to fight. "Come man, bring 500 men to support Bailey." "Wait, I'll go myself. I'll kill this punk." The men were confused. 500 men to support General Bailey's 3,000 men? But looking at the furious Bethelman still didn't dare to ask, and honestly went to gather troops. On the other side, Bailey, after hanging up the phone, directly greeted his men over. "You go, move the guard platoon over to me and give me a counterattack." Bailey yelled at his men. The soldier nodded and bowed his body, just about to rush out when suddenly a beam of white light shone over. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the soldier's head was directly pierced through, blood spraying out. Bailey was instantly startled. Hurriedly lying on the ground, he yelled, "Give me counterattack, counterattack." He wouldn't dare to risk his head this time. It was too scary. Showing his head would give him an explosion. Bang! Bang! The corner of Qin Yang's mouth hooked up in an arc. He seemed to have found a fun one. Shot after shot, each one striking not far from Bailey. The cover that Bailey was leaning on was shattered by Qin Yang shot after shot. Frightened, Bailey trembled. He was a man who had come up through connections, and although he had killed people, this was the first time he had been on the front line, and he was targeted by a sniper. Qin Yang said in the headset of the intercom, "Qin Air, there's an interesting person in the 3 o'clock direction illuminated by the searchlight. Touch over and grab it. If it's inconvenient, just kill him." Qin Yang had just seen another soldier nodding his head there, and at a glance, he knew that he was an officer. Qin Yang was actually quite eager to meet this retard who was on the line with him. Qin Air sat in the armored vehicle, the driver following the guidance of the searchlight, and kept approaching in the direction of Bailey. Buzz! Boom! The armored car roared as it crashed through the bunker and came to a stop directly in front of Bailey's eyes. A scene that scared Bailey directly. Qin Air laughed hideously and blasted his fist onto Bailey's face. Instantly Bailey's mind went blank, almost losing consciousness. Blood spurted out of his nose. Qin Air flung his opponent into the car with one hand. Qin Yang swept a circle with a searchlight and directly ordered, "Alright, throw all the grenades in your hands, then break out through the entrance." Yes. Boom! Boom! Dozens of armored vehicles began throwing grenades wildly in the barracks as a drift rushed out towards the entrance. 2 armored cars slowed down a bit as they passed the sentry post. Bang! Bang! Two sounds were heard as Qin Yang and Qin Yi jumped onto the armored vehicles directly from above the sentry post. Those warlord soldiers, after 10 minutes of panic after the armored car's surprise attack, had pretty much reacted at this point. They had already done their best to kill. There was no need to continue. Moreover, Qin Yang didn't want to help Dalton really wipe out Bethman's army. Letting that old boy pick up the slack was not something Qin Yang wanted to see. Qin Yang glanced at Bailey, who was hanging on the top of the armored car. The corner of his mouth revealed a light smile. Originally thought that if we couldn't break out, we'd use this one that looks like an officer to take us out. But now it seems like we don't need to. However, the information Dalton gave us this time was really useful. It's not a waste of time for us to help him take over the oil fields. Qin Yang pretended not to realize that Bailey was pretending to be unconscious, and greatly revealed the conspiracy. In that case, throw the man down, said Qin Yi as he picked up Bailey with one hand and threw him straight down. The car at this time is not fast. Qin Yi's hand is also measured. Won't die, just have to suffer a little. After Bailey was thrown off the car, he rolled on the ground for a long time before stopping, looking at the far-away armored car, enduring the pain all over his body. His eyes flashed with hatred. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Dalton, you actually betrayed us." Qin Yang's army of vehicles had bombarded the battle and then left in a big way with 0 battle losses. This was rubbing Bethelman's face hard on the ground. Such an outrageous battle had never been heard of in Cumulus. Qin Yang did not return to White North Town after his return, nor did he go to Dalton's designated location. There might be something waiting for him over there. Qin Yang called Dalton's phone. It took a long time before he was answered. It seemed that Dalton was also asleep. What a pity. What a wonderful night. Dude's sleep quality is good. You can still sleep at this age. Dalton looked at the time. 3 o'clock in the morning. He had to be educated to sleep? Then Dalton reacted to the fact that he was so damn sleepy and confused that he let Qin Yang educate him. I say, man, this is your fault now. We clearly agreed to arrive at the designated place in the afternoon to help me deal with Betherman's army. Dude, what do you mean you haven't come until now? Could this be your credibility? Qin Yang let out a light laugh and said, He, don't be in a hurry. What I said was to help you stall them and give you guys time to build up your defenses. Now the remaining $1 million can be called in. Dalton froze, inquiring, what do you mean? Wouldn't you know if you asked your subordinates? Knock, knock, knock. Just then Dalton's room was knocked on. Come in. Dalton frowned. This feeling of being led by the nose made him uncomfortable. Boss, just now news came from the front line. Gunshots came from the direction of Bethelman's army, as well as explosions. At this time the barracks are burning with fire. It can be seen gently from several kilometers away. Dalton's pupils shrank, inquiring in disbelief. Say that again? Boss, Bailey's barracks were attacked, and the flames can still be seen from miles away. Gulp. Dalton swallowed a mouthful of saliva, barely suppressing the shock in his heart. How long has it only been? 3,000 men? And they were defeated? Ha ha ha. Brother Qin, you said that you didn't tell me about your raid, causing me to misunderstand that it wasn't. Qin Yang sneered and said, oh, then I wonder if I can pay the final payment now? Or is dude ready to renege on the debt? Dalton smiled sarcastically. He hadn't thought of paying the final payment before, but Qin Yang's meaning was already obvious. If they didn't pay, Bailey would be their downfall. A few thoughts flew through his mind, and finally Dalton clenched his teeth and said, where are your words? Brother Qin, I'll turn right here. This will turn. How could I not trust you? With that, Dalton transferred the remaining $1 million. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Just now this Dalton was definitely thinking about not breaking the contract. He just didn't have the strength to absolutely pinpoint himself before transferring the money. After the money arrived, Qin Yang also did not talk nonsense. Directly, cold voice. Very good. This is also our last cooperation. Dalton instinctively felt a trace of uneasiness and hurriedly inquired. Brother Qin, what does that mean? How come it's the last time? Qin Yang snorted coldly. Didn't you have a great time working with Bethelman? You took out half of the equipment you just arrived with yourself. It's really a big deal. Our money leopard mercenary corps is really worth something in your eyes. Dalton's pupils shrunk, and he didn't even return to his senses when a busy tone came from the other end of the phone. Pa! Dalton angrily slammed the phone to pieces, cursing under his breath. He said, bastard, are all 3,000 of them losers? Even the armory was turned upside down. Why don't they go to hell? Dalton was about to explode with anger. He was dreaming that this matter would be discovered by Qin Yang. Originally, he thought that the worst outcome would be that this batch of weapons would go down the drain, but that arms dealer had given him a guarantee. When their people came over, they would compensate themselves, especially for those small steel cannons he had been eyeing for a long time. Now it's good. He didn't get anything, but he also offended a terrifying Qin Yang. After Qin Yang hung up the phone, he directly returned to White North Town with his soldiers. Go reinforce the walls and dig positions. Early the next morning, Qin Yang directly asked Long to gather the labor force within the city to start setting up by Bay Town. At the same time, he took out the cash he had on him, paying out wages on the spot. It instantly made these people excited to work. After all, Qin Yang was the first warlord to actually take out money for them. Before that, he had robbed money from them. At the same time, their own manor began to expand. There were not many buildings around, just to create their own base. Meanwhile, Bethman, after a night of rushing, finally arrived at Bailey's camp at dawn. As soon as he entered, he saw a group of scared soldiers, each holding their AK-47s and cowering in the corner to sleep. Seeing this scene, Bethelman felt like he was going to have a heart attack. Day. Bethelman directly raised the AK-47 in his hand and fired a barrage into the sky. All gather. Get over here, all of you. Bethelman's roar instantly scared those drowsy soldiers with a jolt. All the soldiers hurriedly ran over to gather. Even the half-paralyzed Bailey was helped over by the soldiers. As soon as he saw Bailey, this fire of Bethman's went up. Grabbing Bailey's collar with one hand, he yelled, "You punk! Old me gave you 3,000 men. The best weapons. You let someone shave your head. Your weapons depot was terminated. And 1,000 people died. Why don't you go die?" Facing Bethman's questioning, Bailey hastily defended. "Big brother, it wasn't me. We were betrayed by that bastard Dalton. I heard it clearly. It was that bastard Dalton who exposed our location to Qin Yang." In order to completely grasp that oil field, Bethelman's movement stalled, his eyes narrowing slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Finally gritting his teeth, he said, "Dalton, very well, since you want to play, then I will accompany you to the end." Turning his head, he looked coldly at Bailey. "Everyone go back first, and then seek revenge on that bastard afterwards. Counting on me. No one will have a good time." Bang! The moment he turned around, Bethman shot Bailey, the punk, with a single shot. At the same time, the fame of Qin Yang's money leopard mercenaries spread throughout Cumulus. This little unknown mercenary group, it took 2 days and 2 battles to directly gain a foothold. It made all these warlords look slightly sideways. At the same time, this news also reached the Yen State's defense ministry, and they were still keeping an eye on the situation in Kielexia. The sudden appearance of a power still surprised them a bit. After all, Quelia was saturated with warlords. If you want to become a warlord, you have to gain territory first. This was like taking food out of a tiger's mouth. It was only then that they were surprised to find out that this money leopard mercenaries was actually created by that Yenghua person from before. This was interesting. Qin Yan looked at the latest weapon unlocked in the system and fell into ecstasy. 3rd generation warfighter weapon. Looking at the pictures and parameters below almost didn't make Qin Yang's mouth water. The 3rd generation of man-portable weapons, from bulletproof vests, warheads, to communication equipment, are all the most advanced in the world today. The rifles and pistols are all unseen in the world. The face value is simply awesome. The only pity is that these equipment can only equip themselves, cannot be sold, and the price is a little expensive. A set of $200,000. The money in Qin Yang's hand was just enough to arm all of his soldiers. After exchanging them all, Qin Yang's men directly changed their guns. Previously, they used AK-47s like other warlords. This time, they look right. People will know that you're a good fighter when you're out there. Qin Yang took a deep breath and directly opened the live broadcast. His attention value has not moved for a long time. The next gift pack is still a long way off, and the funds in his hand are running out again. A large group of netizens flooded in the instant Qin Yang opened his live stream. Crap, Big Brother has opened a live broadcast. It's really a lifetime series. Crap, Big Brother, look at me. I'm going to join you. I'm a good shot. Big Brother, look at me. I can jerk off. Take me with you. A large number of netizens flooded in as soon as it started, and the pop-ups instantly exploded. At the same time, the number of people continued to increase. SuperTube enters the live room. It was a special pop-up screen floating through the middle of the live broadcast room. Qin Yang laughed. The SuperTubes came quite fast. Remember not to block my live room later. Otherwise, I'll have to go and have a good talk with you. SuperTube sent out 4 words on the pop-up screen, shivering. Ha, SuperTube has gone soft. SuperTube, you do understand the effects of the show. Everyone didn't take this as true. After all, who would be banned for being a good person? Qin Yang laughed, then waved his hand, and behind him, Qin Yi and the others walked out. More than 100 of them, handsomely armed. Although the faces could not be seen, the heads were also neatly organized that it made people look at them with a jolt. Especially the people from the armed department who were diving in the live broadcast. This is definitely a fine army. This was the same thought that crossed everyone's mind. Qin Yang pointed at the troops behind him and said, "Us, the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. We can do any commission as long as we have the money. Everyone remember to place your orders." The netizens were instantly happy. People were live streaming with goods. You were live streaming to find a mission. Right at this moment a Connect application popped up. Xin Yang didn't reject it and accepted it directly. Then a man dressed very socially appeared in the screen. Oops, your outfit is pretty awesome. It cost a lot of money. Xin Yang raised his eyebrows. Is this guy retarded? Or is the internet down at home? You're telling me that Xin Yi's equipment is fake? Although he is not a celebrity. But as long as the internet should not be unaware of his news. Immediately after the spirit of the boy continued, I see the brothers said you are mercenary, and you've even been on the hot search? Is not hype Are you going to start live streaming with goods next? You guys can do this script. Do you want to work with me? I, General Yu, am definitely good in this part of Yen country. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched. No, are you nuts? General Yu was directly energized by these words. You're scolding me? What do you want to touch reality? Do not serve to set a place. You see I do not pick you shrimp line. Qin Yang's eyes carried a touch of killing energy. What's the situation with this pussy? Oil and salt does not enter Qin Yang directly said. I'm in Kumoria. You come over. Go back to the airfare I help you book 8 copies. General Yu was instantly energized. He himself is the spirit boy, but also made a lot of money because of this. Of course not wimpy. You remember don't play society with your brother you. Have the guts to come and touch me here. Don't blow what accumulating lias. Xin Yang said to Qin Yi behind him. Qin Yi, give him 2 bangs. Day. Qin Yi raised his rifle to the sky. The shells scattered all over the place, making a clanking sound, and the live broadcast room went silent. The clamoring General Yu was silent. General Yu said under his breath. You think you can scare me by getting some special effects and imitation guns? Qin Yang's eyes suddenly turned cold as he said word for word. If you dare to say one more word, you can try to see if I can do anything to you. Gudong. General Yu gulped a mouthful of saliva. Looking at the pop-up screens that were frantically swiping below, as well as Qin Yang's words, he was also a bit scared. It was reasonable that at this time there should be the kind of people who were watching and constantly picking fights, but the pop-ups were all telling him to hurry up and admit his weakness. This is very wrong. The next moment General Yu's live room directly black screen. Yes, Qin Yang's side did not even block the gun, but General Yu's was blocked. Looking at the blocked live room, General Yu sat on his butt on the ground, panting heavily. He is now a bit convinced that Qin Yang is a real mercenary. Qin Yang's side wasn't paying any attention to that jumping clown, but instead turned the camera towards his armored car brigade. The number of people was now pushing 500,000. All of them coming to watch the fun. Families, we don't have any talent either. We'll knock down the price of the armored cars today. The brand new Money Leopard Generation armored car is $200,000 a piece. On the shopping cart, Qin Yang's voice directly dried out the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room. Crap, what are you talking about? Big brother? Knocking down the price of the armored car? And get in the car? Then looking at the small yellow car link that popped up below, everyone fell silent. Crap, big brother, are you for real? Good guy. Live selling arms is the first time I've seen it. Just kidding. Big brother, this is for the benefit of his family. $200,000. Cheap. Place your order now. Crap, who is this? I just clicked in and it tells me the inventory is empty? Qin Yang was stunned. Empty? 100 armored vehicles were sold out just like that? Who's so generous? Qin Yang peeled backstage to have a look, then directly read out the names. How come all of them were ordered by one person? The armed forces of the Yin state? Qin Yang revealed a look of dawning realization. No wonder it was instantly given to be emptied. I'll go. The country has stepped in. Who can stand up to this? Whoops, I was thinking of placing an order for one, but I didn't expect to be cut off by the state. Don't think. You think you can get your hands on it when you buy it back. Directly squatting fence to go. Qin Yang suddenly revealed a treacherous expression. Our goods don't come with free shipping, otherwise the customs tax or something is too expensive. It only supports door-to-door self-pickup. The moment Qin Yang's words came out, those in the armed department all laughed. This little wit. Then a pop-up screen appeared. Okay, give us an address and we'll pick it up at your door. Qin Yang laughed. You guys still don't know about my place? You kid. Be careful not to overdo it. Qin Yang patted his chest and assured. Don't worry. We Money Leopard mercenaries only look at money. A bunch of netizens are here eating their melon. Good guy. Big brother is bullish. Already able to talk to the state. The Armed Forces Department bought these armored vehicles mainly because of the emergence of a new type of armored vehicle. It was best to be able to study it. And Qin Yang, this kid actually sells to the country. Isn't this forcing them to buy them all? From this we can also see that Qin Yang, they are a bit poor. This is considered to open up sales for armored vehicles. There will definitely be a lot of people coming over to buy armored cars. Congratulations to the host for reaching 2 million popularity points. Rewarded with an achievement pack. Xin Yang's face revealed a delighted look, and just as he wanted to go off the air, his face suddenly changed. His eyes were red and staring at the cell phone screen. This scene immediately scared the netizens into trembling. Crap, what's going on here? Big Brother suddenly revealed an appearance of wanting to eat someone? Xin Yang gritted his teeth and said, "Son of a bitch, you guys are deducting my share, right? Take away 10% of my income. Little master, I've never earned other people's money. Today is the first time I've seen someone dare to earn my money." Now everyone knew that after Qin Yang hung the little yellow car, the armed forces paid directly on the network. It was directly deducted from the share by Jitterbug. At this time, a series of big brothers in the background of the Jitterbug called, specifically for this matter. It's not worth it to offend Qin Yang over this amount of money. Jitterbug's boss was in a hurry and hurriedly called the technicians to fix it. A few seconds later Qin Yang suddenly changed his face and revealed a bright smile. "Oops, don't even want it. Jitterbug, good guy. I'll still get on the bus with you next time." The old boss wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Hearing that Qin Yang would come back next time, his body trembled. "You can't come. I can't afford it." Qin Yang cheerfully withdrew the money and transferred it to the international account. "Remember to come pick up the goods. 100 of them." Qin Yang counted the money beautifully after he got off the air. $20 million. Although he still had to take out $10 million to buy goods, earning $10 million for nothing. "I'm so happy. Open the achievement gift pack," Qin Yang said to the system in his head. That's the point. Qin Yang's heart is yearning for the gift bag. Congratulations to the host for obtaining engineer *10. Nothing? Qin Yang had a question mark. This is it? 10 people? Engineers? I'll get 100 engineers in a minute with $1 million. Host, why don't you take a look at the introduction before you speak? The system's voice spat out. Qin Yang looked at it, and his eyes instantly glazed over. I go, dog system. I misjudged you. It's bullish. Isn't this as bullish as that engineer in the game? This engineer can be said to be omnipotent, capable of modifying whatever, and it's all black technology. The key is to have someone to build your own base. It's easy with just these 10 people. Qin Yang summoned the 10 engineers out, and then let the 10 of them start building the base, directly using black technology, not even using materials, directly deducting the balance in Qin Yang's account. This was outrageous, but gradually Qin Yang realized that something was wrong. System, come out to me. The speed of your deduction is obviously not right. Host, don't panic. We all charge according to the rules. There must be a fee for purchasing materials, and it's still being transported. There's nothing wrong with deducting 3 times the cost, right? Qin Yang's face was in liver pain. His balance of $10 million was now left with just over $1 million. But seeing his manor turn into a steel fortress covering an area of 3 kilometers, the outside walls are all covered in steel, 3 meters high. On top of it, there are iron coils of high-voltage power grids. Several 5-meter-high sentry towers and machine gun positions were properly arranged. This base, it would be a dream for thousands of people to attack it. Qin Yang consoled. Fortunately, it's not a loss. Along, who was on a mission outside, looked up and was directly confused. What the hell? What the hell is that steel fortress in the distance? Wasn't it not there this morning, and it came out in the middle of the day? Long felt as if he had seen a ghost. Now there's a fast-loading version of this war fortress? It is now rumored that the Money Leopard Mercenary Regiment has taken out 3,000 men from Bethman, and I heard that they are still carrying a lot of heavy weapons, with 0 casualties. This directly puts Bethelman on the pillar of shame. The leopards have become famous. Now many warlords want to meet the young man who made waves in Kunlia. Of course, the most important thing is that Qin Yang is an arms dealer. Do you sell armored vehicles? They're a huge weapon in Kilexia. Apart from the rebels and the government forces, that military base is the only one that has them. If I could get a few of them, it would be exciting to think about it. Right at this moment, Qin Yang suddenly received news that Bethelman had raided Dalton's main city and was currently engaged in battle. But since Bet Herman was attacking with his entire army, he directly abandoned the 3 cities and launched his entire army against the city where Dalton was. Dalton also had 3 cities under his command, and had also split a large number of men near the oil fields, so there were just under 2,000 men in the city. Dalton slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Bastard! Bethelman the punk! Brainwashed!" He was fooled by that Qin Yang. He had just called to question Bethelman, but he was actually bitten back by the opposite hair one, saying that he had colluded with Qin Yang to allow his army to be sneak attacked. "Boss, we can't hold out much longer. Their people are attacking with no lives. There are just too many." Bethman's 5,000 men had all come. A handful of AK-47s would be enough for them, not to mention the RPGs, light and heavy machine guns. Even if we can't stand it, we'll have to die. Are you all losers? Carry out all the heavy machine guns in my warehouse. Shoot out all the bullets. Tell the other 2 cities to send half of their men over to support us. Hold them off. Boom. Just then explosions came from the distance. A rocket bombarded the city walls. It instantly killed and wounded countless soldiers. Dalton had only just arrived at the command post on the battlefield when a barrage of bullets greeted him from across the street. Bethelman's side was really crazy. A round of rocket bombardment was followed by a charge. It was to take down Dalton in a short period of time. Bethelman pulled the trigger on his light machine gun. Bullets flew out like no money. Countless soldiers were hit by stray bullets on the battlefield. And bullets flew chaotically everywhere. Countless people fell on the battlefield. There were also grenades that hadn't been thrown out that exploded in their arms. All of you. Charge. They won't last long. Take this city. You can do whatever you want. Kill. Charge. Bethelman's order was conveyed. And the soldiers below became even more courageous, charging madly. There were very few massacres in Quarasia. After all, the ethnic conflicts here were not very serious. It was all a state of warlordism. But it's not rare. In a battle of life and death, there will still be massacres. As long as they rush in, they can do whatever they want. On the other side, Qin Yang called another person. How's it going? You don't lose out on this deal, do you? Qin Yang smiled faintly. The person on the other side of the phone was silent for a moment and said, I can't give you what you want. It needs to be reported to the higher-ups. Qin Yang did not have the slightest disappointment on his face. He had known this result for a long time. He just said in a slow voice, you have to know that there are two outcomes for Storia, and you only have 10 minutes. After that the deal is null and void. The person over there said in a deep voice, I know. I'll give you an answer within 10 minutes. Qin inquired next to Qin Yang. Boss, why do we need the other party's permission? Even if we don't, they wouldn't dare say anything while we're here. Qin Yang laughed. Of course I know. Having absolute strength says everything everywhere. But in Quelia sometimes it's not really the power of Quelia that speaks. So get a good reason, so those people can't intervene. Qin suddenly realized, that's how it was. It was said that the rebel forces in Cumulus had their support. Ding 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 ding. Qin Yang laughed. Look, isn't this coming? General Daegler. How's the consideration going? Daegler said with a minute of relief in his tone. The top promised, but we still need to reach a cooperation with your side. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and said, what kind of cooperation? He wasn't surprised that the other party was able to agree, but the cooperation that suddenly came out was puzzling. Daegler laughed. Brother Qin, don't worry. Since we promised, we are also considered half of our own people. The deal is of course brothers arms dealer status. Qin Yang suddenly realized, then laughed. It seems that the appetite above is not small. Want my armored car? Buzz, buzz. General Daegler was puzzled. Brother, what's the commotion on your side? Qin Yang laughed. It's not that I had guessed that you guys would agree, so I'm already on my way over there. Daegler let out a bitter laugh. It's really letting you take it by the scruff of the neck. Qin Yang smiled. Isn't this a win-win situation? By the way, I'm not cheap. Playing $1 million means something. Cough. Douglas was scared and coughed a few times. Good guy, your old man is really open price. In the end, helplessly said, good. 1 million is 1 million, but that weapon? Qin Yang laughed. M2 heavy machine guns, bazookas, even sniper rifles, as many as you want as long as you have the money, all brand new. General Daegler was all shocked by Qin Yang's largesse. Brand new? As many more as you want. Qin Yang had at least a production line behind him. Such a thought appeared in Daegler's mind all of a sudden. Taking a deep breath, he said, that armored car? Although Qin Yang said that these were all necessities at this time, the heavy machine guns and bazookas were all good things, but the armored car was the most important thing. Right now, the government's mechanical forces only have over 100 armored vehicles, plus a dozen tanks, but all of them are about to retire. Qin Yang's armored cars are not brand new. They are powerful. It would definitely have a very bright performance in a blitzkrieg. Qin Yang smiled. Alright, $500,000 apiece, at most. I can give you 20 of them. Dougler was also taken aback by the price and said, I can't make a decision on this price. The smile at the corner of Qin Yang's mouth did not diminish. This price is quite fair. I believe that it's the same price as far as those scraps in your hands are concerned. They will agree. Dougler nodded and hung up the phone. The reply given by the superiors was indeed a purchase. They even wanted Qin Yang to sell more. Qin Yang's side was not far from the oil field after he hung up the phone. I didn't expect an oil field to create so much profit for myself. Good lord. You'll have 2 more fights around this oil field. Qin Yang can directly earn a mouthful of oil. As for why he only sold 20 armored vehicles to the government army, Qin Yang didn't want to cultivate a potential rival for himself before he had more advanced weapons. Bang! Up front, we are General Dalton's men. Brothers of the Money Leopard, please stay away. This is our defense zone. Just as Qin Yang was about to approach the oil field, a gunshot suddenly came from the front. hitting the ground not far in front of the armored vehicle. At the same time, someone with a loudspeaker kept shouting something. It seems that the matter of Dalton selling him out didn't get out. Also, how could such a thing get out? He was very much in love with his reputation. Qin Yang was almost fooled by him. Now the opposite side still felt that Qin Yang was their ally. Looking at Qin Yang's armored car fleet and drooling, Qin Yang ventured straight up and held his hands on the trigger of his machine gun. Laughing at the front, he said, "Dalton? It's Dalton that I'm fighting. I'll grab this oil field today, not even if the King of Heaven comes." Qin Yang directly pulled the trigger. The gun spat out tongues of fire crazily, and the soldier who stood up and shouted was directly shattered by Qin Yang. Kidding aside, the power of a heavy machine gun on an armored vehicle, breaking a person was still simple. Buzz, boom, boom. The armored car rushed straight in. At the same time, countless grenades were thrown out. Those soldiers in the front line positions were directly taken away in a wave. They died in a daze. What's going on here? Aren't they their allies? Dogs, let you pit me. All give me death. Qin Yang had a crazy smile on his face as he angrily cursed Dalton while he held the trigger without letting go, and the bullets poured out crazily. Along the way, I don't know how many people were directly blasted into pieces. Those hiding behind cover, a few grenades went over and all of them were blasted into slag. Bang! Dang dang dang. The soldiers at the back of the opposite side saw the scene of Qin Yang's crazy massacre, and although they were dumbfounded, they still launched return fire. But as far as the AK-47s in their hands were concerned, hitting the armored car didn't have the slightest effect. Bang! Boom! This side had just lifted out a rocket launcher, and before he could fire it, a bullet directly detonated the rocket. The rocket exploded directly in the position. The terrifying might instantly engulfed the three people around them. Bang! Boom! Another one who took out a rocket launcher was directly shot out. They directly despaired. This is bullshit. You're shooting at an armored car with an AK. Isn't there something wrong with that? When this side takes a powerful one, the other side takes a bullet. This sniper is outrageous. 100 shots. Son of a bitch, I'll fight you. The captain watched his men snipe away one by one. He exploded. He picked up his light machine gun and started to fire wildly at the armored car in front of him. The bullets hit the top of the armored car and made a clanking sound. Bang! A bullet hit right in the center of the eyebrow. The squad leader swayed and snapped to the ground. More than 30 armored vehicles, in 2 rows, began to launch a horizontal push against the position. The ones in the front were responsible for taking out the large force, while the ones in the back were used to check and fill in the gaps. Not a single one was spared. Only half an hour into the war, the battlefield was already devoid of resistance, leaving only the crackling sound of burning flames, and the roar of the armored vehicles. Qin Yang stepped out of the armored car and looked at the crumbling defense line in front of him and skimmed his lips. This is it? What a piece of trash. Of course, if it wasn't so trashy, he wouldn't have been able to rush in so simply even if he was an armored car army. Not even a single mine had been laid. Gather the equipment. Even if we can't use it, it's fine to equip them for along. These equipments on the ground. Qin Yang really couldn't look at them. He now had a set of single combat equipment on him that directly encompassed all the weapons, and not inferior to today's military powers. These garbage of course do not look at, but it was still very good for Along and the others. Hello, General Dougler. Long time no see. The corner of Dougler's mouth twitched. Brother, we only spoke on the phone half an hour ago, and we've never met. Although he spat in his heart, he asked smilingly on the surface. Brother Qin, what's going on here? Qin Yang laughed. Nothing big, just don't know this oil field. When will the general come to receive? Dougler was so shocked that he almost didn't throw his cell phone out. The tone of his voice couldn't help but raise several points. You knocked down the oil field? Qin Yang let out a light laugh. What else? You can still shake some generals? There aren't many employers who are as forthcoming as you are these days. The full amount of $1 million has been called over. Brother, I had to take down the oil field for you. Dougler couldn't help but revisit Qin Yang's money leopard mercenary corps. The previous rumored night attack could still be said in terms of the other party being careless and Qin Yang's sneak attack being successful. But this face-to-face battle, more than 1,000 people. You're going to have to race for a while even if you're racing from my Baytown to the oil fields. And they were taken care of so quickly? Dougler took a deep breath and said, Good, I'll send someone over. I believe our subsequent cooperation will be pleasant. Right, our general said that the price of the armored vehicles is right. I just don't know if we can sell a few more. Qin Yang smiled and shook his head. No way, we don't have that much production. Being able to come up with 20 is already the limit. Just then a burst of gunfire came from the other end of the phone, but soon there was no movement. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and laughed. Looks like General Dougler was quick to do it. Dougler complimented. Wasn't it thanks to my buddy? Otherwise I wouldn't have gotten 3 cities for nothing. Isn't this a win-win situation? I just don't know how much the other equipment generals are prepared to ask for. Daegler pondered for a moment and said, the quantity might be a bit large. I'll get a list for old brother in a couple days. Ha ha ha, I have no problem with that. Then I'll be waiting for the general. Qin Yang waited for half a day on his side. There wasn't even a single bird outside. And it was only after a while that a convoy of vehicles faintly appeared in the distant sky. As it got closer and closer, all of them were the kind of trucks that pulled people. An officer-like soldier came down from above and extended his hand to Qin Yang. General Qin. Hello, I'm sent by General Daegler to take over. Qin Yang shook the other party's hand and then gave up his position. The other party waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him ran down one after another. Each of them carried more than 3 magazines on them. At the same time, they continued to carry down light and heavy machine guns, and even small steel cannons and the like. 2,000 men came down one after another, directly made this into an airtight position. Qin Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he watched. He still underestimated Quayar. Wastes like Bethelman don't count. These big warlords are still something. Just this series of actions are still quite on point. And Daegler has tens of thousands of troops under his hands. The current Money Leopard mercenary corps still didn't have the strength to go head-to-head with the other side. Qin Yang directly led his troops away. The soldiers behind him looked at the 30 armored vehicles with envy in their eyes. Good stuff. This armor can't be penetrated by ordinary weapons. Frontal conflict, this is the father. On the other side of the battle, Dalton and Bethelman received news at the same time. Big brother, our city was taken by Daegler. An army has already moved in. Bet Herman gritted his teeth and said, good for you. A bunch of things that took advantage of the fire. Turning his head menacingly, he said, no matter them, give me this city to take down, or else they'll all wait here to die. Yes, this was considered a breakthrough. If he couldn't take down this city, then he, Bethelman, would be the first to go out in this warlord game. Boom, boom. The artillery shells hit the city walls, sending out violent explosions. Dalton's side's firepower wasn't weak. After all, it was the main camp. Being hit like this by the opposite side, although the casualties weren't small, it was still able to hold up. Dalton yelled with a fierce look on his face. All of you hold on, the support will be here soon, that's when they will die. Just then a soldier ran in a panic. Boss, it's not good. Our troops on the oil field side were attacked by the Money Leopard mercenaries half an hour ago. There's no response now. Dalton was furious. What did you say? The oil field has been lost? Bastard. Furious, Dalton kicked over the command table in front of him. Qin Yang had really taken advantage of the fire. Now he was secretly regretting it. If he had known, he wouldn't have gone to find someone. Qin Yang. Now that arms dealer behind the scenes didn't say a word and just disappeared. Bethelman the idiot was still fighting with him. Just then the phone suddenly rang. It was a call for backup. Dalton's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. But just as he picked up the phone, his face instantly changed abruptly. What did you say? Da 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 da. Boom. The sound of gunfire, shells exploding, and the shouts of the soldiers on the other end of the phone were endless. The captain was on the verge of crying, shouting, Boss, we've been ambushed. Now the team has lost more than half of them. They'll be charging up soon. Dalton roared. Break out. Can't you break out? Don't fight. Bring the men over here. Leave the rest behind. The captain looked at the battlefield outside and said helplessly, Impossible. We can't break through. They have artillery and armored vehicles. We can't stop them. They're going to charge up soon. We only have a few hundred men left. Armored cars? Dalton asked. Where the hell are the armored cars in all of Cilicia? Or here? It was definitely that Qin Yang kid, but isn't he guarding the oil fields? Why is he on the other side? On the other side of the battlefield, Qin Yang's armored car unit was at the front of the left side, and in the distance, Qin Yi and the others were still aiming their sniper rifles at all the soldiers using heavy weapons on the other side. As long as there was the slightest threat to the armored vehicles, they were all shot down. The heavy machine guns on Qin Yang's armored vehicles spat out their tongues of fire crazily, and the battlefield was directly swept away. Seeing this scene from the rear, Daegler couldn't help but let out a gasp. Holy shit, this armored car is so damn fierce. No wonder it was able to exterminate thousands of people in half an hour. At the same time, he looked at Qin Yang's soldiers with scorn. All of them were fucking sharpshooters. One shot at a time. They watched as the other side's heavy fire points were pulled out one by one. No one dared to touch the heavy firepower on the other side. They would rather use AK-47 to charge than touch that weapon of death. Boom! Qin Yang threw out a grenade and the soldiers hiding under the trench were instantly blown out. Seeing that the opposite side of the flip look was getting weaker and weaker, Qin Yang also made his troops stop. The rest was left to them. This premeditated battle, Qin Yang and Daegler won big. Dougler's side was a multifaceted attack, directly intercepting Dalton's reinforcements halfway. As for Qin Yang, he raced all the way from the oil field battlefield, just in time for the big battle between the two sides. That's a lot of war value for nothing. Can Douglas let US work for nothing? That's impossible. Qin Yang jumped out of the armored car and smiled at Daegler next to him. General, we finally meet. Daegler laughed out loud and said, indeed, heroes come out of youths. I didn't realize that the famous Money Leopard mercenary corps boss was a handsome young man. Qin Yang smiled brightly. With this amount of my troops it's not worth mentioning, but it's still fine to do some small tasks. Daegler laughed and shook his head. If you're not worth mentioning, then all the mercenaries in Kilexia are all miscellaneous soldiers. Ha ha, I'm flattered. Qin Yang stood at the back and watched as Daegler's troops exterminated the few rebels. General Daegler, shouldn't we go to the next battlefield? Is this the one that costs? Daegler laughed and said, don't worry. $1 million. Call the money right away. Brother Qin can just call me Daegler from now on. How dare I call myself a general in front of you? General is modest, no. If that's the case, then I'll do as I'm told. Looking at the funds that arrived, Qin Yang accepted it with great joy. Just kidding. He was going to build a base of his own. That's all money. Right now. Just a small fortress had cost him a full $10 million. If he were to build a big one, he wouldn't know how much it would cost. After destroying this group of reinforcements, Qin Yang and Daegler's troops started traveling towards the direction of the battle. Of course the speed was certainly not fast. Let the two of them fight a little longer first. I say you're moving your troops on such a large scale and your nemesis didn't react? Just watch as you wiped out both of them? Qin Yang inquired with a smile. Daegler said easily. He's in a bind right now. How could he have time to care about this side of things? Qin Yang raised an eyebrow and did not say anything more. It seems like the government forces in Kumoria have the upper hand. Dalton on the other side finally calmed down from his rage. How many men do we have left? Dalton asked in a deep voice as he sat in his chair. The adjutant shivered and said, there are less than 500 people left in the city right now. The other two cities combined still have over 1,000 people. Dalton's face showed despair and laughed to himself. Ha ha, over 1,000 people. I'm left with just over 1,000 people. Knowing this result, Dalton directly decimated. It was no longer possible for him to turn the tide. On the other side, Dougler and Qin Yang were definitely on their way. Then he looked at that idiot on the other side. Still charging at them, he was just furious. Bethelman was a big idiot. How did he become this warlord with this IQ? Fight, no matter who it is, as long as they dare to come. Give me a hard fight. I'm going to fight them to the death today. Dalton's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened and ordered with a frantic face. Go! I don't believe it. They're not afraid to die. Dalton copied the light machine gun beside him, striding out and heading straight to the front line. Brothers, give me a hard fight. I'm with you today. Kill. Day. Dalton yelled from the front of the formation, then picked up his light machine gun and started strafing. For a moment the soldiers were like chicken blood. Bethman's unknown charge was repulsed again for the umpteenth time. Bethman's side cursed anxiously. Are you all useless? Just a few hundred men and you didn't take them down even after a dozen charges? The adjutant said helplessly. Boss, their firepower is too strong. It's impossible to charge up. I'll fuck you up. Bethman kicked the adjutant down. Their firepower is strong. Is my old man's just paper mache? One last time. If you can't take it, I'll shoot you. Bet Herman held his pistol to the adjutant's head. Time was running out. Dalton's reinforcements were coming. The adjutant, who had fallen to the ground, yelled and replied, yes, promise to finish the job. With a frantic roar, Bet Herman commanded the artillery. Brothers, give me all the artillery shells. Blast their damn fortifications to pieces. Miso. Boom. Boom. Hundreds of shells formed a series of black dots in the sky. It flew straight into the city. The violent explosion instantly caused Dalton to lose hundreds of soldiers. He himself was also dazed by the blast. Dalton's body swayed and he kept shaking his head buzzing. He couldn't hear a thing. But still, he swayed his body and kept yelling, counterattack. As soon as the shelling stops, they're going to come up. Day. Brothers charge in with me and take that damn position. Day. The adjutant led the entire group of over 2,000 men to charge, launching a final charge against Dalton's position. Qin Yang in the distance with his binoculars couldn't help but smack his lips as he looked at the battlefield in front of him. Smack. What a terrible fight. Dougal patted his ass on the side and said, it's not because that bastard failed Brother Qin's goodwill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Qin Yang laughed. Daegler, I find that you are getting better at flattering. How else can a 100-man mercenary group of mine manage a firefight of thousands of them? Brother Qin's 100 or so people are all elite soldiers. If Brother Qin wants to, I don't think it would be hard to take down one of them. This was not a compliment. Daegler had seen the Money Leopard mercenary regiment fight with his own eyes. He still had a clear perception of the strength of the Money Leopard mercenary corps. Each and every one of them was a sharpshooter, and their strength was ridiculously strong, compared to a motley crew like them. It's one heaven and one earth. Qin Yang spoke faintly. It's almost time. It's time for us to make our move. As Qin Yang's words fell, Daegler waved his hand, and the army behind him began to advance in their vehicles, stopping at a distance of over 1,000 meters from the battlefield. They directly began to build fortifications. The artillery at the rear also began to adjust their direction, aiming at the large force that was charging in the center of the battlefield. This sudden appearance of a force caused the charging adjutant to freeze, extremely puzzled. Where did this third force come from? Bethelman's pupils even shrunk. He only felt that something bad was happening. He had less than 3,000 men left. Boom! 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 Just then a series of cannonballs flew into the battlefield. It exploded in the crowd, instantly leaving the charging troops dead and wounded. The men on Dalton's side were still cheering. Only Dalton held his buzzing head, showing a bitter expression. Where did he get reinforcements? It was also a vicious wolf that spied on his territory, and one that had been forced away by himself. Boom! Countless artillery shells were still pouring in. It was obvious that people wouldn't come down to fight until you were all crippled, mainly because Qin Yang was here. Daegler was too embarrassed to start a white-knuckle fight. Qin Yang has fought so many games with 0 casualties. Doesn't he want to lose face? It's the wallet that's suffering. Qin Yang suddenly jumped onto the armored car and said to Daegler, I'm going to go over to Bethman's side to settle a personal grudge. I'll leave the rest to you. Buzz. Before Daegler could say anything, Qin Yang's armored car army had already departed. Daegler could only hold his forehead helplessly. Why don't you slow down a bit? What's the hurry? Bethman looked helplessly at the bombarded troops in the center of the battlefield. There were only a dozen men left around. Even the artillerymen have switched to AK-47s to charge forward after running out of shells. Just then he saw dozens of armored car engines roaring in his direction. At that moment, he felt that something bad was going to happen. Isn't this the equipment of the Money Leopard mercenaries? And the Money Leopard pattern sprayed on the armored vehicles was right in front of him. Brothers, hit me! Bethman shouted. But before they could pull the trigger, ta-da! Bang! Bang! Those minions who picked up their guns were instantly shot in the head, one bullet at a time. The ones standing together were directly swept away by Qin Yang with a single pike. In just 2 seconds, Bethman was left alone. When he raised his gun again, the armored vehicles had already surrounded themselves. Only a man in a black trench coat jumped down from the armored car, lighting a cigarette with one hand. Step by step, he walks towards Bethelman. Cold sweat began to drip uncontrollably from Bethelman's forehead. The man in front of him puts a lot of pressure on him. The hands holding the AK-47 were like lead. He couldn't lift them up. Who? Qin Yang walked over to Bethelman and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Snap! Suddenly Qin Yang slapped Bet Herman in the face, directly sending Bet Herman flying. It directly knocked him dumbfounded. His brain froze and didn't react. The man had already flown out more than 2 meters. Qin Yang grinned and said, You're called Bet Herman? Bethelman nodded stiffly. Yes. Yes. Bang. Ah. Qin Yang went up and kicked again, directly knocking Bethelman against the top of the armored car. The intense pain hurt Bethman and he screamed out. Qin Yang followed up with 2 more kicks, cursing as he kicked. Fuck, you're the little pussy who told the helicopter gunship to hit me? I'll kick you to death. You pretender. What I hate in my life is someone pretending to be a pussy in front of me. Ah, big brother, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Bethelman apologized very sincerely under the hospitality of a flying kick from Qin Yang. Recognizing his mistake, Qin Yang leaned against the armored car, one hand smoking a cigarette, and asked indifferently, So you know you're wrong? Kneeling in front of Qin Yang with a bruised nose and swollen face, Bethelman nodded his head repeatedly. Big brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have called the helicopter gunship to bomb Big Brother. I shouldn't have pretended to be a pussy in front of Big Brother again. Qin Yang exhaled a cloud of smoke and said indifferently, Since you've apologized so sincerely, I'll forgive you. Bethelman nodded repeatedly, only that his face that had been beaten into a pig's head hurt every time he shook his head. Grimacing, he froze and didn't dare to make a single sound. Qin Yang looked at Qin next to him and asked, How's it going? Finished filming? Qin Yang nodded and said, Boss, it's done. This angle Big Brother old handsome. Qin Yang smiled and patted Qin Yi's shoulder and said, You kid has also learned to kiss ass. It's only been a little while. You've learned it with Daegler. Qin Yi smiled and didn't say anything. In the distance, Daegler suddenly sneezed, not yet realizing that he had somehow taken a back seat. Who is this cursing me? Bang! Qin Yang returned with a shot that hit Bethman squarely in the center of his eyebrow. He wasn't in the habit of letting his enemies live until the next day. Betherman's eyes were wide open until he died. So you still have to die after you forgive me. So he didn't get beaten up for nothing? Qin Yang sat in the armored car, looking into the distance with binoculars, waiting for the battle ahead to end. The rest shouldn't need to be done by himself. At the same time, the video that was just shot was sent to Shivering Voice by Qin Yang. By the way, he had a General Yu below. During this period of time, Qin Yang was all the rage on the Yin country's internet. Any news about Qin Yang instantly exploded. The Qin Yang in the video is really domineering, holding a cigarette in his hand. Kneeling below is a person with a swollen face and nose. Hearing the other party's apology is even more crying and laughing. They know about the helicopter gunships. Wasn't that Qin Yang's first battlefield? Big Brother is really vindictive. I can't afford to mess with him. Just kidding. Who's Big Brother? This little warlord is ridiculous. Upstairs, let me give you some information. This man kneeling on the ground with a swollen face is called Bethelman, a warlord with 6,000 men who control 3 cities and a population of 1 million. Seeing this popularization pop-up screen, people are numb. Big Brother has only been there for a few days, just made such a big thing. What I want to know most now is how General Yu feels. Big Brother is specifically at you. Don't you want to give me face? Looking at this comment, directly laughed and sprayed. Big Brother is very vindictive at first glance. People used a helicopter gunship to hit Big Brother in the first place. Big Brother backhandedly hit the kneeling and called his father. General Yu was also trembling at this time, and a large number of people kept pointing at him. The live broadcast was stopped. I'm afraid, who knows if this Qin Yang will come back. Qin Yang's side didn't pay any more attention after uploading the video. After all, it was just a small Bethelman. Let's go meet our old friend. The armored car walked slowly on the corpse-strewn battlefield again. Both sides were only about 2,000 meters away. Bethman's army didn't attack for half a day. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Dalton, who was tied up. Daegler smiled broadly as he walked over and said, "Brother Qin, this is what I purposely saved for you." Qin Yang walked over to Daegler's side and shook his head and smiled. Hee, how pathetic. It's only been a few days and you're like this? It's not good to mix it up. Dalton's face was ashen. The moment he was captured, he knew he wouldn't survive. Other than surrendering early, their kind of bosses didn't come out alive. And since he was still considered a faction of the rebels when all was said and done, it was even more unlikely that he would live. Bang! Qin Yang casually settled Dalton with a single shot. Then he smiled at Daegler and said, "Bring the list over tomorrow to pick up the goods, and our deal officially begins." Daegler said seriously, "Don't worry, Brother Qin, definitely give the job done properly. From the south of Baibei town, all the way to the coastal area will be Brother's territory in the future." Qin Yang extended a hand. "Then let's have a good cooperation." Happy cooperation. Qin Yang's previous deal could be more than just a chance to make a name for himself, but he wanted the entire territory south of Baibei town all the way to the coast. Even if Cumulus was unified, this land was still Qin Yang's personal territory. It could not be reclaimed for any reason. Of course, this all presupposes that the government forces achieve a final victory in this war. The rebels are backed by that country. It won't be easy to end the war. Moreover, the territory Qin Yang wants is not the existing territory of the government army. He wants to take it from several warlords. One of them is in Bethman's sphere of influence. The one left to bear the brunt is Daegler's nemesis, Ralph, a rebel with over 30,000 troops under his hand. A great warlord. The battle ended and Qin Yang returned to White North Town. Looking at the map, he exhaled lightly. His journey was about to begin. The distance from Baibei town to the coastline was more than 1,000 kilometers. Bethelman City. Daegler currently only had some basic manpower left behind. As long as Qin Yang brought his men there, he could take over. But behind them are Ralph's troops, a whole 5,000 men, and it's not within the city. It's also a small town. But this town is all military. Qingyun town is a military town. It was originally used to guard against Bethelman and Daegler. The manpower is still a bit low. Qin Yang sighed slightly, but there was no rush, as that was also something afterward. The priority now was to make money, and to unlock the technology tree. Qin Yang opened his system, and after 2 battles, he had indeed unlocked another weapon. The mortar. It was still 86mm caliber. It's not very big, but in war, this mortar is also called an anti-tank gun. It can pose a threat to tanks. Your own armored car can't withstand 1 shot from this thing. 2 shots and the armored car would have to explode in place. Early the next morning, Daegler brought his men to Qin Yang's Baibei town. When he saw Qin Yang's steel fortress, he was stunned. He walked in and almost dropped his jaw on the ground. Crap! Mortars! What caliber is this? Daegler screamed out in direct shock. They were still using small steel cannons. The power was fine to hit infantry, but if it wasn't directly bombarded on a vehicle, a normal buggy could carry a few hits. Qin Yang laughed. Not much, it's only 86 caliber. Daegler's eyes were glowing. Rubbing his hands and looking at Qin Yang with a smile on his face. Older brother, you see this? Qin Yang smiled and shook his head. This is not for sale now. Daegler was about to say something, but finally sighed helplessly. But his eyes kept staring at the mortar. Good stuff Qin Yang waved his hand. And then 20 brand new armored vehicles were pulled off their tarpaulins. And under the sun's illumination, the army green color scheme was very majestic and domineering. Dougler instantly forgot about the mortars and touched the armored vehicles as if he was touching his girlfriend in a very precious way. And it didn't even have the money leopard logo on it. This also makes Douglas feel better. After all, is a country's regular army? If you use the weapon is also printed with a symbol of other forces. Shame will lose big. After then again Douglas shocked eyes. Qin Yang took out the M2 heavy machine gun 200. 1,000,000 rounds of ammunition. 200 rocket launchers. Rockets 2,000. There were even more grenades and so on. Dougler was numb from the sight. Directly bursting into foul language. He said, crap, older brother, you really have it. I thought you were bragging. To be reasonable, when he took out that list, he didn't think that Qin Yang could take out all the weapons in one breath. After all, there were just too many. Even an ordinary arms dealer wouldn't be able to get so many weapons, especially in a place like Zenlia. The limitations of arms dealers are still very high. A lot of weapons can't be shipped over. But Qin Yang took out so many in one go. And most importantly, they were all brand new. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said, I said as long as you name a number, I'll get them all for you. The premise is that you have to have the money. Gulp. Daegler had seen a lot today. Qin Yang was a real bully. Qin Yang tugged on his cell phone and did some math. I'll give you a discount. This is $12 million. Hiss. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by this figure. It was too expensive. But he also knew that Qin Yang's price was definitely for his own talent. If other arms dealers were to sell it, even if they had a good relationship, it would be more than double the price. Good. Then I'll thank you, brother. Daegler directly upgraded brother Qin to old brother. Daegler turned his words around and said, older brother. Do you think that Ralph City needs me to make a move? As long as old brother gives a word, I guarantee that I'll knock it down for old brother within half a month. Hands down. Qin Yang smiled and refused. It's better to fight down your own territory on your own, and I don't have enough manpower to come. There's no rush. Daegler smiled sarcastically. Why was it so hard to get closer? At the same time, he noticed that there were not enough manpower, which meant that the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps had more than just these people now. Qin Yang then arrived at $32 million. Dougler left with the weapons and armored vehicles. After going back the superiors were stunned. Crikey, so many weapons. All at once? This strength is stronger than just a little. At the same time another group of people appeared in White North Town. That was the people from the Yen Kingdom, sent over to pick up 100 armored vehicles. Several days passed, and the matter of Qin Yang's Money Leopard Mercenary Corps selling a large number of weapons and armored vehicles to the government forces spread like wildfire. The government forces also knew that this kind of thing could not be hidden for a few days. So after the weapons arrived, they directly launched a surprise attack on the rebels. In one breath, they swallowed 1/5 of the rebels' territory. This shocked the rebels and the neutral warlords. A young man who had only been in Kilexia for a few days had the power to change the war situation in Kilexia. Just then, the fortress's alarm system suddenly went off. Qin Yang went out to take a look. The southern part of Baibei town was densely packed with people thousands of meters away. Woo! Qin Yang directly raised the alarm and told the civilians to hide. The other side knew they were up to no good. Luckily, the other side's route was this way, and their own fortress was in the first line of defense. Otherwise, it really wasn't easy to fend it off. Buzz! Just then an SUV drove underneath Qin Yang's fortress. A soldier turned his head away after leaving a cell phone behind. Qin Yang frowned slightly when the phone suddenly rang. Qin Yang said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Ha ha ha. Would the famous Qin Yang also have a time to be afraid? The other side did not answer Qin Yang's words, but instead mocked. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched as he said, "So are you sick? Witcher heard that I was scared. Are the fucking warlords over here all sick one by one? I hear thick fear in your voice." The opposite side of the street said this decisively. Qin Yang directly cursed. "I bought a watch last year. You retard. I insulted my intelligence by talking to you. Brain problem is it? I'll cure you. Qin E, where's my mortar? Blast me to death. If I don't cure him, I won't be called Qin today." Qin Yang was furious. Martyr has a pretender. Just confirming the enemy. What are you pretending for? Moreover, I'm a mercenary plus an arms dealer. Although he seems to be close to the government forces, but you damn straight came to provoke. Is there something wrong with you? Yes. Qin Yi led the order and turned around to command more than 100 people to push the mortar to adjust the angle. Angle 82. Firepower saturation strike. Shoot. Miso, miso, miso. With Qin Yi's command, More than 100 mortars fired at the same time. And not just one shot, rather, it was a series of shots. Ralph on the other end of the phone froze when he heard Qin Yang's words. When he looked up again and saw the densely packed shells in the sky, he was suddenly numb. Ralph yelled and shouted, "Take cover! Take cover!" Boom! 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 The shells exploded the moment they hit the ground, setting off huge explosions. Each shell explosion set off a huge fireball. Ralph brought 6,000 men with him in the first round of wild bombardment, killing at least 1,000 and injuring countless more. Because of the pretense, or the victory, he had previously grasped that Qin Yang's troops only had about 100 men. So with 6,000 men and light and heavy machine guns he felt invincible. Even if the armored vehicles came, their so many bazookas were not for show. They haven't even drawn up their formation. Everyone is still together. He provoked Qin Yang. Ralph didn't expect Qin Yang to have a donkey's temper. 2 words directly flipped out. He came up with a mortar bombardment. What the hell is wrong with you? Ralph was hiding under the bunker. The explosions from above are still going on. The whole earth is shaking. Grandma, you're crazy. You're going to fire at the drop of a hat? Ralph roared at Qin Yang on the other end of the phone. Qin Yang glanced at his cell phone and shouted to Along, who had arrived behind him, "You guys go over and move the shells. Keep blasting me if I didn't say stop." Both Along and Ralph on the opposite side were stunned. Crap, when did Quayar come to have such a rich landlord? Boom, boom. A shell landed near Ralph's bunker, instantly toppling it over. Ralph was also shaken by this. He was lying on the ground, struggling for half a second, but he didn't get up. His brain was dazed, but he could still hear Qin Yang's words coming from the phone. "I fucking hate it when people pretend to be a pussy in front of me in my life. If you dare to act like a pussy, I'll dare to get you killed." Everyone in the camp of 6,000 people was frantically fleeing for their lives. It couldn't be helped. Their shelters were all makeshift. Blame it on that retard Ralph. The temporary command post was taken out with a single shot. The others are all exposed. The relentless artillery fire continued to devour the soldiers' lives. Run! Retreat! Devil! Is that the devil? They've been through a lot of battles, but it's the first time they haven't even seen anyone. They've been hit and run around. And the rain of shells in the sky hadn't stopped until now. One after another, the shells came crashing down. Boom! Boom! One military vehicle after another was shattered by the mortars. And then secondary explosions occurred. The entire battlefield was like an inferno. There were craters everywhere, and corpses everywhere. Not even a single corpse could be found intact. After being blown up by the shells, several more shells fell one after another, directly giving the corpses a shell funeral. Qin Yang looked at the phone in his hand that had been turned off and threw it out with disdain. "Bah, what kind of trash is worthy of provoking your grandfather me? I can't kill you. Are you kidding? Where is this?" Qin Yang's base camp, not to mention 6,000 people. Even if they were to fight in formation, even 10,000 men would have a hard time fighting their way in. It's all about firepower. Although Qin Yang doesn't have many men, but there's still Lung and his men. Even if they can't shoot, they can still hold the trigger of a heavy machine gun. Besides, Qin Yang spent millions of dollars on this steel fortress. Even mortars can't penetrate it. A few thousand meters away from the battlefield, a large army was speeding along, suddenly hearing an explosion in front of them. The driver slammed on the brakes. At the same time, the soldiers in the car jumped down quickly, constantly alerting the front. At the same time, they began to build temporary positions, one by one. Bunkers are still in front of them. The heavy machine gun was carried down by 4 men and aimed in the direction of the explosion. Dougal frowned as he looked ahead and inquired, "What's going on up ahead?" They had rushed over for support because they had heard that Ralph's army had mobilized. An entire military town of all soldiers poured out. Ralph had also set out with his own personal guard of 1,000 men. When he knew the direction was White North Town, Daegler screamed out in a dark voice and rushed out with his soldiers. It was only at this point that he remembered that he actually didn't have Qin Yang's phone number. Couldn't even ventilate the situation. What a mistake. It was at this moment that Daegler realized that the adjutant was a bit different. Frowning, he inquired, "Speak, what's going on up ahead?" From such a distance they could clearly see the fire in front of them. The rumbling explosions never stopped, and the ground was shaking. The adjutant asked back with a shocked face, "Boss, do they really need our support?" "What?" Daegler froze, then impatiently went up and gave the adjutant a kick. Stepping on the military vehicle, he took his binoculars and looked ahead. Crap, this is fucking outrageous. What did he see? The battlefield in front of him. No, it's not a battlefield. Is it? Isn't that an inferno? The terrain there had become a few points lower than the surrounding area, and there were mutilated corpses everywhere, and there was a steady stream of shells falling. He remembered that Ralph had 6,000 men with him. Now those running amok didn't add up to 1,000? The shock of this scene to Daegler was considerable. It made one's scalp numb. Dang, It's like it's the same with or without us. Dougal closed himself up. Originally, he had thought that by coming over to help, he could make Qin Yang owe himself a favor and sell a few more of his armored vehicles. Better yet, a few mortars. They're 86 caliber. It's a real killer. Let's put it this way. There's nothing on the battlefield in Croatia that can't be solved with one mortar. If there is, two. Douglas said. Everyone take up positions. Don't let those deserters get past us. Stop them all. He had brought 10,000 troops with him this time, and he was taking Qin Yang and his government troops quite seriously, especially after Qin Yang took out those weapons. It's hard not to think about how scary the forces behind Qin Yang are, but now he felt that the importance for Qin Yang was going to be on a higher level. On the other side, Qin Yang had been paying attention to the situation outside. Ralph had brought soldiers who were basically wiped out. There were still a few hundred left fleeing, but the transportation was all wiped out by Qin Yang's mortars. They could only run on foot. Qin Yang said to Qin Yi, "Take 50 men and follow me. Catch 2 tongues. Ask them which force they belong to. Rushing in on a Tai Yang. Tired of living, go back and kill his old family in one pot." Yes. Immediately after that, Qin Yang rushed out of the fortress in an armored car with Qin Yi and 50 others. Long's group of minions almost didn't drop their jaws in shock. Crap, you're a real big brother. You've almost given them a total wipeout and you still don't know which side they're on. Bull. Aaron only squeezed out the sentence in the end. Buzz. The armored car roared as it rushed towards the scattered crowd. Bang! Qin Yang shot the fleeing man in the thigh. Ah! The soldier staggered and fell to the ground, clutching his thigh and started wailing. The armored car stopped in front of him. Qin Yang pointed his gun at the other party and asked in a chilling voice. "Speak, whose men are you?" "Ah, we are General Ralph's men." Qin Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't even gone after him yet, but this Ralph came to be able to do it first? "Where is your boss now?" The soldier clutched his thighs as cold sweat swished down. "Our boss has died in the cannon fire just now." Qin Yang instantly fell silent. So the retard who talked to him just now was Ralph? Bang! Qin Yang shot the other party and then cursed. "Count on you dying quickly. Otherwise, I'd definitely let you die painlessly. Go, continue the pursuit. Not a single one left." Day. Just then a series of gunshots came from the distance. The sounds were very mixed. There were heavy machine guns, and AK-47s. One could tell that it was the local forces. "Advance slowly. Let's see what's on the other side." Qin Yang frowned slightly. His side was quite lively today. Everyone wants to come over and get in on the action? As the team slowly advanced, Qin Yang also saw a pile of corpses lying on the ground in front of him, and it was clearly the ones who had fled earlier. Then Qin Yang saw a familiar person. "Holy shit, so it's you. I thought which one of the ungrateful ones was fighting over again." Qin Yang laughed when he saw Daegler and flirted. Daegler hurriedly stepped forward and laughed. "Originally, I received the news that I was thinking of coming to help. I didn't expect old brother to be so fierce. I didn't expect you to be so fierce. You've beaten Ralph to death." Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Who knows why that retard called the people together to let me blast them? I'm a little embarrassed." Douglas laughed out loud and said, "Right, older brother. Do you know where that Ralph ran off to? I didn't intercept it on my side. The news I received was that Ralph was leading the group." Qin Yang pointed in the direction of the battlefield and said, "It might be a bit of a struggle if you want to collect the corpses. After all, the corpses are all in one piece. It's not really easy to find them." Daegler was stunned and instantly became happy. His nemesis died just like that? It's good to be dead. It's good to be dead. "Right, older brother. Can you add a contact information? I originally wanted to call to notify, but there is no old brother's phone number." Qin Yang slapped his head and said, "I said why no one has approached me for business for so many days. I forgot about this." Daegler was a bit anxious to say something. "Old brother, are we going to use this weapon?" Qin Yang laughed. "First of all, I'm an arms dealer. Secondly, we are allies. Like this, the warlords on the rebel side. I won't sell armored vehicles and mortars. The prices are definitely not as favorable as ours. How about this?" Daegler quickly revealed a smile and said, "It's still old brother. Don't worry. The general has already agreed to the previous agreement, and the materials are all ready. We're just waiting for a suitable opportunity to publicize it in front of the world. By that time, that area and the strait will all be my brother's territory. The name is rightful." Qin Yang nodded and said, "Are you going to attack Ralph's army? After all, the news hasn't gotten out yet." Daegler slapped his head and said, "Oops, I'll go. Almost forgot about this. Thanks for reminding me. Old brother, I won't stay much longer then. If there's something you need to greet me, I'll definitely be there right away." Qin Yang smiled and waved his hand. "Go on. By the way, call if there's something. Don't forget that my vocation is a mercenary. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. When the time comes, there will definitely be fewer battles for old brother to fight." The 10,000 000 troops began to move with a bang. At the same time, Daegler gave orders to his men to start on multiple fronts. Fighting started at the same time. Ralph had a total of more than 30,000 men, and was destroyed by Qin Yang's 6,000 men, leaving more than 20,000 men, and he was a big warlord with a full 50,000 men. Even within the forces of the government army, he can be ranked in the top 10. Now that Ralph is dead, it's the perfect time to attack. Most importantly, the general has agreed to lend him the 20 armored cars he bought earlier. If he didn't take a bite out of Ralph's 20,000 strong army this time, he would have been in vain. As for the matter of Qin Yang saying that he would sell weapons to the rebels, as long as he didn't buy strategic weapons like armored vehicles and mortars, everything else was fine. After all, in terms of weaponry, their government forces have always been inferior to the rebels. After all, the rebels stand behind that country. That's why more arms dealers are supplying arms to the rebels. The prices on their side are all much more exorbitant. At the same time, there aren't many arms dealers who dare to take risks for the sake of profit. Now it's hard to have a Qin Yang who is willing to sell weapons at a low price. And it's still something they desperately need. The most crucial equipment is still brand new. It was much better than the defective products of those arms dealers. Qin Yang looked at the distant Daegler and ordered Qin Yi, go back and tell Along and the others to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, tell them to expand their battle force. I want a 500-strong city guard regiment. Yes, these weapons left on the scene. Qin Yang couldn't look at them and directly threw them all to Along in a brain. His own future base would basically not include Baibei Town, but the populations of the several cities within the base's boundaries would have to be relocated to Baibei Town. Along's little bit of people weren't enough. At the same time, Qin Yang also had someone put out the word to send out a call from his side. Grandma. He had forgotten about this before. No wonder Qin Yang hadn't dealt with anyone other than a few warlords in the neighborhood. Qin Yang came back and started to take stock of the battle damage. Of course it was the weapons. Qin Yang's artillery shell consumption was quite large. A full 10 minutes of non-stop shelling. A total of over 3,000 shells were fired. The price of a shell is $500. That's $1.5 million. The most important thing is that there is no income from this battle. It's not even enough to cover their teeth with that little scrap metal. Mud. Ralph. I'll remember you. You made me lose $1.5 million for nothing. Qin Yang was furious, but at the same time, he also told his men to start building up their strength, because the big battle over at Dougler's side couldn't be smooth sailing. Even if one Ralph died, those 20,000 troops were not made of clay. The losses of the most critical attacking side would definitely be higher than the defending side. If nothing else, it won't be long before it's time for you to step in. While Qin Yang was waiting, a piece of news sparked off the entire Kilexia. The government's military has made it known that it will give the original 4 war zones and the Taya straight to the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps, and promised that they would not take it back permanently, and that it would be the 4-man territory of the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. And within their territory, everything would be decided by the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps themselves. This piece of news directly shocked the entire cumulus. To know that is an entire province, it's still close to the strait. There are only 13 provinces in the whole of Kilexia, and they will never take it back. How can a small mercenary group do that? Even many warlords are eyeing Qin Yang. After all, not all warlords have a good head on their shoulders. They thought that as long as they took down the Money Leopard mercenaries, they could directly take control of Tali province. At this moment, Qin Yang was unaware of the storm outside, but looked at the newly updated technology tree and fell into deep thought. System, let's get something straight. Did you unlock it based on my needs? This system is not that idle. When it was first set up, it predicted the host's growth rate, so it's normal for technology to appear that matches the current situation. Qin Yang's mouth twitched. He seriously doubted that you guys have seen the future? Otherwise why would you even be able to figure out when he had saved up enough war value? What the system unlocked this time was not a conventional weapon. Instead, it's a shield. It can block all satellite surveillance. At the same time, unauthorized users can't hack into their own networks. To put it bluntly, the previous ones were some World War II era technology and weaponry a few years down the road. This shield is simply black technology. It is 100% guaranteed not to be invaded. In other words, there is no other way to invade the base except through a frontal attack. At the same time, Qin Yang was looking forward to the next achievement gift pack that his popularity value would bring him. He must open up some more manpower. The main reason was that the territory was being fought too quickly, causing him to run out of manpower. Otherwise, 100 people would already be a strong team if they were just mercenaries. Ding bells. Dougler, why are you calling me so soon? Qin Yang laughed out loud when he saw the phone. Daegler said with some embarrassment, I'm ashamed to say, I didn't expect Ralph's men to be so tenacious. I've had 3 of my armored vehicles blown up now. When he said this, Daegler was very needy. The most crucial thing was that it was lent to him from above, to be returned. Ahem. Qin Yang laughed. No way, 50,000 troops didn't even attack? Daegler sighed and said, AI, it's not because I'm in a hurry. Our general is about to bring his men here. I didn't expect something to go wrong at this time. Qin Yang said, how about this, $10 million? I'll help you fight this war. Daegler's eyes lit up and said, are you serious? Qin Yang laughed. When have I ever told a lie? Ding dong, $10 million in the account. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched as he said, you really trust me? You transferred the money before I even moved? Daegler said with great trust, I've been in contact with old brother so many times, of course I know how old brother is. Hanging up the phone, Qin Yang called in Qin Yi. There's a tough battle coming up, tell the brothers to prepare well. Yes. Immediately after that, Qin Yang's team began to advance in the direction of the battlefield. On the way, Qin Yang had been looking at the map. Ralph's army reacted the moment they were attacked and at the same time abandoned those poorly defended positions. Everyone was now concentrated in one place. The condescending terrain allowed Daegler to charge several times without going up. Also, the armored vehicles are much less of a threat in such a zone, and they're mined. So for a time, the fight was helpless to Daegler. Qin Yang suddenly pointed at a point and said, here, there's a problem. Qin Yi thought for a moment and said, boss, from the information provided by Douglas, the artillery here is the weakest. But from the sound of gunfire, the manpower is indeed the largest. The most crucial thing is that this is still a dense forest. There's no point in defending it under normal circumstances. Both of them looked up at the same time and said, an armory. This was the only possibility. Otherwise it couldn't make sense. And because of the dense forest, even if they did break in, they wouldn't be able to find the exact location. What's more, the rebels' defense over there was really tight. Even their mortars couldn't advance to the right position. Qin Yi directly said, boss, let me bring a team over to terminate him. Qin Yang shook his head. No, you're in command of the front battlefield this time. Set up all the mortars for me. Clear the minefield for me first. Then as soon as a signal is given from my side, charge me up. I promise to complete the mission. Qin Air, you guys come with me. Qin Yang waved his hand and called away Qin Air and the 9 of them. After all, this time it's still a bit dangerous. So it's better to bring all the good guys with you. When Qin Yi reached the vicinity of Daegler's army, he was directly released. Qin Yi found a direction and started to set up the mortars. There were also 5 people on Daegler's side. All of them were big warlords from the government army. After all, this was also a crucial battle. The great general of Qualeria looked at the battlefield ahead way side. This area is really easy to defend and hard to attack. If we eat them, your men will pay a terrible price. As for that loss of armored vehicles, the great general didn't have any heartache. In war, losing some was normal. Daegler said in a deep voice, General, I've already called for help from the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. They will be coming over soon. The great general was immediately interested. You seem to be very confident in them. Daegler gulped and said, just a few hours ago the 6,000 men Ralph brought with him were exterminated. The battle lasted no more than 10 minutes, complete and total firepower suppression. And I've seen these mercenaries strike. Every one of them is at the level of king of soldiers. All of them are sharpshooters. In front of them, those rebels can only use AK-47s to fight against the armored cars. As soon as someone picks up a machine gun, they get shot in the head, and a rocket launcher gets blown up just as they carry it. The one who had the deepest contact with Qin Yang in here was him. Even now he hadn't come back to his senses. I don't know where the hell this group of fierce men came out from. The great general became even more interested and said with some delight, I'd like to meet this legendary Qin Yang even more. Just then a soldier ran in. Boss, people from the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps are coming over. Daegler hurriedly said. Then what are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry and invite them in? Boss, they've already started setting up their cannons. Miso, 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 boom, boom. It was during the time they were talking. A series of sounds were suddenly heard, followed by explosions from the battlefield ahead. Several people rushed out to take a look. Crap, crap, crap. Whether it was Daegler or the great general, they all exploded in shock. They had only withdrawn from this round of charge and were recuperating, otherwise they would have exploded in place. The battlefield in front of them exploded. A veritable explosion. Countless artillery shells fell from the sky, exploding and detonating underground mines at the same time. The whole earth was turned upside down. Not to mention them, even the rebels are confused. It's not that your artillery isn't bombing us, you're bombing the battlefield instead? The mines that were blocking the attack were all detonated under the mortar bombardment. Looking at the battlefield, the great general and the others were stunned. How can a cannonball be used like this? Of course, even if we ask Douglas to learn, he can't do it. Such a large coverage area. It was only Qin Yang who had the wealth to fight. Thinking about it, Douglas instantly felt that this $10 million was well spent. It's all for you to spend in the open. Boom! Boom! Cannonballs and mines danced together, and a ball of flame kept rising on the battlefield. The smoke from the artillery actually covered the entire battlefield. One could imagine how many shells Chini had fired. Douglas looked at Chini in surprise. "Ha, where's my old brother?" Chini looked serious. "Boss has other things to do. Let me come here first." Douglas didn't think much of it. After all, most of their manpower was here. Over 100 mortars were set up. The great general's eyes instantly glowed when he saw these mortars. "My goodness, no wonder you say that your money leopard mercenary corps is rich. You're filthy rich." Artillery shells were washing the ground just to bomb out all the mines. Is this something an ordinary person can do? On the other side, Qin Yang, with Qin Air and the others, had already raced wildly to the other side of the dense forest in his armored car from the other direction. Luckily, Qin Yi's artillery fire had attracted the attention of everyone on the other side. Otherwise, Qin Yang might have been in a bit of trouble. Qin Yang gently waved his hand a bit to indicate mute advance. "Don't use guns until you have to. They're sneaking in to destroy the armory this time. If they were discovered, they would only be able to run away in front of an army of tens of thousands." Meanwhile, Qin Yang was communicating with the system. "Tonzi, let's talk about it. Seeing that my popularity is growing slowly, give me a God's perspective video." "Host, you're still good at this, but this request is granted by this system." I knew that our unicorn was different from the demonic goods in the novels. She's just as generous as she is. The host's compliments are good. Keep it up." Qin Yang's mouth twitched. Good guy, now this system is getting smarter and smarter. At the same time, Qin Yang noticed that a video appeared in one of the corners of the system, and it was exactly the picture of their place. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth hooked up in an arc. Wealthy people don't return home like a brocade coat at night. He, Qin Yang, was a person who wanted to save face. Qin Yang made a series of hand gestures to the sky, looking at Qin Air and the rest of them in a daze. "You have to move fast and have a handsome posture? What kind of requirements are these?" As Qin Yang and the others went deeper, the rebel army could be vaguely seen ahead. This dense forest wasn't small. Even if a few thousand people spilled in, they wouldn't be able to find them without some time. Not to mention that Qin Yang and the 10 of them were all top experts. Qin Yang made a 3-1 gesture. "Here, there are 3 open sentries and 1 concealed sentry." Whoosh! A small cracking sound came out. Qin Yang's right hand protruded a small black tiger claw with a high-tenacity steel wire attached to the back. This was one of the functions of Qin Yang's single combat suit. It could be used as a flying tiger claw. In the next instant, Qin Yang stomped on a nearby tree and instantly flew up in the middle of the woods. In just an instant, he flew to a tree more than 10 meters away, and those rebels didn't notice it at all. Qin Air and the others did the same. Each one of them was like an elf in the dense forest. The black shadows flickered. Not to mention that the rebels didn't notice. Even if they did, they would have thought that it was the wind blowing the leaves causing the shadows to sway. Because it was too fast, the 10 silhouettes kept changing their positions and getting closer and closer to the dark outpost. Bang! Just then a slight crashing sound came from the dark sentry who was hiding in the tree, frowned and turned slightly on the narrow platform. It was then that he saw that he was actually under a shadow. After raising his head just in time to meet Qin Yang's smiling eyes, "Ka-ching!" Qin Yang kicked out, grazing the shadowy sentry's head with a force that directly spun the shadowy sentry's neck around. There was no breath in an instant. As for those bright sentries, before they could react, they heard a clicking sound coming from their necks, and then lost consciousness. After resolving everyone at the first sentry post, Qin Yang waved his hand and everyone continued to move forward, and all of them didn't move below. One by one, they all flew around the trees, and the most terrifying thing was that the ones that were a few meters away directly jumped over, while not making a single sound. In the dense forest, Qin Yang was like a bloodthirsty ghost. Before the other party could react, the dagger slashed across the other party's throat. Put! Blood spurted out. Qin Yang covered the other party's mouth with one hand and dragged him to a corner with an expressionless face. By the time the other party was thrown into the pile of dead people, at the same time, he was completely out of breath. This place was filled with blood aura. It won't take long for the beasts to come over. Looking around the densely packed ground, there were more than 100 corpses lying on the ground. Swish! Qin Yang shook off the blood on his dagger without the slightest fluctuation on his face. This was to continue moving forward. After walking in the dense forest for almost 1,000 meters, a large number of footsteps suddenly appeared ahead. Back and forth seemed to be in a hurry. Qin Yang crouched down in the grass and peeled it open, only to see that ahead was a hollowed-out cave. Countless rebels were going in and out of it, carrying a whole box of ammunition or shells every time they came out. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth hooked up into an arc. It seems that the guess was right. Moreover, this cave had no way to detonate the shells inside even if the dense forest was set on fire. It was indeed a good place. Bang! Just then there was a gunshot, only to see a bullet fly past Qin Yang's cheek. Qin Yang maintained the same movement he had just made without the slightest movement. No problem, carry on. One rebel put away his gun and said to his companion beside him. The other nodded and then turned his head to watch the soldiers continue to carry the guns and ammunition. They weren't stupid. They knew to test the waters from time to time. And if they weren't mentally strong, they definitely shouldn't be scared to the point of making strange noises. Qin Yang looked at the person who had just fired the gun without the slightest expression on his face. In his heart, he secretly said, "Dog thing, aiming to hit me in the face. You're very good. I won't be Qin Yang if I don't kill you today." There were almost 100 people guarding this circle. At the same time there were about 200 people carrying the manpower back and forth. They're constantly coming in and out. Help me cover it. I'm going to the restroom first. I don't know when I'll be done this time. Another person heard this and directly said, "Let's both go together. Anyway, we just finished the investigation, so it's sure to be fine. I heard that our boss, Ralph, has already let Qin Yang of the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps die." Crap, that's not true. Didn't the boss bring over 6,000 men with him? That mercenary only has 100 or so people. How could he not have fought? The rebel sighed while taking off his pants. "I can't lie to you. I heard it was old and miserable. He was bombarded and couldn't even put together a complete corpse. That said, this Money Leopard Mercenary Corps is really evil, with only 100 or so people. They've taken care of several warlords." The two were sighing here. Suddenly two figures suddenly rushed behind them like cheetahs. "Woo woo." With his mouth covered by Qin Yang whispered in the other's ear, "Just the fucking gun you fired? Ka chow." Qin Yang directly snapped the soldier's neck with a force from both hands. Qin Yang gently put the other party down, without making a single sound. The other person was also settled by Qin. Qin Yang took a disgusted look at his mouth and whispered, "Ha, childish, Tuanzi, remember to mosaic it later." The system seemed to be very disgusted as well and said, "It's really tainted the eyes of this system, host. You should do it earlier next time. Now this system's entire tutelage is bad." The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched. "Good guy, your system has more things to do than me." After exterminating these two people, Qin Yang made a gesture to Qin. Everyone instantly understood. Qin Yang said in his head, "Tuzi, you can cut out the picture in the back. Host, don't worry. I still have this function, and do I feel like you're looking down on me a bit?" Qin Yang smiled sarcastically and said, "No, how could I possibly look down on you?" After saying that, Qin Yang's several people moved like cheetahs and instantly disappeared, leaving only a soft stomping sound on the ground. Swish! Qin Yang came to the back of a guard and sealed his throat with a slash. At the same time the person beside him noticed that Qin Yang had just raised his gun up and opened his mouth. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Qin appeared at the back of the other person at that moment, and a knife ran through the throat from the neck. The others did the same, instantly entering the field to take out one person each. Bang! Da-day-day-day. After resolving the first batch of people, Qin Yang's few people instantly pulled out their rifles and started sweeping at the soldiers carrying in front of them. Enemy attack! Lie down! The soldiers carrying weapons and ammunition instantly panicked, hurriedly putting down the supplies in their hands. They began to run away. Bang! Bang! Qin Yang shot as he maneuvered, each shot taking away an enemy with precision. Soldier after soldier had their heads blown off, each one with a red dot appearing at the center of their eyebrows. 10 of Qin Yang's men were like gods of war as they began to shoot point blank in the face of a crowd of hundreds of people. This sudden attack caught them off guard. The firepower of the 10 people suppressed the hundreds of people. As long as someone dared to show their head, it was a single bullet that hit them. The 10 men alternately covered and crossfired. Qin Yang kept an eye on the entire battlefield and shouted to Qin, "Prepare to blow up the ammunition depot. I'll suppress them." Yes. Saying this, Qin decisively put away the gun in his hand and straddled it on his back. Qin Yang's side instantly switched and took out the M2 heavy machine gun in his hand. That's right, it was carried with both hands, then aimed at all the defenses present and pulled the trigger. Da-day-day-day-day-day. A series of bullets poured out, and the ground was clanking with the sound of shell casings falling to the ground. There was also a long string of bullets pulled on the ground. Da-day-day-day-day-day. Son thief, if you have the guts to show your head, I won't let you die. Ha ha ha. Qin Yang alone raised his rifle and frantically suppressed hundreds of people. The rest of them were still using their rifles to kill with precision. Under the cooperation of the two sides, none of the hundreds of people dared to show their heads. Of course, the ones who did were already dead. The rest were scared out of their wits. Qin rushed to Qin Yang's side the moment he received the order and picked up the rocket launcher that Qin Yang had thrown aside. Carrying the rocket launcher, he advanced at an extremely fast speed until he came to the cave directly opposite. At this moment, there was a buzzing noise coming from inside the cave. Even the successive gunshots couldn't hide it. It was the sound of a generator. the light inside was very sufficient. Shinair could clearly see the weapons and ammunition inside. Miso. Boom. 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 A rocket went straight for the shells in the cave. The instant point of the explosion detonated all the shells in the cave. Successive explosions came from the cave, followed by the entire cave starting to collapse. After a violent explosion, a small mushroom cloud rose in the sky. Inside, fireballs continued to tumble, while the roar of explosions came from one after another. The huge explosions also caused the earth to shake continuously. Qin Yang and the others swung back and forth along with the ground, but the guns in their hands did not shake at all. They were still suppressing the soldiers on the opposite side with deadly force. Damn it! The people on the other side are coming to support us. Fight down a position first. Hold it for me. Qin Yang hissed at the people next to him. Retreating now would be a living target. Even if they ran as fast as they could, they wouldn't be able to outrun the bullets, let alone just destroying the armory. This if they pulled up the small steel cannon and greeted all the remaining shells on themselves. Even if they survived, Qin Yang would be heartbroken if one of his men died. The ones he brought with him are all elites. According to the system, it would be impossible for there to be more fierce soldiers than them in the future. And following the 10 people who had initially started their own business, Qin Yang's feelings were still very special. Shinair regained his rifle and began to open suppression on the IS soldiers on the hilltop. Shinair, blast them all out for me. Fighting like this is not a solution. Yes. After Shinair heard the order, he started charging towards the hillside with his rifle. Meanwhile, Qin Yang was conducting frantic fire suppression from below. While firing, his footsteps didn't stop and kept pushing forward, fighting as he went. Captain, their firepower is too fierce. Can't lift my head at all. The captain yelled at his men. What are you afraid of? They're just a few people. Even a god would have to die here. Our backup will be here soon. Hold on. Damn it. If I let a few people beat me up, I won't be able to work anymore. The rebel team leader here was also very angry. Originally, he thought it was a good job, guarding the armory. No one has found this place for so many years, and this place is easy to defend and hard to attack. The forest is full of our own people, and that's all it took for someone to touch it. They overwhelmed them in an instant and destroyed the armory. The captain felt like he was going crazy. Boom, boom, boom. Crap, you guys don't speak martial arts. Just as the captain's side was still indignant, a series of grenades were thrown in. The explosions in the trench instantly took away the lives of several people. There's no way to hide from the grenades in the trench. You can only climb out of the trench. But the fire from outside didn't stop. A shot is fired when they show their heads. Qin Yang had already reached the bottom of the hill. The muzzle of the M2 heavy machine gun in his hand was red, and the barrel was even a little bent due to the heat deformation. One could imagine how many bullets Qin Yang had fired using it in these few minutes. Shinair's few grenades went down, directly confusing the group of rebels. Some tried to climb out of the trenches, but just as soon as they showed their heads, they were shot down by Qin Yang. Mad, they really let a few people pick them off. Spread out. As soon as the gunfire stops, hit them hard, they won't last long. The captain cursed and yelled at the soldiers beside him. Just then a figure jumped down from above. It was clearly Shinair, only to see Shinair leap down, grabbing the throat of the rebel beside him with one hand and straightening it with a click. Blood flowed out of his mouth in a big gulp and he instantly lost his breath. Turning back, he kicked a soldier in the back at the throat. 2 people were solved in a flash. The squad leader was enraged. All fucking get on me. Kill him. He dared to come in alone. You're so impatient. Even if their trench was not wide enough, only one person could face Shinair at the same time. But there are 100 of them. It was inconvenient to shoot, and they could exhaust each other to death. Bang! Shinair flew up and kicked the soldier in front of him out, directly bringing several people behind him down like a candy cane on a skewer. The soldiers at the back felt their internal organs trembling. The one who was kicked in the front even lost his breath on the spot, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his chest directly sunken in. Crap, what the hell did you grow up eating? The squad leader was stunned. Those soldiers who wanted to approach also began to retreat. It's too fierce. This is a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. But at that moment, they forgot one important thing. That is, the gunfire outside stopped. Shinair looked at the rebels around him with a smile on his lips. The squad leader felt bad and yelled, "What the hell are you smiling at? Our reinforcements will be here soon. You all have to die." Ka-ching! Shinair twisted his neck a bit and laughed at the captain. Yeah, us. Instantly the captain's pupils shrank. Us. Why did the gunfire outside stop? The captain panicked and hurriedly shouted. Qin Yang several people crouched on the side of the trench, smilingly looking at them. You tell me, isn't this watching you guys perform? Qin Yang said with a smile. Just these few figures but gave them a great sense of oppression. I've never really fought in close combat. It's a good time to try it out on you guys today. Qin Yang directly jumped down after saying that. A side kick. A kick from the bottom up. Kicked a soldier's chin. The instant soldier's entire body flew up. It even flew directly out of the trench. His neck was stretched out by the kick. He fell to the ground and continuously spat out blood, just like he was out of breath. Bang! Qin Yang's movements were fast. After the kick, in an instantaneous body, he arrived in front of the other person and swung his fist out. It hit the other person right in the throat. This punch directly knocked back the knot in the throat, protruding out from the back of the neck. Wow! Blood spurted out in a big gulp. Qin Yang kicked horizontally at this instant, and the body flew out backwards, knocking over a dozen people in a row. All of them all tumbled over at once. The others were just like Qin Yang. It was one punch at a time, and those who were close enough slapped each other in the face and snapped on top of the trench. Ka-ching! The sound of brain bones cracking came out, blood flowing out along the eyes, nostrils and ears. Grabbing the body with his hands and throwing it out would have smashed down a group of people. The captain swallowed hard. More than 100 of his own people. He lost more than half of them in just a few seconds, and every move was a killing move, one or more lives at a time. They are not human, they're demons. The key thing is that they didn't use any weapons. Even if you took a dagger, he wouldn't take it so hard. Killing a soldier with one punch, this was very terrifying. The captain trembled as he pulled out his pistol, but only just raised it when he realized that a face suddenly appeared in front of him. Qin Yang said with a playful smile, "Fist fighting. Isn't it too much for you to pull out a gun? You. Who the hell are you?" Ka-ching! Qin Yang cupped the pistol with one hand before exerting slight force in the captain's shocked gaze, breaking the barrel little by little. "I am the boss of the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps." Qin Yang. "What? Do you recognize me?" The captain's pupils shook tremendously, looking at Qin Yang as if he was looking at a god or a demon. Finally, he closed his eyes in despair. Ka-ching! With a wave of Qin Yang's hands, the captain's neck was directly broken by Qin Yang. The people next to him couldn't even see Qin Yang's movements. They saw their captain's head go limp as if it had lost its support, and then the whole person collapsed on the ground. Qin Yang shook off his hand and said, "You're still sensible. I'll leave you a whole body." The only dozen or so people left had already been scared out of their wits long ago, frantically began to crawl out of the trench, wanting to escape from here. They were all demons, devils, not something humans can fight against. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "Hey, this brain, just showing his back to me like this, is he looking down on me? Day. Qin Yang's few people took out the M2 heavy machine guns in their hands and set them up, then let the other party run 100 meters first. After that a series of bullets flew out, directly wiped out completely. Qin Yang's men began to distribute the ammunition. They couldn't care about this if they fought in a while. They had to prepare first. 10 heavy machine guns were pointed down the hill, countless bullets, bazookas, grenades and the like. Everything is ready for the other side's attack. We've taken out the other side's arsenal and cut off one of their retreat routes. There will definitely be people coming to find themselves in trouble." Qin Yi on the other side knew that Qin Yang had scored the moment he saw the huge explosion in the distance. Qin yelled, "Everyone get on board. Support the boss." Yes. Everyone from the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps instantly rushed onto the armored vehicles, not even putting away the mortars. Before leaving, Qin Yi said in a deep voice, "Our boss has already terminated their arsenal. The mines have also been cleared by us. Let the large troops charge with us. Take them down in one fell swoop." Boom! After saying that, Qin Yi rushed out with his armored car unit with a kick of the throttle, riding in a blaze of glory. The great general and Dougler and the others were stunned. What did they hear? Qin Yang led his men to end the armory? And that huge explosion over there was clearly saying that Qin Yang had succeeded. Crap! This was outrageous. Dougler came back to his senses and hurriedly yelled, "Everyone charge me! Armored vehicles in front, infantry in the back, artillery, bayonets, charge me!" All the threats were taken care of by Qin Yang, so what's there to worry about? Fuck him. The great general's pupils were filled with shock, and the several warlords beside him hadn't regained their senses for a long time. It's too strong. Is this really the strength of a mercenary? That's not true. Qin Yang's strength was even more terrifying. Even if the opposite side was a rookie, they would not know how to protect the armory. But it was still taken down by Qin Yang with a small force. The great general took a deep breath and patted Daegler's shoulder. "You have a good vision. Luckily, you were the one who strongly recommended Qin Yang to me in the first place. To be able to pull Qin Yang and his Money Leopard Mercenary Corps to our side, it was really the wisest decision." At first, there were quite a few people who had objections to ceding a province's territory to Qin Yang, but under the condition of a large amount of low-priced arms. There was also Daegler's strong recommendation before the great general agreed to come down. Now at the scene of the 5 warlords see this hate to give the original self 2 slaps. If they had pushed Qin Yang out, It would have been hard to imagine what they would have faced in the future. It's hard to imagine what kind of enemy they will face in the future. A man with a large number of weapons in his hands, and all of them are crushing their current equipment. Every soldier's fighting and execution skills are terrifying. A mercenary group whose power is still unknown. How terrifying it was to have such an enemy. Thinking of this, the 5 warlords smiled at Daegler and said, "That old brother, we are all family. Remember to put in a good word for us when the time comes." Daegler smiled and said, "We're all family. What are you talking about? Older brother Qin Yang still has a good impression of our government forces. By the way, old brother Qin Yang's temper isn't too good, so remember not to choke when the time comes, and to give more face. At that time, old brother Qin Yang will definitely be very happy." The corners of their mouths twitched. Just say that Qin Yang is very good at saving face and has a donkey's temper, right? Then a few people also got into the SUV and followed the rear of the large troop. After all, people have rushed up. Moreover, Qin Yang also led the rebel army's arsenal, and is still on the enemy's retreat route. He had to go over and meet them. The rebels went numb when they saw the huge explosion in the direction of the armory. Their own asses have been ripped out? Albert gritted his teeth and looked in that direction and said, "Damn it, give me the men to wipe out all the enemy troops over there. The others alternate cover. Start retreating." Albert glanced at the troops that were charging below and finally sighed powerlessly. "Start retreating. I didn't realize that just now. I didn't understand why the other side was using mortars to bombard the mine formation. Now it was sort of understood. There were no more mines. The arsenal was smashed, and the artillery shells were gone. There's nothing left to stop an armored car charge. This position can't be held. At the same time, look at the rear with hateful eyes. It's that way, destroying their last chance of survival. Otherwise, even if the minefield was destroyed, they wouldn't dare to come up and fight them. 200 more men. No, the guard company is coming with me. We'll go and end them, then retreat from the back of the mountain. The rest of us will resist the knuckleheads, and after 10 minutes, we'll retreat directly when we receive the signal." Albert finally ordered through clenched teeth, mainly because he couldn't swallow his breath without personally killing those people. And that side was also the best way to escape. The mountains and forests are inaccessible to armored vehicles, only by feet, and that side was also the closest direction to his allies. So Albert directly decided to open up that side, then they could retreat directly. Qin Yang's side was set up with a heavy machine gun looking at the enemy below the hillside. Qin Yang had a cigarette in his mouth and revealed a cruel smile. He, who made you guys unlucky? Next time, don't stand on the opposite side of me. Day. Qin Yang directly pulled the trigger. Qin Er and the others instantly followed suit, and before the hundreds of soldiers that appeared below could react, they were sifted by a series of bullets. These were all soldiers in the mountains and forests. Suddenly seeing an explosion in the armory, they rushed over to provide support, but only just showed up, and before they could figure out the situation, they were swept to death by the machine guns. They didn't understand why they were machine gunned to death. "Why are you hitting me?" Suddenly Qin Yang's eyes changed and he looked in another direction, followed by one soldier after another suddenly appearing. Those rebels froze the moment they saw the battlefield, because the entire battlefield was littered with the corpses of their people. Not even a single person from the opposite side was visible. Holy shit, what kind of people are on the other side? Hundreds of people were killed just like that. Some soldiers were still muttering, day. Suddenly Qin Yang fired directly. A series of bullets hit, even if the distance was relatively far, but the bullets were dense. It wounded quite a few people for a while, because Qin Yang realized that the gunshots over there were not right. Logically by now these rebels should have started retreating, but the sound of gunfire coming from the front battlefield was still very intense. So Qin Yang thought of a possibility. That was that the other side wanted to break out from him, and it was indeed the best option to break out from here. "Their large army is coming soon. Everyone get ready," Qin Yang said in a deep voice. Yes. After a round of strafing repelled the 100 or so people that had just arrived, a group of rebels once again appeared over there. Albert came to the battlefield with more than 500 people, and a soldier pointed at the position on the hillside and said, "Boss, they have occupied our position." Albert said in a deep voice, "How many of them are there?" The little brother said in horror, "Boss, with that strong firepower just now, there are at least 100 of them." Snap! Albert slapped the other party's face and said, "I'm going to fuck you. More than 100 people have infiltrated in. Are the hidden sentries that I set up all shit-eaters?" Then he looked upwards with a gloomy gaze and said, "Everyone give me a hard fight. I'd like to see who has eaten bear heart and leopard guts, dare to set up roots in my territory." At the same time, he asked a soldier behind him to go to the front line and call for another 500 men. The position in front of them was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was a bit difficult for them to fight their way up without heavy weapons. "I don't know how this group captured it. It's outrageous." Qin Yang looked at the soldiers below and did not order an attack this time. Instead, he watched as the other side approached bit by bit with their AK-47s. The other side of the front line fighting that called a hot. Although the rifles and machine guns, a single for the armored car is not very damaging, but more is also a risk. So the front battlefield Qin Yi and others, although in a frantic suppression of the other side, but in a short period of time is still unable to break through the defense line. Seeing the other side getting closer and closer, Albert was also holding his binoculars and staring closely at the battlefield above. Qin Yang found a funny one. That was the video taken by his own system. The recording was at an angle similar to an aerial shot, which meant that Qin Yang could see all the movements within a few hundred meters around himself. Right at this moment, Qin Yang's eyes lit up and he yelled out, "Fight!" Instantly 10 people got up at the same time and poked their heads out of the trench, each one resisting 2 rocket launchers, one in each hand aimed at the crowd of rebels. Miso, miso, boom, boom. 20 rounds of rockets exploded in the crowd, instantly disrupting the rebel formation, and many soldiers were hit head-on by the rockets. In just that instant the rebels lost dozens of people. In the next instant, the sound of Qin Yang's machine guns came from them. The soldiers in front were instantly shot into sieves. The soldiers at the back were terrified and had to run down. In the end, only 100 or so escaped back with great difficulty. Slap. Albert slapped that little brother in the face again. There are only 10 people here. I can count them on my fingers. You're telling me there's over 100? Albert was furious. This bunch of losers, not even knowing how many people there are before being beaten and running around, and they were scared out of their wits. 100? I'm going to fuck you. Are you all losers? Go and bring me the heavy machine guns. I'll kill them today. Yes, Albert ordered, and the soldiers started to go to the position to carry the light and heavy machine guns. Originally, I wanted to run away, so I didn't bring any of the heavy weapons with me. Now he's blocked by 10 men. It's killing him. Grandma, I don't believe I can't kill you guys. Qin Yang on the other side saw that the opposite side had been repelled by himself, and at the same time, there was a person who looked like the leader. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, "Qin Air, persuade him to surrender." Qin Air was dumbfounded, completely failing to keep up with Qin Yang's brain circuits. "No, it's now that we're surrounded. Persuade to surrender what?" Qin Yang laughed and shook his head, then got a loudspeaker out of nowhere. "People outside, listen up. You have been surrounded by us. Now surrender your weapons and surrender. Forgive your innocence." Albert stuck out a finger and pointed up and asked, "What's he saying?" The little brother next to him said, "Boss, he said for us to surrender." "I'll fuck you. Am I fucking deaf? I mean, how dare he?" Albert kicked over the little brother. Cursing, he said, "Bang! Ah!" Just then a bullet shot down from the top of the hill, directly breaking Albert's outstretched finger. Albert covered his broken index finger in shock and screamed in pain. Cold sweat was all over his forehead. "Why the hell are you pointing your finger at me? I, Qin Yang, hate people pointing at my nose in my life. Let me teach you a little lesson." "Right, will you surrender? If you don't, I'm going to get mad." Qin Yang's flat voice came down from above. Albert was scared to the point of crawling everywhere. Not knowing how long he had crawled, he finally tumbled down a small dirt pit. Only in this small dirt pit did he feel a little bit safe. He had just been more than 1,000 meters away from the top of the mountain, and thought he was relatively hidden. Still, he was shot off his index finger by a snatch, and since he was able to shoot off his index finger, he could blow his head off with a single shot. So Albert endured the pain of his broken finger and frantically looked for a place to hide. Qin Yang could see it clearly from above. "You want to surround and kill him? Simply ridiculous." Qin Yang said indifferently, "It's time to start the roll call." Bang! Bang! Immediately after that, gunshots came from the hillside one after another, while the rebels below corresponded to the gunshots and fell one at a time. "Run! They're from the Money Leopard mercenaries. Run!" They had all heard Qin Yang's self-report just now, and now every gunshot represented a human life. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight back, but any soldier who tried to raise a gun in his hand was taken care of first. The remaining dozens of people ran in terror, running head-on into soldiers with light and heavy machine guns, but they didn't care and directly started running in the other direction, getting them confused. "Didn't you tell us to come here for support? The front is almost pierced by others, and you guys are still charging forward?" Bang! Just then a bullet flew over. The one carrying the heavy machine gun was directly hit in the center of the eyebrow. Bang! 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 Immediately followed by the emanation of bullets followed. So all 4 people were cool. Thud. The remaining people all stared with wide eyes and swallowed their saliva. They kind of knew why they had to run away. There's a fucking Grim Reaper here. They didn't even see anyone, and all of them were killed in one shot. Fuck. Run. This is bullshit. Immediately after that, those who rushed to support them all scattered. Only Albert, who was hiding behind a dirt bag, was left in tears. "Don't run, bastards, fight. At least take me with you." He was the only one left on the battlefield. Albert was now in tears. "I should have known to run away somewhere else. These 10 people were too fierce." Bang! The corner of Qin Yang's mouth hooked up in an arc as he shot a gun on top of the small dirt bag. It wiped off a bit of sand and gravel on top. Just this one instantly scared Albert into a shiver. Mard, that great terror up there, had set its sights on him. Originally, he thought that Ralph was dead, and his good days were coming. "I didn't expect to be happy for a few seconds before Douglas sent someone to call. And then you see this horrible guy. So brutal." Bang! Another shot. But this one was a little lower, and a little closer to his head. Albert was going crazy, and that's when he suddenly remembered something, and then started struggling to get his pants off. The last of the white pants were held up by Albert. Qin Yang was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. "Crap, you're a fucking character. This is all done." To be fair, Qin Yang was stunned. "And you're a big man wearing white pants? It's also a triangle." Qin Yang said, "If you are in front of me, I will definitely not kill you." Albert saw that Qin Yang did not make a move. A hint of joy appeared on his face, but still didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he directly knelt down. One hand was holding up his white pants, the other hand was still retaining blood. On the other side of the frontal battlefield, those fleeing soldiers had already spread the news from this side. These rebels eyed the armored vehicles that were immediately rushing up and made different choices. Some directly dropped their weapons and surrendered, while others turned around and ran. Qin Yi led the armored unit that rushed up, only glancing at them lightly before speeding towards the other side. Douglas' SUV did the same, following closely behind the armored vehicles. Of course they wanted to be the first to meet this money leopard mercenary corps boss. They were all stunned when they arrived at the entrance to the mountain. "Crap, that's awesome." The great general's words came out of his mouth, only to see that the battlefield was full of rebel corpses. Hundreds of them. In the center of the battlefield there was also a man kneeling with one hand holding up his white pants. "Hiss, if I'm not mistaken, this is the second in command of the rebel army." Qin Yang saw Qin Yi and the others arrive and also walked out directly from the trench. Qin Er and the others followed closely behind. A group of 10 people, guns in their hands, smiled lightly as they looked down below. The sun behind them shedding the afterglow of the setting sun, stretching the figures of several people infinitely. The great general unconsciously said, "A great man is a true hero." Qin Yang and the others walked towards the small hill step by step, and when they came next to Albert, Qin Yang kicked out. Albert immediately spat out blood from his mouth and directly flew out backwards for more than 10 meters. His chest cavity was shattered by Qin Yang's kick. Albert fell to the ground gasping for air. Not a moment later on, the breath did not come up to hang. Qin Yang said irritably, "Grandma, getting a guy in white pants as an opponent. I can't afford to lose this person." The great general and the others saw this and the corners of their mouths twitched. "It's true that it's the same as what Daegler said. His temper isn't very good, and your kick is too fierce." A 200 pounds big man casually kicked more than 10 meters and directly swallowed his breath. "This is a bit scary." Qin Yang stepped forward and smiled. "Hey, Daegler, don't you want to introduce me?" Daegler hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Big brother, this is Bader, the great general of our government forces and interim president." Qin Yang extended his hand to General Bard and said, "I still recognize President Bard. After all, I still had to do some homework before coming to Surabaya. It can be said to be a big name." General Bard laughed. "Mr. Qin's reputation is the only one that is as famous as thunder. Today's sight is really extraordinary." Qin Yang tilted his head and said, "Hey, who knew that I was already at their limit with just a slight strike?" All of the people in the audience had a stiff look on their faces, but they instantly switched over. This Qin Yang was really a bit of a middle child. The two sides complimented each other once more, and then Daegler collected those surrendered soldiers. The number of soldiers immediately came to the 6th place. There were more than 60,000 people. Rubbing his hands together, Daegler came over with some hesitation and said, "Old brother, can you see if you can sell me a few more armored vehicles? Mine were blown up several times by those damn things." Qin Yang couldn't help but cry and laugh as he looked at this 1'9" man with a crying look. Qin Yang laughed. "Isn't it just a few armored vehicles? Small problem, I'll sell you 10 more, Daegler said with 2 glowing eyes. He. I knew Big Brother wouldn't see my little brother in trouble. Don't worry, Big Brother. The price is negotiable." Qin Yang shook his head and said, "The price is still the same. The first thing we do in business is a principle." After that, Qin Yang led the team back to his own White North town. Great General Bader looked at the distant convoy and couldn't help but lament. "In the future, when you see people from the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps, be polite to me, especially this Qin Yang. Anyone who messes with them will suffer the consequences. Don't blame me for being unkind." The several warlords all nodded their heads fiercely. "I'll go. This group is too fierce." 10 people, just 10 people, they knocked down the armory, exterminated hundreds of people, and beat the rebel boss to his knees, begging for mercy, and most importantly, they didn't lose a single scratch, and as he and they cleaned up the battlefield, their awe for Qin Yang and the others became even stronger. In that occupied position of Qin Yang and his men, there were nearly 100 corpses, which were not killed with firearms or even with sharp weapons. All of them were killed by fists and feet. There was only one fatal wound on everyone's body, after associating it with Qin Yang's kick that sent Albert a dozen meters away. Several people looked at each other and then shuddered. This money leopard mercenary group could only be befriended but not offended. Especially since the other party didn't show any intention of ruling Qualia. They just wanted a place to develop their power. General Bard was thinking a bit more long-term. In the future, if they win, Qin Yang will be an umbrella for them. Until now, they haven't found out what kind of power is behind Qin Yang. At the same time, Qin Yang's temper, sooner or later, those people would confront Qin Yang. After Qin Yang returned to Bai Bei town, an unexpected person came, not any force, but an arms dealer. A white man came in front of Qin Yang and bowed slightly to salute him. Hello General Qin, I'm Jules from the Great Eagle Kingdom. An arms dealer. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and said, Arms dealer, don't you know that peers are enemies? Just dare to waltz in here like this? Jowers was not the least bit flustered by Qin Yang's threat but just smiled slightly and said, I believe that General Qin will not make a move against me, because the result of that is not something General Qin can afford. I am now a high-ranking citizen of the Great Eagle Kingdom and have cooperation with the military department of the Great Eagle Kingdom. I believe that by saying this, General Qin should understand. Qin Yang laughed, smiling very happily. After coming from Li Chui Lia, how many times has this threatened him? Qin Yang could not remember, but every one of them didn't end well. Qin Yang sat on the sofa, one hand propped up on his chin, looking at the other party with interest and asked, Oh, you continue, I'm listening. Jules laughed. General Qin shouldn't be unaware of who is behind the rebels. Every single weapon sold to the government forces is controlled. General Qin is a bit ignorant of the rules when he first came here. Qin Yang suddenly realized, I see, the war situation in Quelia is you guys maneuvering, restricting whichever side is stronger. Let the war in Quelia last. Jowers laughed. General Qin is indeed a smart man. As long as the war lasts, we arms dealers, mercenaries, and those countries will all benefit. Qin Yang suddenly laughed. That's why the Lighthouse Kingdom has been instigating wars behind the scenes, to maintain his position as the world's hegemon? Joel's face changed slightly and said, The national level is not something that a small arms dealer like me can say much about. I came here just to inform General Qin. Weapons sold to the government forces in the future need to be ventilated with us. And the prices cannot be set privately. There's also a handling fee to be paid to the top. This was the first time Qin Yang had heard someone talk about collecting protection fees in such a grandiose manner. Above, isn't that some organization in the Lighthouse Kingdom? Qin Yang was considered to have gained a lot of insight. For the first time, someone dared to come to his door to ask for protection money. Qin Yang rubbed his neck with his hand, an uncertain expression on his face. Is this seeing me as a bully, or were you thrown out as a pawn to test me? Suddenly Qin Yang's words turned and his tone was extremely cold. But whichever it is, you have succeeded. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Coel's, and his always bland expression could no longer be held back. What are you going to do? I'm a member of the Great Eagle Kingdom. I have ties to the weapons department of the Great Eagle Kingdom. There's also a relationship with the military. You can't touch me. Qin Yang stood up and said coldly, Great Eagle Kingdom? Have the guts to let him send his troops to fight. I, Qin Yang, have never been one to eat softness, but not hardness. Threaten me? Anyone who said that before can't even put together a single corpse now. Joels looked at Qin Yang. His body couldn't stop retreating, when suddenly his body hit two hard things. Once he turned around, he only saw Qin Yi and Qin Er staring at him with chilling gazes. Qin Yang was their boss, to guard his dignity with his life. Now a small arms dealer dared to provoke their boss. How outrageous was this? Qin Yang said in a light tone, Don't worry, I will let you go back alive. Bring those words to those people. I, Qin Yang, am not a good person. I'll sell whoever has money, but won't do that kind of classless thing yet. And those who threatened me, be careful. I'm a person who holds grudges. After saying that, Qin and the two of them directly made a move. With a slight force on his arm, Jules' hand bone was directly crushed, while all his limbs were crushed by the two of them. Finally Qin Yi kicked on top of Jowers' tailbone. Jowers let out a pig-killing sound. Then his entire body went limp uncontrollably. With this one hit, Jules was directly paralyzed for life. Then the numb Jules was thrown out. The driver waiting outside was shocked at this. He hurriedly took Jules with him and drove away. On the other hand, when Jowers was thrown out, General Bud received the news. Great General, Joel's was thrown out by the money leopard mercenaries. It seems like his limbs were also broken. He came out like mud. The great general smiled. Finally, an arms dealer was willing to be on their side. Most of their weapons were captured. And with Qin Yang's ability, this was a stable arms supplier. Qin Yang's side was very speechless. Are they all this arrogant nowadays in Cumulus? Is the Great Eagle Kingdom very bullish? Qin Yi shrugged his shoulders and said, Boss, I don't know if you're asking this. Should we send someone to follow and do away with those behind him piece by piece? Qin Yang waved his hand and said, Forget it, it's all a bunch of people who were pushed to the front. There's still the next batch after they die. It's not much use. Saying this, Qin Yang then checked the technology tree unlocked by this war. Ooh, good stuff. Now there's no need to fear the Lighthouse Kingdom and the others. If you want to take us down, you'll have to do it for real. Only to see 2 weapons unlocked on the tech tree. One of which was a fixed-point small satellite surveillance system, and it comes with a small satellite, and at the same time has the ability to block other satellite surveillance for the coverage area. In other words, within the coverage area, only Qin Yang was able to view every move on the ground through the satellite. Other people look at this side as all black. Qin Yang rubbed his hands together. Hurry up and get it out for me. There are so many satellites above his head. Now Qin Yang's reputation is considered to be out. By the time people's satellites a photo of their own pants let people see through. In the next instant, a small satellite suddenly appeared in space, with the money leopard logo on it, and the range of the fixed point is not elsewhere. It is Tali province. As for the other weapon, it was almost interesting. A real weapon. All creatures are equal within 10 meters. A big sprayer. The power of this is even the walls of the average house. It is also a matter of one shot. At the same time, Qin Yang put his own previously recorded video on the Jitterbug platform. Good guy, what is Big Brother doing? This is a short video. Why isn't my progress bar moving? A half-hour short video? Upstairs say one more sentence. Big Brother immediately come to you. Deduction 6. Big Brother forgive you. As soon as the video was released, the pop-up screen began to be crooked. At the same time as time passed, those watching one by one were wide-eyed. Crap, a martial arts master. This is a fucking move that a normal person can do. Nima, are you sure it's not a tightrope? Why didn't Big Brother Evolution bring me along? I also want to fly and walk on walls. Qin Yang's few people could be said to come and go like the wind in the dense forest without their feet touching the ground, silently solving one rebel after another. After all, which man doesn't have a middle-aged soul in his heart and a dream of martial arts? As the saying goes, the outsiders look at the scene, the insiders look at the doorway. The big man from the armed forces of the Yen state called in the king of soldiers from the army. Watched the video together. Minister of the Armed Forces, Lei Chengze, said in a deep voice, Can you guys do it? The king of soldiers looked at Qin Yang and the others' operations in the screen with a heavy heart. In the end, he shook his head and said, Can't do it. Even if we don't consider making noise, we simply don't have the strength to do so. Their arm strength, leg strength. But from the video, it has long exceeded the theoretical limit of human beings. I have never seen someone like this before. In the end, the king of soldiers also couldn't help but ask, Minister, this video isn't PD. There are still such people in the world. Lei Chengze frowned tightly and said in a deep voice, Indeed there are. I just don't know if they are related anymore. With that, a big brother next to him said, I don't think there should be any relationship. After all, I could tell from the last live broadcast, this kid is besides a bit arrogant, wanting to save face. There's still a lot of goodwill towards Yanhua. Oh, right, there's also the point of asking for money. The corner of Lei Chengze's mouth twitched. What a reasonable thing to say. Then he spat. Also, if I had such a team when I was 20 years old, and take down a province's local disc, I'd have to use a cannon to hit a mosquito. Ha ha ha, I didn't realize you could even read jokes. The group of bigwigs in the office laughed. Only a few soldier kings looked at each other in disbelief. This team was actually formed by a 20-year-old Yanhua man? Just then the video was nearing its end. And just then, the rebels suddenly fired a shot, and the bullet flew straight past Qin Yang's cheek. But Qin Yang in the screen didn't move at all, and didn't even make a single sound. Crap, scared the hell out of me. Why did this bastard suddenly shoot when he's fine? It's still Big Brother's bullishness. The bullet flew past his face without even blinking. From this, we can conclude that Big Brother doesn't even blink when he kills someone, and he won't do it. Upstairs, deduct 6. Big Brother forgives you. Shouldn't it be Buddha who forgives you? That's Buddha forgiving you. Big Brother is responsible for sending you to see Buddha. The pop-up screen was still frantically spitting, and right after that, they saw the two rebels who had come out get their throats sealed with a knife by Qin Yang and Qin Yang. Qin Yang's sentence of how dare you fucking hit me in the face was all clearly recorded. Ha ha, Big Brother is really holding a grudge. Speaking of which I remembered, where's that General Yu? Come out for a while. Don't look for him, He's lying in the hospital. Damn, he's in the hospital. And he's real? Don't talk nonsense. I heard it's a true fan of which Big Brother. When General you ate a real meal, that called a miserable yo. Then 2 corpses arrived down, followed by 2 large mosaics. Cough cough. Good guy. Big Brother also no code ah. Are you afraid you won't pass the trial? You don't say. You really don't say. The bloody and violent scenes in front of us are not afraid? Should be afraid of defiling our eyes, as long as the gender is changed. I'm sure Big Brother will be willing to share it with me. Upstairs address say something. I feel you are not right. The video ended with Qin Yang's 10 men assassinating 10 guards, 1 each. After that it was facing hundreds of gun-toting rebels. Then the video ended. This gave the crowd of netizens a hard time. Halfway through the movie, you stopped it. Brother, my roommate is terminally ill and wants to see the ending as long as he lives. This is only half an hour. Who can watch it? I want to see the whole movie. The later scenes were not released because there was Qin Yang taking out the weapon from the system space, but this was better instead. This half-hour clip was promoted by them as a movie. The popularity value began to soar. More and more people were paying attention to Qin Yang, and no one expected that this image, which was like a movie special effect, actually happened in real life on the battlefield of Cumulus. At the same time, Qin Yang used the fixed-point satellite system to provide full coverage of the Tali province. Suddenly, he realized that a group of soldiers had appeared in his territory at an unknown time. Normally, there are only 5 cities in Tali province. Of course, the town of Baibei doesn't count. It's just a small county. 3 of them are Ralph's territories, but they don't have heavy troops here, and they've all been evacuated before. The remaining 2 are Daltons and Bethunes. There shouldn't be any such regular army. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth curled up into a smile. Interesting. Does he think he's short-handed so he's here to beat the wind out of the sails? Qin Yang took out his phone and called General Bud. Bard received the call and said with great surprise, Brother Qin, what's this wind blowing that you remembered to call me? Qin Yang laughed. General, what we talked about before can be put out into the wind. General Bader said in disbelief. Brother Qin, I've already had people secretly spread the word about this matter. It's just that it's still missing a large public scene. I'm going to announce it to the world at a press conference 2 months from now. Qin Yang nodded. He hadn't received the news himself, probably because he hadn't placed his eyes elsewhere, but the other party shouldn't be able to deceive himself. General Bard, I wonder if I can release an official statement and then make it public once again 2 months later. I want to let all the forces within Quarasia know now. General Bard patted his chest and assured, don't worry Brother Qin, I'll take care of it. I'll publish it right away. Did something happen? The corner of Qin Yang's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Someone seems to want to come and hit me in the fall. We, Qin Yang, are not some unreasonable person. Give them one last chance. General Bader laughed. That's for sure. We are quite cognizant of Brother Qin's character. That group must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Find me if you have any problems. I'm still somewhat useful in this part of Qualia. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched as he said, Old brother, you're the interim president. Aren't you afraid of being beaten up for saying that? Why are you acting like a hooligan? Bade was enraptured by this old brother and laughed loudly. Then I'll be generous and call you Old Brother Qin. As long as you say something, older brother will definitely get him done in the clear. Qin Yang smiled and refused. It's better to rely on myself, otherwise they will definitely be unconvinced. And there will be quite a few of these things in the future. There's only one time to beat them sore. Good, then I'll wait for good news from old brother. Qin Yang put down the phone and watched in the surveillance as the group of regular troops came to Qingyun town. The original military town. Now it was empty. It's just that there must still be quite a few supplies inside that have not been taken away. After all, in the beginning, Ralph never dreamed that he would be covered by a round of artillery fire and stay forever. So that was the idea. At the same time an exact document flowed out from the government. The one that officially ceded the province of Tali. It shook all the warlords at once. And this document came out with the push of all the big warlords in the government army. Within a few days it had spread throughout the whole of Kamaria. Countless warlords frowned. It seemed like the government army was determined to pull in Qin Yang. At the same time, Qin Yang's Money Leopard Mercenary Corps released a statement. All towns in Tali province are not allowed to have armed individuals, while anyone entering Tali province is not allowed to carry weapons. Otherwise, the Money Leopard mercenaries will hunt you down and kill you to death. This statement instantly swept across the entire Kilexia. Even Bard couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw it. Even he, the interim president, didn't dare to say this. This young man Qin Yan was really overbearing. Of course there were some people who were shocked at this and some people who didn't care, especially the group of warlords in Qingyun town. Humph, a mere 100 or so people are like to dominate a province? Then my 1,000 men will take over Qualia? Ha ha ha, if the boss takes over Qualia, then I'll be number 2? Ha ha, it's just a small mercenary group. If it meets us, We'll beat the hell out of it. A group of soldiers, wearing this shoulder, manhandle an AK-47 very arrogant drinking and eating meat, did not put Qin Yang in the eyes, and all of this was seen by Qin Yang in the eyes. The satellites in the sky were filming them from beginning to end. Qin Yi, what's the situation in the other towns now? Qin Yi came over and said, Boss, General Bard's order has been passed on to the people in power in each city. Quite a few cities are willing to be sheltered by us because they don't have military power. At the same time, they will also pay a tax. Qin Yang suddenly turned his head and said, Quite a few. That means there are still people who don't obey me? Qin Yi nodded and said, Portland City clearly stated that they are a neutral force and don't listen to anyone. There are still 2 towns that have not given a response. These 2 towns have their own armed forces. Around 500 people. It looks like they want to wait and see what happens in Portland before making plans. Qin Yang laughed, smiling very contemptuously. I'm a person who never gives others a second chance. Since the phase is watching, let's change it to another place. Qin Yi was puzzled. What place? A bloodthirsty expression appeared on Qin Yang's face. Let's first see if Hades accepts them. Have the brothers prepare. Starting from one of the towns 3 days later, I'm going to start letting Cumulus know my terror. Qin Yi said excitedly. Yes. Qin Yang could be said to have made a big splash in his previous battle against the rebels, but all of those warlords of such outrageous rumors took it as a lie by the government forces to build up Qin Yang's momentum. After all, 10 people broke through hundreds of people's defense to blow up the armory, and also exterminated hundreds of people. 0 casualties? Storytelling is not that far-fetched, and rumor has it that there were rifles, heavy machine guns, sniper rifles and rocket launchers. One person would be exhausted carrying all these weapons. They all took it as a joke. Of course not everyone thought so, especially a warlord who liked to watch short videos. That's right, there are still a few warlords in Queer Assyria who have a good life, watching videos from different countries. Claude, a neutral warlord, he's a mainstay of the neutral faction. He has more than 10,000 troops in his hands. He had previously paid attention to Qin Yang, a mercenary who had entered Cumulus, and sent someone to pay attention to him after seeing the other party's jitterbugs. It could be said that in Cumulia, apart from Dalton and the others, it was this Claude who had the deepest understanding of Qin Yang. At the same time, he was also very much in awe. Claude stroked his chin and muttered, Should we find an opportunity to worship the mountain gate? The deputy next to him also rolled his eyes when he saw this and said, Boss, you stop it. If you bring more than 10,000 people to pay homage to the mountain gate, no matter how you look at it, you'll think that you don't have a good heart. He knew that his boss was true to his word. It was really possible to say that worshipping the mountain gate, and he wasn't stopping it. After all, Qin Yang's money leopard mercenary corps was indeed strong. Those rumors others didn't believe. They already believed 80% of them. If you take a step back, how can 100 armed men make the government forces cede a province? Who would believe it if there wasn't something fishy in it? Claude is a neutral party and a powerful warlord. He's in charge of 3 oil fields and an iron mine, can be said to be quite rich. Claude slammed the table and said, I'll bring my personal guards over to worship the mountain gate. I have a feeling that the situation in Cumulus won't stay like this. Qin Yang is most suitable to be the boss. The adjutant didn't stop him, just nodded. Indeed, because Qin Yang not only fought great battles, with fierce firepower and advanced weapons, but at the same time treated their civilians without the slightest bit of oppression. At the same time he also knew that White North Town was now expanding. It looked like it was going to clear an area inside Tali province and make it into a military base. If that was the case, he, Claude, was willing to guard this external defense for Qin Yang. He just didn't want his own people to kill each other before becoming a neutral party. On the other side, Qin Yang brought all the money leopard mercenaries out. This time, they didn't carry heavy weapons, and they didn't even drive armored vehicles. More than 100 of them sped off in their SUVs, aiming for Qin Yun town, 1,000 kilometers away, that once military town. And the more than 1,000 soldiers in the town didn't notice the danger in the slightest. Qin Yang and the others arrived just at the moment of dusk, when the sky was still relatively bright. Qin Yi inquired, Boss, do we need to wait until nighttime to make our move? The corner of Qin Yang's mouth pulled up a cold smile and said, Just them? How can they be worthy? Fight straight in and engage them in an alleyway battle. My big squirt is already hungry and thirsty. Qin Yi's eyes lit up and said, Yes, promise to fulfill the order. Qin Yang froze. Did I give any orders? Boom. Qin Yi was then seen leading the team in front of him to rush into Qin Yun town with a kick of the gas. Bang! Bang! Immediately after that, 2 gunshots came out from inside. Herb was the big spray that Qin Yang had said earlier. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched. Why are you more anxious than me? Then hurriedly told the soldiers to speed up. A moment even soup cannot drink. The warlords were all startled when they heard the gunshots and hurriedly jumped down from their beds. Others had just finished drinking, obviously not alert at all. and the supplies left behind in this town were something they could enjoy for a while. The boss roared angrily. What's the situation? Who told you to shoot indiscriminately? The boss was furious, although he was saying that the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps was trash. But they at least had armored vehicles. He just wanted to make a buck, get nice and comfortable and leave. Wouldn't shooting now expose their whereabouts? A soldier rushed over and said, Boss, it's not our men, it's the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. They are coming over. The boss shouted with a furious glare. What did you say? How many people have they come? How many armored cars did they drive? The junior brother quickly shook his head and said, Boss, there are no armored cars, they came in SUVs. It seems like they had a sprayer in each hand. A few of our brothers were hit directly in the face. The boss shook off his little brother and turned his anger into joy and said hurriedly, Quickly, organize manpower to counterattack. Today, I'm going to take down the Money Leopard Mercenary Group. From now on, Tali Province will be my world. Ah. The old man laughed happily, thinking that the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps without armored vehicles was a weakling that could be taken at will. On the other side, Qin Yang had already rushed into Qingyun town. The process was surprisingly simple. A couple of sprays took care of the guards on the road. There was no one in sight. Qin Yang waved his hand and pointed in a direction. Over there. Start exterminating them as a group now. Remember to leave no one alive. Yes. Qin Yi and the others responded in unison. At the same time, Qin Yang transmitted the satellite image to their man-portable combat system at the same time. The nearby buildings and enemy positions were all clearly marked. If we can still lose this battle, Qin Yang doesn't need to work anymore. He should just go home and farm. Bang! Qin Yang was acting alone. And at this time, this group of warlords also started to counterattack. But Qingyun town is not small. By the time they reacted, they froze and didn't find the enemy. Just then the wall in front of one of the rebels shattered with a bang. Countless scattered bullets hit his body. Bang! Another shot, directly shattering the enemy's head, leaving behind a headless corpse. He never dreamed that Qin Yang was just a wall away from him. Qin Yang stepped over the top of the corpse one by one, then advanced forward step by step. Bang! Bang! Qin Yang suddenly turned his head with his big sprayer and thumped 2 shots to the right. Then the 2 soldiers who were shot through their brother's chest slowly fell down. Before they died, they were still holding the AK in their hands with a look of disbelief in their eyes. This battlefield was like a backyard. Qin Yang whistled as he casually slipped around. From time to time, he turned around and fired a shot, or 2 shots through the wall, directly blasting one person. It's as if he's a god in control of the battlefield. Those guys couldn't even get a shot off, let alone hurt Qin Yang. The other directions were the same. Unless there was a large enemy force, they didn't even need to move. A few shots would take care of them all. And the attack power of the big spray was appalling. Not only is the person gone, the body is destroyed, and the remains are blown away. You can imagine the power of the force. The opponent's team of thousands of people. So by Qin Yang, more than 100 people beaten up. All sorts of aspects were fully crushed. Qin Yang took one step forward. Suddenly his footsteps stopped. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Host, there's a call from the Yin Kingdom. Should I take it in? Qin Yang was surprised. Ooh, you still have this business? The system was very helpless and said, Hey, there's no way. Life is not easy for the system to sell its art. I'll barely give you an AI. Otherwise, I'd have forgotten about it. Qin Yang laughed. So you're just idle and come out to talk. You're quite arrogant. I'll call you Little Jean from now on. Okay, take it in. Hello, is this Qin Yang? This is Dongda University. I'm the Dean of Dongda University's Electrical Department. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Dean, I don't know what is it that you're looking for me for. The dean looked at the group of school leaders behind him, pursed his lips and said, Student Qin Yang, it's like this. Haven't you already entered your senior year? Although school hasn't started yet, but this period of time is mostly all about your own internships. There aren't many courses. Now the storm about you on the internet has spread back to the school. The school leaders' side means that without definite information they won't be able to make a cloud out of a cloud. But in order to give Eastern University graduates a good employment environment, can your side stop making those eye-catching things? In the end, the dean didn't forget to add, all of the above are the university leaders' wishes. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Yang let out a laugh. The school was scared. There were still quite a few people on the internet who said that Qin Yang's side was eye-catching. After all, what Qin Yang had posted were all videos. It was editable. There were even people who said that General Yu going into the hospital was all part of the script. As long as there's no official rumor, they'll say anything. They've even implicated Dongda University, saying that Dongda's education is not up to par. Oops, what's the dean talking about? Of course I'm concerned about the employment of my students, Qin Yang said while the sprayer in his hand kept spinning. Ka-ching! Suddenly Qin Yang jacked a handful of guns, directly loaded them, and then pulled the trigger on a wooden board at his feet. Bang! Only a loud bang was heard, and the wooden board was blasted to pieces. Underneath, there was a soldier lying on the ground, just holding an AK and shivering as he looked up. Qin Yang was calling right here, bringing him great pressure. Even his breathing was about to stop. I didn't expect that he still hadn't escaped. The group of school leaders on the other end of the phone were all startled by the gunshot. The dean asked with a trembling voice, "Qin Yang, what was that sound just now?" Qin Yang laughed. "Nothing, there was a cockroach underfoot just now. It's all right now, it's dead." The dean's face stiffened and he looked at the school leader behind him without tears. "Big brother, are you pointing at me? This is a fucking cockroach. Is this what you use to fight cockroaches at home? You know it's a big one. It's you guys who don't believe me. You even suspect Qin Yang of faking it. It's an eye-opener." The school leaders looked at me and I looked at you. No one said anything. Qin Yang sighed and said, "Dean, this matter will be finalized in 2 months at most. Anyway, the school year has just begun by then, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem." The dean sighed in relief and said repeatedly, "Not big. It's not a big problem. No problem at all. We at East University will definitely support you. Those little hacks on the internet, we will definitely send them a lawyer's letter." Ka-ching! Bang! Ka-chow! Bang! Yo, not dead? Ka-chow! Bang! Qin Yang directly turned his gun to address the 2 soldiers coming out from the side from the other party didn't even fire a single shot. Qin Yang laughed. "I'll leave the dean's side to you guys. I still have some things to do here. I'll hang up first." The phone hung up, but this group of school leaders didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Anyone could hear what Qin Yang did just now. It's too brutal. Have they ever seen such a scene in the Yin Kingdom? The principal directly stood up and slapped the table. "This is too much. It's simply lawless." The dean was already deflated. He sat on his butt on the ground. He looked at the principal with a blank stare. Hell knows how much pressure he had just been under. Was that an ordinary student? That's a fucking bigot. The kind that plays hard to get. Why do you guys have to be so specific? Doesn't it smell good to play dead? The other leaders also looked at the principal, only to see that the principal's legs were still trembling, but said righteously, "Dare to defame our school students. This matter will be pursued to the end. Quickly, go and send me a lawyer's letter. The bigger the matter, the better. Our school will have another famous alumnus." The corners of the mouths of the people present all twitched. "Good man. I thought you could say something. So it's just a knee-jerk." At the same time, the entire East Metropolis went into motion. Those who were high on the internet were sent lawyers' letters one by one. In less than a day, Dongda has sent out more than 1,000 letters. Everyone was shocked. Good lord, Dongda is so tough? It's just hard? This isn't hardcore anymore. Is this to protect Big Brother? Let's just say, is it possible that Dongda has contacted Big Brother? Crap, what's upstairs makes sense. I'm just curious as to how Big Brother convinced him. Convince? Big Brother doesn't seem to be very good at talking. I feel like it's a fight to convince. Dongda must be very moved right now. Just as these comments swept across the major platforms, an emoticon once again appeared below Dongda's official account. A man pointing a gun at another man. "Are you touched?" The other man shook his head frantically, not daring to move. "Really don't dare to move." It must be said that Dongda is now directly letting go of the game. The netizens are confused. Is this still an official account? A little bit of skin Yen country stormclouds Qin Yang does not know. No also will not care. Unless run to their own eyes jump. Then Qin Yang will be very generous to reward each other a peanut rice. Suddenly Qin Yang's hand big spray. Around the arm rotated 360 degrees, and then resisted on the shoulder. The muzzle of the gun to the rear. Bang! After a gunshot, 10 meters behind him, a soldier who had just raised his AK-47 was killed by a headshot. The boss on the other side watched as his men went out one by one, and then gunshots appeared in various places, but none of them froze and came back to report. Asshole, where are the people? Where are all the people? Now he was getting restless, with less than 50 men left beside him. Where's my machine gun? Bring it to me. The boss roared all over, then brought out the only light machine gun they had. This group of warlords had probably survived until now because the territory they occupied was too small and barren, and it wasn't a strategic location. All of them didn't look good to anyone, but it's also true that they're as poor as they can be. Just one light machine gun is still unknown to several hands. Just then they suddenly realized that the silence around them was very strange. Everyone's mouths were closed, as if they could hear the sound of the breeze. But it was this harmonious silence that made all these soldiers explode. 1,000 men? All gone? They didn't even see the people hired by the money leopard. Are they all devils? The boss took his binoculars and kept searching around, but there was no sign of them. Not even a single corpse. Did you find it? Just then a man tapped the boss on the shoulder and inquired. The boss said impatiently, "Get lost, don't mess with me, there's no one here, all be on guard." The corners of Qin Yang's mouth curled up in a weird arc. No one in sight? I know where the people are. The boss was furious. Fuck off to the side. I didn't even see them with a telescope. You don't know shit. Suddenly the boss sensed a hint of something wrong. How come I haven't heard this guy's voice before? And what is the meaning of the constant smile? The boss stiffened and turned his head to see more than 100 people pointing a sprayer at his men. The men were all crying and didn't dare to say a word. Qin Yang's face was very strange. He was actually scolded twice by the other party to roll. Very well. You're the first. The boss was on the verge of crying as he looked at Qin Yang. How did these 100 or so people appear behind him? Big brother, look at me, do I have a chance? Qin Yang smiled. Come on. Buckle 6 Buddha forgive you? The boss quickly asked. Then big brother? Qin Yang said to Qin Yi. Send him to the Buddha. By the way, don't be too painful. Then Qin Yang cursed and walked away, with that one sentence still muttered under his breath. Grandma, I can't believe I got scolded. So unpleasant. Ah. Howls of pain came from behind Qin Yang as he walked away. Qin Yang ignored it. Just then Qin Yang received another call from the Yen country. Ooh, what kind of holiday is it today? Why are they all coming to me? Qin Yang asked with a smile. The man on the other side hesitated for a moment before saying with an extremely low stance. Excuse me, is this brother Qin Yang? I'm the old general manager of Jitterbug. There's a small matter I don't know if it's convenient for big brother. Qin Yang laughed. So it's you. I remember your name is Zhang something. The man quickly said. Zhang Yiming, big brother just call me Little Ming. Oh, Xiao Ming ah, what do you want from me? Zhang Yiming hurriedly said. Big brother, is there a full version of that video you posted earlier? In the past few days, someone has already come to our building to block people. Qin Yang almost didn't laugh out loud. Good lord, I didn't expect there to be such fanatical fans. Since Xiao Ming has opened his mouth, then I'll give you face. I'll post it later, but there are still some images edited in the middle. Right, there's one more thing, that's that I'm not allowed to limit and block my live streams or videos from now on. I've already given you face once, I don't think you won't give me face. Qin Yang's tone carried a faint smile, but Zhang Yiming's forehead was already starting to break out in cold sweat. As long as he dared to say a single word of no, it would mean that he was on the opposite side of Qin Yang. Although Zhang Yiming was a businessman, but he still had a wide range of contacts. He's heard of the money leopard mercenaries. It's not something he can afford to mess with. But the key point was that it was also the first time he was able to get involved with such a power. Of course he had to operate properly. Zhang Yiming nodded repeatedly and said, Don't worry, big brother, as long as the higher-ups don't personally shut down, I definitely won't block big brother's account. Qin Yang laughed. Not bad, Little Ming ah, you're very good. It seems like it's still the people in the country who know better. Bang, bang, just as the two were talking, Qin Yi and the others shot and executed the remaining soldiers. Zhang Yiming's heart trembled as he listened. Is this big brother? Simply terrifying. Is this what happens to those who don't know any better? Alright, Little Ming. I still have things on my side. There are 2 cities that aren't very obedient. I'll go change their bosses. I won't talk to you anymore. Zhang Yiming hurriedly said respectfully. Big brother, you are busy. It's fine if you're busy. Don't worry about me. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang waved his hand and said, Find a place to rest for today. Starting tomorrow, we'll start with Portland City. I'd like to know what makes them dare to reject me. At the same time, he also asked Xiao Jin to edit the previous video and cut down the clip of getting weapons in the middle for a while, post it online. It instantly brought those people to tears. Crap, the follow-up is really coming. As the video played, they then realized that they had underestimated Qin Yang. Although they had been teasing Qin Yang about martial arts masters, evolution didn't bring them along. But when seeing 10 people in the trenches, just using their fists and feet to kill in a big way, it still made them feel shocked. Let's just say, without saying that it was a live shot, they would have thought it was a movie. This time, the comments section didn't have so many rhythmic ones. They were all scared by Dongda's lawyer's letter. Crap, who can stand up to this 20-year-old kick from Big Brother? Crap, the last kick was awesome. A random kick of more than 10 meters. Is this a monster? Watch what you say upstairs. Be careful when Big Brother comes back to beat you up. Can you withstand this kick? I'm scared. It didn't take long for Qin Yang's 2 videos to be edited into a movie. If this was shown in the movie theaters, it would definitely be a box office hit. The next day, at dawn, the cross-country caravan was already on its way to Portland City. 2 hours after the team traveled, Qin Yi suddenly said in his headset, Boss, there's a discovery on our side. Qin Yang opened his fake sleepy eyes and inquired, What discovery? Qin Yi looked at the scene in front of him and said, Boss, I've discovered an oil field here, and it already has complete mining equipment, although it's still very rudimentary. Boss, this should be the reason why they rejected us. Qin Yang took the binoculars and looked down. Oh, it doesn't look too small. As expected, People die for money and birds die for food. Qin Yang said in his head. Xiao Jin, bring me the satellite map of the front. Little Gold said arrogantly. Host, you're so troublesome. Then a projection appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and it was clearly the current state of the oil field. Hundreds of civilians could be seen working inside, refining gasoline. Surrounding it was a simple barbed wire fence. It didn't look like it was used to defend against foreign enemies. Instead, it looks like it's to prevent someone from escaping, or someone driving in to steal the oil. The guards were small. There are only about 20 of them. Each man has an AK-47, which is the standard equipment for small warlords in Quarasia. After all, it's cheap and easy to use. Maintenance costs are almost zero. Qin Yang directly ordered to turn. Go and finish them off. That's right. Leave the workers behind. You didn't tell me earlier if you had this good stuff. Qin Yang had long been craving for strategic materials like oil fields for quite some time. After all, it was a huge amount of money, and it can also pull in forces from all sides. Good stuff. Qin Yang's SUV turned on full power and rushed towards the oil field with a bang. The loud noise instantly alerted the guards. But they had only just turned around when they were greeted by a barrage of bullets, only to see that on the rapidly and furiously racing SUVs, there was a person who stood up with an M2 heavy machine gun in hand and began to strafe at the soldiers. The gun in his hand didn't shake at all. Most of the soldiers were wiped out in just a split second. Then Qin Yang stepped out of the car. Pulling a grenade with his hand, he gently threw it dozens of meters and followed the window into a small boarding house. Boom! After a loud bang, the house was shattered by the grenade while two bodies flew out. There was blood all over their bodies, only hanging on to their last breath. Glancing at Qin Yang, then karma. Qin Yang walked up to the high platform and looked at the shivering civilians below. Raising the rifle in his hand, he fired a series of bullets into the sky. Seeing the silence below, Qin Yang shouted, "Me, boss of the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. Qin Yang, this oil field is now mine. Meanwhile, all of you who want to go home can go home. I will never force you. And those who want to keep working will get $150 per month. When I take down Portland City, I'll be recruiting. By then you'll be working 3 shifts. Everyone can go home." Qin Yang was not a capitalist. In the land of Cumulus, a salary of $150 per month. Even a small leader in an average warlord could not get that kind of money. This was also the reason why those warlords were of low quality and often robbed. The employees below were visibly dissatisfied. One of the men stood out and said with some fear, "Are you really from the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps?" Qin Yang said in a deep voice. "No one has dared to impersonate my name in this Cumulia. Is it true that you said that you will hunt down and kill to the end any invasion of Tali province?" Qin Yang laughed as he carried his gun. "I, Qin Yang, am true to my word, of course being my subordinate. The primary goal is to protect yourself. As long as alive, no matter who it is, I can get you back." Qin Yang's words immediately caused all these people below to get excited. After all, with Qin Yang's status, there was no need to talk nonsense with them. As long as he wanted to, he could destroy them in an instant. Moreover, they were only paid $20 a month to work here, just enough to keep them fed. And they work 15 hours a day. The conditions Qin Yang offered were heavenly. No, there's no place like it even in the whole of Cumulus. Although Qin Yang had a gun in his hand and was surrounded by soldiers they had killed. At the moment in their eyes Qin Yang was an angel with a glittering light. I'm willing too. Long live the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. Long live. Hundreds of people below shouted excitedly. Qin Yang on the high platform was dumbfounded. Crikey, are they so easily satisfied? Have I become a saint? It's just 3 shifts. None of them have holidays. Qin Yang nodded his head and said, "In that case, you guys leave behind 100 people. Pick up the weapons on the ground, and guard this place. I'll go and fight down Portland City." The remaining people advanced towards Portland City. "Go and spread my conditions to everyone." "Yes, Boss Qin Yang, long live." Now they were even happier, because they were all from Portland City. There were still many of their relatives and friends within the city. Now that Qin Yang had come, the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps had come. They would have a good time. Although they didn't have much of a network, they were aware of Qin Yang and the current situation in White North Town. There's no oppression, no coercion. It could be said that Bai Bay Town had once become the most envied place for civilians like them. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Qin Yang got into his SUV and headed towards Portland City. On the other side, Portland City's current city lord, Scotty, frowned as he looked at a piece of intelligence. All of them were bragging about how fierce Qin Yang's battle results were. It made him upset. Scott slammed the information on the table and said angrily, "Isn't there any useful information? It's all this shit." The soldier below said somewhat helplessly, "Boss, both sides of Tali province are now the territory of the government army. Dogler, our men can't get out at all. Ever since Daegler took over Ralph's and Dalton's and Bethman's territories, there was a siege on Tali province. Of course, when it was said to be a siege, it was just a key large city. There were as many gaps in between. But even so, Dalton, in order not to cause Qin Yang's misunderstanding, had his troops contract their defense line and not set up a large-scale defense line against Tali province. Although it's not defending against Qin Yang, there are still quite a few small warlords. It was just for defense. Scotty kicked the table hard and said, "Fuck, I have so much money in my hands, I can't even buy weapons and equipment. If I had weapons, would I be afraid of a small mercenary?" Scotty was now very angry, holding an oil field in his hands, and before that, there were 4 warlords eyeing him. He didn't dare to act rashly. He can only buy some worn-out AK-47s. Now people are gone, and they can't find the arms dealers. I don't know why, but none of the arms dealers from different countries are in Tali province. They're all taking a detour, which makes Scotty very angry. He's just expanded his force to 3,000 men, 30 times more than that mercenary. But what's all the intel now? Qin Yang wiped out 6,000 men. Ralph, 10 men killed hundreds. It made him go berserk. Of course, this Portland city has a population of 1 million people. He now only has 3,000 people. Not only because of the weaponry, but more importantly, it is not popular. Just then Qin Yang's buggy troop drove over. At the forefront was a flag with a brightly colored money leopard's head on it. Qin Yi inquired, "Boss, will this work well?" Qin Yang laughed, "Doesn't matter. If it works well, save yourself some trouble. If it doesn't work well, just punch it in. What a big deal." Qin Yi nodded. "That's right. Then boss, do we kill them all?" Qin Yang said, "Anyone who picks up a gun is an enemy. I'll ask Xiao Jin to provide real-time satellite maps. Remember, I want 0 casualties. Don't worry, boss. In the entire Tali province, no one can pose a threat to us yet." Looking at the real-time map in front of him, the movements and demeanor of every person on it were all clear. He really didn't know how else to lose. When Qin Yang arrived at the edge of the city, he found that the city's gates were already closed. Obviously Qin Yang and the others had not concealed their movements and were still discovered. Scotty stood on the city wall and laughed madly. "Qin Yang, there are millions of civilians here. Do you dare to massacre the city? Do you dare to take out your mortars and bombard them?" Scotty looked wild. He knew that Qin Yang had mortars, but he believed that Qin Yang would not dare to slaughter the city, especially at this sensitive point in time. Qin Yang laughed. "You really think highly of yourself. Do you still need mortars with this number of people?" Qin Yang then pointed at the person beside Scotty and whispered, "Bang! Bang!" The next instant a bullet hit right in the center of his eyebrow. Scotty was scared shitless and hurriedly dodged to the side. Qin Yang mocked, "That's it, you can't do it either." With just one shot, the soldiers on top of the city wall all ducked. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to fight back. It's just that the two sides are more than 500 meters apart. What kind of accuracy do they have? It's all human tracing. "Hey, come out. If you don't show your head, I'm going to shoot in." Scotty's voice came from above as he hid behind the wall and shouted at the top of his lungs, "If you have the guts, fight your way in. Come over and see if I don't beat you into a sieve." Qin Yang smiled at Qin Yang. "Hear that? Satisfy him. I guarantee to satisfy him," said Qin Yi as he shouldered a bazooka. The 10 people behind him all did the same, each shouldering an RPG. The rest of them all had an M2 heavy machine gun in one hand and then began to push forward. Da-day-day-day-day. A series of bullets hit the city walls, instantly making those soldiers unable to raise their heads. Scott cursed and yelled, "Counterattack! All give me counterattack! Damn it! Why are they firing so hard? Miso!" Boom! Just then Qin Yang's team had advanced a full 200 meters, and the bazookas on the shoulders of the 10 men fired at the same time. Boom! After a loud bang, the originally sturdy city gate was directly shattered. "Brothers, kill for me! All those with guns, leave no one behind. Leave the leader behind." "Yes, Buzz!" The SUV roared as it rushed into the city. The moment they had just entered the city, Qin Yang and the others flung out their left hands. A small tiger claw grabbed the 5-meter-high city wall, leapt, and then borrowed strength from the wall 3 times, and rushed straight up. The soldiers above heard the gunfire outside stop. They knew that something bad was happening. Before they could poke their heads out, more than 100 people had already ascended the city wall. Swish! Poof! The moment Qin Yang went up, his right hand swung and the dagger directly cut the throat of the person in front of him. The soldier struggled a bit with his throat that had been cut off and slowly suffocated to death. Bang! Boom! Immediately after Qin Yang kicked out, one of the soldiers on the other side was also kicked off the top of the city wall by Qin Yang. After being kicked by Qin Yang, the soldier's eyes glazed over in pain. Then a sense of weightlessness came. Bang! Qin Yang held the Desert Eagle in one hand and the dagger in the other, killing the crowd. Swish! As soon as a dagger passed, blood suddenly sprayed out. Even Qin Yang's body was stained with a lot of it. But Qin Yang didn't care. Killing people? There was no such thing as being clean all the time. Every one of Qin Yang's men is a lethal weapon. Punches, kicks, knives and guns, all of them were killed in one blow. 3,000 people were slaughtered by more than 100 people. And in just a few minutes, there were very few left. Scotty was numb with shock. He couldn't believe that his men were so vulnerable. Moreover, Qin Yang and his men didn't use any overspecified weapons. Most of them were even fighting with their empty hands. Just then Scotty collapsed to the ground. He realized that the men didn't seem to notice him. Scotty slowly raised the AK-47 in his own hand and aimed it at Qin Yang. Bang bang bang. The distance between the two sides was just over 50 meters, and the soldiers in the middle were basically cleared by Qin Yang. The most crucial thing was that Qin Yang's back was turned at this moment. He had even just stretched out a foot and kicked a soldier off the city wall. Just in the nick of time, Qin Yang bowed down and 3 bullets grazed the edge of Qin Yang, hitting the wall not far away. Scotty's brain instantly lost its mind. Dodging bullets? Dodging bullets? What happened to the saying that a fist is fast within 7 steps and a gun is fast beyond 7 steps? How in the world can someone dodge bullets? Qin Yang stood still, turned his head to look at Scotty and grinned. You really can't learn. Just the smile instantly scared Scott to the point of insanity. It was the devil's smile. It was too scary. Qin Yang blinked his eyes and beside him, Qin Yi and the others came over. All of Scott's men were taken care of. Looking at the Scott in front of them, their mouths twitched as Qin Yi softly inquired, Boss, how did you scare people like this? The good guy was directly scared silly. Qin Yang slapped his head. Crap, I haven't even asked where I put the money. I still have to find it myself. And I just laughed a little. Did I not smile kindly? What a gentle smile. Really don't know how to appreciate it. Qin Yi and the others didn't say anything. Big brother, is that kindness? That's called nuclear goodness. Ahem, big brother, this smile of yours is really not something that ordinary people can withstand. Qin Yang rolled his eyes without any humor and said, Go to the side. If you don't know how to speak, say less. Let's be gentle. Qin smiled and retreated behind Qin Yang, and the oil field workers rushed over. With the cessation of gunfire, the residents of the city boldly poked their heads out. They only saw a flag flying on the city wall. It was clearly the flag of the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. The Money Leopard Mercenary Corps won? Then we won't have to pay such exorbitant taxes from now on? Hooray! Damskov is finally dead. With the arrival of those employees, the cheers within the city became even stronger. Qin Yang directly led the people to the city lord's mansion. When such a big event happened in Portland, the other 2 towns that didn't take a stand immediately got the news. They sent their people to keep an eye on Portland City. After all, the gun was shot and they still wanted to wait and see for a bit longer. After all, they all had a few hundred people in their hands as well. But they didn't expect such a huge city to be taken down by Qin Yang so quickly. This made the other 2 towns very terrifying. Qin Yang's side was still searching in the city lord's mansion, pushing open a gate and fixing his eyes on it. Good lord, all the money was piled up here. Not bad, this guy has earned a lot. Qin laughed. Any more earned is still the boss's? Qin Yang nodded and had the cash put away before calling for people to start recruiting laborers within the city. At the same time, he formed a guard force of 1,000 men. It was used to protect the city and also the oil fields. Then the whole city of Portland rioted. The quota was too small. Since then all those equipment that Qin Yang couldn't look at had a place to go. At the same time, the other power holders in Tali province have taken out the resources they have in their hands. It was a shock not to see 2 iron mines, a coal mine, plus Portland's 2 oil fields. Qin Yi couldn't help but say, Boss, if the government forces know that there are so many resources here, will they back out? Qin Yang laughed. They may not know about this one in Portland, but do you think they don't know about the ones in other cities? The ones before were all resources controlled by Ralph and the others. Now all of them are given to me on loan. It means that my value in their eyes far exceeds these supplies. Qin Yi nodded indistinctly. It's okay to say that it's also an oil field. It's impossible for an entire Tali province to have no natural resources at all. Although he had begun to take over Tali province in its entirety, he still didn't have enough manpower of his own. These cities Qin Yang himself had no desire to manage. It's just that those iron ore and oil fields and whatnot still need people to collect them. This was the problem Qin Yang was facing now. Congratulations to the host for reaching 3 million in popularity. Receive an achievement gift pack. Qin Yang's eyes lit up as he hastily rubbed his hands together and said, Open the achievement gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining primary genetic soldiers *1000. 1,000 soldiers straight away. Qin Yang was happy. But it wasn't enough. And these are all King of Soldiers level warriors. How could they be left to stay in a city like this? Isn't that a waste of talent? Forget it. Let's take a step and see what happens. Qin Yang directly left with his men. At the same time, Another city lord was appointed. But of course, Qin Yang could monitor the entire Tali province in real time, not worrying about the rebellion in the slightest. If there was a rebellion, it would be fine to suppress it. Qin Yang left and went straight to the back half of Tali province. There were no resources here. It occupied almost a third of the territory of Tali province. At the same time being close to the Tali Straits, it wasn't important to Cumulus, a country in civil unrest. So there were only 2 towns here. That is, the 2 that didn't take a stand before. Perhaps in their opinion their territory was so remote that Qin Yang hard wouldn't care. But they were wrong, and wrong outrageously. Here in the eyes of Qin Yang is even more important than that oil field. Qin Yang had just arrived not far from the 2 towns. He saw a soldier running in the distance. "My lord, the boss asked me to come here to say surrender. We are willing to surrender under the banner of the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps." Qin Yang smiled and shook his head. "That won't do. I'm a person who never gives people a second chance, so you guys don't have a chance." "That's right, you go back and tell everyone that these 2 towns will be razed to the ground first thing tomorrow morning. Everyone relocate. Head to White North Town. Those who don't want to leave stay forever." The soldier left in a muddle. Didn't understand what this meant after all. Did they accept it or not? Why were they told to move away? Qin Yang watched on the satellite screen as those soldiers from the 2 towns were interspersed amongst the civilians and started to move in the direction of Baibei Town. Of course there were those who didn't think they had left. As for razing the town to the ground, blow it. Qin Yang said to Qin Yi, "Did you write down all those people?" Qin Yi nodded and said, "Don't worry boss, it's done. When we get to the place, we'll be able to take care of them." Qin Yang nodded. He didn't care about the people in these 2 towns. Together there were just over 10,000 people, a total of more than 1,000 soldiers. In the future, his own base would be built on this land, an area of over 200 square kilometers. It's already enough. Qin Yi left with more than 500 men, back to the fortress in White North Town, waiting to deal with those people. Qin Yang set up hundreds of mortars early the next morning. Release. Miso, miso, miso. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells were falling from the sky and bombarding the town. The small number of people who hadn't left all screamed in horror when they saw the scene. They began to run outside. But it was doomed to be futile. Countless shells fell from the sky. A baptism of fire. A 10-minute-long shooting. A town just disappeared from the map. Another town didn't survive much longer. It was soon destroyed in the artillery fire. At the same time a cordon was drawn, on a wire. Of course, it bore a metal sign that the Panthers were a military stronghold and that trespassers were not to be pardoned. A whole day has passed since last night. Meanwhile 10 engineers have arrived. Then Qin Yang watched with great physical pain as his account balance was rapidly decreasing. Luckily, he had gotten $20 million in cash in Portland. Otherwise, the several mines and oil fields would not have been able to start on time. It was only when there was less than $1 million left that it finally stopped. The base was filled with dark black buildings. All around the walls are in the sun's illumination with a cold light. The height of more than 8 meters. At the same time the thickness had to be 3 meters wide. Dang dang dang. Qin Yang knocked with his dagger. There was a low echoing sound. Qin Yang carried the rocket launcher again and fired it at the city wall. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard and the explosion set off a huge fire. The fire and smoke dispersed, revealing the black and gold colored city wall. Unharmed. Qin Yang nodded with great satisfaction. Not bad, quite good. This money wasn't spent in vain. Almost all of his several tens of millions of dollars in savings had been spent on this city wall. Of course it's directly encircled all of the close to 200 kilometers. There wasn't much other construction inside. Qin Yang walked into the empty giant city. There was only one building inside and that was where he would live from now on. It was also a dark golden colored mansion. Qin Air, when the time comes, you will bring people to station here. Anyone who approaches with one warning will be shot directly. Yes, I promise to complete the mission. Qin Yang left with a few people, heading to Baibei Town. It's time to move that base. With 1,000 people plus a satellite system, there would be an alarm whenever someone came within range. This giant city was still barely able to manage. At the same time the relocation of people in Tali province also caught the attention of the warlords outside. From the mouths of those people, they learned that the rebel forces in Tali province had been purged. Qin Yi started to clean up the soldiers in the 2 towns after his return, taking them all away without any resistance from the other side. When Qin Yang came back he was surprised to see a scene. Why was there an army outside his base? The number of people is not large. At a glance, there were machine guns, rocket launchers and other heavy weapons. Qin Yi ran over and said, "Boss," he said, "he's Claude, a neutral warlord. He has more than 10,000 men under his command?" Qin Yang was puzzled. "Is there some business? Why are you waiting here?" Qin Yi looked a bit odd and said, "Boss, they're here to worship the mountain gate." Put. Qin Yang directly sprayed out a mouthful of water. What did you say? Worship the mountain gate? Is he out of his mind? Genie said helplessly. I don't know, but it seems to be telling the truth. According to the big data, the probability of Claude worshipping the host is as high as 90%. Combined with the other party's character, the probability of defection reaches 92%. Qin Yang froze. Crap, little Jean, you still have this business? Awesome. There's no way the host is really too exhausting for the system. Qin Yang laughed. Then let's meet this Lord Warlord who wants to worship the mountain gate. It didn't take long for Claude to be brought into the office. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and laughed. You have more than 10,000 people under your hand. Neither the government army nor the rebels dare to mess with you. Why do you want to come to this small temple of mine? Claude hastily shook his head and said, Boss Qin Yang, don't be so modest. I've watched your old man's valor on the Yen Kingdom's jitterbug. And I think the situation in Cumulusia will change. That's why it's especially important to choose a suitable boss at this time. Qin Yang was very surprised. I didn't realize there was a warlord like you in Quelia. You're quite far-sighted. Claude hemmed and hawed. I just like watching videos. I don't like fighting and killing at all. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth curved up. Just now Xiao Jin had already sent all of Claude's past to Qin Yang. How many people who could become a powerful warlord were virtuous? The history of fortune-making was certainly brutal. Qin Yang suddenly spoke. 3 oil fields, 1 iron mine. Are you willing to part with it? Claude said without a care in the world. You can only gain if you can give up, wanting to survive in the future. I think this loss is nothing. Qin Yang smiled. He was worried that he didn't know how to manage Tali Province. Now when he dozes off, someone sends him a pillow. Tali Province. The first 2/3 of the area will be given to you to garrison in the future. The oil fields, iron mines, and coal mines in it. You proceed to develop them. Wages and working hours will be according to my schedule. I'll allow you to keep 10% of the proceeds, but those oil fields and iron mines of yours will be handed over to me. Claude was stunned, and the ever-so-capable man was lost in thought, saying in disbelief, You believe in me? Qin Yang laughed. I'll give you a chance. I don't have many rules here. One cannot violate the rules I set. No armed forces can enter Tali Province without my approval. Can't enter the latter half of Tali Province. If there is an invasion, you are the first line of defense. Can it be done? Claude's eyes squared out with a brilliant light. Plop! Claude directly knelt down on one knee, placing one hand on top of his chest, and bowed his head to Qin Yang with a resounding assurance. I am willing to act as the vanguard for the boss. Anyone who offends will be hunted to death. A soldier dies for a friend who understands him. Although he spoke with sincerity, in this merciless battlefield, who would dare to gullibly trust the words of others? Moreover, he still had more than 10,000 troops. Even if someone dared to take him in, they would disrupt his large army, separating himself from the control of his troops. But Qin Yang meant not to move his troops. Instead, he entrusted him with a heavy responsibility. Let him protect the entire Tali Province. Although Tali Province is not big in Qualia, it's not rich in resources either, with a population of less than 3 million, but even the government army can't do that, and he can't even take those oil fields and such with him. Even if he didn't give it to Qin Yang, he'd still be throwing it away. Now there's a 10% dividend from Tali Province. It's just unthinkable. Qin Yang laughed. Go ahead, bring your team here. By the way, the local armed forces I formed should not be disbanded. Come again, this fortress is yours. Yes, promise to complete the mission. Claude left, with a very excited expression. He left. Whoever knew what exactly Claude had said to Qin Yang, but the first thing Claude did when he went back was to call all the troops. The soldiers scattered in the cities were all called back. Only the defenders in the oil fields were left untouched. Qin Yang called Bard directly and said, Did you miss me, old brother? Bada laughed and said, What's good about you, old brother? Why are you smiling so happily? Qin Yang laughed. Of course it's a good thing. And it's a win-win good thing. It's even a good thing for the great general. Bard's eyes glittered as he kept moving towards the nearest intelligence. Elder brother Qin, could it be that Claude is willing to join the government forces? Qin Yang shook his head. That's not true. Just joining under my hand. After all, a Tali Province isn't small. You have to take in some juniors, don't you? Bard immediately stared in shock, very puzzled. Bard said in a deep voice, Elder brother Qin, Claude is a great warlord with over 10,000 men. Are you sure that he is sincere in his defection? Qin Yang said softly, Don't worry, as long as it's in Tali Province, no one can turn the tide. Right, getting down to business. Claude's territory you send someone to take over, including the oil fields and iron mines. Bard's jaw dropped in shock. Crap, older brother is bullish. He's willing to give up all this? Claude's resources alone were even comparable to Tali Province's previously, because the other party was more powerful. There was a neutral faction behind him, so for the time being, no one was hitting him. But when the real war started, That was the first fat meat to be swallowed. Bard kind of knew what Claude was thinking. He was just a bit puzzled as to why he chose Qin Yang in favor of him. Then, old brother, this split? Qin Yang revealed a treacherous expression and said, for the sake of my friends, I'll just charge a 50% handling fee. Sure enough, I knew it wasn't that easy to get, but Bard still agreed very readily. That, older brother, you see that the war has been quite tense lately. What about our weapons? Qin Yang laughed. Don't worry, 100 armored vehicles, M2 heavy machine guns and grenades are enough. Bader's eyes immediately lit up and said, ha, I knew my brother wouldn't leave me alone. On this call, Qin Yang was very satisfied. After all, he had hoarded out 50% of his income. Bard was also very happy. 100 armored vehicles. Destroying one of your regiments in a frontal battlefield is easy. The key thing is that Qin Yang is not restricting their purchases anymore. 2 days passed. Bud took all the weapons and equipment with him. The whole thing cost $80 million. At the same time, Claude's territory was taken over in its entirety. Claude came to Tali province with his troops in great numbers. Entering various cities at the same time announced that they were joining the Money Leopard mercenary corps. Although they didn't know why, it still set off an uproar. If there was still contempt for Qin Yang before, but now Qin Yang was definitely in existence not to be messed with in their hearts. Not only does he have a lot of weapons and equipment, and all of them are brand new, it's also a level higher than what they have. Coupled with Claude's army, a defensive battle is not sure to be won by 60,000 to 70,000 people. No matter what, the firepower is too fierce. Moreover, this Qin Yang guy can be said to be both positive and negative. The government forces have been doing their best to favor Qin Yang. They've ceded Tali province and bought all kinds of weapons. The rebels are also buying weapons from Qin Yang. Although the fact that they can't buy armored vehicles is very distressing to them, but the other weapons don't smell too good compared to those arms dealers. The price of a brand new weapon is the same as a lot of other weapons. This makes both positive and negative do not dare to offend Qin Yang. Not to mention the current situation. Now Qin Yang is considered to be a real firm footing in Cumelia. At this moment, Qin Yang was inside the base. He was watching the 10 engineers building the base at an exaggerated speed. The only thing that's lacking is that all the air defense weapon points are finished, but there are no weapons up there. At the same time, Qin Yang released the footage of the massacre in Qingyun town. Instantly, the leaders of Dongda University and Zhang Yiming knew what Qin Yang was doing at that time. My goodness, too brutal. At the same time, those various forces that were paying attention to Qin Yang analyzed one thing from this image. Satellite. The adjutant looked at Claude and couldn't help but speak. Boss Qin Yang has satellites watching Tali province at all times. Who would have thought that a mercenary organization would have satellites? And it's still in other countries. Claude also nodded, then revealed a smile. Ha, looks like I made quite the right choice. Wouldn't it be too late to defect afterward? Then he couldn't help but lament. My goodness. No wonder the boss has always said that as long as you're in the Tali province, it's no good for anyone to come. This has been under people's noses. Even knowing when to fart. What are you going to fight them with? The government forces that bought the weapons directly began to constantly compress the space for the rebels to survive. Now even the neutral faction is starting to enter the war. Of course the neutrals are in a mess. Some are helping the rebels. Some are joining the government forces. And then there are those who are turning the butcher's knife on their former allies. Qin Yang smiled when he heard Qin Yi's report. Finally came the commission. They're mercenaries. They've all let these guys treat them like arms dealers. Qin Yi said, Boss, it's just a warlord with over 5,000 men. I'll lead the men. Qin Yang laughed. That won't do. I'm getting moldy from staying these days. How about this? Let Qin Air take 500 men and station them at the base. You take the rest and come with me. Qin Yi quickly nodded his head. Qin Air on the side was speechless. Why me again? As Qin Yang advanced, he took out a map, as well as intelligence to analyze. Victor and Luke, who was also a neutral faction, were at war at this time over the ownership of a town. Luke has hemorrhaged $3 million in the hope that Qin Yang will make a move. He wants Qin Yang to assist them in taking this town. There's nothing wrong with the mission. It's not for them to destroy Luke. It's just to take down a town. And the price of $3 million is quite a bit higher than the market price. So Qin Yang very decisively followed. It didn't take long for Qin Yi to return with the scouting troops. Boss, there are no more civilians in the town. Even half of the town is almost in ruins. There are about 1,000 soldiers. Qin Yang looked at the map. This place was indeed a throat road. The terrain on both sides was very steep. The only passable road still had to pass through this town in front of him. Qin Yi directly said, Boss, this town is indeed more important, but these two warlords are too weak. Taking this town will do more harm than good. It won't be able to withstand a round of attacks from the big warlords at all. Qin Yang also frowned. There was indeed a bit of a problem. Qin Yang finally said, Be careful, retreat at the first sign of trouble. Yes. Qin Yang put the armored car away, waiting for the night to sneak in. Although there were no satellites to assist them, the single combat equipment was equipped with thermal imaging technology. Night was more suitable for action. As night fell, Qin Yang gave a hand signal. Qin Yi and the others ran straight for thousands of meters. Without making a single sound, they rushed to the edge of the town at breakneck speed, closely clinging to the top of the wall. Above them were the guards walking back and forth. There could be more than a dozen of them in total. Qin Yang and the others looked at each other. Then the soldier crossed his arms at the same time and Qin Yang stepped on the palms of his hands. The soldier threw himself upwards with force. Qin Yang stomped his feet. In an instant, Qin Yang leapt up, and the 3-meter-high city wall flew straight up. Ka-ching! Put! The moment he went up, Qin Yang blasted out with his fist, directly shattering his throat. At the same time, the dagger in his other hand flung out, and a soldier a few meters away was pierced through the throat. With blood flowing from his mouth, he slowly fell to the ground. The other soldiers were all resolved by Qin Yi and the others, then using the flying tiger claw to ascend the city wall one by one. More than 1,000 soldiers were visible in the thermal imaging, but what surprised Qin Yang was, at this moment, not a single one of them was sleeping. You have to realize that it's 1 o'clock in the morning, all of them are awake, which means it's not a simple matter, and they were all scattered and ambushed in the corners. Qin Yang softly said, "We seem to have been betrayed." Qin Yi looked at the situation in front of him and nodded in agreement. Indeed. But aren't they underestimating us a bit? Just 1,000 people? Qin Yang let out a light laugh and said, 1,000 people? It's probably more than that. Take them all down first. It won't be long before someone comes over. The figures of Qin Yang and the others disappeared into the darkness. The 1,000 people were waiting in various hidden places. The AK-47s in their hands were all loaded. Just as a squad of 10 people were on alert, a hand suddenly tapped the squad leader's shoulder and said, "Is someone coming?" The squad leader lowered his voice and said, "No movement yet, don't be anxious. According to that, Qin Yang's character will definitely come tonight." Qin Yang continued, "What if they've already come in?" The squad leader said impatiently, "Impossible, there are traps set up at every doorway. As long as they come in, they will be triggered. Then what if they came in from somewhere else?" The squad leader said impatiently, "Why are you talking so much?" The junior captain turned his head and looked at the dark shadow behind himself, but he didn't see Qin Yang's face. After all, there was no moon in the black light yet. One could only vaguely see how many black shadows there were. The junior captain frowned. "Why do I feel like there are more people?" Qin Yang said, "Captain, can't we just report the number?" The captain's eyes lit up and said, "That's right, report the number. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Captain, there's nothing wrong with it." The captain's not-so-smart brain froze. Why do I always feel something strange? As the captain pondered, he suddenly glanced at Qin Yang's clothes and inquired, "Hey, that's not right. Why are your clothes different from ours?" Qin Yang laughed, "Because we're not on the same team. Of course it's different." "Not a team? That can't be possible. We all wear the same Qin Yang grinned. "It can't be helped. It's our money leopard mercenaries. Of course it's different. You." The junior captain instantly pointed at Qin Yang in shock, but not a single word came out. He was slit by Qin Yang with a knife. At the same time, the other few soldiers behind him were also killed by the others with a single blow. Ka-ching! Another soldier's neck was snapped. Qin Yang swaggered inside. There was only one team left in the town at this point. It was in a house in the center of the town. The town at this moment was filled with a faint smell of blood. After all, Qin Yang and the others had chosen to cut their throats and bleed. Of course, blood was flowing everywhere. The boss in the innermost part was smoking a cigar, somewhat distracted. He said, "Do you think that Qin Yang will fall for it?" The man next to him said fawningly, "Boss, Qin Yang's character is very wild. Since there was no shelling during the day, it means he wants to sneak up on us at night, trying to play another hand in the dark. But I always feel like something's not right." "Right. Isn't it time to contact the guard post? Contact it so nothing goes wrong. Hey, is there anything unusual out there? Hello? Hello?" The man started contacting in person, but not a single sound came back from there. That's when he started contacting the others. Not even one of those soldiers inside the city responded. "Old boss, what are we going to do?" At this moment, his voice was trembling. More than 1,000 people. They just disappeared so silently, and they still have the guarantee of contacting each other every half an hour. But still, the whole army was wiped out. The boss took a deep breath and let out a miserable laugh. "So that's how it is. We are all castaways. Used to drop Qin Yang, the big fish. Pa pa pa." Qin Yang clapped his hands and laughed as he walked in, saying, "Not bad, not too stupid." Qin Yang walked directly to the opposite side of the sofa and sat down. "Tell me, what do you know?" The boss smiled miserably. I didn't expect it. I would end up in such a situation. I don't know the exact plan. I only know that a group of arms dealers have approached us. Now Qin Yang suddenly realized that this was the case. It was those arms dealers behind the scenes that were pushing. Then it's alright. Bang! Qin Yang raised his hand and shot the other party. They should have surrounded the town by now. At this time, a phone rang on the ground. Qin Yang picked up the phone and said indifferently, "So this is your game? $3 million, plus 1,000 death squads?" The person on the other end of the phone smiled. "What, is it not enough?" Qin Yang nodded. "The initial investment is enough. It's just that I don't know if you can keep up with it in the later stages. My humble self, Xiao Command, doesn't have a lot of manpower. 10,000 people are still there, and still have some contacts. 2 main battle tanks, 30 armored vehicles, and an artillery company. I wonder if it's enough." Qin Yang smiled. "Not bad. The firepower is quite sufficient. By the way, what's the name of Xiao who went to my place last time?" "My younger brother, fully paralyzed. Are you ready to be buried with my brother?" Qin Yang was not the least bit flustered, and said lazily with his legs crossed on the sofa, "Buried with him? That's not enough firepower." After saying that, he hung up the phone and directly began to pull out mortars, at the same time with armored vehicles in the surrounding area into a solid fortification. Who wouldn't say that's rich? More than 100 armored cars are not used. Pull them out and use them as bunkers. As the sky lightens up, the surrounding army also began to reveal its face. Meanwhile, before the attack began, the news of Qin Yang's encirclement had already gotten out. Now the government forces in Claude were anxious. But just as the government forces were about to move on their side, they were blocked back by the rebels. But there were still quite a few people over here giving reports on the situation. There were already quite a few scouts outside the army at this point. Bard received a desperate piece of news and said somewhat sullenly, "Dougler, Qin Yang might be in a bad way." Qin Yang and the others didn't bring any heavy weapons this time. Not even armored vehicles. Those damn arms dealers not only configured artillery and armored vehicles, but also 2 damn tanks. The moment these words came out, all those present were silent. How can this be a fight? As for Qin Er and the others, they didn't move because Qin Yang didn't send a request for help. Claude set out with a force of several thousand men and had a lot of heavy weapons in his hands. All of them were configured by Qin Yang. On the other hand, on Qin Yang's side, tens of thousands of troops surrounded the town from all sides. Advancing a little bit, and Xiao Command was at the very back looking ahead with binoculars. Muttering softly, he said, "What the hell are you guys waiting for? There is no action until now." At this time, tens of thousands of troops had already spread out their troops. The town had already been surrounded, and the tanks and armored vehicles were ready, just waiting for an order. The artillery will cover it. Then the assault begins. Everyone thought Qin Yang was finished this time. Bang! Just then a loud bang came from the town. The loud noise startled even them. Boom! The next instant the top half of the main battle tank was shattered. That's right, it directly burst into pieces. The surrounding soldiers were all affected by this terrifying explosion. This sudden scene scared everyone with a jolt. They looked at the shattered tank in disbelief. On the other side of the roof, Qin Yang stood straight, holding a 9-meter-long sniper rifle in his hand, an anti-material sniper rifle, an advanced version of the Barrett, larger caliber, longer shooting distance. The caliber is bigger. The shooting range is longer. Of course, the recoil is also greater. Even Qin Yang's shoulder is slightly sore. Anyone else would have broken their shoulder blades on the spot. That's how perverted the power is. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth revealed a light smile. "I told you that you don't have enough firepower. A main battle tank? Aren't they all obsolete from World War II? You really think it's a treasure?" Bang! Qin Yang said, relieving the soreness in his shoulder and pulling the trigger again. An armor-piercing bullet as big as a small cannonball flew out of the muzzle. It hit an unlucky person in the middle, only to see a soldier's body instantly split apart into pieces of broken flesh. Boom! With another loud bang, the upper part of another tank was also shattered by Qin Yang. This time they finally reacted. Xiao Komen cursed in shock. Crap, is he a fucking monster? At the same time, all the people around them ran to the high ground while maximizing the binoculars in their hands. Finally, they found Qin Yang's figure. At this moment, Qin Yang was standing alone on a high building, holding a huge sniper rifle in his hand. The key is standing. He was wearing a black trench coat that swayed in the wind. Some sharp-eyed people realized that the roof of the building under Qin Yang's feet was actually slightly sunken by Qin Yang's footsteps. The roofs of the surrounding buildings were cracked a little bit. Where the hell did he come from? A stand-up sniper and a tank? Monster! Xiao Command was numb. What kind of opponent is he facing? His own pride and joy of 2 tanks. By others a shot of full to burst. On the other side of the General Bard received the call, only to listen to it, was shocked to close his mouth. The phone in his hand fell down. Daegler and a few other warlords asked somewhat nervously, Great General, is there any more news over there? It took a long time before Bard came back to his senses and took a deep breath. 2 tanks were sniped off by Qin Yang. A few of Douglar's heads asked, Great General, what do you mean by sniped off? Bud's eyes glittered with horror as he said, Qin Yang used an oversized sniper rifle and blew up the tank with 1 shot. With 2 shots, both tanks are all gone. At the same time, he added, it's still a standoff. The faces of several people in Douglar were trembling wildly. Is this still a human being? Although he had previously seen Qin Yang flying 10 meters with a kick, but a sniper rifle that can crush a tank, not to mention having seen it, is not even heard of it. But how much recoil can be imagined? Stand and jerk? Are you sure you're not making a movie? No, I'm not. Movies don't even dare to shoot like this. At this time, the voice of the spy on the other end of the phone shouted excitedly, it's moving, it's moving, that fierce man has moved. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth carried a trace of arc as he sensed that someone was observing him, because what he had strengthened before was not only his physical body but also his various senses. The sixth sense was also considered. Qin Yang turned his head slightly. His gaze swept over in the direction of the group of people observing him, the corners of his mouth revealing a hint of an arc. This made those scouts feel an unprecedented pressure. It was more than 5,000 meters here. How did it feel like Qin Yang could see them? Bang! Qin Yang took a step from the shattered roof and turned his body slightly. The gun was pointed at the very remaining armored car unit. Bang! Boom! Armored cars were a different story. Even those tanks that had retired from World War II were inferior. And with 1 shot, they directly exploded in place. Bang! Bang! Qin Yang had already adapted to the recoil from the big sniper. Although the buildings under his feet kept crumbling, but Qin Yang's speed was getting faster and faster. Ka-ching! Bang! Qin Yang finished a shot and quickly loaded the gun, while a huge cartridge case popped out. This single-shot big sniper froze as Qin Yang shot out the feeling of a continuous sniper. Those people were all numb. The soldiers outside could only watch as Qin Yang blew up their armored vehicles one by one. The news from Qin Yang's side was spread and all the warlords were silent. Meanwhile, the rebels silently withdrew their troops from the government army. It won't work. Jacomum didn't give that little bit enough. Who's going to be able to withstand this? 1 shot and there'll be no bones left. The more Qin Yang fought, the more excited he became. The smile on his face became more and more obvious. Ha ha ha, sure enough, this is the gun a man should use. It's so cool. 30 armored vehicles were quickly blown up by Qin Yang. Xiao Komen was going crazy, frantically calling the 2 warlords on the front line. Are you all idiots? Counterattack! Open fire. Still waiting for your mom? Victor said with some hesitation. Why don't we withdraw? I always feel like we're not the ones surrounding him. It's like he's surrounding us. Xiao Komen was so angry that he was about to roll his eyes and directly yelled, retreat my ass. After you screwed over Qin Yang, do you think you can still get away with it? Dalton will be your downfall when the time comes. Right now, he's small and doesn't have any weapons of mass destruction. If you wait for him to go back, you'll all be waiting to die. This is your last chance. The 2 victors looked at each other, and there really was nothing wrong with what they said. This was their last chance. Of course, both of them revealed bitter smiles. If they had a choice, they definitely wouldn't come to Qin Yang's trouble. Standing jerking big sniper. In the future, Qin Yang would be the #1 legend of Cumulus AI. The 2 side then ordered to the front line. Artillery prepare. Aim at whichever tallest building and hit me hard. Over 100 small steel cannons started to adjust their direction and aimed at that tall building where Qin Yang was. With just 1 round of unison fire, this tall building would be leveled to the ground, while even Qin Yang would not be able to survive under such artillery fire. Bang! 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 Right at this moment, those soldiers who were just about to fire with shells in their hands fell one by one. Each one of them had a red dot in the center of their eyebrows. Obviously, they had been shot in the head. This was more than 5,000 meters away from Qin Yang's side. This is the limit of the small steel cannon's firing range. For sniper rifles, the farthest sniper kill in history is just over 3,000 meters. Where did that bullet come from? With a group of people looking back and forth near Qin Yang with binoculars in hand, finally realized that it was different, because the roofs of the surrounding buildings, which were shorter than Qin Yang's building, were all filled with people. Each of them was holding a sniper rifle in their hands. Obviously those bullets were fired from their guns, taking someone's head from 5,000 meters away. What a terrifying existence. Qin Yang watched all of this with his big sniper, and his drunken solution revealed a smile. Of course, hitting these people with 100 shots every time was not enough. After all, the distance is too far. But it wouldn't be too much of a difference either. Only 2 shots need to be adjusted. The opposite side is just 100 small steel cannons. After the other side has positioned their guns, it's decided that they can't fire them. 5 men in a group, 1 gun at a time, and the men with the shells are all dead. The second gunners are next. Dang! At this moment, Qin Yang opened fire, and the bullet flew straight towards their armory. That's where the artillery shells were stored. Boom! There was a sudden burst of fire. A huge explosion was set off at the back of the battlefield. Dang! On the other side, Qin Yi shot the cannonball that fell next to the barrel. Boom! The small steel cannon was directly shattered after a violent explosion. Then the sound of thud, thud, thud was heard non-stop. The artillery position in the distance. Boom, boom, boom non-stop. In just 2 minutes, their armored cars, tanks, artillery shells, all were lost to Qin Yang. Qin Yang stood on a high platform, not worried about being sniped at all. After all, the closest one to him was about 4,000 meters away. If he could have been hit, he would have stopped working here a long time ago. Qin Yang stepped on the edge with one foot, the black trench coat behind him fluttering in the wind, the broken hair in front of his forehead swaying gently with the breeze. The corners of his mouth hooked up into a smile as he took out his phone and called Xiao Kaman. Hey, I told you that you don't have enough firepower. Do you have any more of those? Take it out and slip it in. Xiao Kaman barely recovered from the shock. He was truly surprised that what he thought was a masterpiece was just shattered by Qin Yang. Xiao Kaman still gritted his teeth and said, Qin Yang, don't be complacent. Even so what? I still have the Eternal Army. As long as I rush up, just one person can trample you to death. Qin Yang said disdainfully. With only 10,000 of you, they won't even be enough to stuff my teeth. Humph, don't be a dead duck. Although I don't know where you got so many sniper rifles from, but you definitely didn't bring any heavy weapons. So, wait to die you. Qin Yang sighed helplessly. Looks like you're done with your 3-axe rounds. Then it's my turn. What a pity. I thought there would be some kind of surprise. I didn't expect this. You, wait for death. Qin Yang hung up the phone again after saying that. At the same time, in the direction of those surveillance, he stretched out 2 fingers to point near his temples and flicked them outwards, indicating a greeting. Then in the eyes of a kind of people who were horrified, Qin Yang leapt down from the roof of the building which was more than 7 meters. Dang! Qin Yang stabilized himself with a slight bend of his legs, and the empire surface under his feet was smashed down into a small crater by this huge impact. Gudong! Those with binoculars swallowed a mouthful of saliva in unison. It was too damn scary. How did such a monster come out? The next thing that made their jaws drop in shock appeared. The soldiers on the other roofs all put their sniper rifles on their backs. They all leapt down from the roof. Although not as outrageous as Qin Yang's, but it's still more than 4 meters. Without blinking an eye, all 500 people jumped down. A nest of monsters. This was the common thought within everyone's mind. Meanwhile General Bud on the other end of the phone. They had long ago found a place to sit down. After all, how humiliating it would be to sit on their asses in a moment if they heard some horrible news. Take a look. How prescient. It's child's play. From now on, they wouldn't be surprised even if Qin Yang were to make any anti-human operations. They were all numb with shock. Claude, who was on his way here, looked at the phone messages in his hand and began to doubt his life. Should he go for support or not? How come it seems like the boss is not panicking at all? With that, he slowed down his pace. Brothers, our new boss, Qin Yang with 500 men has beaten them to death. He's already wiped out 2 tanks, 30 armored vehicles, and an artillery regiment. Now we turn and go cop their asses. Don't let those sons of bitches get away. The 5,000 human transmitters. All wide-eyed. My goodness, this new boss of mine is a bit of a dangler. Although I don't know what's going on, but this kind of thing certainly can't be faked. This is also Claude in order to let his men for Qin Yang more sense of belonging. After all, Cold let more than 10,000 people submissive 1,000 people. No, at that time only more than 100 people. There will certainly be underlings will not be convinced. And now on the formidable record of who is not convinced. On the other side of the Qin Yang and other people after jumping off the high building. Those with binocular surveillance cannot be seen, because there are a lot of buildings in front, although not high, but the line of sight are blocked. At this time, Qin Yang was able to see every move outside, because the small golden gave him a plug-in. Within a radius of 3,000 meters can be seen. Of course, now into this scope of the number of less. Little Gold very arrogant said, Host, you don't inflate. That is, this is not far from Tali province. I can mobilize a little. Change a place can't. Qin Yang rubbed his hands together and asked smilingly. Little Gold, this not far you say is about how big? Roughly half of Cumulus. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched slightly. Isn't this not too big for you a bit off? Qin Yang was waiting in silence after looking around. Gotta wait for them to get a little closer. Otherwise it's not good to run too much. Suddenly Qin Yang opened his eyes and said, 3 rounds of flanking fire. Release. Miso, miso, miso. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cannonballs flew out of the town, like the sky scattering flowers, blasting away in all directions. After a loud explosion, the charging soldiers were blown back without even seeing a single silhouette. 86 caliber mortars. Even the tanks just now couldn't withstand it, not to mention the flesh and blood. Flesh and blood suddenly flew all over the battlefield. At this moment, Qin Yang directly stretched the mortar's striking distance. You should know that the range of the mortar is 8,000 meters. The reason why he put it closer. The reason for putting it closer is to exterminate some more people. After that, the entire battlefield was filled with the smell of smoke and blood, a broth of steel. Those scouts from other forces saw this and ran away. My ass, this is going to blow me up. It's too fucking brutal. At least 2,000 to 3,000 people died in just a few minutes, and there were even more who were seriously injured but not yet dead. With Qin Yang's progressive bombardment method, in the end, there weren't many people left. Boss, I'll stop talking to you for now. Qin Yang is fuming. The mortars are washing the ground. If I don't run, I'll be buried. Said running phone are dropped. Do not know where to get a cross-country motorcycle. After riding on it, the throttle was twisted to low, and rushed out with a buzz. Miso, miso, miso. Qin Yang's side was still in command of the constant firing of shells, pushing all the way across from 3,000 meters to 6,000 meters. Alright, get on board, charge out. I'd like to see what kind of bully is the one who made me accompany him to the grave. More than 100 armored vehicles rushed out of the town after that. Hordes of them rampaged through a mass of corpses and craters. This made Victor, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, stare blankly. As for the other one, it was already dead amidst the chaos. Crap, didn't you say Qin Yang didn't have any heavy weapons? I'll put up with the sniper rifle. I'll accept the mortar. When did you get these armored vehicles? Over 100 of them? Why don't the intelligence officers go to hell? Don't say they were confused. Those scouts who ran out heard the sound of artillery stop and instinctively stopped to look back. Then all of them dropped their jaws in shock. Day. Qin Yang and the others were taking the machine guns on top of the armored car and started to frantically slaughter the surviving soldiers around them. As long as there was still a breath left, they all had to take a barrage. Where's Jacquemin? Come on out. I'm waiting for you. Qin Yang shouted wildly on the battlefield, holding a loudspeaker in his hand. He kept shouting. At this time, Jacquemin had already started to run away. Victor also sped off in his SUV with his few manpower. Victor cursed at Joe Corman. Is this what you call foolproof? I can go to hell with you. You call this a chance? Damn it. I think it's Qin Yang's chance to destroy us. The two SUVs drove side by side, and Xiao Command was also on fire. It's not because you guys didn't even know that people were bringing so many weapons in. I even took out the tanks. Who knew you guys were so useless? Victor was very annoyed, angrily slamming the steering wheel. Fuck. This is great. I've lost all my family money and I've offended Qin Yang. I can't even stay in Zulia now. Xiao Coman's eyes flickered, already thinking if it was time to change the battlefield. Although Quolia was held by the arms dealers of several of their major countries, originally, it was living comfortably, but because of Qin Yang's stirring, changing the battlefield wasn't unacceptable. Victor was a different story. Martyr. There must be quite a few people in Kumoria right now who are ready to beat up the dogs and then use them to exchange something with Qin Yang. At the very least a little bit of favor was still good. Day. Boom. Just then in front of Victor and the others, suddenly a series of bullets came over. A rocket hit an SUV right in front of them. The buggy instantly exploded. Crunch. Victor and the others swerved in a hurry, then hid behind the vehicle. Brothers in front, can you let us live? I'm Jacquemin. I'm willing to offer 20 armored vehicles. Claude on the other side sneered and said, Jacquemin? The one I'm fighting is Jacquemin. Dare to move to count on my boss. You're tired of living. Brothers, bring your weapons up here. Anyone who dares to move will be shot to death. Victor just showed his head and was hit by a series of bullets. He was so scared that he hastily pulled his head back. Victor said with some desperation, Mud, it's Claude. There are at least a few thousand people on the other side. He knew about Claude. He was not even a match for him when he was in full victory. Now look at his equipment. It's even worse. He only had 100 or so men left in his hands. Claude's heavy machine gun in front of him is more than his manpower. This is still a farda. Day. Get out of the way. Victor yelled, then lunged to the side. And the SUV that was serving as cover was instantly shot up. There was a flash of fire. The commotion over here also attracted Qin Yang's attention. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth hooked. Yo, found it. Brothers, set off. Buzz. Hundreds of armored vehicles let out a beastly roar, charging in the direction of Victor and the others. Just as Victor and Jacquemin were cursing, a sudden vibration came from behind them. Immediately after that, the armored car unit appeared in their line of sight. Bang! Day. Qin Yang was in the air above the armored vehicles and fired a series of outputs at the soldiers in front of him. As for Jacquemin and Victor, Qin Yang did not do anything. because from the dress one could tell at a glance that these two were the leaders. After resolving the remaining soldiers, Qin Yang's convoy surrounded the two tightly. Hey, which one is Qiao Komen, the one who can brag? Qiao Komen was no longer as spirited as before at this time. He was trembling at the sight of Qin Yang. After all, he was just an arms dealer. This was the first time he had gone to the battlefield to watch. Big brother, I can provide Big Brother with super low-priced weapons, and I have money. I'm very rich. Big Brother, just let me live and it's all yours. Qin Yang jumped down from the armored car. He patted Qiao Komen's face with his hand and said with a bit of a sigh, I still like your untamed look. Why don't you recover a bit? Qiao Komen was so scared that his words trembled. Big brother, I'm really wrong. You can just let me go as a fart. We definitely won't disturb any of Big Brother's actions in the future. Qin Yang sighed. You guys, you really don't see the coffin, but it's a pity that Qin Yang, never give others a second chance. Bang! Qin Yang raised his hand and directly shot Qiao Komen. Leaving him alive was just to flirt a bit. I didn't expect to admit defeat so quickly. It's no fun. After that, Qin Yang looked at Victor with dangerous eyes. Are you the one who set me up? Victor was still tough, but not too tough. Took a deep breath and said, it was all his idea. I know I won't survive. So kill me or scrape me as you wish. Qin Yang's eyes lit up and said excitedly, good, cool. I like to talk to such a cool person like you. Then a very weird smile appeared on his face. Qin Yi, did you hear that? People have made demands. He must be satisfied. Saying that, he turned around and left. At the same time, he waved his hand and said, since it's not good to change the person's choice, then let's scrape him alive, preferably 1,000 cuts, just so I can see what death by 1,000 cuts looks like. Qin Yang's voice became icy cold as he said, hang it above the town where we fought before. Remember to get a flagpole to hang it up. Give this world a reminder. The price for counting on my money leopard mercenary corps. Tell them that I, Qin Yang, have come. Victor trembled as he looked at Qin Yang's back. No, don't. Kill me now. Qin Yi waved two soldiers to hold up the paralyzed Victor, pulling the man to the roof of the town. A camera was set up next to him. With Victor's screams, a knife fell. By the time we reached dusk, Victor is no longer human. His whole body was covered in bones. The blood on the ground also formed a puddle. Very sticky. Followed by only a breath of Victor was a dozen meters of wooden poles tied to it, floating in the wind in the dusk of Cilia. The next day a CD-ROM appeared in the hands of the bosses of the various warlords and powers. It was the entire process of Victor's execution by lynching. And the town was abandoned. After all, after such a horrible incident, the town was basically in ruins. No force wanted to occupy it. Qin Yang also returned to the base without any problems. Tali Province is a place that all the warlords have been discouraged by for a while. Qiao Komen is dead. The remaining arms dealers from various countries had their plates crumbled. They were united. They could control the course of the war, and had pricing power. Now Qin Yang, the spoiler, has appeared. Their price fixing has been interrupted. The original community of interest instantly collapsed. Each man went his own way and started pulling in warlords who could buy their weapons. The whole of Cumulus was in chaos for a while. Even those arms dealers who didn't have big backers behind them died several times. Qin Yang, on the contrary, was reading the news with great interest. Dog bites dog is my favorite thing to watch. At the same time, Qin Yang asked Qin Yi, how many commissions have we received recently? Qin Yi immediately said, a total of 12. All of them are assassinations. Or missions that give us information to raid a certain squad. Qin Air has already taken care of all of them. He should be on his way back by now. Qin Yang nodded. He had to say that these arms dealers were really rich. Each one of them was extremely generous. That's right. The last few times were all spent by those arms dealers, and the targets were all their previous allies. At this moment, Qin Yang's base suddenly issued an alarm. Alarm! Alarm! Armed men with guns have entered Tali Province. Qin Yang was stunned, then immediately got up and went to the monitoring room. Inside, a huge screen was showing a group of soldiers rushing in with AK-47s in their hands. It had been half a month since Qin Yang had killed Victor, and this was the first time that someone had dared to touch Qin Yang. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw a group of more than 20 people rushing in with their SUVs into Tali Province, and not far ahead of him was a vehicle that was fleeing. After entering, the junior brother next to him couldn't help but say, second brother, do we still have to chase? This is already Tali Province. It's very likely that that Money Leopard mercenary group will find out. The boss snorted coldly and said, the Money Leopard mercenary corps? What garbage. But it only has a Claude as a henchman. My elder brother is the biggest warlord of the rebel army, 800,000 troops under his command. Do you think it's a vegetarian? And the government forces gave Qin Yang the territory just because they said so? Did we agree to that? Give me chase, even if Qin Yang knows about it. So what? The AK-47 held in the leader's hand was all different. Martyr. It was actually made of gold. He was very unimpressed with Qin Yang. Of course he also had arrogant capital, the second in command of the biggest warlord of the rebel army, not to say all, but hundreds of thousands of people are still in command. Freeman yelled. Don't hurry and chase after her. If we let her get away, we'll all be in deep shit. In comparison, a mere Qin Yang is nothing. Yes, the subordinates had a jolt, and then stepped on the gas and sped after her. On Qin Yang's side, Qin Yi looked at Qin Yang with a somewhat odd expression. Boss, are you alright? Should I go and kill him? Just now. The big screen had thoughtfully subtitled Freeman's words. The guy saw everything word for word. Qin Yang smiled coldly and said, Me, what am I? That's good. He was the first to say so. Qin Yi, take a team of people and follow me. I'd like to see what's wrong with him. Yes. Qin Yang couldn't help but spit out. Little Jean, don't say you don't know. You even increased and bolded the font. It's too much. Isn't this caring about the host? Otherwise you wouldn't even know when people scold you. Qin Yang had 10,000 things to say. Are you concerned about me? You're just watching the fun. Qin Yi just went out and bumped into Qin Er, who had just returned. Big brother, what's the matter with you? You're in a hurry? The 10 of them were in order according to the names given by Qin Yang, and each of them called themselves brothers and sisters. Qin Yi looked at Qin Er and said, Someone is provoking boss. Go and call Lao San and all of them. Set off immediately. Qin Er's eyes glowed ferociously. Provoking the boss? I think he's tired of living. I'll be right there. By the way, does Big Brother need to bring along some heavy weapons? Qin Yi shook his head and said, No need. We'll drive 3 SUVs over. It's fast enough. And just the 10 of us are already invincible. Soon Qin Yang set off with 10 people. The target was aimed straight at the invaders on the edge. At this time, the distance between the two sides was close to 1,000 kilometers, but with a two-way run, it didn't take long. Soon an SUV sped past Qin Yang's 3 vehicles. Qin Yang and the others didn't care in the slightest. Qin Yang was still wearing his black trench coat. One hand rested on the edge of the car window. The whistling wind blew Qin Yang's broken hair. With black sunglasses, he just slightly inclined his head to look at her. The woman in the other car's face was pale, obviously looking like she had lost a lot of blood. At the same time, because of the previous gunfight, she had run out of bullets before entering the Tali province. The pistol was also dropped by her, and that's exactly how she escaped. Otherwise, Qin Yang would have to bring her along. After all, he had only just gained a foothold in Talia, and it would be difficult for him to deal with you guys breaking my rules. The woman froze for a moment when she saw Qin Yang, and after a few seconds, she remembered who this was. Isn't this the famous Qin Yang? At this time, she also reacted to the fact that she had actually fled to Tali province. No wonder she had encountered Qin Yang. Then a hint of joy appeared on the woman's pale face. Since Qin Yang was prepared to intervene, that meant she could live. The rebels following behind were instantly shocked at the sight of the Land Cruiser with the Money Leopard logo. Even Freeman couldn't help but secretly swallow his saliva. What he just said was indeed bullish, but that was only if he had his own army in place and was in a head-to-head battle with Qin Yang. He had seen Qin Yang's strength and his creepy methods. Just the few of them weren't even enough to stuff Qin Yang's teeth. Quickly, stop the car. Nope, turn around, move. Freeman yelled in a huff at the minion driving the car. Then on his walkie-talkie he said to the soldiers in the other vehicles, Don't be afraid, they only have 3 vehicles. Shoot them, kill them all and get the girl. $100,000 for each kill. Another $100,000 for catching the man. As the saying goes, there's always a fool for a reward. A bunch of minions wailed and rushed over to Qin Yang, not paying the slightest attention. The boss behind him directly ran away with a kick of the gas. Qin Yang's tone was faint. Kill. Miso. Boom. As soon as Qin Yang's words fell, Qin Er and the others directly stood up, carrying M2 heavy machine guns in their hands. They strafed the SUV. Others pulled out their rocket launchers and went up to fire a rocket. Instantly an SUV was blown up. There was a violent explosion. The SUV rolled on the ground in flames. At the same time, the AK-47s in the car's hands were blown into dry corpses just before they were raised. Moreover, Qin Yi drove the SUV in a very maneuverable manner. The other party's bullets couldn't catch up with them. None of the bullets and rockets from the heavy machine guns were wasted. At a speed of over 100 miles per hour, the shooting skills are still very silky smooth. Not far away, a woman stood staring at the battlefield, murmuring softly, Is this the weight of the Money Leopard mercenaries? Whether it was the car skills or those soldiers who were shooting, even their country's most awesome soldier kings couldn't do it. There was actually such a character in such an organization. Moreover, it was rumored that Qin Yang, who was the boss of the Money Leopard mercenary corps, was the biggest loser. At this moment, an SUV drifted at a speed of more than 100 miles per hour. Xin Yang, who was sitting in the passenger side, appeared in the line of sight. Xin Yang's eyes were incredibly calm as he glanced at the battlefield. It was hard to imagine that this was a 20-year-old young man. With the last explosion, all of them were resolved except for the car that escaped at the very beginning. Xin Yi said, "Boss, the one who cursed you ran away. Do you want me to go and kill him? We can definitely finish him off within an hour." Xin Yang gently inhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, "There's no rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. Doesn't he have a backer? I'm going to let him know that even his backer can't protect him. Now someone wants to use his backer to make him give in? He'll tell you with practical actions that it's impossible. If you're in his territory, you have to abide by the rules. Otherwise, they all have to die." Xin Yang didn't go after him. Instead, he drove the car to the woman from before. Ekaterina, with her injured body, bowed to Xin Yang and said, "Thank you for saving my lord's life. Ekaterina, will definitely repay your excellency." Xin Yang gently waved his hand and said, "You are from the northern bear country?" Ekaterina nodded and said, "That's right, I came here this time to open up an arms route for the northern bear country." Xin Yang laughed and shook his head, then realized that the arms dealers here are just too rolled up. And then there was also a joint assassination attempt by the arms dealers of other countries, wasn't it? Ekaterina nodded awkwardly. She didn't realize that she had just revealed her purpose. People even knew what happened to them. Xin Yang shook his head and said, "There are too many arms dealers in Cumulus. They've already entered a situation where they're fighting amongst themselves. It's not a good thing to interfere at this time. Forget it, let's take you to heal your wounds first." Ekaterina didn't make a fuss. If she hadn't been holding herself together when she was shot in the abdomen, she would have fainted by now. "Remember not to look around after you go in." The other party nodded repeatedly. The whole way in could be said to have entered with her head down. But even so, seeing that steel barrier when she first came in, it was already deeply shocking to her. Even their 5 rogues' military bases weren't this ferocious. Is this really just a mercenary force? After arriving at the base, Xin Yang awkwardly realized something and said with some embarrassment, "We don't seem to have any medics. There's medicine here. And gauze and stuff. Can you handle it yourself?" It was too damn embarrassing. I had wanted to bring someone back. After all, it was from the northern bear country, and I could show off my muscles. Didn't think to forget about that. Ekaterina's good-looking beautiful eyes instantly widened, and her voice couldn't help but be a little drawn out. "You don't have any medics. What about injuries?" Xin Yang and Xin Yi and the others looked at each other and bowed their heads in silence before slowly spitting out a sentence. "It's because they haven't been injured. That's why I forgot about it." Goodness, you guys are really bullish. As far as she knew, Xin Yang's team had participated in no less than 10 small battles, and quite a few of them were the kind of large battles where the few fought against the many. Although it was rumored that the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps had 0 casualties, but everyone thought it was an exaggeration. Today, she's seen it. "You guys are this bull," Ekaterina said softly. "Bull. I'm fine with that one. The abdomen is just a penetrating wound. As long as the bleeding is stopped and then gauze is wrapped around it, I'll be fine." Xin Yang let out a sigh of relief and said, "Then you get busy first. Come find me when you're rested. I have a business to talk to you about." The other party nodded. Then after Xin Yang and the others left, she started treating the wound. I have to say that this bitch is also a ruthless person. Without anesthesia, she directly started to sterilize it. Gritting her teeth, she froze and treated the wound without saying a word. After treating the wound, because of the long period of mental tension, and then there is this sudden relaxation, even as strong as Ekaterina is also a little drowsy. Looking at the soft bed, or did not hold back to pick a bunch of comfortable position to fall asleep. Xin Yang's side is not too concerned about the other side. After all, the entire Tali province are under their control, not to mention in their own base. Small gold will be the whole attention. At the same time, Freeman has driven hundreds of kilometers, also escaped the Tali province, and even a little bit do not know where he drove to. The little brother let go of the gas pedal and said with some weakness in his legs, Second brother. They don't seem to be chasing after us." Freeman let out a fierce sigh of relief, then gave his little brother a slap. He said angrily, "Do I need you to say that? Am I blind?" As soon as he was out of danger, Freeman resumed that very arrogant look. Go back. The mission has failed. Think about what to do next." After they went back, they only said that the mission had failed and that the woman was now in the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. Clara asked with a frown on her face, "You guys didn't have a conflict with the Money Leopard mercenaries, did you?" Freeman shook his head. "No, I turned around and came back when I saw them. By the way, big brother, they are only a few hundred people, why should they be afraid of them?" Clara said disdainfully, "I'm afraid of him? I just don't want to push him over the edge. Give him some face, save him from selling all the weapons to the government forces, or we'll destroy him in minutes." Hearing this, Freeman had a smile on his face. He knew that his big brother had the most powerful weapons in his hands. Bard can't even compare. How could he be afraid of a mere mercenary? At the same time, the heart that had been hanging in his heart was also put down. Xing Yang sat on the sofa and looked at Ekaterina and smiled. It's impossible for the Northern Bear Country to intervene in Cumulus now, unless there is help from me. Ekaterina instantly sat up straight when she heard this and said, "What conditions do you have?" Xing Yang tapped the armrest and said, "I want 30% of your profits, and at the same time, I can't sell over-specified weapons. As for the price and type of weapons, you guys decide yourselves, but if it's too high I don't think anyone will buy it either." Ekaterina was silent for a moment. Indeed, the price of arms and weapons in Cumoria was indeed much lower now. This was still because of Xing Yang's appearance, but that was also relative. The profits were still exorbitant. Moreover, the Northern Bear Country had a large number of obsolete weapons. If you don't sell them, you can only sell them as scrap metal. In the past few years, the Ministry of Defense of the Northern Bear Country has had a hard time, and the retention of so many weapons is a big problem, and they can't be sold in the name of the Northern Bear Country. Otherwise the public opinion storm that would be caused would not be small. Ekaterina looked up at Xing Yang, her eyes firm. "It's a deal." Xing Yang laughed. "Ms. Yi has such great vigor? Don't you need to discuss this with your family?" The other party just shook her head and said, "I can still do this little thing." Xing Yang extended a hand and said, "Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation." After that, Xing Yang directly called General Bard. "Old brother, and I'll introduce you to an arms dealer this time. As for the price, you said it yourselves." Bard was dumbfounded. "It's not that I just answered the phone. You didn't say anything about pleasantries. Did you? And you're an arms dealer, aren't you? Do you need to introduce me to others?" Bud asked with some confusion. "Buddy, what do you mean by that?" Xing Yang laughed. "Isn't this for the good of my old brother? Mustn't we think about the future? After the rebels are defeated, there will be countries supporting you internationally, and the price is definitely cheaper than other arms dealers right now." Bade's eyes lit up. Xing Yang is a good man. He really thinks of himself in all good things. Bade rubbed his hands and said, "Older brother, it's still you. If I destroy the rebels in the future, you'll be the prime minister. You don't have to do anything, but the power is definitely not below me." Xing Yang smiled and said, "It's a long story. What do you think of this deal, old brother?" Could it be the Yin Kingdom?" Xing Yang shook his head. "No, but it's also one of the 5 rogues, and it's the toughest one. As long as a deal is struck, I will definitely support you in the future." Bard was instantly excited. "Crap, you're still related to the Northern Bear Country? Awesome." Xing Yang shrugged and didn't deny it. It turned out that there was none. Who would have thought that someone would send me to the door? "Right, older brother, remember to come over to pick up the people, and don't reveal their information during the transaction. These things still need to be kept secret. After all, international repercussions are bad." Bard hurriedly laughed. "Don't worry, old brother, I still know about this. It will definitely be done beautifully." After hanging up the phone, Xing Yang raised an eyebrow at Ekaterina. "Nuwa, settle it, don't forget my share. Let's be petty first and then be gentlemanly. If you don't take my cut, you'll have to bear the consequences. I can make you sell here, and I can make you not sell." Ekaterina let out a bitter smile and said, "I've known that since I entered your base. Don't worry, we in the Northern Bear Country are most credit-oriented." Joking aside, Xing Yang had the strength and connections here. She even had a feeling that if the government forces betrayed Xing Yang could turn his head and move back the great situation in front of Quolia. A woman's intuition is sometimes so unreasonable. Soon at dusk the people were picked up. Bard personally brought his personal guards over, but he was shocked to see a giant of steel. How many days has it been? Such an endless steel beast has appeared? The forces behind Xing Yang are definitely not simple, must not offend each other. The same Xing Yang started typing out the pictures of the 2 men. At the same time, he typed out a mandatory kill order. It was quickly distributed to all the warlords, and directly copied 1,000,000 copies. In just 3 days, the whole of Cumulia knew about it. 2 people entered Tali province without permission. Now Xing Yang is launching a mandatory kill order against them. And these 2 photos could basically be said to be disliked face shots. And such a situation was impossible. Those warlords instantly knew one thing. Xing Yang, this pussy, fucking had satellites, and the other side had a super awesome computer, able to monitor Tali province every moment. This made those people very fearful. Their fear of Xing Yang grew exponentially. Take a closer look at that picture. Man, isn't that the second in command of the rebels? How dare this asshole? That's not true. These 2 are all pretenders. It's possible that they didn't give Xing Yang a second thought. But now, Xing Yang's killing order was quite a slap in the face. Clara's eyes were gloomy as he looked at the warrant in his hand. Originally, He was thinking of using his influence or spending some money to buy that woman from Qin Yang's side. After all, messing with a person from the northern bear country, the best thing to do was to shut her up permanently, or else by the time the news got back to the country, their troubles would come. But before he could make a move on his side, Qin Yang was the first to make a move. Pa! Clara slapped the table and roared lowly in great anger. Very well, I'd like to see what Qin Yang's mandatory killing order can do. Inform them that Freeman is not allowed to go out recently, and at the same time give him an extra platoon of men for 24-hour protection. Freeman's name and position were clearly written on the mandatory killing order, but even so, it's still a direct order of mandatory death. Slapping his own face, this would not be tolerated. So what if the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps, armored cars, tanks, it's not like they don't have mortars, they just have fewer of them, they're less powerful, and they're broken. In a real fight, his men won't be enough to kill him, they'll kill you with their heads. Time passed slowly. 3 days passed. Qin Yang suddenly asked, "What's the situation over there in Clara?" Qin Yi said, "Boss, that Freeman from before has been grounded." At the same time, Clark mobilized quite a few troops back to the base camp. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed. This is trying to play hardball with himself? Interesting, let's try to see if you can protect him then. Qin Yang said, "Have Qin Air lead his troops in a frontal attack on Kra's outermost city. Tell Kra to hand over the men to me within 3 days. The rest of you follow me. Go around from the other side. Kill Freeman." Qin Yi's figure straightened up and said, "Yes, guarantee to complete the mission." Qin Yang patted Qin Air's shoulder and said, "Qin Air, remember that your mission is to stall the other side. If things are not possible, retreat first." "Yes." Immediately after that, Qin Yang's armored car unit drove out of Tali province in great numbers. They were followed by military vehicles pulling heavy weapons and ammunition. For a unit of only 1,000 people, more than 1,000 vehicles came out. In addition to the armored vehicles, it was Claude's men who were used as drivers to transport the ammunition. So you can imagine how much Qin Yang had prepared. Those scouts from the various warlords squatting outside Tali province were shaken, rushing to report to their bosses. The Money Leopard mercenaries have really made their move. The target is the rebels' leader, Keela. The army is moving at breakneck speed. After a whole morning of speeding, they finally arrived at the first city under Clark's command. Coincidentally, Clark's direct troops also occupy a province's territory. It was just quite a bit larger than Qin Yang's. A Money Leopard flag stands in the center of the convoy. The warlords retreated wherever they passed. No one wants to touch them now. It stopped about 4,000 meters from the city. Any further advance would be problematic. After all, mercenaries are never good at this kind of frontal mass combat, except for Qin Yang's unit. Of course, it's just that we don't know how to advance without knowing the other side's strength. Isn't that looking for death? Qin Air said in a deep voice. Build construction fortifications in place. 500 soldiers stood guard while the others started piling up trenches. One by one, sandbags were also dropped on. In just 2 hours' time, 3 layers of fortifications had already been built. Inside Vita City, the city lord held his binoculars and kept looking. At the same time, he very grumpily yelled at the soldiers beside him. "Where are the reinforcements? Why haven't they come yet? Are they crawling over here?" The soldier hurriedly explained. "Boss, it's almost time. We received word that they've arrived dozens of kilometers away, because of the heavy weapons, so they were careful on the way here." Hearing this, Bray was relieved. It's good that they're here. Otherwise, with these 10,000 people in their hands, it's really possible that they won't be able to stop them. After all, it was the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. In the beginning, more than 500 people from the internal flowering killed more than 10,000 people without leaving a single piece of armor. And what kind of equipment did they have back then? Tanks, armored cars, artillery regiments. That's all that made the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps rub on the ground. And what did they use? Light machine guns, heavy machine guns, just a dozen. And then they're using rockets to shoot at them? 4,000 meters. It's completely out of reach. Just then a troop came back from the direction of the city. "Captain, we've checked it out. All the civilians in the city have fled. There are only 10,000 people left in Bray. We also found people constantly coming and going to the rear. There should be reinforcements coming." Qin Air's eyes flashed. Turning to the soldier, he said, "You lead the troops. Hold the frontal troops for me. Let's give them a wake-up call with a couple of cannons first. Once we exchange fire from the rear, you guys seize the opportunity. It's best if you can take Vita City. But if you can't, then give me a tough fight. At the very least, make sure that there can't be any large-scale troop reinforcements within 30 minutes. Guarantee to complete the mission. Come 20 men with me. Let's take out their reinforcements." Although Qin Yang was talking about holding them back, this reinforcement force, it didn't take a brain to know that it must have heavy weapons. Moreover, if you block the reinforcements yourself, or knock down Vita City, I believe that the holding effect is better, right? Air led his men to leave quietly from one side. On the other side of Vita City, a place similar to a canyon was found. There was only one road passing through the center. Although the road was wide, on both sides were mountain slopes at a 45-degree angle, and it's filled with dense forests, a good place for 10 ambushes. Boom! Boom! The corners of Air's mouth hooked up slightly, and the frontal attack had been launched. Bray and the others were indeed also taken by surprise and hurriedly hid. The shells fell into the city, instantly shattering many buildings. Bray's face turned green as he watched. It's so unfair. They couldn't even touch them now. They could just hit them with any cannon. And it was only when they met them head-on that they realized that the power of the shells was not too strong. Even Croc's ace troops can't do it. Can 2 shells be as powerful as 1? Grandma, hide for me. It's not easy to fight this battle. Though they had the advantage of an open space around the city, it was a fool's errand to rush in. But there are people with them. I can only fight you. It's not a big deal for you. Boom! Boom! A shell exploded very rhythmically in the city, and it was still starting from one side and pushing across to the other. Although the rebels inside the city took cover, but the tremendous power of the shells, it still killed many people. Countless buildings were even directly shattered. Just as Qin Yang attacked Kra, other warlords rioted. A new round of friction began between the government forces and the rebels. Kra slapped the table fiercely. Damn government forces, are they idle? A mere mercenary wants to start an all-out war with me. It wasn't Bard alone who did this. The 10 major warlords of the government army went into battle almost instantly. It was as if they had been waiting for this day for ages, resulting in the other warlords being unable to support them. Even with the 800,000 strong army under his own command, there were very few that could move, and there was also the risk of losing territory at any time. Where are the troops I sent out? Boss, it's about to arrive at Vita City, so I believe it will soon be ready for battle. We just brought over 100 mortars here, and so many shells. Qin Yang's little manpower isn't even enough for one round. It was only then that Clara was able to take a sigh of relief. Finally, there was one side that didn't have any accidents. He had sent 30,000 troops from the main city to reinforce them. Now there were less than 10,000 people left in the city. Fortunately, the main city is in the center. It's surrounded by other cities. There was no fear of being taken out. At this moment, he did not know that less than 100 miles away from his main city, an uninvited guest was rushing over. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Clara, love to save face? Ha! Without rubbing your two-skinned face on the ground. I don't even have the surname Qin. The figures of the 10 people were like ghosts. After entering the range within 100 miles, Qin Yang and his men abandoned their vehicles. They began to advance on foot. On the other side, Qin Er and the others held their breath and hid in the dense forest on one side. Even the route to retreat had been chosen. Buzz, buzz. Just then the roar of an engine came from the front, and the first to come in was a group of infantry. They didn't make the slightest movement, all the time waiting for the line of troops to pass. The heavy hitters were about to make their entrance as well. Qin Er directly pulled out his large sniper and pointed it downwards. Not long after, a military truck slowly drove in after the advance troops passed. As the vehicle continued to shake, it revealed the mortars inside. There were also artillery shells. The corner of Qin Er's mouth curved up. This time it wasn't in vain. There were really big loads. Suddenly Qin Er stood up. The large sniper in his hand aimed at a truck loaded with artillery shells. Dang! Only a muffled sound could be heard from heaven and earth. Even the roar of the truck's engine couldn't be masked. Boom! The truck exploded in the next instant. Boom! 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 Immediately after that, countless shells were detonated. Even the 6 or 7 meter wide road was blown up in an instant. Hundreds of shells exploded together, even forming a small mushroom cloud. The surrounding soldiers were even worse off. Hundreds of them were killed by this. A dozen trucks were involved. Explosions after explosions. Both mortars and shells were buried in the fire. Every now and then there are 1 or 2 explosions in the huge flames. The infantry in the front were instantly dumbfounded by this situation. The leader at the end, who had been riding leisurely forward in his car, was instantly confused. How come my big convoy is gone? Dean roared. Kill them for me. No matter who they are. Kill them all. Mud. My guns. Dean raged. It was his gun. It's ruined. I don't know if it's a good deal or not. It would have cost tens of millions of dollars. It's all gone. That's a lot of money. He didn't even fire a single shot. Those sons of bitches blew it all up. Boss, aren't we supposed to be going for backup? Dean's eyes turned red and he cursed. I don't give a shit about support. Get them all on me. Damn it. I've lost my guns. What's the point of backing me up? Now everyone grab those people. I'm going to kill them. Day. Before they could start charging, a series of bullets from halfway up the hill had already hit them. Qin Er and the others were each carrying not only their individual equipment, an M2 heavy machine gun each, but even a sniper rifle on their backs. The bullets grazed Dean's cheek and flew by, almost not scaring him to pee. Crap, are you all idiots? Shoot the old man. Bang, bang bang bang. A group of rebels raised the AK-47 in their hands above their heads and pulled the trigger. Although this was all routine, it still made Dean very angry. You guys are this perfunctory? It's time to die. And you're still fighting like this? Not to mention him but also Chinair, who was halfway up the hill, was confused. No, are they all this good at playing? We're up here. What does he mean by sticking out a muzzle and shooting flat? Second brother, is it possible that they've been fighting like this all along? Chinair sighed and said, alright, I'm the one who overthought it. In that case, brothers, give me a hard beating. Don't let these sons of bitches come up. Don't forget that they cursed the boss. Fuck him. More than 20 brothers shouted in unison. The heavy machine guns in the same hands began to fire indiscriminately. Dang! Boom! Chinair was still holding a big sniper. One shot at a time, aiming at all the vehicles. Each shot could shatter one. The violent explosions blew away all the rebels who were using them as cover. In just a few minutes all the vehicles were blown up by Chinair's big snipers, leaving those rebels in a daze. Not that we haven't got a gun yet. Light and heavy machine guns, rocket-propelled grenades and so on are all gone. Only the bare-bones AK left in their hands. And at once they were all numb. Bang! Rebels just want to stand up. Was a big sniper. People directly hit to broken meat crumbling next to the soldier's face. Even living in the battlefield they couldn't bear such a blow. A living person, directly beaten into pieces. It was so horrible that they were scared out of their wits. Dean was also shaken by the shot. After all, this was the first time he had seen this kind of scene. But more than 30,000 of his own people, let dozens of people above him to press the fight. Spread out can make people laugh their asses off. Day. Dean was a pike to the sky and yelled at his men. They only have dozens of people. Charge up to me. We have 30,000 people to be afraid of nothing. Whoever kills one will be promoted one rank. At the same time holding the walkie-talkie and the troops in front of them kept roaring. After 10 minutes of chaos, the rebels also started to counterattack. Everyone held up their AKs and started to fire at the mountain. The bullets were as dense as rain. For a while the entire battlefield could not hear any other sound. It was all the clattering sound of the AKs firing. At this time, Chinair and the others had already started to evacuate according to the previously chosen route. With so many gunshots as cover, the evacuation was quite smooth. On the other side, the moment they heard the gunfire from the rear, they knew that it was not good. The reinforcements had been ambushed, and the deafening sound of the explosions. You can imagine how intense the fight was over there. Bray made an instant decision and yelled at the troops. Send someone out to meet them. There are heavy weapons over there. If they are destroyed we will only be beaten. They were being passively beaten now anyway, so they might as well put up a fight and send out 8,000 men directly to meet them. The commotion in the back was really too big. It was hard not to let people guess that that side was the main force. So only less than 3,000 people were left behind. The rest were all led by Bray and rushed out from the back. Just as soon as he came out, he saw the front was ablaze with fire. He could barely distinguish between the sound of explosions and gunfire, which made Bray start to get anxious. Chinair suddenly stopped in his tracks and said with an odd expression on his face, "There's still a windfall here?" The junior brother next to him also said, "Second brother, are they all out of their minds, actually willing to leave the city?" Chinair laughed. "Brothers, follow me and charge this city." At the same time, Chinair used the communication system of his single combat equipment to inform the troops on the other side that they were all set to start charging under the cover of artillery fire. Not realizing that there was such a good thing, the decisive order was given to stop the shelling. Except for the driver. Everyone else got into the armored car and started charging. The sound of artillery only just stopped. There are people who can't help but venture out, but just poking their heads out from the city wall. Is a series of bullets hit over? Instantly being hit all over the dejected. Fell to the ground all over the bullet holes. Put! The armored vehicle roared as it charged. And in the back Chinair and the others used their tiger claws to pierce through the throats of 2 soldiers. Immediately afterward, they leapt up and came straight into the city. Bang! Bang! Chinair's body swung in with 2 swift shots. The soldiers on both sides who had just realized something was wrong had their heads blown off. Do it! Leave no one behind! Chinair waved his hand at the men coming up. Then 20 men advanced in echelons, covering each other and interspersing their attacks. Bang! Ta-da! The remaining soldiers in the city were pretty much wiped out, as there were gunshots everywhere in all directions of the city, and up to now they hadn't even realized that they were still on the city walls and the armored cars were still shooting at each other. The armored car directly in front of them was charging all the way across the city. Hundreds of heavy machine guns began to fire uninterruptedly at the city walls. The rebels couldn't lift their heads from the beating. Da-day-day-day-day-day-day. Bang! Just when they didn't know what to do, and even wanted to retreat back and fight guerrilla inside the city, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out behind them. Shin Air and the others, manned with an M2 heavy machine gun, began to shoot frantically at the front. Those rebels with their backs exposed were all living targets. Da-day-day-day-day-day-day. All the bullets poured out. The troops in front had already blasted open the city gates by this time. They met up with Shin Air and the others. 3,000 people were exterminated in just a few minutes. Bray, who had gone far away to support, didn't have the slightest idea that his old home had been gutted. Even running to support him, he was almost killed by the angry Dean as an enemy. Bray's arrival also made these rebels calm down a bit, and once they stopped, they realized that there was no sound on the mountain for a long time. Dean pointed to a soldier beside him and said, "You, get up there and look." The soldier was confused, and then looked at the furious Dean. He could only resign himself to going up. After checking around, he yelled down at the bottom, "No one, not a soul." Dean cursed and said, "Grandma, they were fast." Bray came up at this time and said anxiously, "General, let's go to Vita City. They can't hold out much longer over there." Dean snorted coldly and ordered to advance. Taking this opportunity, Bray quietly inquired, "What's the situation over here? How many people are under siege? How many losses?" When he heard that he was being held down by dozens of people, Bray was stunned. "Are you all useless, and all the heavy weapons are destroyed? What's the point? Why don't you come over here and hide from the shells with us?" Bray went numb. At a distance of about 3,000 meters from Vita City, suddenly a large black dot appeared in the sky, densely packed. It looked like a large flock of birds. Dean pointed at the black dots in the sky and asked, "What is that thing? Since when did we have such a large flock of birds in Quarasia?" Bray looked directly at it and cursed out loud. "Crap, this is a shell. Take cover, take cover." The villainous army was in chaos. They began to run frantically, but even if they were fast, they couldn't outrun the shells. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of shells landed with huge explosions. More than 30,000 people kept wailing in the coverage of artillery fire. The area instantly seemed to be plunged into a sea of fire. Unprotected open ground. The distance between the two sides is only 3,000 meters. This was the deadliest situation. Miso. A new round of shelling has arrived in the sky. In this artillery's best place to play. Just one round was thousands of casualties. Dean's eyes were red as he grabbed Bray's collar, madly spitting furiously. He said, "Are you fucking counter? How dare you sneak attack us?" and blasted us with artillery. Bray cried, very helplessly. He roared, "You fart, we don't have cannons at all, and such a large caliber cannonball. It's the fucking money leopard mercenary corps. I've lost my town." Dean threw Bray away as he looked at the corpse-strewn battlefield around him. A wave of desolation welling up in his heart. He had participated in not 1,000 battles but 800. But this was the first time he was in such a powerless situation. Not because of the number of people on the other side, it's just that their firepower, individual strength, and combat IQ all crushed them. He was basically crushed in Quarasia, and he knew he wouldn't survive. The shells in the sky never stopped. It's ridiculous that he still wants to break bread with others. So what if he still has his mortars? He didn't think he could beat it. Just then several black shells fell from the sky. The target was exactly where he and Bray were. The two men looked at each other, then frankly accepted death. Boom! At this point Moria was missing a general and a city lord, and Shin Air's side wasn't finished yet, still washing the ground with artillery fire. Boss Qin Yang has said, "What's the point of fighting for their lives if they can be solved with firepower? Their lives are to follow him to enjoy glory and wealth." The full coverage of artillery shells lasted for more than half an hour. Not many of the 30,000 troops left outside. Only scattered soldiers left to flee. Their mission is accomplished. The rest is up to the boss himself. At this point in time, it's nearly dusk. The sky was getting a little darker. Qin Yang was currently nestled in a sand pit not far from the main city of Kra. One person was keeping the wind at bay while the others closed their eyes and rested their minds. As the weather darkened, inside the main city, a large searchlight was turned on, constantly scanning the surroundings. The number of guards in the city has also increased. It seemed that they were still vigilant at this sensitive time. "Action," Qin Yang said softly. Then 10 people got up and walked side by side. There was a sentry post a few thousand meters ahead. It was also the last barrier before entering the main city. After that were the soldiers on the city walls and the guards at the searchlight tower. Qin Yang's several people's footsteps were extremely light, and the few people at the sentry post persuaded them not to notice, until Qin Yang's few people appeared within the light's irradiation range. Several rebels instantly reacted. "Freeze, who are you people? although they had already raised the AK-47s in their hands, aimed at Qin Yang's men, but they were only thinking about questioning them. They hadn't expected an invading enemy to be so bold. Bare hands, empty fists, guns are on their backs. There's no such thing as a sneak attack. Qin Yang suddenly stopped in his tracks with a smile on his face. Qin Yi, we'll have to give it a try. I think 10 meters is a good distance. Qin Yi smiled. Boss said it. Didn't they say that a fist is fast within 7 steps? How many steps is 10 meters? Ka-ching. Qin Yang twisted his neck and made a clicking sound. Doesn't that tell you? The moment he spoke, Qin Yang and the others all rushed out. A foot stepped on the ground and it was directly a sandpit. In an instant, Qin Yang and the others were already a few meters away. And it was as if only a breath of time had passed. The rebels didn't even react even though they were holding a loaded AK-47 with their finger on the trigger. It was as if the brain said shoot, and the finger says back. What did you say? Poof. At the moment of approach, a dagger popped out of his sleeve and was instantly gripped, the light of the blade flashing twice in the darkness. The first knife cut off the hand holding the gun before the opponent could scream. The first knife slashed across the rebel's neck. A large amount of blood spurted out. At the same time it cuts open the windpipe. A large amount of blood poured out. The rebel couldn't even say a word. He fell to the ground with a plop. The blood still zipping like a fountain. Qin Yi and the others on the other side did the same operation. A few guards were settled just like that. Qin smiled. Boss, almost 3 steps. We can try 20 meters next time. It might be 7 steps. Qin Yang several people killed the few soldiers at the sentry post and then aimed straight above the city wall. There were a total of a dozen soldiers patrolling back and forth. There were 2 more on the searchlight towers on both sides. A city wall that was about 5 meters high could be said to block most assassins, and there were searchlights constantly searching, so even they were a bit lax. Qin Yi lifted up Qin Yang with both hands and threw him upwards with force, and Qin Yang jumped directly onto the 5-meter high city wall in one step. The others came up in turn. As soon as Qin Yang came up, the dagger in his hand was thrown out, directly piercing through a soldier's throat, followed by the flying tiger claw in his other hand being thrown out. The soldier who was more than 10 meters away was pierced through the neck by the flying tiger claw, followed by a hard pull. The flying tiger claw was subjected to a powerful force, coupled with the fact that the flying tiger claw came with a sharp edge in the opposite direction, directly severing the soldier's neck. Swish, a casual brush, shaking off the blood on it, then put it away. One of the reasons why I didn't use the flying tiger claw just now was because I was afraid of being discovered. The other is that it can still be used as a dart. The others were still on patrol and didn't notice the movement. Qin Yi and the others lowered their bodies and began to approach the soldiers. Poof, ka-chow, grabbing the head and breaking the soldier's head with a click, then pulling the body to the corner. At the same time the others raised their hands and cut their throats by covering their mouths. Soon all the guards on this wall were killed. Qin Yang picked up his own dagger and looked at the searchlight above. We have to settle this quickly, otherwise it would be easy to realize that the patrols over here have disappeared. Boss, I'll go up. The view is good here. I can do sniping all over the city. Qin Yang nodded. They all had thermal imaging. They were able to locate the enemy's position at any time. And Qin Yang was also able to transmit a live map of his surroundings to the crowd. Qin Yi and Qin San climbed up the searchlight tower with great speed. They killed the guards in seconds the moment they showed their heads, sticking out their thumbs at Qin Yang. Qin Yang nodded, then led the others onward. Qin San also followed. Only one person needed to stay here. Bang! With a soft sound, Qin Yang's few people leapt straight down from the city wall. Qin Yang had already observed that there were no guards in here. Moreover, according to the thermal imaging, Qin Yang realized that the number of people in this city wasn't too many. It didn't look at all like a main city in the hands of an 800,000 strong warlord. Just then, Qin Yang received a message from Qin Air. Boss, 30,000 people are coming from Vita City. There are also mortars and other heavy weapons. We've taken them all. Vita City has been captured. Only a few remnants of the 30,000 men remain. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth curved up. So that's how it is. Those 30,000 people still have mortars. So I guess they were sent out from here. It was really looking up to him. After walking for 1,000 meters or so, Qin Yang suddenly stopped and raised one hand. The crowd behind him immediately understood and crouched down in a corner in the dark. Swish, plop, ka-ching. As a group of patrolling soldiers came over with laughter, Qin Yang took the lead and slapped out, directly bending the soldier's head. The massive force directly cracked the opponent's skull. At the same time there was a clicking sound at the neck, obviously broken. Blood flowed out from the soldier's eyes and nose. The dagger in his left hand flashed with a cold light, and the other soldier's throat was chopped off. 2 people were resolved in an instant. The other people's tactics were also very decisive. A punch was thrown and the knot in his throat was directly shattered. unable to make a single sound. The next instant the hands were rubbed together, the head directly to a 360 degrees big circle. A patrol of a dozen people was killed in an instant. This scene was also watched under Qin Yi's scope. At the same time, he was alert to all the winds and grasses around him. Suddenly Qin Yi spoke. 500 away. There's another group coming over. That original speed they will have an encounter. Boss, we have to finish them off. Qin Yang did not hesitate at all, and with a wave of his hand, those corpses were casually thrown in the shade, then came ahead to the other team's line of travel. The second team also didn't feel the danger coming at all. At the moment of turning the corner, a few figures flashed, only to hear a clicking sound. All of them were also out of breath. Going further inside, we've reached the center area. Many soldiers lived here. At this time, the time was already close to midnight, but in the highest building, it's brightly lit. Rubbish, they're all useless. What are you doing? 30,000 men, my 30,000 men. He's just arrived and he's been wiped out. I gave him so many heavy weapons, he didn't fire a single shot. Why doesn't he go to hell? The men below were all silent, thinking to themselves that they were already dead, but no one dared to speak up either. Clark vented and finally sat down helplessly in his chair. How is Freeman now? The second in command has been very peaceful lately. Clark grunted coldly, but did not say anything more, although he had the heart to kill Freeman. But now Freeman's life was tied to his crossface. No matter who it was killed by, it was all a slap in his face, so Freeman must live. Qin Yang was not far from this building. Looking at the brightly lit rooms above, the corner of Qin Yang's mouth curved up. Let you guys dash around for a while first. I'll send you a rocket when I'm done. After saying that, Qin Yang turned to Xiao Jin and said, Xiao Jin, can you help me analyze which one is most likely to be Freeman inside these thermal images right now? Hey, host, you're really troublesome. Fine, who made me the best system in the world? Based on the other person's body type. A total of 12 people have been analyzed for their physical resemblance to Freeman. We've finally identified this person. Speaking of a villa not far from the building, the target given by Xiao Jin is clearly this one. It made sense for the second in command to live in a villa. Qin Yang stifled a laugh. Little Jin, there are some things to look at less. Look at those two people who are almost tied together. It turned out that the thermal imaging saw that the two silhouettes were almost merging into one. Yuck, it's not the host who always makes me do this kind of mission. What kind of people are these? Hurry up and kill him. It's so distracting. Qin Yang shook his head with a smile. Little Jin's personality was like that of an arrogant little girl. Good guy, there are quite a few of them. Don't say you're afraid of death. Just as they arrived outside the villa, they saw dozens of people patrolling this side. Qin-san inquired, Boss, what should we do? Continue the assassination? Qin Yang shrugged and said, Assassination? Is that our style? We're all the way here, so of course we have to make a big commotion. Saying that, he took out his M2 heavy machine gun, as well as a rocket launcher. Brothers, give me a hard hit. The battle must be resolved within 3 minutes. I still have to give them a big gift. I promise to complete the mission. Miso, miso, boom, boom. As soon as the words fell, the crowd picked up the bazooka and fired 10 rockets at the villa. The violent explosion made everyone jump. Freeman, who was in the middle of his campaign, was directly scared to death. When the guards reacted, the doors were blown open, and more than 50 brothers, already dead and wounded, still alive, almost all holding limbs and arms on the ground, constantly wailing. At this time 10 figures appeared. Each of them had a heavy machine gun in their hands. A long chain of bullets was trailing on the low. The leader, Qin Yang, was wearing a black trench coat. Qin Yang changed it on purpose just now. He's handsome. Inside, the remnants of the soldiers to see Qin Yang's eyes widened for a moment, pupils shrinking. How many people in Kilexia don't recognize Qin Yang? He was definitely the number one person in Kilexia in terms of legends. Moreover, they were now in a head-to-head confrontation with Qin Yang. They knew even more about Qin Yang's terror. He won a great victory on the front line. Not only did 1,000 men take down Vita City, they also destroyed 30,000 of their elite troops. And now their boss is actually in their base camp. But before they could think about it, Qin Yang's few people pulled the trigger at the same time. The machine guns in their hands spat out tons of fire, and the front of the villa in front of them was directly reduced to rubble. Like Qin Yang's several people's footsteps were very uniform, walking forward side by side. Hundreds of bullets were shot out with every step. The long chain of bullets on the ground also ran out when Qin Yang walked to the door. Qin Yang's few people dropped the M2 heavy machine gun with its reddish muzzle and walked up to the second floor. At this moment, Freeman's whole body was trembling as he held his gun towards the door. He was so nervous that he had no clothes on. Drops of sweat were constantly sliding down his face. His palms were also sweating, especially the moment the gunfire stopped below. He was even more nervous. Fear that the next second rushed in a group of people to cut himself alive. At that moment, the sound of neat footsteps came from the silent corridor. Splat! The footsteps stopped at the door. Freeman swallowed hard. Outside. Who are you guys? Just don't kill me. $5 million. Right away. Bang! Just then the room door was kicked out. It directly slapped Freeman, who was hiding 5 or 6 meters behind the door. Underneath, the pistol in his hand was also knocked down. Shin Young walked in with a smile. The debt between us isn't something that can be settled with $5 million. I'm in charge of my rules. If I say I'll kill you, you must die. Freeman was slapped by the door and his face was covered in blood. His brain went blank for a moment and he struggled to crawl out from under the door. When he heard Qin Yang's voice, he stiffened his movements. Turning his head to look at Qin Yang, he revealed a very difficult expression. He had been hiding in the base for so long, and he was still beaten at the door by others. If there were pills of regret, he would definitely go back and slap himself twice. What do you think you're doing messing with him for nothing? Big brother, can you spare my life? I really don't know. Qin Yang shook his head and laughed. I'm a person, never gives others a second chance. Of course maybe someone can, but you're not qualified enough. Kill, remember to take the loot away. Qin Yang said this indifferently, and in the next instant Qin San walked up with a dagger. A knife directly sealed his throat. Before Freeman could struggle, the dagger in his hand exerted force. Ka-ching! The neck bone was directly cut off. Of course it wasn't that the knife was sharp enough, but the force was enough. The cut on the bone wasn't smooth, and even many places were smashed by brute force before being cut off with the dagger afterwards. Qin Yang looked at his watch and said, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. There's still plenty of time. Qin Yang glanced at the naked woman next to him and laughed. Don't worry, I'm a good person, never kills women. Qin Yang walked out of the room. Qin San yanked over a piece of clothing to wrap Freeman's head in it, followed out. The woman had only just breathed a sigh of relief, but looked at Qin Yang with hatred in her eyes. Her backer was dead. What she would face in the future could be imagined. And those who had been humiliated by herself through Freeman's power would surely double back. Just then, a series of grenades were thrown in. Qin Yang and the others had just stepped out of the villa and casually threw them back without looking back, then strolled neatly outside. Qin Yang pulled out a cigarette and lit it. The villa behind them exploded. Boom! Qin Yang's action of lighting the cigarette and the explosion sending out sky-high flames were simultaneous. Qin Yang and the others were not far below the villa. However, there was not the slightest shaking of their figures. The moment Qin Yang stepped out of the door of the villa, time stopped at exactly 3 minutes. After that, Qin Yang directly got out 2 SUVs from the garage next to him. 9 people barely sat down. If it wasn't for the fear of exposing his system space, Qin Yang would have pulled out his armored car and killed them. The gunshots and explosions on this side directly alarmed all the rebels. The people who were in the middle of the meeting instantly stood up. They came to the window. When they opened the curtains, they saw a violent explosion in the direction of Freeman's villa. The flames instantly illuminate a large area of the neighborhood. Clark's face was livid as she pointed that way and growled at the door. Someone, what happened over there? Find out what's going on over there. Send out all hands. Search the city. Shoot anyone you don't recognize on the spot. Anyone with half a brain could think this was coming for them. Or rather, it's for Freeman. Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. Qin Yang, you guys are good, Clara said through gritted teeth. Just then he suddenly saw a sudden flash of light in his place, as if someone was shining a light on him. Looking down, it turned out that there were 2 SUVs on the ground more than 100 meters away from him, and one of them was holding a flashlight and shining it at his place. Clara fixed his eyes and instantly widened his eyes. He saw Qin Yang smiling and waving to himself. Of course the most crucial thing was that Qin Yang was carrying a rocket launcher in his other hand. Crouch, get down, Clara shouted before lunging behind the sofa. At the same time Qin Yang pulled the trigger. The back of the rocket sprayed flames and flew towards the tall building. Boom! There was a loud bang as the rocket crashed right through the glass, and then a loud bang as all the rebels turned their eyes around again. Heck! They realized that their boss had been attacked. The place where their boss was meeting was on fire at the moment. Glass shattered. The others in the meeting jumped at the sound of Kara's shouts, but a few of them who had been in battle for years reacted. They rushed to the back of other things. The whole office was a mess. Even the rebel high command had blown 2 of them to death with this rocket. Ahem! Clara got up from behind the couch. She was relieved to see that there wasn't a second shot. Mud! I let a squad of people enter my base camp. They almost killed us all. Guards, are you all shit-eaters? Catch Qin Yang for me. From now on, no one can go out of the entire city. Go! Clara roared frantically at her men. Almost died himself. If you let Qin Yang escape, doesn't that mean that people can kill you anytime they want to in the future? This kind of thing that put the possibility of losing one's head at any time was something that no one would want. Not to mention that he still had a great future ahead of him. Arms dealers have promised to provide him with a large number of arms to recover the lost land. Clara walked to the window again. There was no glass on the upper floors, and the wind was extremely strong at this time. The wind was howling next to Kara's ears. Clara stared at the direction where Qin Yang had disappeared. At the same time, he was a bit confused. Why did the other party even remind him of this? Was it to tease him? But no matter what, Qin Yang must die. Whether it's the power of the money leopard mercenaries, or their ability to infiltrate and assassinate, or the large amount of weapons and equipment provided to the government forces, he couldn't let Qin Yang walk out of the city today no matter what. But what he didn't know was that one side of the city had already been uprooted by Qin Yang. Trying to get out is not simple though, but it wasn't difficult. As Qin Yang left, the entire city rioted. The sound of alarms resounded throughout the city. Soldiers from all directions were gathering this way. At the same time, the rebels on the city walls in all four directions directly turned on their searchlights to the maximum. For a time, the entire city turned brightly lit. Dang! Boom! In this noisy environment, a muffled sound still accurately reached everyone's ears. A bullet hit the top of the vehicle that was about to meet Qin Yang and the others. The SUV was directly blown up. The explosion set off a huge shockwave. The people who ran over to support them on both sides suffered. They were directly sent flying out. When Qin Yang's vehicle passed by the intersection, it directly strafed the soldiers on the other side with its machine gun. The SUV's gas pedal didn't stop during this time. After doing all this, Qin Yang sat on the passenger side of the SUV, smoked a cigarette and waved his hand to the back. That was a surveillance camera that Qin Yang saw, indicating that I don't need you to send me off. Big brother. The current Clark was indeed in a surveillance room. Looking at the screen, although the shot wasn't very clear, he could still tell that Qin Yang was waving goodbye to him. Clara's face instantly went black. Nima went too far. How is it that his every move seems to be under the control of the other party? Of course, what he didn't know was that Qin Yang really didn't intend to kill him now. For one thing, he didn't pay him even if he killed him. All for nothing. There was also the fact that his own document hadn't been publicized around the world yet. Eradicate Clara now. And if it's no surprise, that's all the rebels' top brass. The government forces are lopsided. Whether Bard would keep his end of the bargain or not was unknown. He didn't feel like he was that much of a deterrent yet. After all, a little Freeman could treat himself with disdain, and dare to scold himself. If Bard or the top 10 warlords of the government army knew about this, they would definitely say, "Big brother, you're overthinking it. There's no one in the whole of Kumoria who's more afraid of you than us." I'm just kidding. Others always suspected that Qin Yang's war record was fake, but they all know, it's just a province. It's not as important as Qin Yang. On Qin Yang's side, the two SUVs raced down the city's main road. All the cars that tried to get close on both sides were taken care of by Qin Yi. Dang! Dang! The entire city echoed with the muffled sound of a large sniper. There was also the sound of vehicles exploding. On Qin Yang's side, the others raised their heavy machine guns, sweeping fire at the rebels who were running over. Countless bullets poured out, and the sides of the main road were littered with corpses. Qin Yang just sat on the co-pilot with a smile on his face. He rushed out from a corpse-strewn battlefield. The moment he rushed out of the city, Qin Yang directly switched to the armored car. The outside of the city was checked. There were no cameras. Bang! Qin Yi leapt down from the high tower, jumping onto the armored car. Qin Yang laughed. Alright, the shooting is getting more and more accurate. Qin Yi smiled. Still not as good as the boss. Buzz! The armored car roared and disappeared into the dark night. When Kraw's manpower chased it out, there was no longer a single figure to be seen. Kraw slapped the table angrily. Waste. They're all fucking trash. So many people, can't even catch a few people. Why don't you all go to hell? Although he saw the whole thing from the only camera in the city, but still, he couldn't help but get angry. If Qin Yang didn't die, he couldn't live without peace of mind. He was afraid that he wouldn't know when Qin Yang would give him a rocket shot. In the end, he sat powerless in his chair. A single sniper blocked all of his motorized troops, and the others couldn't even get close enough to be shot into a sieve. Unfortunately, some of the remaining armored vehicles didn't make it out. Otherwise it would have been a one-shot deal. He had seen it before. A sidekick said, "Boss, should we send out the helicopter gunships, before they get too far? Blow them up directly." Pa! Clara slapped this little brother and rolled on the ground twice. "You don't think I've lost enough? It's dark. I haven't even waited for the helicopter to pass. Qin Yang can shoot a rocket at me. Believe it or not, if you make any more suggestions, I'll shoot you." Now Clara felt that his men were all in over their heads. How else could they have been fooled by Qin Yang's men? After Qin Yang killed him, he didn't arrive at the town until dawn, the abandoned town where Victor's body was hanging. Straight away, Freeman's head was skewered and another pole was set up next to that horrible corpse with a head hanging from it. Qin Yang snapped his fingers and said, let's go. Return to the Imperial Court. Talk about a business deal by the way. Qin Yang took out his phone and called Bard. As soon as the phone was answered, Bud's voice was the first to come through. Elder brother Qin, what's the problem here? Do you need my help? The 10 warlords under me are ready. As long as you say the word, we'll swoop down on Kra Main City. Make sure to capture that Freeman. Give it to old brother in its original form. Bard was now crazy about wanting a favor from Qin Yang. Crap, 1,000 men took down a city and destroyed 30,000 of Clark's elite troops. They say they blew up a bunch of mortars. Several of his best men are dead. That's brutal. Qin Yang was stunned. Good lord. Aren't you a bit too eager? Qin Yang laughed. I'm calling old brother this time for a deal. $5 million. I won't move a single penny of what's inside Vita City. I'll give it all to you. How's that? Bard was a bit dazed by this big pie. Elder brother Qin, what do you mean by that? Just tell me if you need anything. I'm sure I'll do it for you. Qin Yang said helplessly. I've already killed that Freeman guy. I'm sure the news will come out before too long. I don't want Vita City either. Consider it a favor to old brother. Bard rubbed his head. The polls had reversed. Now it had become Qin Yang selling him a favor, but he still had to do it. The Vita is worth much more than $5 million. It's surrounded by open ground, easy to defend, hard to attack. The people outside are basically living targets, and there's a major traffic artery out back. Then I'll do you a favor. I'll remember this favor. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. Bud on the other end of the phone held the phone for a long time. Qin Yang had actually killed Freeman. This was something he didn't expect. The eyes of the surrounding 10 warlords flickered as they looked at Bud and said, Boss, how about it? Are we ready to strike? Bard said with a complicated expression. They've already taken the man down, and they're going to sell Vita City to us for $5 million. Put. The crowd of warlords were all confused when they heard this. Crap, what's going on here? Didn't that Freeman not go out? How did he get killed? So now we owe Qin Yang a favor? This reversal was never expected. At this moment, a soldier rushed into the office, looking very agitated. And Bard's voice to reprimand had not yet left his mouth. The agitated soldier directly said loudly, Boss, the Money Panther Corps raided the main city of Clark, and after killing Freeman, they also bombarded Clark with a cannon. And after that, they even killed them all the way out of the city from the main road. He's practically a god. Bard said in a deep voice, Slow down, tell me everything you know. The soldier took a deep breath and said, Qin Yang sneaked into the main city of Kra with a few people and assassinated several squads of people. The most crucial thing is that Qin Yang killed his way to Freeman's villa and cut off the other party's head in less than 3 minutes. On the way out of the city, he also gave Kra a rocket. It said that 2 people died on the spot. After that it was even killed from the main road. KLA was furious. I hear Freeman's head is hanging next to Victor's right now. Bud sat on the couch, looking a little stupefied, his mouth slowly spitting out the words. Holy shit, it's like listening to a book from heaven. The soldier said with great excitement. He is simply a god, the god of death in the battlefield. It's really too strong. Phew, send someone to receive Vita City. Bard took a deep breath and said. The soldier froze, then said with some caution. Boss, wasn't Vita City taken down by the Money Leopard mercenaries? Are we going to start a war? Don't. Why don't you think about it again? Bard said without a trace of anger. You're the one who talks too much. That city was sold to me by old brother Qin Yang. I'll send someone to take it over. Good lord. I didn't expect to see a little fan of Qin Yang in my team. On the other side, Qin Yang directly returned to his base while opening the system. This time, it had unlocked quite a few goodies. The first one made Qin Yang's eyes light up, a helicopter gunship. The second one is a main battle tank. All of them are at the technological level after World War II. It's called the Money Leopard generation. Qin Yang laughed with great excitement. Wahahaha, I have my own main battle tank and helicopter gunship too. This main battle tank of his own is not their kind of obsolete goods. Even a big sniper can take one more shot. That's right, in terms of power, it's still the big sniper that's fierce. Qin Yang felt that the big sniper thing was a black technology, and besides Qin Yang and the others, he really couldn't think of anyone who could handle this weapon. Of course, it's possible to kill a person with a single shot. Armed helicopters are even better. Not the kind of helicopter barn set up a heavy machine gun. Instead, they have 2 large rotating machine guns on either side of the underside of the wings. Also equipped with 4 missiles. It's just awesome. This is a proper artifact. Whoever pretends to be a pussy, Qin Yang will directly send them around. Isn't this better than a mortar? Although the price is not cheap, but they still bite the bullet and get out all the time team. Especially the helicopter gunships. The original price was $8 million apiece. This was still the cost price. As Qin Yang got these weapons out, Qin said with great excitement, Boss, we're rich now. It's no good even if the government forces back out. Hit them directly until they agree. Qin Yang smiled. It was true. but he believed that the other side would not back out. His own battle results should have already spread all over Cumulusia. Now Qin Yang's matter had indeed spread all over Cumulus, and the rumors were quite outrageous, but no matter what, Clara's face was being rubbed on the ground. For a while, the hearts of the rebels were beginning to stir. In response, Qin Yang chose to let the public opinion fester for a bit longer. At the same time, he posted the video of himself abusing Victor in that war on Jitterbug. He realized that his popularity value was rising a bit slowly. That previous war was directly cut into a one-step movie, taking the name Big Brother Accumulators War God Drama. The second video was released and instantly made a whole bunch of netizens cry with joy. Crap, Big Brother finally remembered the Jitterbug password. Not easy. Big Brother, if you're not bubbling, I'll think you're cool. Are you looking for death upstairs? Big Brother won't even get cold if you do. But as the second video played, netizens' jaws dropped to the ground. The way Qin Yang stood on the roof of the building in his trench coat was simply handsome. But what the hell is a big 9-meter sniper in your hand? Are we not awake? Crap, I'm uneducated. Is this a sniper? The recoil of one shot shattered the roof of the building under my brother's feet. His shoulders didn't even shake. Is this normal? A 9-meter long sniper. A single shot blew up an armored car and a tank. Am I dreaming? I thought the last time was already the peak. But I didn't realize it was just the beginning. Is this really humanly possible? Say, is there any soldier brother to challenge the big sniper in Big Brother's hand? Have a blast. I retired Special Forces. On this recoil, my life can only fire a shot. After the hospital ICU resident member. Reasoning today this video, but wherever someone else posted it, it is definitely special effects. The key, this is Big Brother. Only play real. Not only them, to the Yen State Armed Forces Department of people are looking at the scalp numbness. Lei Chingze looked at this scene the corners of his mouth, then said in the meeting, Qin Yang and they have absolutely nothing to do with them. They do not deserve. Isn't this fucking Superman? Did he forget to wear his pants outside? Lei Chingze, who had experienced a great deal of wind, couldn't even carry it. Your operation is too anti-human. We'll believe you when you say you're holding a howitzer over your shoulder. How can you call this sniping? Qin Yang watched his popularity value skyrocket, and his mouth went askew with laughter. Congratulations to the host for reaching 4 million in popularity value, and obtaining an achievement gift pack. Qin Yang hurriedly said, open the achievement gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining medic *100. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched. It's not that it's bad, but over 1,000 soldiers for himself and 100 medics. Isn't the ratio not quite right? And none of them have been injured so far. It seems a bit chickenish. Host, do you want to see clearly before lamenting? I'm really ashamed of the host's intelligence. Qin Yang smiled sarcastically, then took a look at the introduction, and suddenly his eyes widened. Crap, isn't this a bit overspecified? As long as the person isn't dead, they can be saved, and there's even a fucking R&D function? This isn't a medic. This is my big baby. Host, I'm really liking your lack of insight. Qin Yang's mouth twitched as he said, Little Jean, why do I feel like you're getting more and more skinny? Humph, I'm happy to. Who let you keep on making me? Qin Yang helplessly held his forehead. How did this little Jean feel as if he had raised a haughty little daughter? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Yang hadn't gone out for the past 3 days, but the entire cumulus was spreading the legend of Qin Yang. Qin Yang saw that the time was almost up. He directly issued another wanted notice. The culprit who entered Tali province with a weapon is dead, and the one who brings the other's head to the outlying bases will be rewarded with an armored car. At the same time, all forces and individuals in Surabaya are notified that anyone who flies a bullet into Tali province without permission will be hunted down and killed by the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. No one dared to ignore this statement. Clara was an example. If separated, Clara was the second largest force in the entire cumulus. But even so, Qin Yang still came and went as he pleased, taking the head of the enemy in the midst of 10,000 soldiers. Even more so, he directly exterminated Clara's elite troops. The soldiers on the other side knew something was wrong when they realized Freeman was dead. They started to run away. While waiting to board a plane to leave Cumoria, a group of gun-toting thugs stormed into the international airport. There was a barrage of bullets into the sky. At the same time 2 cars drove up with a heavy machine gun mounted on them. The boss shouted to the rioting crowd, all be quiet. I'm only here to arrest one person. If everyone doesn't move, nothing will happen. Anyone who dares to move, shoot them dead. The scene was silent, with only the soldier trembling. The boss revealed a cruel smile, then bled the man and cut off his head in front of the horrified gazes of the crowd. Brothers, go back and collect your reward. Oh, the crowd of soldiers cheered wildly. Armored cars, a good thing that they could never see in their entire lives. Now they could actually get one. It's just too good to be true. After this incident, Tali province became a forbidden zone for the warlords. All battles were avoided. Claude was glad he made the decision he did. Look at that, what a wise decision. Just now, a passenger plane in the sky was falling rapidly with its engine spewing flames. The direction of the fall was Kumoria. Almost half of the people on board were from the Yin Kingdom. The rest of them were from the Great Eagle Kingdom. Because this was the airplane that took off from the Great Eagle Kingdom to the Yin Kingdom. At this time, the people on the airplane are very desperate. How did not expect to actually run into a plane crash? When the plane was about to crash, the captain barely managed to control the plane. Although it bumped violently, it didn't crash. The passengers stepped off the plane in shock. Then they started running wildly under the captain's leadership. A few kilometers out, the burning plane behind them exploded with a bang. Everyone looked at the burning airplane with gratitude in their eyes. We're still alive. Hoo-hoo. A crowd of passengers hugged each other, venting their fears out loud. After 10 minutes, someone finally asked the question, where are we now? The captain's face was ugly as he said, according to the last radar, we are within Cumulus. This is roughly thousands of kilometers from the airport. The scene fell silent as soon as these words came out, followed by despair. There was no one in sight. As far as the eye could see, it was all the Gobi. They had nothing. The only supplies they had exploded along with the airplane. How could they get out of the thousands of kilometers? And they have no map. And they couldn't find their bearings. My cell phone has a signal. That's when an uplifting voice appeared. Someone took out their phone, excitedly calling home. At the same time, the airplane crash in Cilia on Yan's side of the country quickly rushed to the top of the hot search engines. It's good that the people are fine. The country will soon send the army to pick them up. The probability of surviving a plane crash is too low. It's really a blessing in disguise. Just then a burst of gunfire came from the distance, as well as the roar of vehicles. Everyone immediately hugged together nervously, only to see a dozen SUVs drive over. There were dozens of soldiers on them, all holding AK-47s in their hands, and there were even 2 carrying RPGs and light machine guns. Gracie laughed out loud as she held the AK and said, "Ha ha, I didn't expect to come across such goods. We should be able to sell it for a lot of money this time." A lot of small warlords like them were engaged in the trade of human beings. These people in front of them were in a sorry state, but each and every one of them looked like they had a good temperament, much better quality than the ones they had stored up in Lia. The captain plucked up the courage to step forward and said, "We are from the Yen state. We've already notified the Yen state officials. If you move us, you are provoking the Yen kingdom." Gracie frowned and looked at the phone in the captain's hand. The smile on his face instantly frozen. "Pa!" Gracie went up and slapped the captain, directly knocking him to the ground. "What the hell are you? And you're using the Inferno Kingdom to pressure me. Even if I kill all of you, who can prove that I did it then? I can prove it." Just then a girl came, soft but unusually firm, only to see a sweet-looking girl, very much in line with the public's aesthetics, stand out with her cell phone raised. "I'm broadcasting live to the Yen country right now. Everyone in Yenghua can see it. If you dare to shoot, by then everyone will know that you did it. The Yen kingdom will definitely not let you go either." The girl's voice was trembling, but she refused to take half a step back. At the same time, quite a few people entered the girl's live broadcast room. Originally, she was an internet celebrity with millions of followers. Although she didn't often go live, there were still quite a few people who flooded in once the broadcast started. The netizens who entered were dumbfounded when they saw the scene, and then frantically called out to their friends. The number of people in the live broadcast room grew crazily. Gracie's face changed and looked at the woman furiously with a grimace. "Who let you broadcast live? Turn it off for me." The woman hurriedly took 2 steps back. "Now what you do is under the witness of the netizens." Just now when Gracie said that the goods were good, she clearly felt the other party's line of sight constantly sweeping over her body. The live broadcast in her hand was her last resort. If the other party was desperate, she would have no choice but to die. Gracie's expression kept changing. It seemed that she didn't quite want to offend Yenghua, but she also felt that it would be too disgraceful to just go back. Finally, Gracie laughed. "Don't get me wrong. I don't want to do anything to you guys. It's just a game. As long as you can complete it, I'll send someone to send you to the international airport. You should know that Cumulus is not a peaceful place right now. The international airport was attacked by a group of brigands a few days ago. If we personally escort you, your safety is very much guaranteed." The woman was a bit uncertain. After all, she was only a college student, and turned her head to the captain. The captain frowned, but there was no other way out now. Although the other party had some scruples, but their lives were still at the mercy of the other party. What if this bastard went crazy and mutilated them all? Gracie suddenly revealed a perverted smile and said, "Run, I'll give you 10 minutes. Once that time is up, we'll start hunting you. As long as you guys can dodge through, I'll send you back. How about it? Isn't that fair?" The crowd couldn't believe their ears. Wasn't he afraid of offending the Yin Kingdom? Gracie laughed out loud. and really almost got scared by you, little girl. Even if it's the Yen Kingdom, can he send troops to fight? The government army won't allow troops from another country to enter. Would your country intervene in another country's territory? And old me is a rebel army. I didn't think that one day the government army would be able to use me as a shield. It's so cool. You guys run up. Let me feel the pleasure. Ha 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 ha. Now not only them, the netizens one by one all sat up, crazy at Yen Gui official. At the same time, there were also quite a few people who were at Qin Yang. Of course, this matter has been in the works since the very beginning, and Qin Yang also clicked in when he had nothing else to do. Looking at the scene in front of him, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an arc. This was one of the several rebel armies near his own Tali province, right? I didn't realize that Daegler hadn't solved them yet. Daegler was also wronged. Qin Yang's Vita city had also been handed over to him by Bard, causing him to have a mind of his own right now. And those two small warlords added up to more than 1,000 people. Usually, they were too lazy to look at them. And there weren't any natural resources either. Just let it go for now as well. Settle the others first. Qin Yang watched the cell phone live broadcast. The corner of his mouth curved up. Now this young man is really bold. Qin Yi, go get all of our armed helicopters, and the main battle tanks. The rest drive armored vehicles. It's time to show off our muscles. Qin Yi smiled. Boss, are you sure it's to show off your muscles, and not to show off? It's tens of millions of people watching over there right now. Qin Air heatedly laughed. You don't know this. First brother, big brother is clearly looking at that live streaming little girl as a good-looking girl. He wants to have a heroic rescue. Qin 30 nodded with strong approval and said, that's right, although the plot is cliched, but paired with this face value of our boss, it's an absolute messy kill. Pa pa pa. Qin Yang did not have the heart to give these three goods a brain scoop each. The remaining 7 people all laughed out loud from the sidelines as well. You guys are the ones who talk too much. Hurry up and go get ready. Yes, boss. A few people were about to walk away when Qin Yang suddenly spoke. All dressed dapper. Remember that we are pretending. You guys wear the officer uniforms of our Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. The other brothers wear combat uniforms. The whole army is on the move. Ha ha ha. I knew boss would call us out. It's true. I think you owe it to yourself to fight. Believe it or not. I'll let everyone else go and just leave you at the base to watch the house. Qin Yang threatened without any good humor. Qin Yi immediately cried and said, don't, boss. I was wrong. Roll roll roll, go get ready quickly, or else they'll be at our border. And the damn crash site is just a few thousand meters outside our border. Damn it. Hey, okay, boss. Qin Yang side of more than 1,000 soldiers. Qin Yang hands more than 30 helicopter gunships, and more than 50 main battle tanks, which cost Qin Yang more than 300 million It's still US dollars. It directly emptied Qin Yang's pockets. He even bought a lot of armored vehicles for the government forces, which was barely enough. That's why he still has a lot of oil fields and mines under his command. Otherwise he would never dare to spend so much money. Gracie on the other side had a very cruel smile, especially looking at the girl's eyes. Surviving in a country like Cilia where there are wars everywhere, those who can climb to this level either have means, or have some kind of serious illness. At this time a man from the Great Eagle country walked out. This general, we are citizens of the Great Eagle country. Our country has always befriended soldiers led by generals. General, I wonder if you can let us live. I also have a friend who is also in Cumulia. He is an arms dealer. Gracie's eyes narrowed and laughed softly. So that's how it is. The arms dealer of the Great Eagle Kingdom is a good friend of ours. If you want to live, you can. But the executioner? Or the lamb waiting to be hunted, you choose. The man from the Great Eagle Nation glanced at the crowd, and with a final clench of his teeth he took the gun in Gracie's hand and looked at the crowd with a grimace on his face. I'm also trying to stay alive. Just don't blame me. Gracie seemed to enjoy this feeling of dominating other people's lives, and that general just made him float a bit. Gracie looked at the rest of the Great Eagle Nation and said, you guys will follow the car later. I don't care if you fall behind. The relationship between the Great Eagle Nation and their rebel army was really good, although he was just a small warlord. This matter was not close to him, but if Clara knew that he had killed someone from the Great Eagle Kingdom, he won't be able to survive. They rebels still had to rely on the Great Eagle Nation and the Lighthouse Nation to hold them up. Start the clock. 10-minute countdown. It's starting. Ha ha. Gracie laughed crazily, constantly pressurizing the group. The crowd began to stir, and over 100 people began to run in the opposite direction. Their hearts were desperate. This area was all Gobi. Only some jungle can be seen in the distance. How can they outrun the SUVs here? But people will start fighting for their lives as long as there is a chance of survival. Gracie didn't keep her word either, driving the car constantly hanging not far behind the crowd. Bang! Seeing that the person in front of him was running slow, Gracie would also shoot a gun to the side of that person. Ha ha, run faster. Those who run slow will die. Faster. Bang! Another shot. This one almost hit one person's leg. Now the crowd was even more scared. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all filled with righteous indignation. They couldn't wait to kill this hateful warlord. But far away in Yin country, they couldn't do anything except vent their anger online. Bang! Lei Chingze angrily slapped the table and roared. Lawless, immediately get on the phone with Cumulus. Tell them to send soldiers to protect the people for me. Our soldiers are also departing. Hurry! Minister, calm down. We've already spoken to the Quirashan side. These are rebels now. And there are no troops that can be mobilized within 100 miles nearby. The most crucial thing is that they're in a tense situation with the rebels right now. And if any troops show up, the other side is likely to jump over the wall, shooting all Yengwa citizens. Lei Chingze gritted his teeth and said, how can I not be anxious? Our compatriots are facing a crisis. Suddenly Lei Chingze thought of something and suddenly said, right, where is Qin Yang now? The subordinate sighed and said, Qin Yang and the others are currently favoring the government forces, and they offended the rebel boss some time ago. Even Qin Yang's base is 100 kilometers away from here. Lei Chingze sat back in his chair powerlessly, looking at the people who kept escaping in the live broadcast. It felt so ridiculous, as one of the top 5 rogues actually unable to protect his own people. One could only even watch. What a humiliation, how powerless. Gracie on the other side was still teasing the fleeing crowd, constantly shooting people in the back to evict them. You do it, aim and hit, don't miss. The man from the Great Eagle Nation gulped. Hands were shaking at the front. The man's muzzle kept lifting upwards as soon as he fired his gun. Impacted by the recoil, fingers forgot to let go. He didn't stop until the gun was empty. Ha ha ha, you're laughing me to death with this shooting style, shooting in the air. Gracie was amused by the man. Just then there was a sudden noise of cars on the other side of his convoy. Gracie forcefully put the team on alert and looked at the unexpected appearance of a group of soldiers. After seeing who was coming, Gracie laughed. So it's you, Charizard. I thought it was government troops coming through. Want to come join our game? Charizard arrived and yelled at Gracie in a frenzy of rage. Are you out of your mind? I can't believe you're making a move on an inferno in full view of the public. Who gave you the guts? Although the Yen Kingdom didn't take a stance on the situation in Savia, but it didn't mean that Clara dared to ignore the Yen Kingdom. They were already in a weak position. If the Yen state were to get involved at this time, they would have an even more difficult time. Gracie didn't care. What are you afraid of? Don't we still have that old bastard, Bard, in charge? The Yen Kingdom won't dare to send anyone in. Even if they do come, how can they fight with our cannons and armored vehicles with only rifles? Gracie's words were not problematic. Unless there was an all-out war, Yen Kingdom's soldiers could not set foot in another country's territory. Even when they first met the drug dealers across the border, they only used civilian helicopters, which made the special operations team suffer heavy losses. Finally, those in front couldn't run anymore. After all, they hadn't been professionally trained, and in this situation, this was already their limit. A group of people collapsed to the ground, only about 2,000 meters away from Gracie and the others. The few that were panting looked at the endless plains, and despair. The pendulum has swung. Death is as good as death. Can't run away anyway. The girl wiped the sweat off her forehead with a helpless smile. I probably won't be able to go back. I hope my family won't be too sad. I love you all, said the girl as her voice began to tremble, tears welling up in her eyes. In the end, it was just a 20-year-old college student. On the other side, Gracie and Charizard were still arguing. Neither one could convince the other. Finally, they drove together to the front of the crowd. Suddenly Charizard yelled, "Stop the car, stop!" Even Gracie was startled by this cry, not to mention the exhausted Yankees. What are you doing? I've already said that the Yen Kingdom is just a district. It can't control us, so what are you afraid of? But Charizard's voice was trembling. Even the hands holding the gun were shaking. This was impossible to see in a warlord's body. The Yenguo man who had originally gone to his death suddenly opened his eyes to look at the scene in front of him in disbelief, completely unaware of what the other party was fearing. Not only was the crowd inside their live broadcast also puzzled, the neighborhood was so empty that a mosquito could be seen. What could make a warlord so scared? Charizard raised his trembling hand and pointed at a pillar a dozen meters away. It was said to be a pillar, but it was actually a steel pipe with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters. It was inserted deep inside the ground. A crack could be seen on the ground starting from this pillar, as if dividing a range. The most crucial thing was that there was an image printed on the very top of the pillar. An image of a money leopard. Gracie's pupils suddenly widened. Cold sweat swished down. The figure also began to shake as if he had seen something terrifying. This made them even more curious. What on earth was it that actually scared a lunatic warlord who wasn't afraid of the Yen Kingdom like this? Gracie shuddered. Is that a money leopard? Charizard swallowed and nodded. That's right, it's the money leopard. Then Gracie's eyes frantically searched the ground for something. Then pointing at the girl's feet he excitedly shouted, "There, over there, we're not in there yet." Phew! All the rebels on this side all breathed a sigh of relief, breathing heavily. Luckily, we didn't go in. It was less than 2 meters away. So close. It was so close that I could have lost my life. The girl looked at her feet in disbelief. And upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a dividing line. It was divided by the pillar next to her. The two groups of people just looked at each other speechless. The atmosphere was quite strange. The rebels all looked as if they had been given a new lease of life. The man from the Great Eagle Kingdom inquired, "General, what's going on? Do we have to continue the pursuit? I can shoot. I've got it right this time. It'll definitely hit." Slap. Hearing this, Gracie backhanded a slap, directly slapping the other person off the car, taking the gun and cursing at the other person. "You want to fucking die? Don't drag me into this. I'll shoot you right now if you do anything else." Charlize hurriedly pulled Gracie back and said, "Don't shoot. Hold it steady. If it goes off, it misses. We'll all die if it hits the inside." Gracie's expression froze, hurrying to put away the weapon in his hand. "Right, it was my impulse. You guys come down, beat him up for me. I didn't say stop, so I kept hitting him." The other rebels didn't spoil him either. So what if he was from the Great Eagle Kingdom? I almost lost my little life. The girl stood up with her sore legs, then walked over to the pillar and said, "You guys are scared of it?" Gracie just gave the other an indignant look, and didn't say much, sort of acquiescing. Now everyone's curiosity was aroused. All came over to see what was so different about this pillar. "There's a leopard on it." "A leopard? Crap, I think I know. This can't be Big Brother's territory." The girls looked at a pop-up screen and blinked their big eyes. "You guys are afraid of Qin Yang? Afraid of the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps?" Just now, she knew from the pop-up screen that Cumulus had such a character, so she directly opened her mouth to inquire. Gracie continued to be silent. Charizard suddenly thought of something and said, "Do you think Qin Yang will be watching us now?" Gracie inquired, "Do you dare to bet?" Charizard said, "Don't dare. After all, that's a madman." For the sake of a so-called rule, he froze and killed his way into Kraw's main city to behead Freeman. The two men's voices weren't too loud, but they could still be heard over here. What did they hear? Big Brother had killed his way into Kraw's main city earlier, just to kill one person? Just then from Gracie's side came the sound of helicopters again, and armored vehicles, only to see armed forces bearing the logo of the government army appear not far away. Gracie and Charizard's faces changed. I didn't expect the government forces to really strike, and even the helicopter gunships came over. Gracie didn't have time to think too much and yelled, "Everyone point their guns at these Yenghua people. As long as they dare to shoot, kill them directly." There was nothing else to worry about now. "We have to live first before saying anything else." Gracie roared at the crowd, "All of you come over here, or I'll shoot you all." Just as the men cringed and tried to move their feet, the girl stepped forward and shouted, "You can't go over there. Stay where you are and don't move. They don't dare to shoot." Qin Yang laughed as he watched the scene from the helicopter gunship. "This millet cub is a bit interesting. He's still got a good head on his shoulders." Sheenie said smilingly from the side, "Boss, it's not that he's a bit interesting. I think it's you." "Boss, who's a bit interesting?" The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched, and he gave Sheenie a head but without any good reason. "I think it's you who's getting more and more skinny. I think it's better to take Qin Air with you when you go out in the future. You're a good worker with few words." Qin Yi hurriedly said, "Don't, boss, I was just saying that. That's all I said. You can't abandon me. I'm your loyal lapdog." Qin Yang asked, "How much longer will it take us to get there?" Qin Yi said, "Boss, we'll be there in almost 10 minutes. The tanks down there are almost reaching 100 yards. Qin Yang poked his head out to take a look, and sure enough, the tanks were driving one by one as if they were racing, as if they were afraid of pulling them down. Qin smiled and said, "Boss, this is a good opportunity to show your face. The brothers all want to see the world." Qin Yang just smiled. It was all a bunch of cute people, having their own favorite things and enjoying pretending just as much as they do. Turning his head, he continued to watch the live broadcast. Over there, the two sides were now facing each other. As for the government forces, it was Daegler who brought the troops over. Also, this was originally his jurisdiction. Now, in addition to such a big thing, certainly must be his appearance. After all, a bat is a diplomatic problem. Dougler with more than 200 people all the way to the side. The two men in the cabin of the overhead helicopter gunship turned the direction of their machine guns to aim at Gracie. Dougler strides up and says, "Do you want to die? You dare to touch the people of the Yin Kingdom? I'm sure it won't be long before the Yin Kingdom's troops are at the door of your rebel army." Gracie looked maniacal and said, "Humph, don't scare me. Do you think I'm white? If you guys dare to shoot, I'll definitely drag these Yenghua people along with me." Dougler took a deep breath, but soon realized that something was wrong. According to normal circumstances, shouldn't they be pulling people in front of them as a shield? Why were there only those people from the Great Eagle Kingdom beside them? And then took a closer look, suddenly laughed. Dougler instantly put down his heart and said, So that's how it is. You dare to shoot? I guess you don't dare. You don't dare to offend Qin Yang. You're afraid of him, aren't you? Gracie roared sternly. So what if I am? But if I can't survive? Will I care about this? If we're not allowed to leave, I'll make them bury me with them. Dogler was numb and clawed, and now seemed to be in a dead end. They couldn't withdraw easily, and the rebels couldn't believe them, so it was just a stalemate. Everyone on the side of Xiaomi Pup was wondering why Qin Yangtong's deterrent power was so great. In Cumulia, a person who didn't give face to the government forces or the Yen state actually feared a line drawn by Qin Yang. Buzz, 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 rumble. Just then there was once again a rumbling sound in the distance. There was the sound of a helicopter's propeller and the roar of a vehicle's engine. At the same time a cloud of dust suddenly lifted up behind the little rice cubs and the girls. Countless steel giants came out of the dust, reflecting light under the sun. Everyone was dumbfounded. Helicopter gunships with 2 rotary machine guns and 4 missiles. Main battle tanks, armored vehicles, speeding out of sparks. Are these mercenaries? If you say it's the regular army of the 5 hooligans, we'll believe you. Dougler directly shocked. Crap, Big Brother is so dumb? This trip was not in vain. It's been a real eye-opener. Not to mention them, Bard, Lei Chengza, and the various forces lurking in the live broadcast room were all shocked. Day. Just then the machine gun on top of the armed helicopter began to rotate, spitting out tongues of fire madly after the meal. A series of bullets hit Gracie and their feet. It was less than a few centimeters away. Gracie and the others backed up frantically, the bullets chasing after them as if they had eyes. But every time, they missed by that much. Big Brother seems to be taking it out on the little rice cubs and the others again. Crap, I said, why is it so familiar? So it's an upgraded version of the scene just now. The others made way, giving this wild force plenty of space. 3 dozen armed helicopters were lined up, with 3 helicopters at the front, which were about 10 meters above the ground. The helicopter gunships at the back suddenly stretched out a descending rope, looking like they were going to rope down. Only the rope is still 5 meters from the ground and it's gone. The armored vehicles and tank engines behind them roared violently, coming to the parallel of the helicopter gunships, and then jumping down from the vehicles. One by one, heavily armed soldiers. There were also people twisting heavy machine guns above the armored vehicles. Inside the main battle tank, soldiers also jumped out from above, but only to stand in various positions above the tanks, raising their guns and pointing them forward. The scene was challenging the nerves of the crowd. The first impression is that it's too fast. The movements were neatly organized, and in just a few seconds, the crowd was already out of the vehicle and ready to fight. The other impression was that it was too damn handsome. This outfit directly let those military enthusiasts' eyes shine. And those weapons, tanks and so on are all models that have not appeared before. Simply not too awesome. At this moment, one by one, the soldiers began to land from the helicopter gunship above. At the end of the rope, directly release the hands. Free landing in the air. At the moment of landing, one knee is bent. The other leg is also slightly bent, while one hand supports the ground, completing the landing. Crap. The pop-up screen was clear of crouching, even for those present. Another one counted all of them as nationalists. Is this fucking human? 5 meters of unprotected landing, and still hasn't moved a bit. I retired special forces. Military career has never seen such a bullish operation. It's so cool. These last words spoke the minds of the crowd. It was really too handsome. Qin Yang looked at the scene below with a slight smile. Have these guys all rehearsed? How do they manage to act so neatly while at the same time? Qin said excitedly. Big Brother, isn't it our turn? I can't wait. Qin Yang laughed. Come out next. The top 10 warriors of my Money Leopard mercenary corps. Ordered. The 10 people answered with great excitement, then quickly organized their attire and leapt down from the top of the helicopter gunship at the same time with serious expressions. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the stones on the ground were shaken a bit. 10 men in military officer uniforms jumped down from the top of the 10-meter-high helicopter gunship. They no longer knew what words to use to describe it. One could only say that this was the gold content of the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. No wonder a single line in the area made the rebel army cower like a tiger. Qin and their officers' uniforms glistened under the sun. The only difference was the different words stabbed on their chests from 1 to 10. After the shock, everyone looked towards the topmost helicopter gunship. An extremely important figure would appear there. Gulp. I don't know who swallowed and broke the silence. Everyone else started to swallow as well. There were simply too many things that shocked them today. For a while, none of them knew what expression they should use to face it. Just then a man wearing a military uniform on the inside, a black trench coat on the outside, and sunglasses appeared, taking a faint drag on a cigarette high in the air. Then taking a small step forward, he fell from a height of 10 meters, his legs smashing into the ground more than straight. Phew! After landing, He gently exhaled the smoke in his mouth, looking at the crowd of spectators in front of him. Qin Yang faintly spoke. "What are you all doing in front of my house?" Gracie said with a tremor in her voice. "We didn't cross the border, nor did a single bullet enter the Tali province. We didn't break the rules you set." Qin Yang interrupted. "Indeed, that's why you guys are still alive. But I feel bad that you're pointing your guns at me right now." It was then that the rebels came back to their senses, hurriedly putting down the guns in their hands. They didn't dare to meet Qin Yang's eyes. Qin Yang's eyes circled around them. "Zizi, what should I do with them? It's true that it didn't break my rules. You guys are making it difficult for me." Qin Yang's words were like a thunderbolt, causing these rebels to tremble. The pop-up screen also exploded at this instant. "Crap, this sense of oppression from Big Brother is too damn strong. Is it okay for me to go to Cumulus to join Big Brother? Not for any other reason. I just want to touch a helicopter gunship. It's so damn cool. Upstairs. You're delusional. I'm different. I want to touch my Big Brother's thighs. What kind of material is this? Crap. Upstairs you are a man, right? If I see you, I'll send you to the Buddha." Deduction 6. Buddha forgives you. Qin Yang just stuck one hand in his pocket and pinched his cigarette with the other. Those rebels wouldn't dare to look at him more than once, directly turning their heads and pointing their guns at Daegler and the others. Charizard said in a deep voice, "Give a way out. We're outta here. Everything else but the men stays here." Daegler laughed. "Will you guys trust me? Aren't you afraid I'll shoot in the dark then?" Charizard took a deep breath and said, "Bet on it. Bet you'll keep your word." Daegler frowned. If it was usual, he would just wave his hand and kill the army, joking about armored vehicles. Helicopter gunships are in the extermination of them or a matter of minutes. But before, for the sake of negotiation, he brought his men to the front. Isn't he the first one to get hit in a fight? Qin Yang's side of a cigarette has been burned out. Qin Yang threw the cigarette butt on the ground. He sighed and said, "Hey, you guys are really stupid. Kill them." Bang, bang, bang. More than 100 gunshots rang out in an instant, only to see the sniper rifles in the hands of those soldiers who came out of the tanks instantly burst out a bullet. The eyebrows of all the rebels were instantly pierced through. One person. One shot. Just right. Not a single bullet was wasted. Only Gracie and Charizard remained, both of them looking at the scene with shocked faces. "We followed your rules. Why did you still make a move?" Qin Yang said helplessly. "It was abided by." "Yes, but I make the rules and I say so." Daedler, "From now on, the border of Tali province will be moved outwards by 5 meters. No problem." Dougal nodded repeatedly. No problem at all." Qin Yang spread his hands and said, "See, now you're standing on my territory." The two almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of blood. "Crap, you can still play like this?" Bang, bang. Immediately after Qin Yang's finger flicked, the two soldiers behind him, one person with a bullet sent them down for a reunion. Daegler said in disbelief, "Big Brother, you specifically left them alive just to say this?" Qin Yang laughed. "I'm a reasonable person. Explaining it to them is quite understandable, isn't it?" The corners of the mouths of those present twitched. "You are a reasonable man." They were all looking numb. "What comes out of your mouth is the reasoning, right?" Qin Yang took 2 steps to those Yenghua people and smiled at Mimi Cub. "Little Me Cub, you're good." Little Me Cub blushed slightly and whispered, "Thank you." Qin Yang just smiled faintly, then 2 fingers gently tapped on Mimi Cub's head. "Alright, you guys go away. It's time to come home." After saying that, Qin Yang turned around and prepared to leave, not to mention Little Me Cub. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room froze. Big Brother is in love? Little Me Cub suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "Can I come back to see you again next time in Shanglia?" Qin Yang didn't turn around, but just raised his right hand and waved it, smiling. "Don't come over yet. There will be plenty of time when things are peaceful here." After saying that, Qin Yang jumped directly onto the tank with his legs, and the 2 soldiers crossed their arms and lifted upwards. With this force, Qin Yang jumped directly onto the helicopter gunship. Qin Yi and the others followed suit. And all of them followed Qin Yang's example and jumped onto the helicopter gunship. The people below looked stunned. The other soldiers also followed the pace. Although not exactly jumping up directly, they all grabbed onto the rope. And then the rope began to rise automatically. Several hundred people slowly disappeared inside the helicopter gunship. The others quickly jumped into the armored vehicles and tanks. And in just a few seconds, the army withdrew. The engines roared madly. A few minutes later directly there was no longer a single shadow to be seen, only leaving behind a large area of dust. On the helicopter gunship, Qin Yang said with slight excitement, "How was it? Am I handsome? Especially that wave goodbye of mine wasn't gripping?" Qin Yi gave a thumbs up and said, "There's nothing wrong with the boss. Definitely flirted with the little girl. Look at her. She's even coming to see you." The others chimed in, and Qin Yang said in a displeased manner, "Che, You guys don't know how to pretend at first glance. This is me reproducing the classic moves from Naruto. Don't you think it's steep? Every day you know how to find a sister-in-law for yourselves. If you work harder in the future, I'll find you a few more wives. Shinny was just about to nod his head when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Doesn't this have anything to do with him? It's still you, boss. The way you've drawn this pie, capitalists would have to shed tears when they look at it. Ha ha ha, go for it. This side was talking and laughing. On the other side, there was no movement until now. Qin Yang and his troops came and went quickly. It was all taken care of in 3 tries. Why do I get the feeling that Big Brother came over just to act tough? You're not alone upstairs. I also have this feeling. If we're talking about these people, why do we need so many people? The heavy weapons are all here. I'm scared to death. Millet Cub touched his forehead and gently pursed his lips. Finished. Millet Cub, this expression is afraid not to fall. Don't my goddess. Big Brother looks like a sea king. The 2 upstairs are brain dead. Don't you guys realize that Big Brother said to wait for peace after a while? Crap, doesn't this mean that Juria will be pacified in a while? I have a premonition. Something big is going to happen. I'll go ask those bloggers what they think about the situation in Zulia. Douglas walked over with a smile on his face and said, Everyone, come back with me. We've prepared a plane at the international airport to take you all back to the Yen Kingdom. The crowd nodded their heads in succession. Although they had survived, but this half-day's experience was so exciting that they almost didn't get up, and there were more than 100 corpses lying next to them. They also forced themselves to hold back so that they didn't vomit. Looking at the Yen Kingdoms and those who fled with the Yen Kingdom all got on the bus. There were just a few dozen of them left from the Great Eagle Kingdom. General, did you leave us behind? We haven't gotten on the train yet. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Day. A series of bullets hit the soles of their feet. Douglas said in a chilling voice, Aren't you guys on good terms with the rebels? You guys go get them. And the orders I received were to pick up the Yenghua people and bring them home. That doesn't include you. Now they were directly dumbfounded and could only watch the vehicle go away. One by one. You looked at me and I looked at you. Finally, they turned their attention to the man who had just been beaten half to death. It's all because of you. You idiot. If it wasn't for you we would have made it back. Kick you to death. Let you be a fucking nuisance. We ran along and didn't go back in the end. The man was in tears, holding his head. He was hammered. Just then Qin Yang's mind suddenly picked up a beep. Congratulations to the host's popularity value exceeding 5 million. Obtaining an achievement gift pack. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth were almost listing to his ears. Wasn't this the reason for today's stunt? A live broadcast room with 10 million people was not rare. Hurry up and open it. I'll see what's good this time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a weapons researcher *100. Qin Yang had a head full of question marks. It's not that you're a weapons researcher, I'm looking at it in a dangling way, but I don't have a research center. Building one on his own with this amount of money in his hand is simply not enough. And those key things are all monopolized. Completely unusable. On the other side of the room, Mi Xiaoyang's live broadcast was still going on, and it was right next to Daegler. He just saw Qin Yang's attitude towards this woman was different. Decisively bows up. Mimi Cobb asked strangely, This general, why are they so afraid of Qin Yang? I see that Big Brother Qin Yang is very gentle and reasonable. The corners of Daegler's mouth twitched. When did you go blind? Qin Yang is reasonable? According to Qin Yang's words it means my rules are the rules. The live broadcast was also dumbfounded. You're poisoned. Just now. In front of you. One sentence and more than 100 people all died. Is this what you call gentleness? It's hopeless. Mi Cub can't come back. She's already fallen. Woo, my goddess. I want to fight Qin Yang. I took a screenshot upstairs. I'll forward it. Big Brother, I just wanted to get high. I was wrong. Douglas took a breath and worded it in his mind before saying, Actually, it was Big Brother Qin Yang who wanted to give the people of Tali province a safe environment. Set the rules. Any person or force that is armed cannot enter the territory of Tali province. Otherwise, the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps will hunt them to death. Little Mi Cub asked a little strangely, Then it's not as if you're scared like that. She still clearly remembered that sickly Gracie trembling in fear at the sight of a line. Douglas took a deep breath and said, Mostly because someone broke that rule in the first place. The second in command of the rebellion chased a man into Tari province. After that, he hid in the rebel base camp and didn't dare to come out. Big Brother issued an order to kill him. In just one day, he took down a city of the rebels. We annihilated 30,000 of the rebels' elite troops, and Big Brother even led his squad straight to the rebel base camp, chopped off the other side's head, and then gave the rebel leader Kra a shot. In the end, he swaggered out from the main road and killed them. The people in the live broadcast room were as if they were listening to a mythological story. It was too damn legendary. Just then Douglas suddenly said, Look, that's Big Brother Qin Yang's masterpiece. Following Dao Gelier's line of sight, he found a very familiar place. Crap, isn't this the place where Big Brother stood and blasted tanks with a 9-meter sniper? I didn't expect it to be so dilapidated. I just remembered when you said that. Boy, when Big Brother stood jerking directly to me looks silly. Millet Pup suddenly pointed at the 2 poles floating above and asked, "General, what's over there?" Dougler laughed. "One of them is the head of that second in command. The other is the one who betrayed Big Brother in the first place, scraped alive and hung up there. How else do you think they trapped Big Brother in this town in the first place?" This side was still marveling. Xin Yang had only just arrived at the base when a familiar voice once again came from his mind. Congratulations to the host's popularity value breaking through 6 million. Obtaining an achievement gift pack. Xin Yang raised his eyebrows. What's the situation? Why is his popularity soaring so fast? Are you high on drugs? Do you want to check out the live broadcast? Xiao Jin said in a bad mood. Still high on drugs? Have you ever seen a system high on drugs? Xin Yang shook his head and laughed. So it's this little girl. It's also done me a favor. Smoothly clicked a concern, and then turned off his phone. Just this one concern in the Yen country directly exploded. The number of Big Brother's concerns broke through from 0 to 1, and it's still Millet Cubs, which is intriguing. Open the achievement gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining primary gene soldier *1000. Xin Yang stroked his chin. It was alright although it wasn't a special type of soldier. But it was indeed useful. His manpower was indeed not quite enough. If it wasn't for Xiao Jin helping to monitor the entire Tali province, he couldn't even take care of his own base. Maybe 2 people will come in and he won't be able to find them. That would be a big shame. Just then, Bud's phone call came in. Ha ha ha, Brother Chin. I didn't expect you to have such awesome equipment under your hand. You didn't say anything about taking care of your old brother. Qin Yang laughed. 1 main battle tank for $10 million. How much can you ask for? Old brother? Bard froze, then smiled awkwardly. It was true that he did have a lot of money in his hands, but there was still a country to maintain. It was really impossible to shell out too much. Looks like it's a no-go for now. Once I sell these resources in my hand, I'll definitely come to my brother to buy 100 or so of them. I'll see what the rebels will fight me with. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. Older brother can't sell them? Bard sighed. It's not because of the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Great Eagle Kingdom. They've started to economically blockade us now. Qin Yang immediately became interested and said, Old brother, leave it to me. Don't worry, there's absolutely no handling fee for old brother. Ha ha ha, then thank you. Old brother Qin. Actually, Bard called with this intention. After all, with Qin Yang as a big tree, he wasn't the least bit weak to the other 2 countries. In his opinion, Qin Yang's background was quite mysterious. It also had relations with the Northern Bear Country and the Yen Country. Right, older brother. 3 days from now, I'm going to hold a dinner on my side, as well as a press conference. At that time, the matter of Tali province being given to you as a territory will also be announced. I wonder if old brother has the time to participate in it. Qin Yang smiled. This was the real purpose of this time, right? To completely tie Qin Yang to their worship. Of course Qin Yang didn't care. After all, he had already completely torn his face with the rebels, and he really needed an identity like this. Don't worry, I will definitely be there when the time comes. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang directly shouted, Qin Yi, take a squad with me on a trip. Also pay attention to the movements of the rebels. Yes, boss. Qin Yi said excitedly. Boss, I knew you love me. Roll roll roll. You're the one who talks too much. A big man being said such mushy words. Time passed quickly. Qin Yang and Qin Yi set off together. Meanwhile, Qin Air followed behind with a small team. This team would not appear in the sight of the crowd. The address of the banquet was chosen directly in the government building. Of course the inside was very large. Qin Yi couldn't help but mutter. I don't know what's wrong with them. Something like a press conference is actually together with a dinner party. Isn't this hilarious? Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know what kind of brainwave this side had. It was a big night. Apart from the various officials under the government forces, it's the reporters sent by various countries. It was rumored that there was a big news tonight, and they didn't hold huge cameras like the traditional ones. They all turned into small live broadcasting equipment or video recording equipment. Qin Yang also deliberately greeted them without letting them come out to greet them. Otherwise, how embarrassing it would be to be under the gaze of the crowd as soon as the dinner started. The low profile should be low profile. At this time, the people in the hall have almost arrived. Qin Yang found a corner sofa and sat down. At this time, Ekaterina's eyes lit up when she saw Qin Yang, and she came over with a smile on her face. Mr. Qin, long time no see. Thanks again for saving my life last time. Qin Yang smiled and shook his head. It's just a small matter. I just don't know if it's appropriate for Ms. Yi to appear here in this capacity? Ekaterina ruffled her hair and said, as long as there is no evidence of us supplying weapons to the government forces, we, the Northern Bear Country, We'll befriend whoever we want. Even the lighthouse country will not dare to meddle. Qin Yang raised his glass and said, worthy of being the northern bear country, it's just overbearing. Where? Who dares to say the word domineering in front of you in Quolia? By the way, the great emperor asked me to bring a message. Thank you for the arms matter. And come to the northern bear country when you have time. Sure. The two of them were chatting over here with one another. The banquet had also reached the lively part. On the other side of the banquet, a male and a female reporter from the Yen Kingdom were continuously filming the banquet with a small camera. At the same time, they were explaining something to the crowd. Wait a minute, host, I think I saw Big Brother just now. Quickly turn back. That's right, I saw it too, and there was a beautiful woman standing next to him. The man at the side looked at a pop-up screen and hurriedly said, Xia Ling, turn back, that mercenary Qin Yang rumored to be here is also here. Xia Ling froze, but soon saw Qin Yang's figure in a corner in one direction. They had all done their homework before coming here, and they still recognized Qin Yang as a person. I go, it's really Big Brother, but which one is next to Big Brother? GGGGGG. I told you that Big Brother is a sea king. Take a look, here he is. Right at this moment Qin Yang suddenly changed his face. His eyes instantly became icy cold. Turning his head with just one look scared Xia Ling so much that she almost didn't hold her equipment steady. That look in Qin Yang's eyes just now was like that of a wild beast. Qin Yang frowned slightly. Just now he felt the sensation of being spied on. He thought that it was some kind of small action that Clara's side had gotten up to again. Unexpectedly, it was two Yenghua people who looked like they were here to attend the press conference after the dinner. Qin Yang revealed a small smile before he stopped paying attention. Xia Ling patted her chest and said, scared me to death. Just now I thought I was being targeted by a wild beast. I'll go. There's one thing to say. Big Brother's eyes are indeed scary. I'll go Big Brother. What kind of ability is this? Sixth sense? A distance of more than 10 meters can feel someone staring at you. I told you that Big Brother is Superman. My parents still don't believe me. They even put my pants on outside and let me go out for a walk. They said I'm Superman too. Where are you upstairs? I'm going to help you look. Are you wearing the right pants? Host I didn't think you'd increase your popularity value quite fast, but how long has it been since our tech tree was updated? Qin Yang laughed in his heart. Xiao Jin, calm down. We are reasonable people. How can we take the initiative to start a war? That said, which one do you think is better for the rebels to start right now? Host, I despise you, but there's a better option now. It's not like the government forces can't be started. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. Ooh, what does this mean? Host, there are quite a few scum in the government forces, and not all of them are biased in favor of Bard either. Yo, Jean, you've done your homework well, but it's not easy to do. Well, here's your chance to do it, isn't it? It's your chance to save the girl. Behave yourself. Qin Yang had been sipping the red wine in his hand, and Ekaterina looked at Qin Yang in confusion. The next instant Qin Yang suddenly turned his head, only to see two drunken warlords approaching the previous host of the Yen Kingdom. Pierce shook his body to block Xia Ling's body. Yo, still a pretty girl, chick. Come play some quick fun with your brother. Brandon also chimed in. Right, my big brother can definitely make you die of lust. The male host next to him hurriedly stepped forward and said, we are the representatives of the Yen country. Please show some respect. Pa. Pierce slapped Ding Hongi to the ground, blood flowing down the corner of his mouth. Although Xia Ling was a bit scared, she still shouted, what are you doing? Is there any King's Law left? The two big men, Pierce and Brandon, laughed at each other. Ha ha ha, the King's Law? We are the King's Law here. Chick, don't refuse to eat the penalty wine. This side of the commotion quickly attracted the attention of the rest of the party, but those natives saw that it was Pierce were all silent. After all, he has more than 10,000 troops under his hands. At the same time, his own brother is one of the top 10 warlords under Bard's hand. He is trusted by the Bard, and they've robbed women at banquets more than once, but it was only because of his brother's face that he could not get away with it. After Xia Ling looked around, she realized that those warlords and high-ranking officials were looking at this place with somewhat evasive gazes. Instantly had a bad feeling. The pop-up screen also exploded at this time. Who would have thought that attending a government army's banquet could lead to something like this? Crap, is Qualeria in such a mess now? Otherwise, do you think that in a war-torn place, these warlords are all fought out, with no culture at all, and power in their hands, do you think they'll obey the law? Sure enough, before I also felt that Big Brother's shell washing at the drop of a hat was a bit too much. Now it seems like I'm the one who's shallow. If you're not ruthless enough in this place, you'd have been eaten up long ago. Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor, Bard and the 10 warlords were celebrating, as well as studying the speeches that would be prepared later. Just then a soldier hurriedly walked in, whispering something in Bard's ear. Bard's face instantly changed, slapping his hand on the table. Picassi, your brother is so bold. To actually dare to take a shot at the inferno. Is he tired of living? Picasso said with a confused look on his face. Boss, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? Suddenly Picasso's face changed and he stood up violently. He then remembered his brother's character. The other warlords all had serious expressions as well, obviously remembering something. A few people rushed outside. They only hoped that they hadn't created any irreparable situation yet. Qin Yang swept his gaze ahead. Ekaterina also noticed the situation over there. The corner of her mouth curled up into a cold smile. As expected, there are such goods no matter where. Now Bard has the heart to kill him. Qin Yang nodded and said, indeed. Be damned. Ekaterina stared at Qin Yang and said, are you prepared to make a move? You should know that there can be reporters from numerous countries here. If you make a move, they'll bring the tempo. And it'll be hard for you to gain a foothold in Cumulus in the future. At that time, even if Bard stands up for you, there will be quite a few people who will speak out against you on that matter. Qin Yang got up and walked forward slowly, saying in a very flat tone, if I can't even handle a Cumulus, then I don't need to be in the business anymore. There were still quite a few people present who recognized Qin Yang. It was just that they had already shown that they didn't want to be disturbed by choosing to stay in the corner before. They didn't have the guts to go up and strike up a conversation. Now that Qin Yang this got up at this point in time, it would be interesting. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Yang's side. It was only then that they remembered. Qin Yang, this legend of Cumulus, a household name in Kilexia in just a few months. He's also from Yen country. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone in the center silently stepped aside. Qin Yang approached step by step in his black trench coat. Bang! You give me. Bard and the other 10 warlords rushed out from their rooms on the second floor, but they all froze when they saw the scene below, followed by endless silence. Xiaoling subconsciously looked up when she heard the commotion from above, and then she saw that the great general and the 10 warlords were all silent. Looking down, every step a young man took seemed to go to their hearts. Only the 2 drunk peers are still here in a daze. Looking at the second floor bud, they even waved their hands. Partition, boss, big brother, this chick is good, I'll take it. Bard's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. If he could, he would want to get these 2 accomplished guys killed right now. But it wasn't up to him now. With Qin Yang on the scene, even if he had an opinion, he had to hold it in. Qin Yang was the kind of person that if I give you face, you have to take it. If I don't give you face, you'll have to put up with it. Now even the netizens realized that something was wrong. As Xiaoling's screen rotates, they can also see that the scene seems to be the big brother is in control of the situation. Pierce 2 people are drunk. They are not drunk, so obvious things can still be seen. Crap, I know that big brother is very hanging in the accumulatoria, but I didn't expect it to be so dopey. Who says it isn't? Not only did he beat the rebels so much that they didn't even dare to let out a single fart, I didn't expect the same from the government forces. Look at the 10 warlords. There's also that big general, the president, who doesn't dare to speak without the big brothers say so. Reasoning on this scene, who looked at it had to say crap. Even if you were another country's head of state, Bard would have to come up and say a few words. After all, he's the president of the provisional government. He's also a great general. But Qin Yang, a mercenary boss with only 1,000 men under his command, why could he make him so scornful? Pierce turned his head and was just about to continue molesting Xiaoling when he suddenly felt as if it was a bit too quiet. What's wrong with all of you? Go on with the music. Keep on dancing. Ha! Qin Yang stood with his hands in his pockets a meter behind Pierce. Pierce frowned. Who are you? Trying to save the girl? Partition, let me tell you. I'm the younger brother of Picasso, one of the top 10 warlords. I have over 10,000 men under my hands. This chick is mine. If she's still alive tomorrow, I'll let you have her. Pierce's figure was shaky, but the words he uttered were creepy. The person in question, Xiaoling, was also trembling. If it wasn't for Qin Yang giving himself a head start, it looked like she was in a bad way, and she might have suffered inhuman torture before she died. And at this time, Bard's face was already too dark to be black. He had put the press conference after the banquet, partly to curry favor with Qin Yang. Otherwise, for a press conference alone, people would come in the morning and leave at noon, trying to keep Qin Yang for one night, and now he kills something like this. And there were so many reporters from other countries present. This is explosive news. If it's not handled well, the pressure on their interim government will multiply. Especially since the Lighthouse Kingdom will probably take this opportunity to make a move against Julia. The current good situation will be ruined. And Picasso was shaken when the other party spoke up, a bitter smile on his face. It's over. Now he was being watched by 2 big men. Bard next to him was looking at himself like he wanted to eat him. There was an even more terrifying Qin Yang who hadn't spoken. Qin Yang's voice was flat as he said, "Who is your brother?" The 10 warlords? If he remembered correctly, Daegler was one of them. This one called out with a mouthful of big brother. Should he let him live? Of course he was thinking of Daegler. Pierce was just about to open his mouth when a roar came from above. Shut your mouth, son of a bitch, I'll get you. Picassi couldn't hold back any longer and directly roared out. He really couldn't wash his hands of it if he kept talking like this. Moreover, Qin Yang's posture really had the appearance of pursuing the matter. Qin Yang frowned lightly, his voice was low, but his aura was sufficient. Did I tell you to speak? Picassi hurriedly shut up and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Bart opened his mouth and finally didn't say anything. This scene was seen by millions of netizens. All of them couldn't help but not dare to utter a single breath. It was as if they were at the scene. The big brother who was usually very funny on the air. I didn't realize that he had such a scary side. Qin Yang turned his head and looked at Xia Ling and smiled. That girl? Xia Ling quickly responded. Hey, I'm here. Big brother. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, there's no need to be so nervous. I just want to ask if my kicking him affects your mood? Xia Ling shook her head repeatedly. If she could, she wanted to say please kick him to death. Pierce hit a drunken gap, very upset, and shouted, who the hell are you? Dare to talk to my big brother like that? Believe it or not, I'll. Boom! Before Pierce could finish his sentence, Qin Yang had already kicked out. This kick was so fast that no one in the room reacted. Xia Ling only felt a gust of wind suddenly blowing beside her body, causing the equipment in her hand to shake a little. Her long hair was blowing and swaying. Looking in the direction, she only saw that 10 meters away in a load-bearing pillar, Pierce was viciously set inside. Starting from his buttocks, the upper and lower halves of his body were each buried into the pillar. The entire body was bent at 270 degrees. His mouth was open and blood slowly left along the corners of his mouth. At this point, Pierce had no way to account for his last words. A kick directly killed the man, and the scene was extremely brutal. I don't know if they'll ever use this hall again. If they see this hall again, it will leave a shadow in their hearts. Hiss. The people present all sucked in a breath of cool air. After all, they had only heard rumors about how fierce Qin Yang was. Today was the first time they had seen it. But this also refreshed their knowledge. Mom, there really are supermen in this world. There's one right in front of me. It's too damn scary. Hey, the one upstairs, coming down to wash the floor. Picassi nodded his head with difficulty and said, coming. With one look from Qin Yang, Brandon woke up with a fright, looking at Qin Yang and then at his boss. The brain kept giving instructions to run fast, move fast, but the two legs just kept shaking there, frozen, unable to move a single bit. Pop, boom. The next instant Qin appeared and kicked Brandon into the load-bearing pillar next to Pierce. How could this kind of goods let the boss make a move? Qin was still very much in the eye of the beholder, but this alarmed them even more. Grandma, there's more than one person who's this scary? Can we still have a good time? Qin Yang sighed and said, why are you still lying on the ground, waiting for me to pick you up? If I were a girl, I'd probably do it. You old men don't have to. Only then did Ding Hongyi come back to his senses and hurriedly got up. Many thanks, Big Brother. If it wasn't for Big Brother, we'd be in deep shit. Qin Yang laughed a bit and said, not really. The ones above still wouldn't dare to let anything happen to you guys here. And you're pretty good. If you hadn't come forward just now, I would have looked down on you. Ding Hongyi touched the back of his head in embarrassment. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched. It's not that I'm praising you. Why do you have the look of a big girl? Qin Yang immediately felt that his entire being was bad. Silently, he took 2 steps back. At the same time, Qin did the same and took 2 steps back. It was at this time that he realized that his enemy being wild wasn't scary. It was this kind of man that was the most frightening. Be sure to hide away. The netizens in the live broadcast room were going crazy with laughter. Ha ha ha, the man who scared off Big Brother has appeared. Look, a miracle. I'll be damned, so Big Brother is scared of this too. Nonsense. If it was you, wouldn't you be afraid? Afraid of what? I'd just go for the guy. Upstairs, you're also a tough guy. Xia Ling was also speechless. She hadn't even struck up a conversation. People have been scared away by you. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, that one. You guys continue. Don't worry about me. Qin, let's go with me. The banquet fell into a weird calm. On this side, people were holding wine glasses and discussing something in whispers, while over there, Picassi, one of the top 10 warlords, was wiping the floor with a rag. There was also a team of soldiers helping to detain people. After all, these two goods were embedded inside. If we don't get them out, can this dinner party go on? A guy dripping blood and dead all night staring at you from the side. Who wouldn't go numb? Bard hurriedly walked down and apologized to the 2 Xia Ling people. I've given you 2 a fright. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. At the same time, he let his men bring up a suitcase and said, this is a little bit of compensation from me. Please accept it. Xia Ling shook her head and said, Mr. President, there is no need for these. The culprit has already been punished. Aren't we fine too? Hearing this, the others were a bit tense. This is the punishment you're talking about? Then your punishment is a bit heavy. Just then Qin Yang appeared in the middle of the two at an unknown time. One hand picked up the suitcase. He said quietly, "How can that be a good thing? But since old brother has taken it out, old brother can't not give face, just accept it reluctantly." The corners of the mouths of those present all twitched. "Do you hear what you're saying?" Only Bard laughed and said, "Elder brother Qin, I'm thankful to you for helping me clean up this time. Otherwise, old brother, I'd still have to make a lot of trouble." Qin Yang shook his head and said, "Old brother is not joking, it's just a matter of lifting my feet." The two of them were singing in unison here, directly characterizing this matter, which was to tell you that the two of us were on good terms, and even if Qin Yang didn't make a move, he, Bard, was still prepared to clean up this warlord. It just took some means. Now Qin Yang got it for him. He's very happy. Of course the real situation Bade was the one who saw it most clearly, although he usually called him old brother. But if you really think of Qin Yang as a brother, you're not far from death. Now that Qin Yang had given himself a step down, it also made him relieved. "Take it, it's not a bribe. If you don't take it, he'll feel uneasy." Qin Yang turned his hand and handed the suitcase to Xiaoling. He said this softly. After finishing this, Qin Yang returned to his corner sofa, leaning against the sofa and drinking. Ekaterina smiled faintly and said, "It's worthy of you. Your appearance was quite domineering. Look at how you've charmed the little girl." Qin Yang smiled and shook his head. "She's not my favorite." Hearing this, Ekaterina ruffled her hair and said, "What about me? I want boobs and an ass. What do you think of me?" Qin Yang cried and laughed and said, "Are you people in the northern bear country also direct? That's for sure. When you meet a good man, of course you have to take the initiative." Qin Yang shook his head and said, "I still prefer the little girls from Yen country." Just then a message was sent from Qin Yang's cell phone. Qin Yang clicked in to take a look and immediately smiled. "Isn't this Millet Cub?" After following each other before, it was the first time he had sent him a message. Inside was a singing video. "Brother Qin, this song is for you. Remember to drink less wine." Oh. Xiaomi Cub's playful voice came out from inside. Then Qin Yang clicked on the video and listened to it. Ekaterina came to the side and looked at it and said, "I didn't think you'd like this one." "That to not yet. This is also a little girl that I saved before." "Oi, holding an incomparable charm." "Ah," Qin Yang exclaimed with a fake sigh. What he got in return was just a blank stare from Ekaterina. This man is really, he's a man who can't be stopped. Just then the dinner had almost come to an end, and Bard walked up to the lectern. Ahem. The scene instantly quieted down. Or rather, the scene wasn't very loud since Qin Yang's strike just now. They didn't even dare to speak loudly, for fear of arousing that humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex's displeasure. Of course the families of those high-ranking officials were different. Each and every woman looked at Qin Yang with a very passionate look. They couldn't wait to eat Qin Yang. If such a fierce man became their man, who would dare to mess with them in the whole of Kilexia? If they weren't held back by their old man, they would have jumped on Qin Yang at this moment. Of course, there are always one or two brain-dead people who want to send their daughters to Qin Yang. They wanted to send their daughters to Qin Yang's bed. In the moment when the scene fell into silence, a beautiful female voice came out from Qin Yang's side. Qin Yang looked up and smiled without changing his face. "So what? You guys continue." The Millet Cubs in the live stream suddenly blushed, but it was still very happy. Bard continued to control the scene, constantly appealing to some irrelevant words. In the end, he turned and said in a very serious tone, "Given Mr. Qin Yang's great help to the government forces, and the current powerlessness of the government forces, we handed over the Tali province to Mr. Qin Yang to operate 3 months ago, and there hasn't been a single murder during this period. The people live and work in peace and contentment, with plenty of food and clothing. It's become a place where everyone aspires to live. In this regard, on behalf of all government officials, on behalf of all the people of Kilexia, I unconditionally cede Tali province to Mr. Qin Yang. From now on, Mr. Qin Yang will have the autonomy of Tali province. At the same time, this contract cannot be revoked by the Kilexia side." Saying this, Bard looked towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang got up and walked to Bard's side. The two of them smiled and shook hands. This scene was frantically photographed by the reporters below. So the big news of the day was this. It was indeed eye-popping. Cumulia is permanently ceding Tali province. This contract is a direct cession of Tali province for an indefinite period of time, and it's not in the event of a war of arms. It means that when Quarasia is reunited, you can't even sue the Federation to get it back. But there are those who understand. The biggest threat to Quayar is not the rebels. If it's just the rebels, we can fight for another 3 to 5 years. It'll be over someday anyway. But the most important thing behind the lighthouse in Great Eagle countries, he wanted to rely on Qin Yang as a big tree. Although he didn't know why Bard trusted Qin Yang so much, but at this moment Qin Yang was undoubtedly on the lighthouse nation's hostile list as well. Day. Just then a series of gunshots came from outside the door. The sudden change startled the crowd. Those from the warlords were fine. After all, they had seen this kind of scene many times. But those high-ranking officials and their families, they're all in a mess. The venue was in chaos. Qin Yang's brow furrowed. How could someone from the government army's hinterland come in, even if their bosses are here? But there's just one less person. The troops can't be so untouchable. The daughter of a high-ranking official in the crowd had her head down at the moment, but her afterglow kept glancing at Qin Yang. Boom! Just then a violent explosion came. A rocket directly blasted through the door of the government building. This caused the already tumultuous hall to become even more chaotic. Just then Qin Yang suddenly noticed a sudden meaning fire in the dark sky outside. The light flickered. Qin Yang's pupils shrank. Snipers, this is coming at him. Bang! Qin Yang's left shoulder was slightly flanked. A bullet brushed against Qin Yang and struck deeply into the wall next to him. 3 more flashes of fire suddenly flashed in the darkness in the distance. Although Qin Yang was able to dodge the sniper's bullet in such a situation, the snipers outside were stunned. But still, they pulled the trigger one after another. Just as Qin Yang was about to hide behind a side building, a figure came forward and hugged Qin Yang's thigh. Ouch! I'm so scared. Qin Yang had a black line on his head. I'm fucking sick of being stupid. Although that sniper bullet just came in, they didn't even notice. But you're dragging me down now. Qin Yang couldn't help but feel that he was acting too amiable. Get lost. Qin Yang exerted force on his leg and directly threw the woman out. Agoo! The woman cried out in pain and sat on her butt on the ground, but by the time Qin Yang tried to dodge again it was too late. He could only slightly sidestep, letting the bullet hit her in a non-vital place. Bang! 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 Put! The sound of a bullet embedded in the body came. A bullet hit Qin Yang's shoulder. Blood instantly dyed his clothes red. At this moment, a figure blocked in front of Qin Yang. It was certainly Qin Yi, using his own body to help Qin Yang block the 2 bullets. Qin Yi didn't expect there to be such a stupid person. At this point in time, he still dared to come up and take advantage of him, and he knows what his boss is capable of. Not to mention snipers thousands of meters away. Even within a few hundred meters Qin Yang could spot them. Dodging bullets is even easier. So at first, Qin Yi didn't even think about blocking bullets. But the scene just now was too sudden. It was too late for him to rush over. Only 2 of the 3 bullets were blocked. This sudden scene scared everyone. Even the woman stopped crying. Looking at the blood on Qin Yang and Qin Yi, they froze. Marred, do you really think I don't have a temper? Boom! Qin Yang kicked the huge front solid wood table behind him and moved it. At the same time the other uninjured hand gripped the side of the table. Get up for me. Boom! Qin Yang's veins on his forehead rippled as he froze and picked up the solid wood table weighing tons with one hand. He directly threw it out in front of the crowd's horrified gazes. With a loud bang, the floor of the hall shattered. A huge table stood in front of Qin Yang and Qin Yi. At that moment, the ground under Qin Yang's feet was also shattered. One could imagine the terrifying weight of the table. The sniper outside stumbled again, but it wasn't an anti-material sniper rifle like Barrett's from 1,000 meters away, so he couldn't penetrate the table at all. Qin Yang's left hand drooped slightly, blood dripping from his fingertips. Qin Yang came to Qin Yi's side. How are you doing? Still on top? Qin Yi smiled a bit and said, Boss, this is just where it's at. 2 peanuts. It's just embedded in the muscle. It doesn't even count as an injury. Qin Yang nodded. There was nothing wrong with that. Their muscle density was far beyond normal people. This sniper bullet, although it didn't enter the body, but it didn't hurt too badly. It's just that the amount of bleeding right now is a bit scary. Qin Yang was suddenly glad that he had gotten the medic out before. Otherwise it would still be a problem. Bard yelled from above. What the hell are you waiting for? Hurry up and help. Are the soldiers outside all shit-eaters? They're fighting right in front of our house. Bard was enraged. At the same time, he was scared. He invited the people here. At the same time, the incident happened at his place. He was afraid that Qin Yang would blame him for the incident. The rioting crowd all took cover. The gunshots outside are getting farther and farther away. At the same time, Qin Er's voice came from Qin Yang's earphone. Boss, we've reached the sniper's ambush site. The other party has already withdrawn. They are currently in pursuit. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with a cold aura as he said in a cold voice. Try to catch them alive. I'd like to see who wants me dead. Also pay attention to safety and retreat back first if anything goes wrong. Boss, don't worry. They won't be able to keep us. It was only then that they breathed a sigh of relief. The time from start to finish was just a few seconds. And everything that happened here was broadcast live in its entirety. Because at that time, Qin Yang had just struck a partnership with Bard. Just walked down. Crap, I can't stand it anymore. That woman did it on purpose. Didn't she? Big Brother even sensed it and dodged a bullet. This pussy actually hugged him. Otherwise, Big Brother and Qin Yi wouldn't have gotten hurt. My aversion to stupidity is off. I want to whack her to death now. Is this pussy an undercover agent? Let's kill her. You guys are too much. What's wrong with a girl's subconscious action when she's scared? And you kicked her out. What a rude man. Crap, are you a boxer upstairs? How can you even fight like this? Don't stop me. I saw your IP, wait. I'll show you my iron fist right away. Crap, a true fan has appeared upstairs. Isn't this the big brother of General Yu? I support you in spirit. At this moment a pseudo-fighter in front of the screen was shivering. This is not good money. Just then Chinair's voice. His voice said urgently, "Boss, retreat quickly. It's a tiger that's been transferred to the mountain. One of their squads has rushed in. It's not those local warlords. They are mercenaries. We've just exchanged blows, leaving them behind. There's another team that will be arriving at the hall soon." Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. He told him that something wasn't right. At least 3 snipers were sniping at a target 1,000 meters away in a dark environment. And the other party's shots were extremely accurate. There wasn't a single shot that was off, at such a long distance. If Qin Yang hadn't dodged, the shot was vital. Qin Yang looked at Qin Yi with a serious expression. Qin Yi nodded. Faria, 2 people 1 arm is not good to move for the time being. It's not that they can't move at all. It's just that the bullet is stuck right in the joint. And moving it carries with it a sharp pain. It also had an impact on the subsequent treatment. Qin Yang and Qin Yi simultaneously pulled out their pistols from their back waist with their other hands. Qin Yi's was always with him. Qin Yang's was pulled out from the system space. The 2 pulling out their guns at the same time also startled the crowd, especially the officer from before. Director Qin Yang and Qin Yi moved. Their hands crossed and the backs of their 2 pistols rubbed together. Ka-chow. Click. The 2 of them cooperated to instantly complete the action of loading the gun, then violently went to get up the muzzle of the gun to the door. Nobody move, or else. Bang, 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 bang. A 10-man squad outside had only just rushed in. It was put in by Qin Yang and Qin Yi. Guns blasting their heads off. The 2 of them walked side by side, 1 shot at a time, fighting as they went. The opposite side of a well-trained team froze and did not shoot a single bullet. The only thing out of place is that Qin Yang and Qin Yi one side of the arm constantly have blood dripping down. Soon Chinair rushed over with his troops. "Boss, I've brought the men here." Chinair threw the man in front of Qin Yang. While seeing Qin Yang's right hand, and Qin Yi's left hand, he immediately said with red eyes and a murderous look on his face, "Boss, I asked clearly on my way here. They are from Blackwater, employed by Clara, and this invasion is because of a mole." Bang! Qin Yang raised his hand and killed the sniper with a single shot. Since the questions had all been asked, then there's no need for him to live. "Boss, your hand, should I bandage it?" Qin Yang shook his head. "There's no need. Call over all the armed helicopters at home. Prepare for evacuation. Kra, Blackwater and that mole. I'll settle the score with them bit by bit." At this moment, everyone in the arena didn't dare to breathe a word. Bard only felt his brain buzzing when he heard the word mole. Anyone who can reach here is either a high-ranking government official, and the number of them is only a handful. Either that, or one of the 10 warlords had gone rogue. Either way, it made Bard feel suffocated. Qin Yang's eyes were grim as he walked towards the crowd step by step. Raising his pistol, he pointed it at the woman from before. The woman was trembling in fear, trembling all over her body as she said, "Big brother, don't kill me. I didn't do this on purpose. I really didn't." Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Qin Yang fired 3 shots in a row, piercing through the woman's arm and thigh respectively. The intense pain caused the woman to burst into tears. She kept wailing. Qin Yang's voice was incomparably cold as he said, "I don't care if you did it on purpose or are really stupid. My brother was injured because of you. You'll have to die." Bang! The woman's screams came to an abrupt end as an extra bullet appeared in her eyebrow. It was better to kill 1,000 mistakes than to spare one. Women didn't have immunity from death with him. "I don't care what you guys have in mind. I advise you all to put it away. Women, you're not worthy." Decisive and ruthless, everyone's impression of Qin Yang became clearer. Those who thought Qin Yang was good with women all shivered. Luckily, they hadn't made a move yet. Ekaterina's eyes were glowing, but at the same time, she came over with a bit of worry and said, "Don't you need to bandage it first? I know you don't have any medics. I have them on my side and could want to help you with your wounds." Qin Yang shook his head and said, "Forget it, my men will be arriving soon as well. Just because there weren't any last time doesn't mean there won't be any this time." Suddenly Qin Yang seemed to think of something, took out his cell phone and looked at the message on it, let out a light laugh. The time it was sent was right after he shot that woman. Qin Yang said to, "You are temporarily excluded." Ekaterina said irritably, "Hey, I'm still here at least, can't you give some face? Isn't this one of mine much better than that one?" Qin Yang just laughed and shook his head, not saying anything more on this topic. Instead, he said to Bard, "Older brother, sometimes you need to have the determination of a strong man, otherwise, will you really be able to sit still after you've fought your way to the top? Bada's expression was cloudy. Xin Yang's words meant that I don't blame you, but if you don't give me an explanation, then this matter is not over. Bada gritted his teeth and said, don't worry, I won't spare anyone involved this time. Xin Yang's gaze swept around the arena, and everyone subconsciously lowered their heads when they saw Xin Yang. Finally, his gaze locked onto the father of the woman just now. Bang! Without the slightest bit of nonsense, a gunshot killed the other party. The other party didn't even know why he died. Trouble. You have to cut off the grass to get rid of the roots. Save someone from always thinking about revenge in the future. I don't have that much time to play with them. Bard got it. Point him out. Anyone who is involved today will be executed. Is that what it means? Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a large number of helicopter gunships suddenly appeared in the sky, the sound of their propellers sweeping across the field. Immediately after that, one by one, soldiers jumped down from above you. Shin-san and the others had all arrived as well. Upon seeing Xin Yang and Xin Yi injured, one by one, they were like wild beasts. The eyes that looked at everyone revealed a murderous aura. Boss, Brother E, you guys. Xin Yang waved his hand and said, go back and talk. Starting tomorrow, there will be a major liquidation. Yes. Xin Yang took 2 steps and suddenly turned his head to the 2 Xiaoling. Why are you still standing? Sending you all on a trip. Don't come here for a short time. Quelia, it's not safe. Oh, okay. Xiaoling nodded repeatedly to follow Xin Yang's pace. Ekaterina was even more upset this time. Hey, you could at least look at me. It's not safe for me to be here. Xin Yang helplessly rolled his eyes and said, do you want to hear what you're saying? 2 guns on your calf and waist. And you're saying you're not safe? And are you done with your mission? Just come with me? Ekaterina scratched her head in embarrassment. Good lord, this was showing him. She could only smile sarcastically, then waved goodbye. Xin Yang arranged for a helicopter gunship to take the 2 Xiaoling to the international airport. The first time Xin Yang returned to the base, he and Xin Yi entered the medical warehouse. The medical soldiers started treating them. In just 1 day's time, Xin Yang opened his eyes again and his arm actually did not have a trace of discomfort. Even the scar of the wound had disappeared. Crap, so grippy? That's for sure. It's a pity that I don't know which uneducated person actually disliked it in the first place. Xin Yang hemmed and hawed. He had raised a haughty big girl who loved to dislike himself for nothing. Just as he came out, he happened to meet Xin Air and the others. How's the situation? Xin Air said with a serious expression. Boss, Quelia is in a mess right now. There are wars everywhere, except for our Tali province. That high official's family was exterminated yesterday. It didn't get out, but it should have been Bard's move. Picasso used this, and the death of his brother at the banquet, to encourage a lot of people to break with Bard. Now both sides have fought. More than that, originally quite a few small warlords from Picasso's lineage have also followed Picasso, as well as the addition of Clark's rebels, and now the strength of both sides has come to a 50-50 split. The corner of Xin Yang's mouth hooked into a cold smile and said, it's not Clark behind this, it's the Lighthouse Kingdom, isn't it? Xin Air nodded and said, that's right, although Picasso is now working together with Clark against the government forces. The two are not in a superior-subordinate relationship, it's more like cooperation. Xin Yang craned his neck and let out a cold laugh. Still knows to get me first. Looks like we're still too amiable. It's not good to be a good person. Then let everyone feel fear at the mention of mine. Target Picasso. Give me a good beating on him. Undercover agent? Traitor? Kill him first. Yes, boss. I'll lead the team this time. Guarantee to complete the mission. I'm going to get these 2 shots back myself. Xin Yi also walked out at this time. He said in a firm tone. Xin Yang nodded and said, I'll give you 1,000 men, weapons and equipment of your choice. 3 cities. I don't need to leave anything behind. Raise them all to the ground. Xin Yi's eyes glowed with brilliance as he said, guarantee to complete the mission. It's time to let Quelia know the price of pissing us off. At this moment, Quelia was in an unprecedented state of chaos. There was fighting everywhere, and the international airport was closed early this morning. Who would have thought that so many changes would happen in just one night? Especially at this time in Yen country. The netizens who had watched the entire night's live broadcast in the first place were feeling the world's jaggedness. Never thought that the world actually had such a place. Strong as Xin Yang was injured. Of course, that's because there is a brainwashed appeared. The Yen country also appeared a lot of opposition to Xin Yang's remarks. Some say Xin Yang is the executioner. He killed a family without any evidence. At this time, the millet cubs of the Yen state is crazy in a variety of pull stepping under the post to fight back. Congratulations to the host for gaining a popularity value of 600 people and obtaining an achievement gift pack. Xin Yang directly said, open it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining primary gene soldier asterisk 3000. Xin Yang suddenly called out to Qin Yi who was preparing to go out and said, 3,000 people, bulldoze them within a day. I don't need prisoners and I don't care what the other party's status is, raise them directly to the ground. Yes, boss. Soon, the Tali province, which was being watched by various forces, suddenly saw a large number of armed soldiers, armored vehicles, main battle tanks, and helicopter gunships. Large swaths of them came out one by one. There were also trucks pulling mortars. A casual glance told me there were more than 1,000 of them. Clara, who had received the news, cursed and said, I knew there were more than 1,000 of this old cunt. By the way, which way did they go? Boss, the direction of travel is Pikassi's territory. Just now, Pikassi sent us a message wanting us to send troops to jointly defend against Qin Yang's army. Clara smiled coldly and said, Ha, just a traitor, still wants to be my equal. Let him suffer Qin Yang's wrath first. In a head-on confrontation, Qin Yang wouldn't be able to defeat my 800,000 strong army even if he had a few thousand men. It's just that this Pikassi bastard is scared out of his wits. This was a point of confidence he still had. In front of absolute numbers, even the strongest individual forces were futile. On the other side, Qin Yi's army had already reached the first city in Pikassi's territory. At this time an Ivy Sane, 20,000 defenders were standing by. Meanwhile, as the territory of Pikassi, one of the former top 10 warlords, there were hundreds of thousands of people in the city. But even if they knew that there was going to be a war in Ibiza, not a single person came out. It wasn't known whether they had confidence in Pikassi or were stopped from being able to come out. Qin Yi stopped 5,000 meters from the city. Pointing to the city in front of him, he shouted, All artillery prepare. Direction southeast. Su into the barrage. Fire. Miso, miso, miso. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly thousands of cannonballs flew into the sky in unison. General Orlando, who was inside the city, directly cursed, Crap, you guys don't fucking talk about martial arts. Everyone take cover. Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs exploded in the city. Each one was enough to blow up a house, let alone thousands of them. All of a sudden, half of Ibiza was thrown into chaos. The shells didn't stop for a moment, from one end of the city to the other, which is more than 20 kilometers long. It was bulldozed under more than an hour of rounds of bombardment from Qin Yi's side. When the shelling stopped, Orlando led his men out of the fortifications and was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. A city, it's just gone. There were no good buildings in sight. There was still a fire burning inside the city. It was just ignited by cannon fire. His men who didn't have time to hide inside have been turned into charcoal. Meanwhile, the hundreds of thousands of ordinary people inside the city hadn't escaped either. Orlando's body was trembling as he said, We let out a demon. The retaliation of the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps has begun. One after another, Orlando's remaining 10,000 odd people came out from the construction works. All froze at the sight. Is this their opponent? Previously, I only knew that the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps was brave. Their firepower is fierce. Now their revenge has come. It was only then that I realized that if I angered them, I would see a bloody and cruel Money Leopard. Orlando took a deep breath and said, The sound of their cannons has stopped. They are about to charge. Where are our cannons? Boss, the cannons were all destroyed in the attack just now. Orlando's eyes closed tightly and suddenly opened them. Everyone scatter into the city. Fight them in an alleyway battle. I don't believe I can't get them killed. Orlando figured out that since he couldn't defend the enemy from the outside, he would let them in to fight, and you can't wash the ground with cannonballs after you let them in. But he was still thinking too simply. Everyone on Qin Yi's side was wearing a single combat suit, and after thermal imaging, everyone's position was clear at a glance. Armored vehicles in front, tanks behind, the helicopter gunships are shooting at will. Give it to me, Qin Yi said in a deep voice, and at the same time, he jumped directly onto the helicopter gunships with a leap of his own body. More than 30 helicopter gunships rushed in. Buzz, 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 buzz. Soon the sound of the propellers caused the rebels who were hiding in the shadows again to freeze. Da-day-day-day-day-day-day. Just then the rotating machine gun underneath the helicopter gunship spat out its tongue of fire crazily. Countless bullets poured out, directly piercing through the cover and sifting the soldiers hiding behind it. Orlando would be on the phone with Pikassi this time. Boss, I can't hold out much longer. Ibiza is in ruins. The people are dead. They're charred alive. I'm left with 10,000 men fighting in an alleyway battle. Pikassi's eyes went wide. He screamed out loud. Is he crazy? Isn't he afraid of being defined as a terrorist for doing such a thing? Orlando said bitterly. Boss, we all want his life. Will he still care about this? It's like we've released an unmitigated evil. Pikassi was silent. He also didn't expect the current Money Leopard to be so crazy. After this, the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps had another name. Bloody Money Leopard. You bring people to hold up. I'll send support immediately. We may not be able to fight with heavy firepower, but in an alleyway battle, bite off a piece of his flesh. Alley warfare? although it is a one-man battle, but no one will not slacken. Strong as the money leopard cannot guarantee zero casualties. This side press only just hung up the phone. Orlando to look ahead suddenly burst out. I can go to your grandfather's alleyway battle. This is a fucking alleyway battle? Orlando was stunned. Your alley warfare is to use armored vehicles, main battle tanks, plus helicopter gunships to sweep the streets? This is a fucking bullshit. They didn't even bring in their bazookas. All of them were lost in a wave of artillery fire. There are only a few light machine guns left. But light machine guns against airplanes? You think he's Qin Yong? Me so. Boom. The helicopter gunships missiles were fired. And instantly a soldier hiding in an underground fortification was directly blasted through with an explosion that made the surrounding soldiers hiding shiver all over. Boss, is this what you call biting off a mouthful of meat? Isn't there something wrong? Qin Yi's helicopter gunships were in the air, shooting at the places where the crowds were gathered. Tanks are shelling those hiding in houses or tunnels. Armored vehicles are firing along the streets. And as long as there is a response from the thermal imaging, they will go up and throw grenades at those who are hiding deep. That's it. Trying to fight them 1v1. No way. No way at all. Orlando stared at the scene with disbelief. Who taught you to fight in an alleyway like this? Who taught you to fight in an alleyway like this? Da-day. Boom, boom, boom. Miso, thud. I thought it was a real battle. But now, well, this ruined city is even more lively. It was more exciting than even the shell wash just now. Orlando was at the back constantly directing his troops to counterattack, but it didn't have any effect. No matter how hidden they are, they can be found with precision. Orlando gritted his teeth and said, "High tech, you can't afford it. Everyone stop hiding. Our positions are all exposed. Come out and fight them to the death, or else we'll all die." Orlando's thoughts were good. The soldiers under his command were all confused when they heard this order. They looked at the AK-47s in their hands, and then at the tanks and armored vehicles sweeping through the streets. Are you sure that we're going to fight to the death and not to die? But finally, gritting their teeth, those who received the news of the army, a total of 5,000 people, began to converge to the rear, preparing for the final battle. The corner of Qin Yi's mouth hooked when he saw this scene. It's a bit interesting. Everyone advance in formation, sweep up the remnants on the way, let them have a good look. Just as the army behind this was waiting in tight formation, the roar ahead didn't stop, but froze without seeing a single helicopter gunship or armored vehicle. Rumble. Just when they were surprised, a violent rumble suddenly came from not far away, followed by a drift of armored vehicles and tanks appearing in front of everyone's eyes. The huge gun barrels clicked around. The direction was facing more than 5,000 enemy troops, immediately followed by more than 30 helicopter gunships hovering overhead. The muzzles of heavy machine guns were aimed at them. Orlando gulped. It was like he'd done something stupid, though it wasn't a good idea to just let the other side hunt. But it seemed like he'd saved them a lot of trouble by bringing the men together. Da-day. Miso. The heavy machine guns and tanks opened fire at the same time. Countless bullets and shells flying in unison. 5,000 men? It was 50,000 people he couldn't do well with. Da-day. The rebels on this side were still using AK-47s in their last struggle, only that they were all useless in hitting the armored vehicles, not to mention the other two. In a matter of minutes, the entire remaining army of Orlando was wiped out. He himself died here. His corpse was incomplete. Xi Yang looked down at the city below with a stern look and said, "Keep moving, there are still 2 more cities." Yes. The soldiers below began to advance. The trucks behind them received orders to start advancing as well. They were all bringing ammunition supplies. It had only been 2 short hours since they attacked. Meanwhile, the news of Ibiza's massacre has been spread by who knows who. Perhaps there are still quite a few people on the periphery watching this horrific battle. One of the most crucial people was a reporter from the Great Eagle Kingdom. At this moment, the reporter was very excited to send the video data in his hand to the headquarters, although there are no specific details, but it can be seen from afar. Qin Yang's troops had massacred the city. Countless shells directly reduced the city to rubble. They had every reason to believe that Qin Yang's Money Leopard Mercenary Corps was a terrorist organization. Slaughtering civilians internationally would definitely be condemned by most countries. Qin Yang had thought about all of these issues, but he understood one thing, and that was that if a person was not ruthless, he could not stand firm. And it's not like there aren't any countries in the world that have done things like turning black and white upside down. And the 2 cities closest to here rioted at the same time, because Qin Yang's troops rushed here. It turns out they could still care less. After all, there are so many of them. Qin Yang is an outsider, could do anything to them. But seeing what happened to Ibiza, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was too damn scary. Countless people started scrambling out. Even many of those with guns have clashed with the local armed forces. They're afraid to die. So are the warlords' men. Their 2 cities together are only a little stronger than Orlando's, and they're trying to pull these men with them. or they don't know what this vengeful panther can do. And the reinforcements sent out by Pikasi received word that the city was gone before they even got there. What were they going to do then? Thud. Boom. Just then, a loud bang came from the mountain, followed by the vehicles loaded with artillery shells by the reinforcement troops being blown up. This familiar operation, it was the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. Harrison hurriedly roared. Everyone take their weapons and find cover. The other party is the Money Leopard Mercenaries. All of you, get your heads together. Dang. Boom. Another loud bang. Another truck was detonated. The two gunshots made Harrison's 10,000 troops not dare to move. They all hid behind cover, not daring to show their heads, and because of the echoes, none of them knew where Qin Yang and the others had fired. As time passed by, Harrison was suffering a lot. He even suspected that there was only one person on the other side, and had already withdrawn at this point. Harrison said to the soldier beside him, "You, go see what's going on." The soldier shuddered, but looking at the gun in Harrison's hand pointed at him, he reluctantly got up and walked out. But there was no attack. Harrison breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Grandma, scare me, I'm the fearless General Harrison." At this time a soft laugh appeared behind him all. "Oh, is that so? Not afraid of heaven and earth? I don't believe it." Qin Yang stood behind him with a playful face, and behind Qin Yang was a whole 2,000 people. As for the troops at the back of the temple, they were all silently solved at this time. Dagger white neck, this thing they familiar this bastard didn't even know to ask what was going on behind him when he was hiding. Half of them were taken out, the remaining 5,000 were all under their control. Bang! Behind them, Qin Air shot a soldier who made a small move. "Nobody move, or you'll all die." Harrison shivered and barely managed to squeeze out a smile as he said, "I didn't know Big Brother was here. Little brother will leave this instant." "I'll leave now." Qin Yang laughed. "Aren't you afraid of heaven and earth? I'll let you meet heaven and earth today." Harrison was on the verge of tears as he hurriedly said, "Big Brother, I am also following orders. I really didn't know about last night's incident." "Cut the crap, call Pikasi." Harrison nodded repeatedly. The phone was quickly connected. Pikasi's tired voice came from the other end of the line. "You guys can come back now. There's no need to support the other two cities." Qin Yang let out a light laugh and said, "You're really willing to give up more than 20,000 people saying you don't want them?" Pikasi's tone stuttered. Then in an angry and hoarse voice, he roared lowly, "Qin Yang, do you really want to drive everyone to extinction?" Qin Yang gave a disdainful sneer and said, "I'm really tired of you double standards people. Can't you learn from Lao Zi? I just want to get you killed. I'm not a good person in the first place. Then why do you want to set up a house of cards after being a bitch? That's what's wrong with you." Pikasi kept taking deep breaths. In just one day from his unveiling, to being suppressed by Bard's army, and Qin Yang's retaliation, only less than a day had passed. If it wasn't for Clara attracting the attention of most of the government forces, he would have been out of breath by now. "Qin Yang, do you really want to die? I still have more than 100,000 troops in my hands, even if your firepower is fierce. I'm not a vegetarian either." Qin Yang said in a very cooperative manner. "Oops, I'm so scared. Clara has an army of 800,000. So what? Why don't you try it too? 100,000 or so? Is that a lot? It's not like they haven't killed before." Qin Yang was able to kill the Clarion base camp. "You Pikasi multiple farts. That's it. I'm done talking to you. Wait at home and die." With that, Qin Yang hung up the phone. Only Harrison was left standing shivering on the other side. Qin Yang patted the other party's shoulder and comforted him softly. "Don't worry, I'm not a good person. Eyes closed and not open. One moment and it's over. Kill." After saying that, Qin Yang turned around and faintly spat out two words. Harrison instantly widened his eyes. "Not how did you manage to say such horrible words in such a gentle tone?" "Da-day-day-day-day-day-day." Qin Air and the others opened fire directly. The rifles in their hands spat out tongues of fire. And in just a few seconds 5,000 people were gotten killed just like that. All of them were living targets. Looking at the corpses all over the place, Qin Yang asked Claude to come over and make good. "It's time to burn, and there are still a lot of weapons that can be used. It's also a good income." Qin Yang looked into the distance and smiled. "Let's go, don't keep people waiting." Qin's frontal battlefield had come to the outside of the second city by now. The residents inside had rushed out long ago at this time. After all, no one wanted to die. Although these cities were Pikasi's birthplace, most of the soldiers came from here, but each one of them will fly away in the face of disaster. They've already slaughtered a city. How can they let them go if they really fight? The corner of Qin's mouth curled up as he looked at the mountain guns set up on the city walls with binoculars, and the soldiers with rocket launchers. Although it was rudimentary, it was a way to limit the huge firepower on his side. Setting up the cannons on the city walls, it was also barely enough to fight them. As long as they were in range they would do it without hesitation. The ones with RPGs are for defense against the helicopter gunships. After all, the helicopter gunships of the Money Leopard mercenaries don't just have machine guns. They also have missiles. Shin Yi waved his hand and said, "Tank troops, go and play with them. Let them see our driving skills." More than 50 tanks rolled out from both sides, and as soon as they came out, the throttles were pressed to the floor, the engines roaring madly as they charged towards the city. City Lord Nixon shouted, "Quick, turn around, stop them for me." Boom, boom. More than 50 mountain cannons split into two teams and fired at the tanks on both sides. The shells flew through the air. Crunch, swish. Just then the tanks that were originally split into two teams directly went their own way, one by one directly drifting at full speed, dodging the shells. The mountain guns on top kept adjusting their direction. Even the soldiers moving the barrels were sweating profusely, but froze. Not a single tank was hit. A bunch of tanks seemed to be playing up, drifting constantly. It made Nixon dizzy. "Boss, we've only got about 300 shells left." "What?" Nixon was shocked. Before he reacted, 300 rounds of artillery shells would only be enough for them to fire 6 rounds. That's not even enough to stuff people's teeth. Wait. Just then, one by one, the tanks that were drifting began to turn their barrels in a direction right above the city gates. Nixon's pupils shrank and he yelled, "Jump down." Immediately afterward, he took the lead and jumped directly from the city gates. Miso. The high-speed tank shook violently for a moment, and a shell was fired. Boom, boom. The top of the city wall was instantly blown apart. The soldiers carrying bazookas were in no hurry to dodge, and were directly blown to pieces along with the mountain cannons. Boom. The city gates were blown open by the tank's cannon. Immediately after that, the armored convoy began to advance. This time, Qin did not choose to wash the ground with artillery shells. Although Qin Yang said that anything that could be solved with artillery shells was not a problem. What's the point of charging? But Qin felt it was a waste to use this trick on such a bunch of goods. The army directly entered the city, faced with twice as many men. The top of the armored car spat out tongues of fire like crazy. Da-day. Boom. It didn't take long for Qin and the others to kill their way in through the city gates. Nixon rallied all the soldiers in the city. It was just so vulnerable in front of the torrent of steel. This one city took even less time. It was taken directly in an hour or so. After the army killed its way out of the city, a group of reporters appeared inside the city. It was clearly the Great Eagle Nation reporters who had shot the video earlier. This time, they came in to collect more definitive evidence of Qin Yang. Unfortunately, this time, although there were no shells washing the ground and the bodies could still be seen in their entirety, all of the dead this time were from the warlords. This made him annoyed. As time passed, Qin took the third city, and the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps' record of taking 3 cities in a row was also spread. At this time, although Pakasi still had more than 100,000 troops in his hands, there was only one main city left, as well as the various passes guarded by the army. The furious Pakasi slapped his hand on the table. "Bastard, how much longer does Clara have to wait? Does he think that Qin Yang will let him go after I'm destroyed?" Each of the warlords below didn't dare to speak. There was even some regret. "Why did you follow this bastard to revolt? It was obviously a great situation. Now it was good they had offended a terrifying opponent instead." Where is Qin Yang's army now? "Boss, that army is currently still resting and has shown no intention to continue attacking." Pakasi nodded. Further in was where he was going head to head with his own army. A few thousand men fighting tens of thousands of his elite was simply not possible. His position was fully fortified and high up. Even the artillery couldn't do much damage to them, and their artillery was in the rear, although they can't attack the other side's base. "But if you charge, I'll beat you to death in minutes." The sky was getting darker. What he doesn't know is that at another pass, Qin Yang's 2,000 men have been lurking here for a long time, waiting for nothing more than an opportunity. Although the sky is getting darker, but the gunfire on the front line hasn't stopped. The soldiers under Bard are still launching attacks on Pakasi. It's been a full 24 hours of fighting since last night. Bard looked at the battle report from the front line and said with incomparable anger, one whole day, you guys didn't even hit a single position. Other people, Qin Yang, have already taken down 3 cities. Are you all losers?" Pakasi, the traitor, not only started a rebellion, messed up a great situation, he also almost broke up the alliance with Qin Yang. The henchman said helplessly, "Boss, it's really not that we're too good. We don't know when their weapons got so good. Not only do they have mortars, the heavy machine guns can't even get through the crossfire." The places that Pakasi was defending now were easy to defend and difficult to attack positions, and there's also the heavy firepower provided by the man behind the curtain. Even 100,000 troops wouldn't be able to break through a single position. This is the reason why Pakasi dared to challenge the government forces and Qin Yang. Just then, Qin Yang violently opened his eyes. He led 2,000 men to touch up directly. If you want to rush up, you must pass through a section of 5,000 meters of unobstructed open ground. 3 large searchlights in the position above you, always patrolling. And it's not difficult to break in. Qin Yang and Qin Er broke away from the team and felt their way up. In the open field, constantly flickering figure, avoiding the searchlight's patrol. Suddenly Qin Yang slumped directly onto the ground and casually yanked a corpse over himself. It's unknown when this corpse was left behind. At this time it all carried a smell. Qin Yang didn't move, but secretly made a note of it. This debt had to be settled on Picassi. The light shone past Qin Yang's body, and the people above did not notice anything unusual. The distance of 5,000 meters. With Qin Yang and Qin Er's speed it took 10 minutes to cross over. When they reached under the position again, there was only something similar to barbed wire on the card surface. Qin Yang and his duo crossed over with just a slight jump. The two of them looked at each other, and in the next second, they suddenly rushed out from the darkness, covering one person's mouth with one hand and twisting with the other. Ka-ching! With a slight crunch, the soldier in his hand had no breath left. At the same time his right foot kicked out. A kick directly snapped the throat of the person behind him. Qin Yang pulled with his right hand and picked up the 2 corpses, then slowly put them down. Not a single sound was made. The 4 night watchmen were just taken by the 2 men. Immediately after that, Qin Yang was light on his feet and climbed directly onto the searchlight tower. Qin Yang gently tapped his opponent's shoulder. The soldier turned his head to see Qin Yang, instantly widening his eyes. Ka-ching! Qin Yang twisted his hands. The head turned 180 degrees and the body was placed on the ground. Another soldier on Qin Yang's left side seemed to sense something. The searchlight just suddenly stopped for a moment. This is not right. The soldier turned his head to look over, right into Qin Yang's smiling face. Qin Yang waved his hand and his mouth moved slightly. Hello? Put. 2 voices rang out, only to see Qin Er behind him flinging a dagger over to directly pierce the opponent's throat, while flinging out his flying tiger claw, grabbing the body that was about to fall to the ground in a deadly grip, then slowly put it down. The soldier could only whimper twice before completely cutting off his breath. The lights flickered for a moment. Immediately after that, 2,000 troops entered the barrier with great vigor. The moment they enter, they head straight for the barracks. All of them were attacked with their swords. Countless soldiers had their throats slit. At the same time, another group of soldiers were hunting down the soldiers on patrol. Because there was no abnormality in the searchlights above, they were still relatively lax. But as time passed, the moon in the sky was blocked by dark clouds while the entire camp reeked of blood. Qin Yang stood in front of everyone. The dagger in his hand was still dripping with blood, and there was splattered blood all over his face and arms. The 2,000 people behind him were all the same. The dark clouds gradually receded. A sliver of moonlight sprinkled on the faces of Qin Yang and the others, looking terrifying. A silent assassination. A slaughter of 2,000 people against 20,000 people without any difference. Qin Yang suddenly said to Xiao Jin, "How was it? Did you record it?" "Recorded. Host, I have to say that you're really good at pretending to be a pussy. You even purposely picked a time when the dark clouds were receding, and even the angle was chosen just right." Qin Yang sighed and said, "Life is not easy. Boss sells his art. It's not for that pathetic popularity value. It's really not for pretending. Host, you've been exposed. You're just doing it for the sake of pretending. Go away. Go away. I still have a hot loudmouth to give away. Don't keep people waiting." Qin Yang and the others left, straight to Picassi's main city. Only the campsite filled with the smell of blood was left behind. Blood gradually soaked the earth. Every soldier whose throat was cut, all of them had their major arteries slit. The blood soon gathered together again, forming a small pool of water. On the other side, a furious Bud called Dougler directly. "Dougler, you go to the north and attack. There's only 20,000 troops there. You have 100,000 men. Take it down in 5 hours. Is that a problem?" Dougler gritted his teeth and said, "Promise to get the job done." Dougler didn't hesitate, though it was almost impossible to do, but it was about the prestige of their government army. If they couldn't do it quickly, more forces would intervene at that time. There was a real chance that Picassi could get away with it. And Picassi's deal with the Lighthouse Kingdom is definitely more than just arms. There must be something more. Dougler takes his army out of the front. They're going around the back to the north. But he's only just reached the bottom of the battlefield. Just as he was about to give the order to charge, the front soldiers suddenly came to report. "Boss, something's not right. Their searchlights haven't moved, and our scouts just went deeper into the battlefield although they didn't enter. They could smell a faint odor of blood." Dougler froze and quickly asked, "Did Big Brother Qin Yang's troops make any movements today?" "No, they've been resting since they hit the third city." It's as if the mission was accomplished. Dougler's eyes lit up. "Mission accomplished? Crap, why do I say this is so familiar? Wasn't it the same when he killed Freeman?" Gritting his teeth, Dougler directly said, "Everyone except the artillery follow me. Remember not to shout. If anything goes wrong, The artillery pulls up for me. Blast them sons of bitches. Yes, Douglar. As a general, a handful of people on the pinnacle of power in Cumoria, actually leading the charge. It was also a first, but as they approached, the smell of blood in the air grew thicker and thicker. It was exactly the 15th day of the lunar calendar. The moon in the sky was very bright. Adapted to the night environment, they could still see clearly within 10 meters. The barbed wire for the periphery had not been damaged. After they tore through the barbed wire and entered, they instantly froze. The blood all over the ground, at this time has converged together again. The smell of blood in the air is so thick that it makes that person uncomfortable. With a little deeper, each barracks, the soldiers inside without exception all were isolated aorta and airway and died. And there was not the slightest trace of resistance. The blood at the neck had already begun to coagulate, and it was obvious that several hours had passed since the time of death. Further inside you could see piles of corpses. These were soldiers on patrol. Each team was a pile. The method of death was the same as the soldiers in the barracks. Gulp. I don't know who swallowed a mouthful of water, breaking the silence. This kind of scene was just too impactful. And as you can see from the ground, not a single bullet was fired here. All of them were killed without even realizing it. Boss, do we have to go further? The corners of Douglar's mouth twitched. Although he had always called Qin Yang big brother, but now he didn't dare to follow him. Such a horrifying scene made his heart tremble even if he watched it. Taking a deep breath, Douglar took out his phone and called Bud. After Bard picked up the phone, he asked in a very puzzled manner, "Where are you? Why are you so quiet?" Bud even brainstormed a scenario where Douglar was captured and then called to have himself ransomed. Douglar's voice unconsciously took on a tremor. "General, I'm inside Picasai's customs camp right now," Bud murmured. "Captured indeed? Speak up. What conditions do you want before you'll release me?" Douglar had a black line. Wasn't he that bad in the eyes of his own general, still to be taken prisoner? Douglar took a deep breath and said, "General, I mean there are no more guards alive here. They all died silently in the night. Not a single struggle, nor any resistance. The blood of 20,000 men has gathered into a river." Bard's pupils shrank as he asked incredulously, "You're saying, Qin Yang led a massacre there, and without firing a single shot?" "That's right. Looking at the blood it should be a few hours ago. All of them had their throats cut and bled. The scene was extremely brutal." Bard took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "You bring the men back. Attack Picassi from now on. Create an opportunity for Qin Yang." "Yes." Douglar came and went quickly, coming with a rush of blood and returning with a burst of heartbreak. Meanwhile, Bard's side directly started a general attack. Armored vehicles, helicopter gunships and whatnot were all used. Picasai's troops were blindsided in one fell swoop. Picasai got up in the night and received emergency reports from the front line one after another. "Son of a bitch, we've worked together for so many years, you're really ready to kill them all." Picasai gritted his teeth and said, "Come on, send out all 30,000 troops in the city. You must hold them off." His men hesitated and said, "But boss, that would leave us with less than 1,000 guards. Your safety?" Picassi said angrily, "As long as my 3 lines of defense aren't penetrated, who can reach me? Still not quick enough to go." Yes. 30,000 troops drove out in the only armored vehicles Picassi had. All of them were the kind that were going to be scrapped. Picassi sat alone on the couch and sighed silently. He didn't know if his decision was right or wrong, gambling everything just for a name. Picassi was very sad and slowly fell asleep. Qin Yang's side entered the main city only to realize it was really tight on the outside and loose on the inside. Only 2 guards were taken care of before he entered. Moreover, this militarized town had no residents at all. But the thermal imaging inside could only see a handful of hundreds of people. "You guys spread out and slaughter all those rebels, then guard the gates of the city." This time of day was the darkest time before dawn, and the last darkness before dawn. It was also the time when people were most sleepy. Picassi, who was deeply asleep, suddenly felt as if someone was staring at him. He opened his eyes in a daze. He saw a person sitting across from him. The figure was a bit blurry, and he was spinning a gun in his hand. Picassi looks at him in a daze, then closes them again. Muttering nastily to himself, he said, "Dreaming, this must be a dream. How could Qin Yang be here? It's all an illusion. I must not have woken up." Qin Yang let out a light laugh and said, "You're really good at comforting yourself. Why? Haven't you been waiting for me? I'm here now." Picassi's eyes instantly widened. Then he quickly pulled out the pistol on his waist, aiming it at Qin Yang. It was only just loaded. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Yang fired 3 shots in a row, directly sending the pistol in Picassi's hand flying. And when it landed in his hand again he suddenly realized that the trigger was broken. "Come on people, where are all the people dead?" Qin Yang just looked at Picassi, one hand still continuously playing with the pistol. I originally thought it would be a vicious battle. Who would have thought you'd have a few hundred people here? I've never fought such a rich battle in my life. I still have to thank you for letting me experience it. Picassi sat down on the couch in frustration, pulling out a cigarette to maintain his comportment as a general. How did you get here? I should be all armed. Qin Yang smiled faintly. Of course I fought my way in from the front. It's a pity that your people are too good. Not a single shot was fired from over 20,000 people. Picassi understood. One of his own defense line was directly killed by Qin Yang with all his men, and without the slightest resistance. Picassi suddenly took out a satellite phone while saying in a deep voice, I know, I lost, but you can't kill me. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed in interest and said, oh, tell me. Picassi pulled out a green card and said, I am now a genuine lighthouse nation. If you kill me, I will be targeted by the Lighthouse Kingdom. When the time comes, the Lighthouse Nation will definitely send troops to intervene in the war in Cumulus. That's not what you want, is it? I can admit defeat. You can take over the army in its entirety, but you can only send me back to the Lighthouse Kingdom. Qin Yang laughed. So that's how it is. You betrayed the government army because of such a green card? Picassi suddenly looked at Qin Yang with hateful eyes. His voice was a little sharp. It's not because of you. You killed my younger brother. You also humiliated me in public. How can you let me mix in the government army in the future? Even if I do gain the world in the future, I won't be taken seriously. It was you who ruined all of this. It wasn't me who betrayed. It was you who forced me. Qin Yang snorted coldly. I am really tired of you double standards people. You are not mentioning in the slightest what it was because of. Forget it. It doesn't even matter. But I have a hobby you might not know about, said Qin Yang with a weird smile appearing on his face. Picassi's whole body tensed up, instinctively feeling that something bad was about to happen. Qin Yang raised his pistol and said word for word to Picassi, I'm a person who likes to say no to the kind of people who are very confident. Lighthouse Nation? You guys had a hand in the assassination of Laozi, didn't you? What makes you think I would be afraid? You're crazy. That's the Lighthouse Kingdom. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Qin Yang fired 3 shots in a row. The shots weren't fatal, but they hurt. Picassi wailed as he clutched his thigh. I'm crazy? So what if it's the Lighthouse Kingdom? Said Qin Yang to the satellite phone. Hello, can you hear me? I know your satellite system is awesome. The global strike capability is also great. But can you see Tali province right now? A calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Can't see it, but so what? A small Tali province. We can still do it with full firepower coverage. Qin Yang said disdainfully. Are you so sure that we don't have air defense weapons? If you want to come and fight you'll have to send in your soldiers. Qin Yang's tone suddenly turned extremely grim as he said. But I can assure you, as long as they dare to come, I'll dare to make them stay here permanently. The voice on the other end of the phone stopped for a split second. It seemed to be pondering whether what Qin Yang said was true or a bluff. Do you know what the cost of slaughtering my Lighthouse Nation's citizens is? We can step on the entire Cumulus in a day. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Qin Yang laughed out in the slightest. I believe you when you say that you guys can comprehensively crush it, but to exterminate the country in a day, you can really brag about it. And with today's conversation spreading out, who do you think will be more of a villain by then? The voice on the other end of the phone remained calm, but today's won't get out. The only ones that can get out are the ones we need. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth hooked up in a curve. Oh, is that so? You can try. On the other end of the phone, the Lighthouse Nation's CIA director's face was gloomy. A mere mercenary actually dared to provoke him. The most crucial thing was that their CIA did not have the strength to fight Qin Yang. It wasn't like the army was something he, the CIA director, could easily command. Both sides mind their own business. He's bragging now too, but he didn't expect to move the big mountain of the Lighthouse Kingdom. And the other side still didn't give face. Seeing that the opposite side didn't move anymore, Qin Yang said in a very bored manner, Cut, this is it? It's not interesting. I'm done talking to you. I'll settle your scores sooner or later. Let's start with him first. Bang! After saying that, Qin Yang shot the satellite phone, looking at Picassi whose forehead was constantly sweating coldly due to the gunshot wound. Hey, look at you. You didn't say you'd find a better backer. It would have been different for me. We're crazy. And people don't want to mess with us. Now you can go to hell. Bang! Picassi, once one of the top 10 warlords, officially went off the grid. He died in his own office. Qin Yang was kind of saving face for the other party. In fact, he was just too lazy to get it. Otherwise he would have to be hung on a pole and air-dried too. Just then the first ray of sunlight suddenly appeared in the sky. The night has passed and the dawn has appeared. Qin Yang walked to the window and looked down. He could even faintly feel the vibrations coming from the distance. Qin Yang murmured softly, This is a world where people eat people. People can't stand still if they are not ruthless. Qin Yang always understood the truth that fate was only possible if it was in his own hands. Bang! Qin Yang violently kicked and shattered this floor-to-ceiling window, The sound made quickly attracted the attention of the soldiers below. All of them turned their eyes towards Qin Yang, waiting for the next instruction. Qin Yang said in a deep voice, "Raise our flag and tell them that we have won. Those who are not convinced can come over." Immediately in the midst of the dawn, the money leopard's flag continued to rise, and the entire city was filled with flags. The battle at the front line was extremely fierce. Even with the addition of another 30,000 troops, there was still no way to resist Bard's fierce attack. Of course by now Bard had lost over 30,000 men. The other side's position still hadn't been chewed down. Just then a soldier on the rebel side rushed into the tent and shouted to the general, "General, it's no good, our house is gone." Dennis' bloodshot eyes snapped around and stared at the other man with gritted teeth. "What do you mean by that?" The soldier's voice revealed despair as he said, "The main city has been breached. There are now money leopards flags all over the city. Boss Pikasi, he's dead." Almost all the troops in the main city had been sent here, and with the phones not working, the possibility of Pikasi still being alive was almost zero. Dennis closed his eyes tightly and sighed deeply. "Surrender, there's no point in fighting anymore," the soldier said with some hesitation. "General, we made the government forces lose so many people, they won't let up." Dennis said feebly, "We were originally fellow soldiers, but we only chose to defect because of Pikasi. Now that Pikasi is dead, you guys can leave if you don't want to surrender. I'll give you guys time to stall." An hour later, the rebel artillery fire suddenly stopped, and Bard walked out with a puzzled look on his face. Just then a white flag goes up. Bard and Dougler looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Unsurprisingly, it was Qin Yang's hand. Bard's men quickly went up to control the soldiers. Seeing that the other party was unresisting, Bard sighed and looked at Dennis with a complicated expression. "What are you doing this for?" Dennis smiled bitterly and said, "In his position, he seeks to do his own business. Pikasi has been kind to me after all." Bud sighed, "Don't worry, after all, they were all brothers at one time. I'll treat them well. Thanks a lot. Tell us, what's the situation in the main city now?" Dennis looked back in the same direction and said with some awe and some marvel, "Taking down the main city silently, they do have the ability." "And crazy enough," Bard said with a complicated expression, "you didn't see their ferocity. Do you think they sneaked in? They killed their way in, and killed through in just one night. And your people didn't even fire a single bullet." Dennis' expression was stunned, and then a small self-deprecating smile appeared. So it was like that. They had never faced this opponent head-on, always thinking that on the front battlefield, they were close to 200,000 troops. The weaponry wasn't too far behind them, and the frontal confrontation held an absolute advantage. Now it seemed that the clowns were themselves. "Great General, you have made a very wise decision. Such a character is ruthless externally, but will also be very good to his own people." He had also attended that banquet back then, and he could see that Qin Yang's anger was more about Qini being injured for being a gun for himself. Slaughtering the city was to vent his anger. It was to tell everyone that anyone who touches my people, anyone related to you, will suffer my revenge, and there's no bottom line. Meanwhile, the sudden end of this war shocked the other warlords, but they soon learned. The Money Leopard Mercenary Corps had already struck down Pikasi's main city, and the army that had destroyed 3 cities in a row before hadn't made a move. At this moment everyone instantly woke up to the fact that Qin Yang had more than 1,000 troops. Qin Yang sat on the sofa on the roof of the building and looked into the distance. Qin Air came up to report and said, "Boss, the front line has surrendered, except for a small number of soldiers who broke away from the line. All the others didn't resist." Qin Yang nodded. The matter of the traitors was considered to be over. There are still 3 retaliation targets left. One is Kra, one is the Blackwater mercenaries, and lastly, the Lighthouse Kingdom. Tell me your idea. Which one to start with first? Qin Air suddenly spoke up. "Boss, we seem to have received a commission, but it's not in Cumulus. Instead it's in Yemen. It's rumored that the opposite side has hired Blackwater." Qin Yang's eyes lit up as he directly got up and said, "The opponent is from Blackwater? Take it. Isn't this a sleepy person sending a pillow?" There was also this good thing. At the same time, Qin Yang's technology tree opened up again, but this time it wasn't any weapon, but the Weapons Research Institute. Now he could build production lines for all the previous weapons in his base. The price was half cheaper than buying them outright. And with this he wouldn't have to leave those air defense spots empty. It was believed that they would be filled soon. Qin Yang stroked his chin and said, "Still short of money. We need to hurry up and get some money." The Weapons Research Institute was good at everything, but it cost money. He didn't have to get any raw materials, but everything was paid for at the original price. Qin Yang did not have the slightest attachment to the city and knew that the fight was over in front of him. He turned around and left. Qin Yi's side was the same, returning directly to Tali province, calling his previous employer. "Hey, I heard that you're being chased by the Blackwater mercenaries right now? Tell me." The brow on the other end of the phone frowned. suddenly remembering the group of mercenaries he had found earlier. Xiafei's eyes lit up as he inquired, "You're from the Money Leopard mercenaries? What else? It could still be a scam call?" Xiafei smiled sarcastically and said in a deep voice, "Right now, my nemesis has invited people from Blackwater to prepare to take my life. Are you Money Leopard Mercenary Corps sure that you can hold back the people from Blackwater?" Qin Yang snorted disdainfully and said, "What did you say? Block them? My name isn't Qin if I don't fight through them. What garbage is worthy of being compared to us?" The corner of Xiafei's mouth twitched. Previously, he had only heard that the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps had risen out of nowhere and was a hegemon in Cumulia, but this is too arrogant. It didn't feel very reliable. But he had looked for quite a few mercenary organizations so far. Only Qin Yang, the only one who had clearly expressed his willingness to fight against Blackwater. Generally speaking, there were very few mercenary organizations that fought against it, and even if there were, they were few and far between, not to mention the internationally recognized #1 mercenary, Blackwater. Every mercenary was at the level of a special forces soldier. Xiafei sighed and said, "Fine, as long as you can guarantee my safety, money is not a problem." Qin Yang interrupted, "Money is not a problem? Then you should give a number instead. Although I am bound to kill those things from Blackwater, daring to assassinate Lousy, I can't get them killed, but the money that should be given can't be less than a penny." "Good guy." The solution Feiyu only then reacted. "And with you have a grudge, then I have to choose the Money Leopard. $20 million. I'll give you half of it first. I have an important document to sign in 10 days. As long as I can ensure the signing ceremony goes smoothly, the rest of the balance will be paid immediately." Qin Yang laughed. "Cool, wait for me tomorrow." After saying that, Qin Yang hung up the phone. $20 million in 10 days was indeed not bad, and this time it would be a skirmish at most. "Leave Qinzhou to watch over the house, and bring a squad of 20 people with me. Blackwater, if you dare to take my order, see if I don't pull out one of his teeth." "Yes." Qin Yi immediately agreed, leaving only Qinzhou looking at Qin Yang with a grudging face. Qin Yang smiled and said, "If we all go, there will be no one to command the remaining troops. Xiao Jiao, you have a heavy task ahead of you." This time, Qin Yang and the others didn't go out in a big way. Instead, they quietly arrived at the international airport. Although Qin Yang's men were wearing sunglasses, the aura on their bodies still made a group of people not dare to approach them. The last time the international airport was attacked was still fresh in their minds. They were also relieved after determining that Qin Yang and the others were unarmed. After all, there were a lot of people coming and going every day at the Tsueli International Airport, but this was the first one with such an aura. As soon as he entered, Qin Yang sighed helplessly and said, "Really, I'm so low profile this time. How come there are always people who want to touch the porcelain?" Qin smiled and said, "Boss, you can't be the legendary thing to force the body. This how many years have not seen things still let you encountered." "Pa." Qin Yang did not have the good sense to give Qini a head, but, "You're the one who's full of crap. Let's take a look first. What's the situation? If you have the strength not to rob a bank, what's the point of coming here?" Qin silently raised his hand and said, "Boss, there's no bank in Quelia. Those warlords are depositing money in the Reyes Bank." Qin Yang was silent. So damn reasonable. So in Kilexia robbers, this line of work is a bit bad to do. Just after the plane to Yemen landed, the gang stood up violently. Qin Yang rubbed his head with a headache. "Why don't you wait a little longer? Yemeni airplanes only come once a day. Why do you have to die at this time?" 24 robbers stood to go, raising the explosive packets in their hands, as well as grenades. "Nobody move. Anyone who dares to move will blow you all up." The airport guards went numb. "Can't you do anything else? Why do you come to the airport day in and day out to hijack? Now everyone put all your money in here, and have your families transfer $100,000. As long as you do as you're told, you'll all live." More than 20 bandits had ferocious faces, and they didn't wear headgear. Obviously they were planning to run away after they finished the job. There are about 1,000 tourists in the airport. At this moment, they're all paying their money with fear and trembling. There are also those who keep calling home. Qin Yang's group appeared to be very abrupt. 30 people were sitting together, and the leaders were wearing sunglasses. "Boss, these guys don't look like they're too easy to mess with. Let's forget about it." The little brother next to him spoke in a low voice and advised, "After all, it's better to do more than less. Nowadays, Quolia can be said to be a hidden tiger and hidden dragon. If you run into someone you can't afford to mess with, you'll be ruined." But there were such stupid people. Their boss is still hesitating here. Close to the side of a little brother has quickly walked over, holding a sack in his hand. He arrogantly said to Qin Yang, "Sunglasses, you're quite a bully. Why don't you hurry up and hand over all your money? And you have a nice trench coat. Alas, your sunglasses are also good. All belong to me. Take it off." Hiss. Qin Yi and the others sucked in a mouthful of cool air. "Crap, you're so brave. Young man, daring to talk to their boss like that, or face to face you're the first. Qin Yang suddenly smiled. So you're brave? The little brother arrogantly tilted his head and said, just kidding, I'm super brave, okay? The commotion on Qin Yang's side also attracted the attention of the people nearby. There was no way that Qin Yang and the others were the center of attention from the moment they came in. No one even dared to sit near Qin Yang and the others. No other way. The sense of oppression was too strong. But this robber was indeed, as he said, super brave and directly met a head-on. Ka-ching! Qin Yang suddenly pulled out a pistol from his waist. It was clearly the Desert Eagle, although it was not as accurate as the pistol that came with the single combat gear, but it was powerful. With a high recoil, it wasn't practical in the battlefield, but people were well known and a good hand at pretending. The weapons developers had gotten it out in one night yesterday. Qin Yang held up the Desert Eagle with one hand, and put the other hand on his ear and inquired, what did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly, say it again. Super Yang's little brother's hand shook and he directly threw the belongings he had just collected up on the ground. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he said, you're faking it, we saw with our own eyes that you didn't have any weapons when you went through security. Bang! Qin Yang raised his eyebrows as he shot the bottom of the other party's feet. What did you just say? Say it again? The super brave guy was directly numb. Crap, shouldn't your security check machines be retired? You don't know anything when such a big guy is brought in. Those bandits with explosive packages and grenades. All of their pupils shrunk when they saw this scene, and then just wanted to rush this way. Bang! 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 At this moment, a series of gunshots hit the soles of their feet, and Qin Yi and the others all pulled out their pistols and pointed them at them. Qin Yi smiled and said, our boss is having a good time. How can we let you guys disturb the fun? All of you stay honestly. The crowd of bandits couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they looked at the black holes in the muzzles in front of them. Mama! I didn't read the calendar. How did they meet such a group of thugs? The boss took a deep breath and barely suppressed the fear in his heart. This boss, it's our fault for disturbing you today. I can see that you all don't want to meddle in these matters. I apologize to all of you. Can you let us off the hook? Qin Yang grinned and said, why do you think I will agree? What I have in my hand is high explosives. If I'm really pissed off, the big deal is that we'll die together. TSK. Nowadays, everyone really dares to bark in front of me. Bang! Qin Yang threw out his hand and shot off the high explosives in the bandit's hand, but what was revealed inside was actually cotton mixed with sand. So you just want to use this to die with me? Then I'm really looking forward to it very much. The bandit was instantly dumbfounded. Crikey, big brother, you're the one who's really brave. So decisive? One shot straight to the head. They had run into a ruthless person. Fake? The explosives are fake? Now those who were robbed were instantly enraged. Fucking tricked. A bald big man directly stood up. Pa! A big mouth slapped on the face of one of the people in front of him, directly knocking the bandit out of his mind. It even spun around in place and staggered a bit before it didn't fall to the ground. You dare to hit me? The bandit said in disbelief. Hit you? I still want to whip you to death, playing the big tail wolf in front of me. You really don't know who you, Brother Long, are. Put. Qin Yang didn't hold back his laughter and said with a crooked head, the one in his hand is real. Brother Long's hand that had just been raised stopped in midair and looked at the bandit in front of him with a complicated expression as the left side of his face swelled up. Then he looked at his big brother who was holding a gun, wanting to cry without tears. Brother, couldn't we have said this earlier? I'm all loaded up. You tell me it's true. Looking at the swollen face, hand grenade in the hands of the bandit, Long smiled and said, I said I'm joking with you, do you believe it? Pa! You damn dare to hit me. You want to die, don't you? The bandit slowed down. A big pussy pocket slapped back, and then kicked at Brother Long. He hadn't been this pissed off yet. Then he turned his head to look at Qin Yang and said fiercely, since you know that what I'm holding is real, why don't you hurry up and surrender? Waiting for Lousy to get mad? Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. You're all so brave. Do you think your grenades can be thrown at me? The bandit's face was fierce as he took 2 steps forward. Then his other hand was about to pull the safety of the grenade. Hurry up and drop the gun, or else I'll pull it. Lung, who was lying on the ground, took this opportunity to slowly crawl out. In his heart, he kept chanting silently, can't see me, can't see me. Bang! Boom! Just then Qin Yang shot the grenade. The huge explosion directly chipped off both of the bandit's hands. At the same time, his face was completely disfigured. He was blown up and flew out. He only had one breath left. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he died without being able to say a word. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, as you can see, I was just fulfilling his request. Helping others is a virtue in life. No need to thank me. The corners of the mouths of the people present twitched furiously. You're helping people? Yen was ecstatic. Crazy plus performance. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after that, Xin Yang fired several shots at the super brave guy in front of him, breaking both of his opponent's legs. Ugh, no more nonsense with you guys, I still have to catch my flight. Raising his eyes to see that there were still 5 minutes before the final check-in time, Xin Yang led Qin Yi and the others directly to the security checkpoint. At the same time, he added, "The rest are fake." Long, who was lying on the ground, instantly branched out and froze, jumping up at once. Qin Yang, who looked at him, froze. Crap, this dude is a bit interesting. Then the riotous crowd directly pressed those bandits down. Everyone had to get a couple kicks. Cut. Dare to threaten you, brother Long. Look at my heavenly crippling kick. Jiaho dragon claw hands. Root fixing kick. Ow. The bandit boss wailed in pain, his 2 hands covering his fatal parts one after the other. Tears of humiliation couldn't help but flow down. The others saw this and took 2 steps back. Good guy, you are even more cruel than them. Qin Yang sighed. The boarding gate of the 2 ticket inspectors looked at Qin Yang. They pursed their lips and said, "Big brother, we can't bring controlled knives on the airplane." Qin Yang laughed and said, "We're not control knives." They were tempted to say, "You're much more intimidating than control knives. Who's a good person to bring a gun on an airplane?" Finally, a supervisor came out of nowhere and nodded at Qin Yang. "Big brother, this way please, please come in, please come in." Qin Yang just smiled. After all, the entire Chuelia a little ability or can recognize Qin Yang. Moreover, Qin Yang's black trench coat is a standard outfit. The entire Kilexia except him basically no one to wear so. When Qin Yang boarded the airplane, the small supervisor wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Supervisor, if we let them go up like this, other countries will come after us." The supervisor let out a sigh of relief and said, "They'll just fine us some money and apologize for their mistakes. This is Qin Yang, the money leopard's boss. How dare you stop him? Do you want to die?" Hiss. The 2 of them immediately said a mouthful of cool air. Legend had it that Qin Yang had a green face and fangs, an extremely violent temper, and his favorite thing to do was to kill people and set them on fire. "Supervisor, how is this not quite the same as the rumors?" The supervisor just rolled his eyes. Who in their right mind would listen to that? It's still not rumored by people's mouths. Qin Yang boarded the plane, and because of Qin Yang and the others, there were still some people who didn't get on the plane. They still felt that waiting for tomorrow's plane was a bit more secure. It caused the flight attendant to be dismayed for a while. Even before the airplane door closed, she shouted out, "Is there any more going to Yemen?" Qin Yang was dumbfounded. "This is not an airplane. Why are you like a bus?" Qin Yang's side had just left on the front foot, and the news of Qin Yang's departure from Chuelia spread on the back foot. But none of the troops had any thoughts about the Tali province, including Clara. After the Pakasi incident, he realized that he couldn't afford to mess with this Qin Yang. He's too damn scary. And so far, only Bud has seen the exterior of Qin Yang's base. The others don't even know where Qin Yang's base is. How many troops? What kind of firepower? They don't know anything. Tali province had become a taboo in Kilexia. Phew, it's finally coming down. I wonder when we'll get our own airplane. I don't feel safe in other people's airplanes. Qin Yang stepped on the land of Yemen and slightly lamented. Qin smiled. "Boss, it's not that simple. Let the base start researching now. I think we can get it out in less than a month." Qin Yang said without a trace of anger. "Doesn't that cost any money? I'm poor now." "Your boss." The moment Qin Yang landed on the ground, Xia Feiyu's men appeared at the receiving entrance. Kulia flew to Yemen just this one flight, so it was still easy to find. And only Qin Yang and his men came down on this flight, so there was no need to even ask. Only when Qin Yang's side came out, a few men walked over, bowing slightly to Qin Yang's men. They said, "General Qin, I am Mr. Xia's men, came to take you all to your destination." The city at this time was considered one of the more prosperous ones. It didn't have the kind of Chuelia, where the wind of battle damage could be seen everywhere. Suddenly Qin Yang asked the person in front of him, "Did Xia Tianyu find someone else?" The man said in confusion, "Not really. My husband had also contacted many mercenaries, but only General Qin was willing to come." Qin Yang smiled and asked, "I would like to know, instead of choosing mercenaries, why don't you turn to the Yemeni military?" This little brother sighed and said, "It's not that we don't want to, but the person on the opposite side is extremely powerful, and although the military won't take action against us, they have clearly rejected us." Qin Yang's eyes narrowed. The water in Yemen was not shallow either. Although there weren't many warlords, none of them were weak, and the fact that even the Yemeni military didn't dare to intervene was even more interesting. In that case, Xia Tianyu is still here? Mr. doesn't want to either, but if the cooperation is not reached, it will be impossible to go back. Qin Yang nodded and said, "One last question. What will be the outcome if I kill someone within this city? How many people intervene?" Speaking of which, the man said in a deep voice, "Although Sir cannot provide any force support, You all have unlimited firing rights within this city. Of course, don't point your guns at civilians. International public opinion, sir, can't afford it. Qin Yang smiled. This matter was nothing to him. After all, he had to protect it for 10 days. So he asked more clearly, in that case, isn't it time to invite them down for a gathering? Qin smiled. The boss has opened his mouth, so I think they will still give face. Bang bang bang. Da-day. In an instant, all of them turned around in a single turn, each with a different orientation, aimed in the right direction, and pulled out the pistol on their back waist to fire a series of shots. Lu Shaowen looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. How can you turn your back on me so quickly? This is also too fast. And I'm not surprised that they pulled out a pistol. Although being able to bring a pistol on an airplane surprised him. Originally, I thought the weapons were going to be smuggled over. But isn't it too much to pull a rifle out of your backside? Is your waistband a treasure chest? Qin Yang held an automatic rifle in his hand, its muzzle spewing out tons of fire. And all the travelers next to him all fell to the ground trembling in fear. This gang of people they know. An airplane down, and because the aura is really different from normal people, so most people have paid attention to it. Now, what's more than different, simply bullish to take off. And a dozen people in the crowd were accurately shot in the head. The whole body was shot into a sieve. There is a roof of 3 or 5 people with binoculars by Qin Yang, a shuttle all to the mutiny. Qin Yang slung his automatic rifle over his shoulder and turned his head to Lu Shaowen and said, alright, now it's clean. He stares at me as soon as he gets off the plane. Am I his father? So annoying. The corners of Lu Shaowen's mouth twitched furiously. Cripes, aren't you guys a little out of line? Are you sure you're not sensitive? Instantly Lu Shaowen felt so much pressure. Of course, Qin Yang's first impression on him was madness, arrogant, and extreme confidence. Choosing the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps might just be the best choice. At this time, Qin Yi walked over, holding a pistol and a document in his hand. Qin Yang casually flung the document to Lu Shaowen. Lu Shaowen's face was grim as he took a look. Qin Yang looked at the USP in his hand and a tisk sound came out of his mouth. This weaponry doesn't work either. Getting a pistol or this kind of old antique. This rifling is all smoothed out. Don't you tell me that the Blackwater mercenaries are all poor like this? Of course, Qin Yang was just flirting a bit. He knew that there were definitely Blackwater mercenaries' eyes in the neighborhood. And the other party was a simple scout, and most likely did not have any weapons on them. Lu Shaowen said in a somewhat serious tone, General Qin, the trouble we are facing might be a bit big. This is the armament led by Lu Qi. Qin Yang frowned, then asked Qin Yi in a very puzzled manner. Lu Qi, who is that? Why haven't I heard of it? Is it very strong? Qin Yi shook his head and said, there are only 1,000 or so people under his hand. It's not even a warlord, we don't even consider them as a threat, so it's normal that boss doesn't know about it. Qin Yang nodded in understanding. There was not much of a problem. There weren't any Blackwater mercenaries that were a threat to them yet. Lu Shaowen was a bit dazed. Is that so? A motley crew of 1,000 is not even considered a threat. Not worthy of remembering a name? This they really didn't know. In his opinion, 1,000 armed men under his hand. It wasn't a heavenly threat? Qin Yang waved his hand and said, let's go. Still waiting for those guys from Blackwater. Take my old man's order. I'll kill you. Half an hour later, Qin Yang arrived at a huge manor, which also had security personnel but didn't seem to have guns. All of them are for inspection. Xie Tianyu stood at the door early and waited, and the moment he saw Qin Yang, he warmly greeted him. I'm glad to see you here. General, please come in. The incident at the airport was so big that it was impossible for him not to know about it. This time, he had found a treasure, and now his life was guaranteed. The two exchanged a few words, and Qin Yang had a general understanding. At this time, the pressure faced by Xie Tianyu mainly came from the Lu family. The previous Lu Qi is the Lu family, although not valued. And the Lu family is in the Yemeni military. Political and commercial aspects have a great right to speak. This time, as long as the contract is signed, the blow to their Lu family is the biggest. That was why the Lu family was trying their best to stop it. The two were walking and talking about something when suddenly something seemed to flicker in the distance. Qin Yang's pupils shrunk. Bang! In the next instant, Qin Yang kicked out and directly knocked Xie Tianyu to the ground. Although he was not seriously injured, Xie Tianyu and his men all froze. Didn't you say it properly? Why did you kick me? At the same time, Qin Yang's figure was slightly sidestepped. Splat! With a crunching sound, a bullet, which hit the ground between the two, could be said to have grazed Qin Yang's chest. Lu Shaowen yelled, protect sir. A large group of people densely rushed up, surrounding Xie Tianyu, ready to block the bullets for the other party with their lives. Qin Yang laughed at this scene. Can't see it. You're quite loved, with so many men and some guns. You're still afraid of them? Only then did Xie Tianyu come back from his shock. Qin Yang had actually dodged the sniper rifle, and incidentally saved himself. He had only seen this kind of scene in movies. Many thanks, General, for saving my life. It's just that I'm severely restricted right now. Even weapons can't be smuggled in. Speaking of this, Xie Tianyu's expression was a bit bitter. The Lu family was almost a handful in Yemen. The existence of black and white. Qin Yang suddenly tilted his head to the right, and in the next instant a bullet struck through the empty space. Once again, he shattered the stone behind him. All these, not to mention Xie Tianyu, even the mercenary who was sniping was dumbfounded. Crap, dodging a sniper's rifle with your head tilted. You're a fucking monster. There was no reason for him not to be shocked. This was not something that a human being would do. Even when he realized there was a sniper, the first thing he did was hide. It was the first time he had seen a sniper like Qin Yang who stood still and provoked the sniper, but he really let him get loaded. Originally, for an assassination mission like this, you should run away immediately if you don't get a shot, but this is Yemen, and Xie Tianyu's side didn't have the ability to counterattack, so the mercenary didn't withdraw. But from the moment Qin Yang calmly dodged the second bullet, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Qin Yang stretched his back and said, "This bean across the street is from Blackwater, isn't he?" Qin Yi nodded and said, "This kind of marksmanship should be Blackwater mercenaries, right?" Qin Yang reached out and laughed. "Qin Air, bring my big baby over here." Qin Air immediately returned to the room he had just been in and said, "Okay, boss." Then in the eyes of the crowd's horror, Qin Air appeared carrying a 9-meter-long big sniper. "Crap, how did you bring this thing on the airplane, and how did we not notice it?" Not to mention them, the snipers on the other side who were staring through the binoculars were all confused. "Are you sure it's not a model? Which country made it? If this is real, it's really a weapon that humans can handle. It's a tank in one shot." Just then he suddenly thought of something. A tank with one shot. Instantly he remembered the rumors from some time ago, although he had always scoffed at it. But after seeing this fierce man in front of him, everything strung together. Crap, this is fucking Qin Yang. How did the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps come here? Thinking of this, he hurriedly called the headquarters. "What's wrong? Didn't I ask you to carry out an assassination mission?" The sniper directly cursed. "I go to your grandfather. This is not." Before he could finish his words, he saw Qin Yang holding a large sniper in one hand in his direction. The other hand waved, mouth shape lightly moving, said, "Goodbye." The sniper subconsciously said 2 words. "It's over." Boom. In the next instant, the bullet hit back through the sniper's scope. One shot blew the head off. Even the wall behind it was shattered. It was as if it had been blasted by an artillery shell. People walking nearby looked up, wondering what was happening up there. Why is it suddenly so loud? Xie Tianyu and the others watched as Qin Yang's figure didn't sway a bit, but the floor under his feet shattered with a loud bang. They all looked at each other in shock. What the hell? Is this a human being? A humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex? And this terrifying sniper? It's tailor-made for you. You've got a great reputation. Anyone who can make such a big name for themselves in Kilexia is no ordinary person. Not to mention, how many people in Kilexia know what Blackwater is? But the first impression of Qin Yang's Money Leopard mercenary group was a symbol of cruelty, ferocity and invincibility. Qin Yang flung the large sniper in his hand to Qin Air. It's a bit miserable. That said, aren't you guys going to help collect the corpses or something? Xie Tianyu smiled sarcastically. We're not good old boys like that either. By the way, brother, do you see anything you're not satisfied with the treatment here? Do you need me to purchase something else? Qin Yang looked at the other party with a smile. Good guy didn't just take a shot, and he's already conquered? Don't worry. Since I said I would protect you safely, I will definitely be able to do it. And I'm the boss here. If I don't protect you, I won't lose face. I won't be able to mix with Quelia anymore. Xie Tianyu laughed dryly twice. He was indeed frightened just now. On the other side of the Blackwater mercenaries who came to Yemen, the captain kept calling out the names of his team members in his earphone, but there was no response. He just called and cursed without saying anything. Then there was a bang. There was no movement. "Boss, what's wrong?" the sidekick inquired. Dick took a deep breath and said, "Something happened to him. We still don't know who made the move. Go and find out who dared to take orders after our Blackwater company put out a tough word." Yes, the junior brother went out and came back within a few minutes, only with a slightly odd expression on his face. Found out? Who was so bold? Let their boss personally apologize and admit his mistake. This matter will be settled. The corner of the junior brother's mouth twitched as he helplessly shook his head. "Boss, it doesn't seem to work. They are the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. It's rumored that their boss, Qin Yang, is also here." Put. Dick directly sprayed out a mouthful of water. Shocked, he stood up. "What did you say? Qin Yang is here? He's not in Cumulus to fight with Kara. What's he doing in Yemen?" Dick's voice changed. Jokingly, he was aware of Qin Yang's terror. He had read almost every tactical analysis. No matter what tactics, equipment, or strength he had, he was at the top of his game. Under equal circumstances, they were simply no match for the money leopard mercenary corps. This was the conclusion he came to after summarizing. The little brother said somewhat helplessly, "Boss, it seems like they are coming for us. This Qin Yang person is notorious for being vindictive. We took the order to assassinate him, although the execution squad was completely wiped out. But according to the other party's character obviously won't let us go." Dick cursed his bad luck. Mud. Is management's head full of shit? What did you say you were doing messing with this lunatic? Now the problem ran to him. It was followed by a series of several phone calls. Finally, Dick walked out with a gloomy face and said, "Gather everyone, don't move without orders, and notify the Liu family. Tell them to get ready. Only 30 people have come. Leave them behind completely this time." Dick's eyes glittered, although he knew that Qin Yang was difficult to deal with. But as long as he could destroy Qin Yang, then his Dick's great name could spread all over the world in a very short period of time. For the next few days, Qin Yang ate and drank inside the manor. Xie Tianyu was also very careful with his life and didn't go out when he could. He had solved several waves of assassins, all of whom were Lu Qi's men. With the old broken pistol, Qin Yang is too lazy to deal with. The hardest one was a man who rushed over with a bag of explosives in his arms. But before he could reach the door, he was beaten to a sieve. It's no wonder you can be so bad even though you're backed by the Liu family. It's the people who are the problem. What kind of crooked people are they? Xie Tianyu was very relieved. Of course, during this period he also deliberately found Qin Yang, more than double the commission. According to Xie Tianyu's words, their original price was only for mercenaries. These warlords are another price. It was directly given a raise to $50 million. But at this moment, an invitation interrupted the situation. The general who had been supporting Xie Tianyu suddenly wanted to meet him, although they all know that those who let him go out at this time have bad intentions. But there is no reason to refuse. He also had to go. Xie Tianyu couldn't help but place his gaze on Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled and said, "The other party has already made a move. We'll just follow it. I knew this day would come. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel comfortable holding this money." Qin Yang slowly walked forward and let out a loud laugh. "You just go forward with confidence. Just leave everything behind to us. Qin-san, you bring 10 people to follow Xie Tianyu's side. But remember, protect yourself well." Qin Yang patted Qin-san's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Although Qin Yang said that he would lose face if something happened to Xie Tianyu, but he wouldn't use his brother's life to compare it with face. Promise to complete the mission. Qin Yang patted Qin-san's shoulder and then disappeared after nodding with Qin Yi and the others. Only Qin-san and the others were left when Xie Tianyu came out with his own escort. Xie Tianyu didn't say anything either. Ever since Qin Yang inclined his head to avoid the sniper rifle and then shot back, he had completely convinced Qin Yang. In the past few days, he didn't just stay there. He learned about some of Qin Yang's previous deeds, and there are still pictures and the truth. The video that Qin Yang sent out before has become a movie. Ridiculous before they really watched this as a movie. Xie Tianyu only entered the city. The people around him became more numerous. At first, he didn't think anything of it, but more and more people fell to the ground. This had to make him wary. Xie Tianyu said with some caution, "Are they all?" Qin-san said softly, "It's fine, you just do what you need to do. They're just suffering from heat stroke. They'll wake up in a while." After finishing, he also lamented, "Nowadays, this young man, the quality of sleep is really good. They fall asleep right on the ground." The corner of Xie Tianyu's mouth twitched. He looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. "I'm afraid it's not going to rain. How can you get heat stroke from this?" On the other side, Qin Yang and the others were scattered in the crowd, and those soldiers of Lu Qi, disguised as civilians, kept approaching Xie Tianyu along the crowd. When they were about to pull out the weapons in their arms, they suddenly felt their shoulders sink. As soon as they looked up, they met Qin Yang's face that was full of smiles. "Tired? Just take a nap. No need to be tough," Qin Yang said softly. Then the voice was like a magic spell, and the man only felt like he was having trouble breathing. He couldn't move anything except his eyeballs. His whole body was directly paralyzed. Looking at Qin Yang with a very frightened look, "Are you a devil?" Qin Yang just smiled faintly, then staggered away. The other man's magical stiffness in the center of the road until someone touched him and the man snapped and fell to the ground. The surrounding people ducked aside and watched as the man stared at him with dead eyes, but his body didn't move a muscle. Qin Yang had long since disappeared into the crowd. As for that man, his spinal nerves were broken and his life was considered ruined. The same was true for Qin Yi and the others. That's why Xie Tianyu felt like a plague wherever he passed. People are falling all the time, and there's nothing wrong with them. It's like a sudden illness. Soon Xie Tianyu arrived at the northeastern corner of the city, where a huge military camp was situated. Yemen is more chaotic. To ensure the safety of a city, the military camps were all inside the city center. Stand still. Only one person can go in. The others wait outside. It all came to this point when he realized that Tianyu couldn't wimp out and said in a deep voice, If they don't go in, then I might have to question the general's intentions. The adjutant's eyes glared angrily and roared. How dare you? Do you know what you're saying? Xie Tianyu looked straight into the place's eyes and said word for word. They must stay with me. You. The adjutant wanted to say something, but his men suddenly whispered something in his ear. And finally the adjutant let out a cold snort before turning around and leading them in. Shin-san was observing the barracks from the moment he entered. Those soldiers one by one seemed to have received some kind of order. All of them brought their equipment as if they were waiting for some order. Xin Yang was standing on a high ground more than 2,000 meters from the barracks. Xin Yi was holding a large sniper and wearing camouflage clothing. Xin Yi, can you see anything? Boss, there's no need for me to say it. There are only a few reasons for a person to suddenly change his attitude. We still have information on this person. Xin Yang nodded and said, Xin Air, you go and make a trip. Do it beautifully. Yes, boss. Xin Yang led the few remaining people and slowly approached the military camp, an army with tens of thousands of people, but it was very simple for Xin Yang to get in. The blazing sun was in full force at this time. Xin Yang's few people sneaked in under these conditions. On the other side Xie Tianyu followed the adjutant to a barracks. Ji Chengqian sat in the center seat. He nodded to the adjutant. Then the rest of the soldiers went out. On Xie Tianyu's side, only Qin San was left here. The others are waiting outside the door. Ji Chengqian laughed. I didn't expect you to be so capable. I didn't think you'd be so capable as to invite someone from the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps here. This should be one of the top 10 warrior generals under Qin Yang's command. I just don't know which one. Qin San faintly spat out 2 words. The third. I see. I heard that even Qin Yang came this time. I'm curious how much he spent to invite you guys. The 10 battle generals under Qin Yang's command were notorious. Judging from the videos that have been circulated so far, each and every one of the 10 battle generals possessed a force that was not inferior to Qin Yang's. And they've just finished a big battle, and with Clara as a rival. The top brass all came out to a small Yemen. How can I say it is not right? Xie Tianyu shrugged helplessly and said, to be honest I'm surprised too, but it seems like I'm picking up an advantage. Qin San said in a deep voice. Anyone who messes with the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps will have to pay the price. Since Blackwater took the order, they have to pay the price. Ji Cheng San laughed out loud. So that's how it was. That Liu family had really lifted a stone and smashed their own feet, thinking that inviting Blackwater would be foolproof, but not expecting to get someone else's dead capital. And this Money Leopard Mercenary Corps is really as rumored. Very protective, overbearing, plus careful. Ji Chengqian took a big gulp of the wine in his hand and exhaled deeply. Since this one is here, I don't believe that you won't be able to enter this little place of mine. Ka-ching! A crunching sound came from the roof. The several meter thick concrete wall on the roof was smashed with cracks. The next instant Qin Yang and Qin Si jumped down from the roof. Qin Yang lit a cigarette and faintly exhaled a puff. Yo, I didn't realize that Yemen still has characters like you? Ji Chengqian let out a bitter laugh as he sipped his wine. Originally I was happy for a while when I knew that General Qin was on our side. I didn't expect that fate would change us. You said you're on the opposite side from us now? How come I didn't know that? Yashinachi sighed. Ugh, to think that it was still discovered by you. Xie Tianyu was very puzzled and asked. No, what is the situation with you guys? Qin Si stepped forward and said. This guy never wanted to deal with you. This invitation to come over is also to try and see if we can protect you. If you die on the way here, he wouldn't have lost anything. If you didn't die, he won't do anything to you either. Just then Qin Yang turned his head and raised an eyebrow and said. But your prestige might not be too high. Not everyone listens to you. Bang! Da-day-day-day-day-day-day. As soon as Qin Yang's words fell, a gunshot rang out from outside. It was followed by the sound of a series of bullets. Boss, they're all coming in this direction. The soldier rushed in and said, Don't move. The deputy officer suddenly rose up and pointed a pistol in each hand at Qin Yang and Ji Chengqian. The deputy officer said in a grim tone, You said it's not good for you to cooperate with the Liu family? We can still go further. There are still countless hours of glory and wealth. Why do you have to get to this point? Ji Chengqian snorted coldly. Humph, uncooked white-eyed wolf. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth twitched slightly before he said with a helpless face. I didn't read the yellow calendar when I went out today. How come I let the gun top it? The adjutant pointed at Qin Yang and roared. Don't move, or else I'll shoot. I know you can dodge bullets, but try dodging another one this close. Qin Yang shook his head and said. Indeed I can't dodge. Why don't you try shooting? Da-day-day-day-day-day-day. At this time, the gunfire outside had not stopped. There was a constant exchange of fire. And there were even a lot of bullets hitting the walls and making noises. The adjutant roared with a ferocious face. Do you think I don't dare? Hurry up and tell your men to put down their weapons or I'll shoot you. Qin Yang nodded his head repeatedly. Right, hurry up, don't hesitate. Come, finish me off with one shot. Come. The adjutant's trigger finger lurched. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm going to shoot you. Why are you so excited? Bang! Just then, the deputy's finger shook and a bullet was fired. The target was none other than Qin Yang within 3 meters. Pop! Qin Yang fell to the ground in response. And everyone present froze at this moment. The adjutant looked at the fallen Qin Yang in disbelief. He muttered, I killed Qin Yang? I killed Qin Yang? Ji Chengqian also couldn't believe it. And the most confused one was Xie Tianyu. Qin Yang, who had managed to dodge the sniper's rifle, he died under a pistol? More or less unbelievable. Qin Si and the two of them rolled their eyes. Their own boss was playing up again. Swish! At this time, Qin Yang got up in a method that very much violated the principles of physics. He didn't even bend his legs a bit. He directly stood up. Bah! Qin Yang spat out the bullet that was caught in his teeth. Blah blah blah. You really shot it. It burned me. The impact of the bullet was not small. Qin Yang's teeth were shivering. Martyr will never act like this again. Looking at the dumbfounded crowd in front of him, Qin Yang said disdainfully, Kill me? You've gotten so cocky. You've started daydreaming. The adjutant looked at Qin Yang with a trembling voice and asked, Are you a human or a ghost? I'm your fucking ancestor. Pa! Immediately after that, Qin Yang rushed up with an arrow step and slapped the deputy officer in place with a big force pocket, covering his swollen face. His mind was still blank. What the hell? Pa! Qin Yang backhanded another big pussy pocket. You're the one who defected, aren't you? Pa! You're the one who wants to kill me. Pa! No more words. Forget it, doesn't matter. If you hit it, you hit it, can't withdraw it. The gun in the adjutant's hand had long since been flung somewhere. At this moment the adjutant finally came back to his senses. Both hands covered his face in death. What doesn't matter? Do you know how much damage this one big pussy pocket can do to a person? Carry this little pussy pocket out. Qin Yang turned around and said, then directly walked out of the room. As soon as he opened the door of the room, pouncing bullets, splintering and flying this way, but as if the bullets had eyes, they all flew around Qin Yang. Listen up, your boss has been captured alive, but he has a clear perception of his mistake. He's very sorry. Our boss is mindful of the other party's good attitude in recognizing his mistake. He'll reward him with the most wanted big pussy pocket. Now surrender your weapons and you will receive the same treatment. Don't worry, you won't be treated unfairly. Qin Si looked at his speech and the corners of his mouth twitched furiously. Boss, next time, your old man should bring Qin Yi. This job is also too shameful. Ji Chengqian and Fun Tianyu even looked at each other. And then there was endless silence. Let's just say that this line of your beckoning to surrender is not quite right. If this still surrender, then they are not more or less a little sick? Dang. Pa. Just then a muffled grunt came from the distance. Immediately afterward, a soldier hiding behind a bunker directly burst into pieces. It turned into pieces of broken meat flying everywhere. Qin Yang laughingly kicked out, directly kicking the adjutant up high. The soldier on the opposite side saw the face that had swollen into a pig's head at once. Listen up outside. I'll count to 3 at the end. 3, 1, pa. Although Qin Yang directly skipped 2, those soldiers outside directly dropped the weapons in their hands. The leading squad leader revealed an expression of I knew it was so. I knew that this psychopath wouldn't follow common sense. To be reasonable, they were originally following the adjutant. But if they didn't agree to rebel, they would have to be exterminated if they turned their heads. And that shot just now really scared them. Real corpses and bones. All beings are equal under one shot. Now even if they go to cradle it, they can't even cradle it fully. Qin Yang irritatedly skimmed his mouth and said, What a quick reaction, this is resolved. The few people who followed Qin Yang and had already touched the back of these soldiers. I didn't expect them to surrender so decisively. Ji Chengqian suppressed these soldiers who were involved in the rebellion. At that moment, Qin Air came over with his men, and seeing the two people behind Qin Air instantly widened their eyes. Qin Yang laughed. I got your wife and daughter back for you. Remember not to lose them next time. Puff. Ji Chengqian directly knelt in front of Qin Yang, tears streaming down his face as he said, Big brother, today's favor will be repaid with death in the future. Alright, a big old man is playing what sensationalism with me here. Next time, remember to change to a pussy, then I might agree. With the matter settled, Ji Chengqian directly arranged for the people to stay in the barracks. Before, he was threatened and was unable to shelter Xie Tianyu, but his own family was still captured. Now he had nothing to care about. It had all been torn apart. Who was afraid of who? Qin Yang was also happy to be at leisure. After all, as long as he waits until noon tomorrow, the signing ceremony will take place. His mission will be accomplished. $50 million. At the same time, Qin Yang took this opportunity to upload the previous video. Now, Qin Yang's storm in the Yen state is considered to have stopped for a short while. If he had released it before, he wouldn't have gotten much attention. Now it was still able to maintain the growth in popularity. Qin Yang's video exploded as soon as it was posted. Crap, Big Brother finally posted a video. Since I watched the last one, I can't watch any other movies anymore. It feels all too retarded. Ditto. What kind of movies are they now? A whole lot of pussy. Real men need to watch Big Brother documentaries. Big Brother documentary, My Celia's Backyard? Fuck. Upstairs is a genius at naming names. Then again, as the video progressed, the pop-ups decreased little by little. And finally there were none. Everyone was watching with bated breath. This silent assassination, it made them not dare to breathe, until the blood flowed into a river and the bloodthirsty figures of Qin Yang and the others stood next to the two mountains of corpses. The dark clouds dissipated and the moonlight spilled down, shining on Qin Yang's face. The blood that had been splattered on his cheeks was still so conspicuous. This was a bloody massacre. They watched as more than 20,000 people were slaughtered cleanly bit by bit. The shock inside could be imagined. Let's just say, Big Brother's revenge really doesn't last overnight, and it's so brutal. Indeed, it's too brutal, but I love it. It's great to follow a boss like this. Otherwise, why would I follow you if I'm so cavalier day in and day out? The popularity value was still soaring, and Qin Yang realized that although the popularity value was growing faster now, but it was much worse compared to before. It would be a while before the next achievement gift pack was available. Pa! The Lu family head smashed a teacup. Roaring angrily, he said, "Are you all losers? In our territory, people can be snatched away. Now Ji Chengqian has mutinied. What do you want me to do? Kill my way into the barracks?" Lu Yun down below lowered his head and didn't dare to breathe. He knew he was in trouble this time. It's not impossible to kill your way in. It's just that I don't know what price you can offer. Just then the Blackwater mercenaries walked in. There were more than 50 of them in total. Everyone was heavily armed. The boss was even wearing a smile on his face, as if he didn't put the 30,000 strong army in his eyes at all. Lu Tian, the Lu family head, frowned as he looked at the mercenaries below, but didn't say much. He just said in a deep voice, "They have 30,000 people, and there are also heavy weapons. You only have 50 people." Belek laughed. Numbers are not the key to winning a war. Moreover, we don't need to destroy all 30,000 troops. It's only necessary to kill Caetanyu. Things will be much simpler. Lu Tian's eyes lit up and said, "Good, as long as you can kill Xietianyu, $10 million, I'll give you as much as I can." Belek shook his head and said, "That was the original price. Now that the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps has intervened, this price definitely won't work. $30 million, we'll take it, otherwise, you'll have to hire someone else." Right, just to remind you, nowadays, it's almost impossible for anyone else in the international arena to take their orders except for us. Blackwater, after all, no one is willing to offend a group of bloody and cruel maniacs. Lu Tian gritted his teeth and said, "You actually took advantage of the fire." But Belek was emboldened. He knew that tomorrow noon was the deadline. It would be too late for him to find anyone else. Even if he did, he could only rely on them. Good, $30 million is fine, but you have to kill Caetanyu, otherwise you won't get a penny. Belek laughed loudly. "Don't worry, our reinforcements will arrive tomorrow. Even if we fail tonight, he will die tomorrow before signing the contract." After saying that, Belek left with his men. The guards of the Lu family outside all fell to the ground at this moment. Lu Tian gritted his teeth and said, "Go and get Lu Chi's ready. If the chaos within the military camp allows them to fish in troubled waters, I have to make 2 preparations." Lu Yun nodded and hurried down. Originally, he did not see Lu Chi as a power that could not be recognized. "I didn't expect it to come in handy now." Taking advantage of the night's color, Belek led the men to the outside of the military camp. It can be said that the camp is now brightly lit. Ji Chengqian knew that tonight would probably be a sleepless night. Early on, he had these men get ready. "Boss, how do we get in?" Belek laughed and said, "Have you ever heard that wealth can lead to God?" Just as the two were talking, a soldier walked over and then opened a small door after a few more drums on the original barbed wire fence. "Boss, you're so awesome. You can even get in here." Belek laughed. "It's not that I'm bull. It's the money bull. $1 million. It's just to open a door." The little brother was very surprised. "Boss, $1 million? We originally didn't even have that much for a single mission. We wouldn't have been able to raise this much if it wasn't for the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps' intervention this time." Obviously, the little brother was very distressed. They had to die several times to earn this $1 million. Now they've earned it just by opening a door. Obviously, their hearts are not balanced. Put. At that moment, Belek covered the soldier's mouth. He plunged a knife into his opponent's heart, followed by several more stabs. The opponent's eyes were wide open. He grabbed Belek's clothes with both hands. Finally, he hangs down helplessly. "It's not like we don't have to pay. 50 people used this method to enter the barracks, meanwhile holding in his hand the map that the soldier brought him earlier. One of the key markings was the location of Xie Tianyu's room. Let's go. We'll get our hands on the $30 million today. The split will be enough for our brothers to live in style for a while. The squad was very excited. 30 million divided into their hands was still 15 million, excluding the captain. Each of them had at least $200,000. On the other side, Qin Yang quietly appeared in Xie Tianyu's room. When Xie Tianyu opened his eyes, he suddenly realized that his room was full of people. Big brother, what's going on with you? Qin Yang laughed. Nothing much, just switching rooms with you, waiting for someone. Xie Tianyu nodded his head repeatedly before going to the other room led by the others. At this moment, the room was pitch black, a stark contrast to the brightly lit situation outside. Belek frowned lightly and said, "Don't be careless, our opponents are the money leopard mercenaries." Bang! Having just walked to the door of Xie Tianyu's room for confirmation, Belek kicked it up. He thought of leaving quickly after killing Xie Tianyu. With Qin Yang and the others around, he must fight quickly, can't get caught up in the battle, otherwise, he would definitely be left behind. I fuck, it's so damn hard. Belek rubbed his calves that were numb from the shock, and Qin Yang inside the door was dumbfounded. Crap, you think you're me? A foot kicked open the door of the room that was fucking unlocked, and it has to be of bad quality. This is an army barracks. Who dares to cut corners here? You're used to fighting in the Middle East. Belek looked at the side of the little brother, said in a bad mood, "What are you laughing at? Do not hurry to break the door. The person inside says he can't wake up already." Bang! Crap! Just then, the door of the room that he kicked against the grain flew out with a bang. Even the door frame fell off. It directly crushed the several people in the doorway underneath. Belek was no exception. Qin Yang said helplessly, "You guys are really struggling. This door is pulling outward. You had to kick it in. How did you guys make it in the mercenary world with this kind of IQ?" Freeze! Freeze! Except for the soldiers who were on the lookout outside. More than 20 people raised their guns and aimed at Qin Yang. Although they were also startled by Qin Yang's sudden appearance, they were in the end well-trained mercenaries and reacted instantly, aiming their guns at Qin Yang. Belek slowly crawled out from the lower part of the door. "Grandma, you fucking want to die, don't you? Dare to sneak attack me? Now I have more than 20 guns. What do you have?" Belek froze at once. "So what if you're a bully? You've gone too far. But I've got you." At that moment, the next few rooms opened up. 8 people appeared. It was Qin Air and his men, but they didn't have guns. 2 people against 1. The Qin Yang several people stared dead. Belek said in a deep voice, "What do you want? I just need to move my finger and you'll all go to heaven." Belek now wondered if Qin Yang and the others had explosives strapped to their bodies and wanted to die with them. Luckily, Qin Yang didn't know about it, or else people wouldn't have sprayed him to death. "You want to die with you? You deserve it? Ka-ching!" Qin Yang twisted his neck a bit. The corners of his mouth revealed a bloodthirsty expression. His eyes flashed with madness and said, "You were within 2 meters of me. You say it's your gun that's fast, or is my hand faster?" Belek looked around and realized that all of Qin Yang's men had the same expression as Qin Yang, the same excitement. Belek panicked and couldn't help but snapped, "Crazy people, you're all crazy. What are you waiting for? Open fire, shoot!" Belek roared. Bang! Ta-da-day! The moment the other side opened fire, Qin Yang took a step forward and arrived in front of Belek in an instant. Those soldiers' bullets all hit behind Qin Yang. Bang! Poof! Qin Yang grabbed Belek's arm and hammered it to the side. At once, the soldier beside him couldn't even hold the gun in his hand. A big mouthful of acid water recoiled. "How about, isn't it cool? Ka-ching! Ah! Bang!" Immediately after grabbing this hand and punching it in the opposite direction, it directly dented the other person's cheekbone. At the same time, because of the excessive force, the arm was directly fractured by Qin Yang's play. Qin Yang carried that unresisting arm and smiled embarrassedly. "I didn't expect you to be so brittle. Originally, I wanted to take you flying. I wanted you to experience the thrill of invincibility. It seems that you don't have this fortune anymore." Poof! Immediately after Qin Yang kicked out, Belek was kicked directly into a door. He was directly embedded inside. He couldn't even pull it out. Then a few people started to madly abuse in the crowd. Every punch and kick was fatal. Under one punch, the mercenary only felt his mind go blank. At the same time, blood dripped out from various holes in his face. He couldn't breathe anymore. And those guns didn't work at all in this narrow terrain. Qin Yang grabbed his opponent's rifle. The soldier pulled the trigger in panic. Qin Yang exerted his wrist. A click directly broke the opponent's arm. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at his own little brother. Da-day-day-day-day-day-day. Qin Yang sucked in a breath of cool air and said, "Hiss, you guys are just too cruel to yourselves. You can even go down with this. You're a ruthless man." Ah! The mercenary directly rolled on the ground in pain. His lower body was smashed. His arm was yanked off by Qin Yang's force. The scene was as bloody as it could be. Qin Yang threw away the arm in his hand with a look of disgust. The soldier didn't know whether to cover the bottom or the broken arm. Bang! Qin Yang kicked out, and his head was directly exploded. Amitabha Buddha, I'm also ending this painful life for you. Remember to put in a good word for me over there. Qin Er and the others had already settled their opponents. All trash in front of a group of super scions. Qin Yang's words made the corners of their mouths twitch. Big Brother was killing people on one side and worshipping Buddha on the other. The main hand of the conflict between materialism and idealism. Qin Yang stepped over from the mass of corpses and came to Belek's face with a smile. Let's talk about it. Where is your Blackwater training headquarters? Belek's mind went blank from the moment he was kicked over. Not a single finger of his body was able to move. Ka-ching! Ah! Qin Yang directly broke one of his opponent's fingers. Belek was instantly awakened by the sharp pain. Very frightened. He looked at Qin Yang. His mouth kept muttering. Devil! You're a devil! Ka-ching! Ah! Qin Yang once again broke a finger and said impatiently. Why do you always like to talk about something? What am I that I can't know? Now I'm asking you. Belek's cold sweat swished down from the pain. His lips turned white. Why? Why are you staring at us? Qin Yang sneered and said. Don't you guys know? There's one of you who can't get away from the last incident. I see that you still have 8 fingers here. Why don't you try again? Don't! I'll say it. I say. Belek hurriedly interrupted Qin Yang's dangerous idea. He couldn't take it anymore, and they mercenaries had no loyalty to speak of. On Vasco Island, the base camp is there. That's where I came out from. Kill me, please. Give me a pain in the ass, please. Bang! Qin Yang shook his head and got up to shoot the other party with a single shot. Belek had a smile on his lips before he died. He knew that there must be an even more terrifying one waiting for him after the 8 fingers by then. He still knew about that dry body hanging in Quayar. Death by 1,000 cuts. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. The soldiers on sentry duty below heard the gunshots and wanted to come up, but they suddenly realized they couldn't move. It turned out to be a man behind him who grabbed his head with both hands. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, a group of soldiers directly fell to the ground. The moment the soldier snapped his neck, the fly-to in his hand was flung out, followed by a flying kick, and his knee was directly on the dagger he had just used. It instantly went through the mercenary's throat. More than 20 people were just completely wiped out. By the time the soldiers outside arrived, only a field of corpses remained. Collect the corpses. The group of soldiers looked at each other in disbelief until Ji Chengqian arrived. Seeing the costumes of these people, they knew they were from Blackwater. And there wasn't even a single bullet on the ground. Obviously killed by Qin Yang's men in close combat. It's scary to think about. It was even more horrifying when we went further up. The corridor on the second floor was filled with blood. And every person's death was extremely brutal. The fingers of the man at the front were broken. The body was almost folded together. There was also a single hole in the center of his eyebrow. Yo, you're early. Qin Yang, still wearing that black trench coat, greeted Ji Chengqian. Dang. Boom. Just then a muffled grunt suddenly came from outside. It was followed by a loud explosion. Qin Yang's eyes instantly changed. It was the sound of a big sniper. Qin Yi had discovered something. Qin Yang rushed up to the roof in 3 steps and looked at the blazing fire burning at the entrance. An armored car had been blown up. There's another group. Go exterminate them. Yes. Ka Chao. Qin Er led his brothers to cross their arms in front of their faces again, directly smashed the window from the second floor and leapt down. He soon disappeared. Ji Chengqian was dumbfounded. Are all the mercenaries so smart now? Qin Yang stood on the roof of the building holding a large sniper in his hand. The wind outside blew Qin Yang's trench coat. It whistled in the darkness of the night. Dang! Just as Ji Chengqian wanted to go up to see what was going on, a loud bang came from the roof of the building. Ji Chengqian silently took 2 steps back. Forget it, he'd better stay back honestly. Qin Yang blasted the soldiers who tried to get close to Qin Yi into pieces with a single shot. This shot had scared them a lot. Originally, they saw that the barracks were a bit chaotic and there were faint gunshots coming from inside. Lu Qi directly led his troops to try to force their way in. But before the armored car could break through the gate, it was just blown up by a shot. My ass, what's that thing on the hill? What the hell are you all doing? Lu Qi was furious. Luckily, he wasn't the one in this car this time, or else he would have gotten cold directly. Don't go and destroy him for me, Lu Qi roared with rage. But boss, aren't we going to rush in? Isn't killing Xie Tianyu the most important thing? Lu Qi directly kicked his opponent's ass. I'm going to fuck you in the ass. Right now I can't even enter the door. You want me to take 1,000 men and fight 30,000 men in a firefight? First give me the one above to exterminate. Yes. Lu Qi can only pray that Blackwater succeeds now. Otherwise after today Yemen will no longer have a place for him. Lu Qi. But before he could run halfway up the hill, There was a loud bang. And then they saw a person alive in front of them turn into pieces. Blood splattered all over them. Crap, quickly hide. There's a sniper. What the hell is a sniper? This is a sniper. Is he sure it's not a cannon in his hand? Dang. Another sound came. Another soldier was blown to pieces. Ah. I'm done with this. It's too damn scary. Some soldiers stood up and started to run away. They wouldn't be so scared if they were really killed. But a living human being was blown to pieces with a single shot. He was already mentally strong if he didn't throw up. More and more soldiers rioted. Soon all of them rushed down from halfway up the hill. Lucci was dumbfounded. Bang, bang, bang. Lucci fired several shots into the sky and yelled, "All of you get back to me, or I'll kill you." However, those scared soldiers all ignored it and rushed down. Compared to Qin Yang's big sniper, this deterrent was just a child's toy. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth hooked up into an arc. Gotcha. Dang. Snap. Lucci hadn't even finished speaking when he was directly torn apart in the next instant. The soldiers went even crazier now. All of them rushed into the barracks, raising their hands high and constantly yelling something in terror. Ji Chengqian had just rushed out with his troops, when he encountered a large group of soldiers frantically running over, screaming for surrender. Turning back again, it seemed like he could see a man in a black trench coat standing on the roof of a building in the distance. Qin Yang stood the big sniper at his side, propped up with one hand. The other hand lit a cigarette and gently exhaled a puff. Looking ahead, his eyes did not move in the slightest. It's as if he didn't do all this just now. Time came to the next day. The whole night there was no news. Lu family can already think of the end of the Blackwater mercenaries, and none of Lucci's men had returned. Lu Tian gritted his teeth and growled a low sentence. Qin Yang, since you chose to intervene, you will be immortal with our Lu family in the future. He himself had spent such a huge price. It was actually destroyed by a small mercenary. His heart was not willing. Looks like Bellic and the others have failed. Told you not to act rashly. Ha, a few tens of millions of dollars for a desperate move. They deserve to die. Just then a cocky voice came from outside the door. What person? Lu Tian snapped his head around to see a big burly man walking in with two of his men. The big man was also carrying a huge Gatling on his shoulder. Of course it was unloaded. The bullets were being slung across his body. It just gave the impression that I was fierce. Adolf laughed. Ha ha, don't be nervous. I'm Adolf from Blackwater. I've taken over Bellic's mission. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll get it done with a few dozen people. The guards of Lu's family were once again placed outside. Lu Tian suppressed the anger in his heart. He vowed to start cultivating the armed forces after today. It's not like the army under his control is around to be of any use at all. These savage mercenaries come and go as they please. He did not feel safe at all. Lu Tian instantly changed his expression and laughed. I can finally wait for you guys to come. There are only 3 hours left before the signing, and all the media will be here. I wonder when you all will make your move. Adolf laughed. Don't you want to deter those who have evil intentions? Think about it, wouldn't it be more of a deterrent to kill them a second before the signing? Lu Tian said with some hesitation. But wouldn't that be too safe? After all, the people from the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps are there. Adolf laughed. Don't worry, this time they are in the light and we are in the dark, and they didn't bring any lethal weapons. I've brought 100 Special Forces men this time. A mere Qin Yang is a handful. Lu Tian finally nodded. After all, he had no better means now. Adolf quickly headed to the signing location for an ambush with his men. After all, it was a signing in front of a large crowd. This signing ceremony was a sensation throughout Yemen. If it was successful, it represented Yemen entering the next era. The era of the Lu family's monopoly will be over. At that time the Lu family would no longer have the ability to combat all the smaller companies. Adolf's 100 people quickly dispersed. In the entire venue this point of people cannot see anything. It didn't take long for Ji Chengqian's troops to arrive pulling Qin Yang and the others. Under a crowd of people, Xie Tianyu came to the podium, and the military vehicle just parked next to the podium. Qin Yang was sitting in the car at this time, calmly swiping his cell phone, and the cell phone is live on the air. It's still the official channel. After all, this matter had a big impact. Yanguo and Yemen were also very close, so there was also concern. Soon there were sharp-eyed people who found Qini and the others from it, each standing aside with a gun. The live broadcast room that originally didn't have many people instantly exploded. Crap, isn't this one of Big Brother's men? Has Big Brother's business reached Yemen, so it won't be long before he reaches the Yin Kingdom? Upstairs, pay attention. This is the official live broadcast room. You're not crazy, are you? That's not important. Can I see my husband? I haven't seen my husband in ages. I was wrong, so you're the craziest one. Time pushed on a little bit. The front was first to speech, saying some fake and empty words. A full hour before the signing was to start taking place. Bang! Right at this moment, Qini suddenly kicked out, kicking Xie Tianyu to the side. Xie Tianyu was also very experienced in dodging aside. Only the corners of his mouth were still twitching. You guys are worthy of being in the same mercenary group. Even the way you save people is so the same. Can't you be more gentle? Do you have to use your feet? Splat! In the next instant, a bullet flew past the place where Xie Tianyu was just standing. All the people present were stunned, and the moment they saw the bullet, they began to frantically run away. Someone was actually staging a terrorist attack. The reporters on the Yen country's side directly ran to a corner, thinking that they wouldn't reach this side even if they fought. Then they set up their cameras. Behind them, a large group of reporters followed closely behind, standing directly in a row. They are all journalists from various countries. Those people wouldn't dare to lay hands on them even if they were crazy. Those soldiers below also surrounded the first time to surround Xie Tianyu to death. Qin Yi shouted, "Lao Air." Qin Air responded with a smile from the back of the pickup truck on the other side. "Alas, Brother E, coming." Qin Air was then seen pulling out a large sniper from the trunk of the pickup truck. It was also fucking truncated in the middle, now mounted. After tossing it to Qin Yi wrapped his arms around the big sniper. He pointed it in the direction of the distant sniper. Dang! With a muffled sound, the podium at his feet instantly shattered. It was the first time those people had seen someone shoot such an awesome sniper rifle. That said, is such a long sniper really for human use? Two people standing together and shooting at each other. You can dislike someone's face directly with this, and if it's this long, according to the principle of leverage, how much strength does it take to pick it up, not to mention shooting with it? The sniper in the distance was instantly blinded when he saw Qin Yi carrying such a sniper rifle. Crap, crap. Two different utterances ended his bang, and a bullet directly blew his head apart. Dang, dang, dang. Qin Yi carried the big sniper on his shoulder to the distance, directly shooting the single-shot big sniper into an automatic rifle. It began to fire in bursts. Each round seemed like a cannonball in their eyes. It flew by with a swish. Then the roofs of one building after another exploded in the distance. Both the people at the scene and inside the live broadcast room were all numb. Is that a human being? Is that a sniper rifle in his hand? No, this is a mobile battery, a mobile turret with a scope. It shoots wherever it's pointed. Oh, my God, is this a human being? I've seen it like a movie before. This is the first time I've seen such a close-up view. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. Let's just say this is something a human being could do. Even the mercenaries who were ready to rush up and kill earlier froze. They were dumbfounded by this image. Get your asses in gear. Kill them for $30 million. Adolf roared, very openly roaring, and then stepped out with a six-fold pace. The Gatling was in his hand, but you could see he was straining. It would have been fine if he had been standing still, but such a big guy, and so many bullets, carrying it in both hands almost didn't kill him in blood. Countless bullets poured out, and the Gatling gun's muzzle rapidly rotated and spat out hot tongues of fire. As soon as the people above saw this situation, they directly rolled over and hid behind the cover. Including Qin Yi and the others were not surprised. They were strong, but dodging heavy machine guns at such a close range was a joke. No, it's not even possible at long range. The Maxim, the Gatling, is this something that the average person can handle? Being hit by this thing has the same effect as being hit by a sniper. Simply put, all of them are dead. Adolf laughed wildly. Aren't you all bullies? Come on out. Come on out. Provoking Blackwater? Come on. Adolf's body trembled with every step. Obviously the recoil wasn't normal, but it was still very rampant as he continued forward. The other henchmen also appeared at this time, directly in the frontal battlefield, fully suppressing Qin Yi and the others. Ji Chengqian said in a deep voice, "What should we do? How about I lead the men to divert the fire? You guys go out and kill them by surprise." Qin Yi glanced at him indifferently and said, "You guys are just sending them to their deaths if you go out. It's not like there's more than one person out there, and we're being targeted right now. There's no way to get out at all. Are we just going to wait? It's a full broadcast right now," Qin Yi said in a deep voice. "I know it's a full court broadcast, but the boss needs a handsome entrance pose." Ha, ha. The people present all had a head full of question marks. Why don't you listen to what you're saying? It was only then that they remembered. Xin Yang didn't come out. Xin Yang had been sitting in that military jeep until now and no one had noticed. The crowd in the live broadcast room was sweating for Qin Yi and the others. This was the first time they had seen Qin Yang's men in a desperate situation. After all, the previous situations were either Qin Yang having the absolute advantage or were presented in the form of a movie. This was the first time they had seen such a tense and exciting one. Bang! Boom! Just then the jeep's door was kicked off, directly sending Adolf, who was firing passionately 10 meters away, flying. The Gatling in his hand was instantly smashed and bent, only to see a black trench coat-clad Qin Yang take a step down from the jeep, holding a Gatling like this. "Can you handle this little body?" Blackwater's head buzzed when they saw Qin Yang coming down from the jeep. "You're not the one who's been sitting here all this time. You really don't have a big heart." Ka chow. Day. They were just about to turn around and give Qin Yang a pike when Qin Yi and the others suddenly appeared, rifles in their hands sweeping wildly. Just now, because they had the upper hand, they didn't even have any cover in front of them, so they wanted to take Qin Yi and the others away in a direct wave. Now it's good, let them take them away in a wave. In just a few seconds, all the Blackwater mercenaries fell to the ground. Qin Yang walked towards Adolf's side, while behind him he pulled out a desert eagle at his back waist. Ka-ching! Bang! 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 2 shots were fired at the body next to the place where he walked. Mud! What's wrong? You really think you can get away with playing dead? Playing this under my nose? What's wrong with you? The brother died in peace, playing a clever trick to the point of death and still being taunted. The pop-up screen exploded from the moment Qin Yang appeared. Crap! Big brother's appearance is different. It's so cool. Can you block this kick with 20 years of power? In a zone without any buffer. A kick to the car door was simply too handsome, and it also accurately knocked out the enemy's strongest firepower output. Hey, don't play dead. Where did you get that Gatling? Adolf barely opened his eyes. He really wasn't pretending. It almost killed him. It felt like his organs were burning. Ahem, put. Just as he opened his mouth, a large mouthful of blood was spat out. Qin Yang said with great disdain, "Tell me about you. You don't have that diamond to stop what porcelain work." Then shook his head with great pity and said, "Alas, what I hate most in my life is people who pretend to be a bully, especially those who pretend to be a bully in front of me. So how do you want to die?" Ahem, Adolf wanted to speak, but now whenever he opens his mouth it's a mouthful of blood. It looked like he was about to suffocate. Qin Yang purposely shouted, "What did you say? The Yemeni Lu family hired you to kill people? Gave you $30 million. I'll go. Why didn't you say so earlier? I wouldn't have left you alive." Then Qin Yang stood up with great pity and said, "It's a pity that you chose to give an account of everything at the last minute, but it's a pity that it's already too late. Then I'll give you a ride." Bang! Qin Yang ended Adolf's suffering with a single shot. Qin Yi and the others' faces remained unchanged, but they knew that the mercenary had definitely not said a single word just now. No, right, it was not a single word. Ji Chengqian decisively seized the opportunity and said to the president, "Mr. President, at this time the evidence is overwhelming. I request that the Lu family be arrested immediately." The president hesitated for a moment and said, "General Ji Chengqian, you are ordered to go to the Lu family to arrest all the backbone members, but if you don't encounter any resistance, don't kill anyone, and wait for everything to be investigated before going to trial." Yes. Ji Chengqian immediately led the order and then led his men straight to the Lu family manor. As for what not to kill if there is no resistance, it's all bullshit. It's all just a facade for the reporter here. If you catch a break, you'll be killed. They'll have the final say on whether or not they resisted. Just a bunch of reporters looked at Qin Yang with skepticism. They seriously doubt that those words were false, but there is no evidence. The key point was that they didn't dare to say anything. They had seen Qin Yang's madness before. Appearing here today thought that it had something to do with Blackwater as well. Qin Yang turned around and patted Xie Tianyu's shoulder and said, "Our mission is done. The rest is your business." "Many thanks," Xie Tianyu said very solemnly. The president of Yemen also whispered the moment Qin Yang passed by. "Many thanks." Qin Yang just smiled slightly and didn't respond. He helped him to have a reason to step in and knock out this Yemeni tumor, and also caught the other party off guard. It's just that there are a bit too many people right now, and these things can't be brought out into the open. By the time those people responded, Qin Yang had already disappeared, then took the microphone and started to move in front of the president, trying to get first-hand information. On that day, Qin Yang embarked on a plane back to Chuelia, and such a big event quickly attracted the attention of many countries, but they are not good to say anything. From the results, Qin Yang they this time also fucking positive characters. The people of Blackwater had been criticized by people from all walks of life for a while. Of course, these denunciations were the most useless. No one would care. It should be said that those who do care will not be able to reach this height today. Just at this time Qin Yan released another video as certainly the abuse of Adolf's paragraph, and Blackwater's training location was directly exposed. Maybe some organizations are aware of it, but now it's blown out in such a big way, it's very likely that some of the enemies will join together to besiege them. The executives of Blackwater were gnashing their teeth when they saw this scene, itching to pull Adolf out and kill him again. Walking off the airplane again, Qin Yang stretched his back. Alas, it's still better here. Going home. Qin Yi and the others smiled at each other. It was indeed like being home. Who dares to look for unpleasantness here? Then they walked out amidst the awe-inspiring eyes of the crowd of flight attendants. God knows how stressful it was for them to sit on an airplane with Qin Yang. Qin Yang had only just stepped out of the hall when a group of thugs rushed at him head-on. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched as he said, "Forget it, pretend I didn't say it. Was it a water retrograde in the past 2 days? Why is there something wrong everywhere? Nope, it's this airport that's toxic. There's something to be said for it. Not to mention them. The airport's field staff were all numb. How many times has this happened? It's happening again. They don't even want to fight back. It was just a formality to press the alarm. No one's ever gotten here in time before. There was no point in pressing it or not. Ha ha ha, big brother, it's true that robbing airports makes money fast. And it's safe. They won't resist. The boss was sitting on top of the armored car, holding an AK-47 in his hand. His smile was very wild. Since the first time, the second time that will be familiar. Nobody move. Hand over everything of value to me. Qin Yang looked at this car and turned his head and asked, "This is our money leopard generation, right?" Qin said helplessly, "Boss, this seems to be the one we offered a reward for last time." Qin Yang looked at this more than 100 people directly speechless. "Good guy, you are going to give me back again? Hey, that guy over there is quite a drag. That's you. He looks rich. Quickly pull out all the money." A little brother held up an AK-47 and shot at Qin Yang. Qin Yang pointed at himself and said helplessly, "Mad, do I look like a good guy? 1 by 2. Do you really think I have a good temper?" Bang! Qin Yang raised his hand and fired a shot. The little brother instantly fell to the ground. The others all froze. They've been here a few times, and it's the first time they've met a tough guy. The boss fixed his eyes. "Crap, isn't that Qin Yang? Let's run." After saying this, he directly greeted his younger brother who was driving the car and turned around. Qin blinked and said, "Boss, we do not chase?" Qin Yang laughed. "No need, someone will go and clean them up." Ta-da-da-da. Boom. As expected, not long after they left, gunshots and explosions came from the front, and after a while, a large number of military vehicles appeared. Douglas walked down quickly and smiled broadly. "Brother Qin, you can finally come back. We've been waiting so hard." Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, "You still don't know when I'm coming back?" He. Douglas laughed and then left with Qin Yang and the others. Returning to the base that afternoon, Qin Yang inquired, "What's the situation in Quolia now?" Qin said with a serious expression, "Boss, the Lighthouse Kingdom has intervened." Qin Yang's eyes condensed and he said in a deep voice, "Tell me." Just 2 days ago the Lighthouse Kingdom released a statement saying that they suspected that the Quolia government was making biochemical weapons. So they blocked off Tali province, saying that we are just a front, just to create space for the birth of biochemical weapons, and have asked the Lighthouse Kingdom's garrison in Quelia to join the fight. It's also only engaging in small-scale friction at the moment. It seems to be pressurizing the government forces. Qin Yang sneered and said, "Good, very good. Isn't this coming at us? I haven't even gone after him yet. He came to us first." Qin immediately said, "Boss, let me lead my men to exterminate them. It's only a few tens of thousands of people, and it's not even a team." Qin Yang shook his head and said, "Let's see what other means they have first. The Lighthouse Kingdom weapons are a level above us after all. And with the entire Quolia except for the Tali province, I think everything is under their control." Qin Yang had never underestimated the Lighthouse Kingdom. After all, the other party had only not fought for more than a decade in its several hundred years of history. Qin Yang suddenly looked up and smiled at Qin. "Give me a preview. I'm going to hold a world broadcast. Remember to spread the news to every country." Yes, in just a day's time, the news was spread all over accumulators. At the same time the leaders of every country in the world knew the news. Sitting on the sofa, Bard breathed a sigh of relief. He still made a move. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to withstand the pressure. Tens of thousands of Lighthouse Kingdom troops, even if it was just a friction between small forces, was stressing him out. Before the Lighthouse Kingdom showed any obvious intention to attack, wherever they killed a Lighthouse state soldier, the Great War would instantly break out, and Cumulus would immediately die or be injured. No matter how much it was said that it was a world hegemony. 3 days of Qin Yang preparing to broadcast live and the president of the Lighthouse State to break the news also spread. It wasn't just the top brass. The people below were also quite interested in this kind of thing. Joking about a wild mercenary wanting to dislike the president of the Lighthouse Kingdom online. Everyone wants to see it. As soon as the live broadcast was opened, Qin Yang was still in his familiar attire, only because he had changed into a more formal set of clothes while sitting on the sofa, then sat on the single sofa and crossed his legs. Hegemony was in full force. Behind him stood the 10 great warlords. The live broadcast exploded the moment it opened. "Crap, so damn handsome. You're telling me this isn't the regular army? What's up with this gangly handsome? It's just poking me too much." Qin Yang looked at the live broadcast and spoke indifferently. "The boss of that what's his name Lighthouse Nation, come out and talk." Good guy Qin Yang. This exit on the whole flavor, from the two forces of negotiation, turned into a punk firefight. It didn't take long for a person to come up on the mic, and it was clearly the Lighthouse Kingdom's Grand President, the sleeping Emperor. "Yo, did you get enough sleep today? Don't be confused when you talk to me. I'm not used to your problems." The sleeping emperor said in a low voice, Xin Yang, you have a lot of guts, also very rampant. Usually people like this don't have a good end. Xin Yang snorted. If you were 20 years old, you'd have tens of thousands of men under your hands and be in charge of a province. You'd be a hell of a lot more arrogant than me. What are you pulling with me here? The corner of sleeping emperor's mouth twitched. Are all these young people so rude nowadays? There was really no respect at all for him as the president. And there was even a bit of disdain? The young people in the live broadcast room only felt their blood boiling, especially those on the Yin countryside. This is the real man, the president of the Lighthouse Kingdom? In my case it's just an old man who hasn't woken up. Tens of thousands of people? I don't believe it. A few thousand people are said to be tens of thousands. Young people nowadays really have no hair on their mouths. The sleeping emperor said with a smirk. Xin Yang suddenly leaned his body forward with a provocative expression and said, don't believe me? You can send your troops to try out. Isn't one of your group armies constantly stirring up trouble in Cumulus? I heard that it's now helping the rebels to constantly compress the territory of the government forces. They're very arrogant. The government forces don't even dare to fire a single shot. It's really a big deal. World police? Xin Yang's words were remarkable. It directly ripped off the Lighthouse Nation's shaming cloth. Although Quelia is now in rebellion, but the Korea government forces are still recognized by most countries internationally. The roots are true. Now Qin Yang openly said that the Lighthouse Kingdom was helping the rebels. Sleeping Emperor's face directly changed. Wanwan never thought a Qin Yang play Yang Sand. Nonsense. Our Lighthouse Kingdom has always been committed to maintaining world peace. Empty words. Just want to slander us. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, everyone knows what's going on. Can't you be a little more honest? Just like me. I've never said I'm a good person. Sleeping Emperor hurriedly changed the topic and said, Xin Yang, what are you doing in Tali province? I, the Lighthouse Kingdom, seriously suspect that you are conducting some dangerous experiments, and those people under you are all experiments. Now I demand that the army be dispatched to conduct a search, for the safety of the whole world. Sleeping Emperor didn't fight battles he wasn't sure of. As long as they were the slightest bit suspicious it would be infinitely amplified. And then it was time to send in the troops. But to his surprise Qin Yang actually did not refute. He only saw Qin Yang nodding his head. Ah yes, 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 you send people quickly. It's just that the Tali province is quite dangerous these days. All the outsiders have all disappeared inexplicably lately. TSK, it's a bit scary. I don't even dare to go out anymore. The crowd in the live broadcast room all had a twitch in their mouths when they heard this. Big brother, do you believe what you're saying? Sleeping Emperor said angrily. You threatened me. I'm doing this for the benefit of the whole world. Qin Yang laughed. How can you say that? I'm going to sue you for slander. Didn't I let you in? Did I stop it? No. Right. You. The sleeping emperor was furious. Marred. It's pretty damn reasonable. Everyone could hear that it was a threat. But there was really no handle. Sleeping emperor changed the topic again. Qin Yang, your money leopard mercenary corps slaughtered hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. How are you going to explain this? Originally, I was thinking of bringing you to the international court for trial after a while, but now I'm giving you a chance. It had to be said that Emperor Sleep had prepared quite a few means. It was to get Qin Yang killed. Qin Yang wasn't the least bit flustered. Instead, he made a scared face and said, Aya, the national court, isn't that your mother's house? I'm so scared. Immediately after that, he let out a cold snort and said, let someone who has a say in this matter speak. Soon Bud's voice appeared. Big guy, I'm Bard, the interim president of the government forces. Regarding the previous rumor that this matter of Qin Yang massacring civilians was actually a misunderstanding, the rebels were spreading falsehoods. Those people were all brainwashed by the rebels and were part of a reactionary organization. Picasso was also one of them. So Qin Yang is just fighting against a terrorist organization, and it was authorized by us. Sleeping Emperor stormed out. Bard, have you been reduced to being in the company of mercenaries? Is this your answer? Bard let out a bitter laugh and said, Oh great president, have you given me any other options? Who have I been dealing with? Hasn't it always been someone high and mighty? Said Bud as his voice grew firm. Now there is one man who has reached out to me. For whatever reason, that is me Bard, the benefactor of my saving of Leah. So this is my choice. The sleeping emperor stormed out. Good, good. At this time there seemed to be someone over there who reminded the sleeping emperor. And only then did the sleeping emperor suppress the anger in his heart. After all, it was a live broadcast. Qin Yang didn't give him face, and Bard also came to join in the fun. At this rate he, the sleeping emperor, would have no majesty at all. Qin Yang, you can sophistically argue about everything in front of you, but the matter of you shooting my Lighthouse Nation's nationals, an explanation must be given. Qin Yang laughed helplessly. Sigh, I knew you would say that about this. Then let's take a look at this first. Then he took out the picture from the beginning. It directly made the sleeping emperor look dumbfounded. Who would bring a video camera to an assassination attempt? The good guy recorded the original. The sleeping emperor's face darkened and then resolutely went offline. Xin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Is the sleeping emperor getting old? Has he gone to sleep? TSK. You're not good at this either." "Alright, I'm not going to get into it with them either. But remember, some people will suffer the consequences if they dare to step in here." The live broadcast ended. But the world boiled over. A mercenary had confronted the president of the Lighthouse Nation head-on. What an awesome thing. And the Lighthouse Nation was in a fury at this point. No matter what the reason was, a citizen of the Lighthouse Nation had been killed, and they must seek justice. The director of intelligence couldn't help but inquire, "President, do we really need to send troops to attack Tali province? We don't know anything in there." The president snorted coldly. "Don't we have the map from before? Sneak attack from behind. It's unlikely that they'll make any major changes in a few months' time in the district. Give me a city-by-city nibble. I want to leave no one in Tali province behind." The director was a bit worried. "President, it would be a big blow to our prestige if things were to fall apart." "Pa!" The president angrily slapped the table and roared. "Now he, Xin Yang, is just rubbing our faces on the ground again. Everyone in Tali province is now a thug. Kill them all." Yes. The Lighthouse Kingdom troops in Quolia received the news and began to march towards Tali province. Xin Yang even spoke to Bard on purpose, asking the other party to let them go. Other places were a bit troublesome, but as long as we enter Tali province, I'll beat the shit out of you. The 10,000 strong Lighthouse Kingdom army marched towards Tali province. There are countless tanks and armored vehicles. There are even a dozen bombers on standby at the military bases. The other soldiers at the 2 military bases were also ready to fight at any time. Xin Yang looked at the army that had stepped into the border of Tali province. It was coming towards his city. A maniacal smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The real big battle is coming. Brothers, we'll pull down the myth of the Lighthouse Kingdom's invincibility today. The eyes of Qin Yi and the others flashed with a brilliant light. Every single one of them had an excited smile on their faces. "Go pull out my anti-aircraft guns. Today is the day to shock the world." Xin Yang had unlocked another weapon after returning from Yemen. That was the anti-aircraft gun. Now there was even an air-to-air weapon. This was also Xin Yang's base card for not being afraid of the Lighthouse Kingdom and daring to provoke it head-on. With this, facing the Lighthouse Kingdom's bombers, fighters and the like wouldn't need to be so troublesome. More than 200 anti-aircraft guns were pulled out at the back of the army. Soon they came to an open field. The terrain was high. At the same time, according to the other side's direction of travel, this is also the way they must go. On the other side, the Lighthouse Nation's army lost contact with the headquarters the moment they entered the Tali province. They could only communicate by radio within range, which also made those generals of the Lighthouse Kingdom a bit worried. This was the first time this had happened. They were actually being crushed by technology. At the same time, the news of the Lighthouse Kingdom's advance into Tali province spread. The Yen Kingdom and the Northern Bear Kingdom were the first to come out and condemn the Lighthouse Kingdom, saying that the other party had intervened in the internal affairs of other countries without authorization. There was no reason to go to war. The netizens were even more direct. "I'll go. The Lighthouse Kingdom is in a hurry. If you can't reason with them, you'll use force. Shame on you. You're the world's largest country. They're just bullying the weak. I believe Big Brother will win. He's the best. Although I hope so too. But let's analyze it rationally and know that it's impossible. The Lighthouse Kingdom is the world's hegemon after all. Tomahawk missiles can directly hit Big Brother's home base. Right. This time, from the videos that have been circulated, it's clear that the Lighthouse Kingdom's army are all active main battle tanks and armored vehicles, as well as helicopter gunships. It's stronger than even Big Brother's. For a while, even the Yen Kingdom was a bit pessimistic. After all, the opponent this time was the Lighthouse Kingdom, which was not on the same level as the previous opponents. Tali province. At this time, the distance between the two sides was only a solid dozen kilometers. They were about to meet. Xin Yang was staring at the other side's every move with the image projected by Xiao Jin. On the other side, the Lighthouse Kingdom's army advanced to the point where they could see this one open area when they suddenly stopped. "General, what's wrong?" Butler frowned at the slope in front of him, at the same time looking at the map in his hand from earlier. "This is a good place to set up an ambush. If I were Xin Yang, I would definitely set up an ambush here. Go, call a few people to go up and test it out." "Yes." Xin Yang looked down and laughed. "It's okay." Sure enough, it's not those straw men from before. Xin Yi said, "Boss, how are we going to fight now? They haven't entered our attack range yet." Xin Yang laughed. "They haven't entered. No, can't hit us either. We can afford it." Soon 2 tanks slowly drove into Xin Yang's attack range. Xin Yang raised his large sniper and took aim. Dang! Boom! Dang! Boom! Xin Yang fired 2 shots in a row, directly blowing up the tank below. Don't you just want to know if there's anyone? Lousy clearly told you. How do you want to fight? Butler revealed a look of determination, with a big wave of his hand. He said, push forward 3 kilometers, set up a defense line. Interesting, mercenaries challenging me. 2 tanks are nothing in his eyes. Xin Yang's 2 shots meant that he wanted to fight him head-on. It had been a long time since he had met such an opponent. Xin Yang watched as his opponent advanced just beyond the limit of the mortar's range. The corner of his mouth curved up, analyzing the extreme range of their mortars just through some videos. This general was not simple. The armies of both sides took up positions on the endless plains. If a fight breaks out, this is a meat grinder. Butler suddenly spoke up. Armored car units stand by. Charge. Release the smoke. Make the whole battlefield chaotic. Yes. Then only hundreds of armored cars were seen staggering out, at the same time releasing a large amount of red smoke at the first opportunity. At this windless time, the plan went smoothly. All the places they passed through were covered in red smoke, and it was impossible to see how the army inside acted. Xin Yang laughed. A little something, but not much. Artillery ready. CO into the barrage. Fire. Miso, miso, miso. Boom, boom, boom. At Xin Yang's command, countless cannonballs shot out and plunged headfirst into the smoke with huge explosions. The shockwaves from the explosions dispersed some of the smoke. Miso, miso, miso. Boom, boom, boom. Countless flashes of fire kept flickering in the smoke. Butler laughed a little and said, a brat indeed, fooled by a slight trick. Tell the men to pull back. I'd like to see how long their artillery can hold out. Xin Yang waved his hand and said, stop firing. There was smoke in front of them blocking the line of sight. But he had satellites. Your armored car convoy has withdrawn from the battlefield. He wouldn't be wasting shells either. More than 500 armored vehicles rushed out, but under Xin Yang's fire saturation strike, only 300 or so came back. When Butler saw that the artillery shells stopped in front of him, he gritted his teeth and said, son of a bitch, playing tricks on me. They have satellites. Quickly, go set up the satellite shield. I can't fight a fart when I'm under someone else's nose. This loss of 200 or so armored car units was enough to make his heart ache. The artillery is firing straight ahead. Hit me at the longest range. The armored car unit is breaking through from the right. Hit as deep as you can. Even if you leave the armored cars behind, make a path for me. Yes, tanks. When the armored car unit rushes out, you'll charge up under the cover of the remaining smoke. Blast them hard. Helicopter gunships take off. Wait for the order to charge up. I don't believe it. Just one mercenary. I can't take it. Soon the shield was installed, but this is the black technology that came out of the system. You want to shield it with this? Just kidding. Xin E. You take 1,000 men and keep a close eye on the left side. No matter what comes over, give me a hard hit. Xin Air. Get the artillery ready. As soon as the other side's tanks show up, no matter which direction they come from, keep an eye on them. I'll make it hard for them to move. Xin San. Bring all the heavy machine guns to the front. Don't worry about the rest. As long as there are people charging upwards, shoot the hell out of them. Yes, boss. Several people shouted excitedly. Xin Yang said to the anti-aircraft artillery unit behind him, hide yourselves well. Hitting a few of his helicopter gunships isn't fun. Gotta knock out a few of their fighters. Xin C. All of you, get your snipers. As long as their helicopter gunships enter the attack range, don't let any of them get away. If anyone misses, don't blame me for pulling the lever for you. Don't blame me for going back to pull the lever for you. Xin E and the others had their mouths drawn together. Not the boss. You're talking to your own people. It's a big battle. Can you be more serious? Boom, boom, boom. Just then a large string of artillery shells suddenly flew from the sky. It exploded violently outside the front of Xin Yang's position. A violent explosion shook the ground nearby. Xin Yang smiled. Yo, the firepower is quite fierce. Are you in a hurry? Brothers, hit me hard. The next moment, countless armored vehicles rushed out from the red smoke. Xin Yi quickly waited for his men to top them. The moment the other side entered the attack range, dang! Boom! The big sniper directly blew up an armored car at the very front, and then hundreds of armored vehicles charged forward in an echelon, as if to win space for the infantry behind them. Dang! 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 The big sniper in Xin Yi's hand fired continuously. Each shot was an armored vehicle. Miso! 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 Thousands of soldiers rose at the same time as the armored car got even closer. Shoulders clear of bazookas. Boom! There was a violent explosion. Those armored cars that rushed up instantly exploded and turned into a sea of fire. Only a few dozen armored vehicles escaped back. At the same time, the tanks on the other side rushed out at the same time. They charged from the other side. In the center, there were hundreds of land cruisers with light machine guns on them, and they started charging under the cover of artillery fire. Day. Are you fucking looking down on us? Is there such a thing as charging? Hit me hard. Shin-san was holding a Gatling with blue fire in his hand. This was specially made by the Weapons Research Institute after Qin Yang's return. And its firepower was outstanding. The firepower is fierce. The rotation speed is fast. And it's durable. The soldiers were all holding heavy machine guns in their hands and kept firing. The bullets are raining down, and they're towering over us. The car's speed slowed down. Boom! Boom! With a loud explosion, the SUV was directly blown up by countless bullets. The charge of more than 5,000 people froze and was beaten by Qin Air's 1,000 people. In the end, they could only retreat helplessly. Only 2,000 people left the battlefield alive. On the other side, the tanks were even worse. Qin Yang ordered the artillery to do nothing else, just focus on the tanks. Otherwise, those infantrymen will be lucky if they make it back alive. A series of artillery shells could directly turn them into dry corpses. Miso, 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 boom. Thousands of shells formed a shadow in the sky. Any shell that landed within 3 meters of a tank could directly overturn it. Countless tanks were overturned. Butler's heart was dripping blood as he watched. This is the firepower of a mercenary? Didn't the president say there were only 5,000 of them? This is 5,000 fucking men? It's even more firepower than his troops equipped with the most advanced weapons in the Lighthouse Kingdom. Asshole. Pull back, pull back. There's been a mistake. There's been a mistake. Armored vehicles and infantry are fine. Tanks are Qin Yang's priority. How could you let them get away like that? Miso, miso, miso. Countless shells, falling from the sky. The firing distance gradually lengthened. We want to leave these tanks behind. Boom! Butler's eyes were red as he watched his tanks destroyed. Not a single one of them. All gone. Butler didn't realize that he didn't get any results from all 3 of his armies, and that the location of Qin Yang's army was still a necessary route for them to rush in. Everywhere else, they had to make a big detour, and as soon as he withdrew from their side, Qin Yang's army would definitely bite up. Butler cursed and said, "Dog president, he's going to fight his way in from the back. He knows every move he makes. Mad, piece of shit." Butler's back teeth gritted. This was the worst battle their lighthouse nation had seen in decades. Suddenly Butler remembered his own helicopter gunship unit. Each helicopter gunship was not only equipped with 2 large heavy machine guns, there are also a whole 6 missiles. It would only take an instant to destroy Qin Yang's position. Butler looked at the dozens of helicopter gunships in front of him with a hopeful gaze. That's his last hope. At this moment, dozens of helicopter gunships have already entered within 2 kilometers in front of the position. Dang! Knock! Dang! Boom! A muffled sound echoed throughout the battlefield. A helicopter gunship in the sky was directly blown up. The huge impact directly caused the helicopter gunship to disintegrate in mid-air. There's a sniper! There are snipers! Get out of the way! One by one, the pilots called out frantically. At the same time, they kept swinging the helicopter to get away from the snipers. But the snipers here were all capable of turning sniper rifles into rifles. The helicopter wasn't at a high altitude. That's why they were instantly hit. Boom! 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 There was an explosion. A fireball appeared in midair, and countless pieces of iron flew down. Miso miso miso. Some of the helicopter gunships were still trying to be stubborn, firing all of their missiles out before dying. Da-day. Qin Yang raised the Gatling with blue fire in his hand, pulling the trigger. The muzzle of the gun spewed blue flames, and the Gatling spun so fast that shadows appeared. Countless bullets flew head-on, directly forming a fire net in the sky. The incoming missiles, they were all detonated in advance. The pilot was desperate. Then he saw the sniper bullets flying head-on like cannonballs. It's impossible to dodge. There's no way to avoid it. Boom! With an explosion, the driver went down to meet the king of hell. Qin Yang let go of the trigger. White smoke was still coming out of the Gatling's muzzle. Even the reinforced ones couldn't withstand the super high temperatures for too long. The air near the muzzle is burned by the heat of the muzzle. With the last bullet fired, the helicopter gunships in the sky all crashed. The original meat grinder scene did not appear. But the battlefield was filled with flames and the wreckage of various vehicles and airplanes. Some of them are still in the secondary explosion. The gunfire stopped. Butler was silent. Under his hands there are only 100 or so armored vehicles, and 2,000 infantry. More than 1,000 artillery? There were 15,000 men when he arrived. That's all that's left? He's a general of the Lighthouse Kingdom. A major general. He was beaten by mercenaries. And to top it all off, he's perpetuating the myth of the money leopard mercenaries. 0 casualties. Although they are the attacking side, they should have suffered more casualties. But isn't this outrageous? A direct hit of 10,000 to 0. Butler's eyes closed tightly and then said in a very heavy voice, "Everyone get ready to deal with the money leopard mercenaries' counterattack. Rack all the artillery shells for me." His men said with some trepidation, "General, we are defeated. Retreat." Butler said feebly, "Once we withdraw, Do you think they'll hit us now? As soon as our artillery withdraws, do you know what we'll be facing? Don't forget they have armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopter gunships too. All that awaits us is death. The henchman was also silent. He had just been scared out of his wits. This time he also reacted. They were defeated. Very thoroughly. But again, they could just retreat. Or else, according to the character of the money leopard mercenaries, they would definitely be wiped out. Send someone out. Call RB2 bombers. All the bombers are coming. Remember, it's all. I want to turn their position into a sea of fire. Yes. Soon 3 SUVs rushed out, heading in the opposite direction. They're scared too. Call for help. It was the only thing they could do. And at this time the situation in Kumoria also caught everyone's attention. After all, the Lighthouse Kingdom had sent troops directly. Such a big battle. But not a single person dared to enter Kumulia province either. Yenguo sighed. No. It's a lot of countries that have sent war correspondents to record what's going on here in the first place. Without exception. These countries all have good relations with the government forces. With the protection of the government forces, relative safety is still guaranteed. The strongest of the strong will be afraid of the country behind them. They are afraid of those who are brain dead. That's why it's necessary to have someone to protect them. Beyond Tali province is the territory of the Dawnguard. Douglar's army is even parked not far from Tali. They also have hundreds of mortars. That's what Qin Yang gave him. There are quite a few armored vehicles as well. If it wasn't for the order from above to let them go, Daegler would definitely be the first to get into it with the Lighthouse Kingdom. At this moment, Daegler was standing at the front, holding a phone in his hand and roaring, "General, are we not going to intervene? If something happens to Brother Qin, we'll be next. It's not too late." Bard was also very angry. And when he was yelled at, he also said angrily, "Do you think I don't want to? It's Qin Yang who said he won't let us interfere, and it's his territory there. No one knows what happened. Even if it really came to that, he would have sent us a message. Do you think a mere 10,000 Lighthouse Nation troops can instantly wipe out Qin Yang's forces? Remember that as long as you receive a call for help, kill in at the first opportunity and don't worry about anything. My air force will definitely arrive within 3 hours." Dougler exclaimed. "Yes, promise to complete the mission." The crowd of war correspondents beside him looked at each other in dismay. "Big brother, are you saying that these are things they can broadcast out live? Isn't this just tearing up the face with the Lighthouse Kingdom?" Daegler just looked at them and did not respond. Daegler also had selfishness. This scene more or less had him in mind. It's not like Bud doesn't know about it, but it was also making a statement. If you Lighthouse Nation dares to cross the line, we won't be soft. The big deal is that the fish will die. If Qin Yang is defeated, it's a fool's errand for their government forces to take back power. Just then, 3 SUVs came out from Tali province. They look like they're going crazy. Dougler yelled, "Stop them! Shoot them if they don't stop!" Yes, the soldiers below were all very excited. Da-day-day-day-day-day-day. A series of bullets went out, directly forcing the 3 SUVs to stop. It wasn't that they were weak. It was that this side had pulled out their rocket launchers. If they don't stop, they'll really be blown up. Stop! Stop! We're Lighthouse soldiers. Do you want to go to war with the Lighthouse Kingdom? Bring them here. Dougler didn't panic at all and said directly. At this time a soldier saw the reporter holding a camera and rushed up to ask, "Are you broadcasting this live, isn't it?" The reporter was numbed by the other side. With a dumbfounded face, he nodded. Dougler raised an eyebrow. Things seemed a bit off. These 3 people were all gray, and seemed to be in a hurry. Meanwhile the netizens watching the live stream exploded. Is this still the unbeatable Lighthouse Kingdom soldiers? If you didn't know, you'd think he was a refugee. He still knows to look for the camera? What's wrong with this? I have a premonition. Big Brother has done another big thing. Something that will shock everyone. More than 1 million people around the globe were paying attention to this matter. After all, it was a first-hand live broadcast from the war front. There were quite a few people from all countries paying attention. Similarly, the Lighthouse Nation's intelligence officers were also following the live broadcast in real time, because they lost contact after the army entered Tali province. And the soldier rushes to the front of the camera in a flash. Dougler reaches out to stop the soldier who wants to go forward, because he too wants to know what's going on in there. The soldier spoke very fast, very excitedly. He shouted, "We need backup. Get everyone from the other 2 military bases out. Hurry! General Butler requesting B-2 bomber fire support. All the bombers in Syria are needed. Hurry! General Butler can't hold out much longer. Over 10,000 men are gone. Now General Butler is holding off the enemy with the remnants of a few thousand men. Get those bombers off the ground. We're losing the war. They've got satellites. Every move we make is under their noses." The soldier's hands were shaking and his voice trembled as he spoke. The armored car unit suffered heavy losses. The tank unit was wiped out. And the helicopter gunship unit was left without a single corpse. All gone. We can't even retreat. Come on. Give us some help. The soldiers shouted their hearts out. As a soldier of the Lighthouse Nation, he directly broke down in tears in front of many people, and all of them kept one movement, their mouths wide open, staring. Who would have thought that these words could actually be heard one day from the mouth of a Lighthouse State soldier? Immediately afterward, everyone fell silent as the Lighthouse Kingdom's 10,000 odd automated troops were beaten by Qin Yang's own mother. And they're sending out what? B-2 bombers? Sending this out against a group of mercenaries, is that necessary? The sleeping emperor angrily slapped the table and yelled, "Don't contact the military base yet. Give me a devastating strike on the positions of the money leopard mercenaries." Yes, the news quickly went down. The remaining 20,000 plus soldiers in the two military bases also began to advance towards Tali province. Dozens of bombers took off, carrying bombs. A few of them could destroy Qin Yang's defense line. Not to mention the number of bombs each bomber was carrying was a dozen, enough to turn Qin Yang's current position over several times. Soon a war correspondent's cell phone rang. "This is the director of the Lighthouse Nation CIA. It's time to contribute to the Lighthouse Nation. Give that soldier your cell phone." The war correspondent's mouth twitched. "Brother, you're just going to reveal my identity to the public?" You know, he rushed so far forward. He was almost in front of the camera. And now that the scene was silent, the voice inside the phone went straight out. "Everyone in the battlefield is looking at him with a weird look. Play never thought that there was a spy here. It's just a little less valuable." One phone call gave it away. He also could only meet his head and hand the phone over to the soldier. "Soldier, I'm the director of the CIA. Now I need you to go to a quiet place and give me the specific information." But the soldier had only just tried to move. He was met by Dougler with a gun to his head. Dougler put on a crazy smile and said, "Now I think the whole world wants to know what's going on. I don't think you're going to say no." The shot directly disliked the soldier and made him sit down. There was a moment of silence on the other side of the phone, or he spoke. "Speak. Now they've pushed this Ulsaran guy of the Quirashan government forces too far. They've gone a little crazy. It's better not to mess with them yet." "Director, our three armies attacked at the same time, but their firepower was too fierce. One group directly blocked our armored car unit. Countless rockets flew over. It's impossible to stop them. In a head-on clash, we released a large amount of smoke, but it was knocked back by their artillery, and they used satellites to monitor our movements. As long as we're in range, we'll be hit by saturation fire." The tank units were targeted by their artillery. None of them exited the battlefield alive. The helicopter gunships were named one by them with those horrible sniper rifles. Speaking of this, the soldier said with horror on his face, "They used that sniper rifle as a rifle. It's impossible to dodge." The last missiles were all shot down by the other side with heavy machine guns. The frontal clash killed more than 3,000 of us in just one shot. They're using Gatling guns with blue flames. The soldier was numb. He was one of the 2,000 men who had been evacuated, and he had been fighting for 5 or 6 years. But it was the first time he had seen a Gatling with blue flames. The CIA director roared, "I asked you to talk about the battle. I didn't ask you to praise them here. Are you not stupid? This is a global broadcast. Tell me how many of them are left." The CIA director's face went black. "You've been talking for half a day with no use except to highlight the strength of the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. It also undermines the prestige of the Lighthouse Nation." Dougler was laughing, baring his big teeth. "He doesn't give a damn about the Lighthouse Kingdom. That's good to hear. He's in no hurry. It's Qin Yang. It's just bull." The soldier's face stiffened. Then he said in a bitter tone, "I don't know." The director angrily said, "What did you say? Don't know?" The soldier seemed to lose his energy for a moment and said, "We don't know how many of them there are, and it seems like we didn't kill a single one. We've been left with very few after our 2 charges." The chief was numb. Dougler was numb. The netizens were even more numb. All they had guessed before was that Qin Yang was defeated. The Lighthouse Nation had won miserably. No one thought it would end up like this. Fighting for half a day with 0 casualties? "I'm going. Big Brother is awesome. Where's the comm analyzer from before? Come out and talk." "Crap, you can fight the Lighthouse Kingdom with 0 casualties. Big Brother has now become a myth in the mercenary world. Who else is there? What I'm thinking now is whether the Lighthouse Kingdom's B-2 bombers will come. What should we do then? Should we use sniper fire? Is that angle okay?" Cub watched the live broadcast and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this pop-up screen, heart lifted again. He quickly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled lightly when he saw the message on his cell phone. Of course he knew what kind of equipment the Lighthouse Nation garrison in Chuelia had. He'd already snooped around a long time ago. Although even they were not good enough to sneak in directly, they knew by simply analyzing some of it. Since it was good to ask for help, it was about time for his anti-aircraft guns to make an appearance. It was a good opportunity. "Don't panic, watch me perform." Qin Yang smiled faintly and sent out such a message. Little Cub was also relieved to see it. Butler, on the other hand, who was across from them, was very puzzled. Butler inquired, How long has it been? General, it's been an hour. They haven't moved a bit. Butler gritted his teeth and said, send some men up to test the waters. After paying such a high price, we can't let the bombers come and pounce. Even if we have to fight off the rest of our men, we can't just let them get away. Yes. Soon several armored vehicles rushed out, giving Qin Yang all the laughs. He's actually afraid I'll run away? I didn't kill them just to give you bombers a face. You're shameless. Qin Yang was all stunned. This wasn't a vampire out of a serious injury. The evil one. Damn it. Give me a closer shot. Don't let any of them escape. I've given him face. That's right. There's less gunfire. Just a couple of men to fire. 2 men on 1. Afraid I'll run away. Afraid I won't leave only a small army behind? Qin Yang laughed very sinisterly and Qin Yi said beside him, boss, you're laughing so evilly now. Qin Yang froze and said, is that so? Then why aren't you guys laughing? Several people looked at each other then laughed. G. Miso. Boom, boom. Just when these armored vehicles were still a few hundred meters away from the forward positions, a few people suddenly stood up with rocket launchers on their shoulders. A few cannons went down and directly blew up the armored vehicles. And the face of Butler down below became even more ugly when he saw this. Now he can't tell how many people are left up there. Mud, not on okay. I'm even more confused after this fight. Butler was furious. The men were still there, but they were far fewer than the gunfire that had been going on before. He wondered if the other side had withdrawn. Only a few people were left. But he didn't dare to gamble. If he charged with his men, there's a good chance they'll be wiped out. A wave of shells will wash the ground. They'll all go cold. If we retreat, when the artillery moves, they'll come right down and it'll be all over. Time passes, and Butler is spinning around down there, thinking about countermeasures. On the other side of the border, outside Tali province, the soldier hangs up the phone. The war correspondent couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he looked at the weird atmosphere around him. The colleague who came with him put his arm around the other's neck and said with a smile, you come, I have a big deal to talk to you. The war correspondent looked at the 3 soldiers of the Lighthouse Kingdom with pleading eyes. The 3 soldiers looked at the scowling Dougler, and a group of soldiers with guns pointed at them. Helplessly, they shook their heads. There was nothing they could do. It's hard to save your own little life. You'd better fend for yourself. The people were dragged away, only leaving a group of people still waiting over here. Xia Ling suddenly spoke up. That should we notify? After all, the bombers are coming. Dougler shook his head. Impossible. Do you think Brother Qin would answer the phone in the middle of a big battle? Xia Ling thought for a moment then said with unusual certainty, yes, other people might not. But Big Brother Qin Yang will definitely. He's done this more than once. The corners of Dougler's mouth twitched. So damn reasonable. According to that Big Brother's character who loved to act like a pussy, it did seem like he could do this. But before they could make a move, the fighters were coming in. There was a roar from above. On the other side, Butler gritted his teeth and said, Mud, I'll die if I have to. Let's fight. All the armored car units come to me. Infantry in the rear. As long as we don't meet any large-scale resistance. Artillery. Blast them to death. Yes. Boom. Hundreds of armored cars charged straight up. At the same time the remaining soldiers followed behind the armored cars and charged. Butler was also desperate. He can't let this wave of air raids go to waste even if he grits his teeth. Even if his entire army was wiped out, he would still fight Qin Yang to the death. Qin Yang laughed. Hey, guess what? This idiot really fell for it. Saves me the trouble of charging. Ha ha, hit the Lighthouse Kingdom with 0 casualties. Brothers, we've sealed the deal. Qin smiled. Boss, there will be many more of these scenes in the future. Pa. Qin Yang gave Qin Yi a headbutt. You're the one who talks too much. You've won one fight and you're still floating. You need to go back and calm down a bit. Did you miss a shot? Go back and pull your lever. The corner of Qin Yi's mouth twitched as he said, Boss, let's be reasonable. I'm the one who shot the armored car. What does pulling the lever have to do with me? Qin Yang shook his head once and said, I don't care. It's you. It's 10-1 now. And you lost. It's you. Qin Er spoke up at this time. Boss, it's all in already. Qin Yang's eyes instantly became sharp and said, Brothers, fire for me. Miso. Boom, boom, boom. At once countless cannonballs flew in unison, exploding right in the center of the crowd. Instantly countless soldiers were shattered. The screams of the soldiers kept coming from the battlefield. The adjutant, whose mind was blown blank, climbed up and yelled, Brothers, keep charging. There's no way back. If we retreat, we'll be blown up as well. Fight them. Fight. In the face of certain death, a force never before seen in mankind erupted. The remaining soldiers began to charge. The armored vehicles below were all blown up, leaving only 200 or so remaining remnants to charge again. They were still yelling something. Seeing this, Qin Yang raised his hand to stop the shelling. Turning to Qin Yi and the others, he said in a deep voice, People are charging up with a gun. Isn't it not polite for us to use artillery? They are all warriors. They should be given the highest courtesy. Chini raised his eyebrows, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. This was not their boss's character. Qin Yang blinked and looked at the crowd, then looked at the others. Qin Yi's few people instantly understood. Then looking around the circle, each lifted a Gatling in their hands. G, little babies, come and meet our big baby. Several people shouted in unison, and the sound even reached the ears of the soldiers who were charging. They were all on the verge of charging into position at this point, but when they heard the creepy voice, they were instantly covered in goosebumps. Crap, what the hell is this? It always feels like something bad is about to happen again. But they stopped the cannon. Why? They'd been charging for several minutes and hadn't fired a single shot. Butler down there was confused too. This artillery fire can't be just a few men. The bulk of the force is definitely still here. But what are they doing? They're not charging. Just wait there. Their men are going to fight their way up. Butler muttered. Could it be to hook my artillery? It's quite possible. These sons of bitches are so devious. I can't believe they tried to use the same routine twice. Just then 11 figures suddenly stood up. It startled them for a moment. Qin Yang revealed an excited smile with a hint of cruelty. I'll treat you all to a delicious meal. Day. As soon as the words fell, 11 Gatlings simultaneously blazed with blue fire, trailing tongues of fire as countless bullets flew out. 200 people were all swept away by these Gatling in a matter of seconds. Bullet casings fell to the ground with a clanking sound. The sound of bullets firing was so incessant that Qin Yang and the rest of them had a bit of tinnitus. They didn't stop until they had shot all the 200 or so people into sieves. Qin Yang shook his head and sighed. What a pity. This was beaten to the point where he didn't even recognize his mother. What can we do about this? Why don't we recite a heart-clearing incantation to overpower him? Qin Yi's few people were helpless. Boss, wasn't this what you chose? Giving them the courtesy of a so-called warrior. Isn't this quite the wow factor? And are you sure this clear heart mantra of yours is superhuman? Why do I remember it being Taoist? Qin Yang subconsciously slung the Gatling over his shoulder so as to look more dashing. Ugh, crikey, it's burning me to death. Ha. Qin Yang directly threw the Gatling out. Mad, forgetting that he just finished firing. Butler below was clenching his fists even more. They didn't leave. It was just so that he could send his soldiers up to give them abuse. Good. That's good. Suddenly Butler thought of something. Why don't they run? Didn't they know they'd call for reinforcements? They can't be that arrogant. Then what was it that allowed them to be so reckless? What was the bottom line? Bombers. Butler seemed to have figured it out. Qin Yang had left them behind without attacking, simply to surround them. And the target was none other than their most advanced B-bombers. Marred. Damn signal blocking. Butler angrily smashed his cell phone. It was amazing that they couldn't search for any signal at all here. Just as he was about to call someone out to notify them, he suddenly heard a roar from the rear. It was obviously the sound of a bomber. Butler sat helplessly on the ground and muttered, "It's over. It's all over." Qin Yang's eyes lit up as he pointed ahead and shouted, "Brothers, the prey has taken the bait. It's time to treat them well." The pilot of the bomber saw the remnants of Butler's troops and said directly on the intercom, "Self-serving troops sighted, targeting forward positions. Pulling up altitude, prepare to drop bombs." They wouldn't go directly over recklessly. Qin Yang's RPGs and their big snipers would still pose a certain threat if they flew at low altitude. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Qin Yang's mouth. Fire! Miso! Hundreds of anti-aircraft cannons began to frantically fire their shells. One huge shell shot straight at the bombers in the sky. The pilot took one look at the situation and cursed directly. "Damn, we've been ambushed. They have anti-aircraft guns. Get out of here. Get out of here. Captain, I can't get out. I'm hit in the tail. I'll fight them off. Damn it, the rest of you. Retreat." But at this time thousands of shells rushed out of the sky in just a split second. The entire sky was covered. These pilots were desperate. The bombers that kept flying their planes to avoid them, while turning their heads to rush towards the position, were disintegrated by the bombardment in a split second. Boom! The large amount of explosives packed inside exploded with a loud bang. A huge fireball formed in the sky. One by one, the other bombers exploded. Even the temperature on the ground rose a little. The gusts of wind caused by the explosions blew everything around them. Only one bomber struggled to get out of the range of the anti-aircraft guns, dragging its damaged tail and half-destroyed wing. Qin Yang sighed as he held the binoculars. Sigh, it's a pity. This all let him get away. Forget it. It's just scrap anyway if we drive it back. Butler looked at everything above him in despair, and was even ready to close his eyes and prepare to accept death. Brothers, we have no way back. Prepare to fight with your backs against the wall. For the final glory. Yes, fight to the death to protect our last honor. This battle had beaten away their pride as soldiers of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Now the only way to preserve their last dignity was to fight to the death. Only Butler took off his uniform and walked out with a dagger. Each step was exceptionally firm. He soon came within range of the other side. Qin Yang's eyes stared. The other party was trying to have a fair fight with themselves. They knew that in the end, only they would be consumed to death if they spent time here. Qin Yang suddenly spat out. No, is he that brave, fighting me one-on-one? Doesn't he know I know martial arts? Qin smiled. Boss, do they have any other choice? If they continue to fight, they won't even be able to see our faces. It's not like they know who they're dying in at least. Qin Yang suddenly stuck out a thumb and said, You have a damn good point. Qin Yi tilted his head in a very arrogant manner. Of course, he didn't look at who he was. Immediately after seeing Qin Yang's side did not shoot. Behind them more than 1,000 peoples all take off their uniforms. Holding a dagger stood out. Qin Yang could tell through the satellite image that the other side didn't have anyone left behind. That meant they really didn't have anything else in mind. Qin Yang laughed, laughing with great excitement. Brothers, are you interested in playing? There are more than 1,000 people. Just a few of us. Qin Yi and a few others instantly became excited. Licking the corners of his mouth, he said, That would be best. I really haven't tested my hands properly. I feel like I can fight 500 of them. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Qin Yang wrapped his arms around Qin Yi's neck and threatened. Do you kid want to be the boss? You dare to steal my head. Don't you know that I'm nicknamed the head dog? Qin Yang looked back at Qin Er's people with threatening eyes, and the few people all looked up at the sky. Alright, this was a stance to go their own way. Then let's do it. Ha ha ha. Qin Yang laughed loudly. Then 11 people walked out from the position. Qin Yang walked at the front in a black trench coat. Butler's eyes were firmly fixed on Qin Yang's body. This was the man that had pinned him on the pillar of shame. Losing to a mercenary was unprecedented in the history of the Lighthouse Kingdom, and it also gave the Lighthouse Kingdom a huge loss. Soon the two sides came together. On one side were thousands of soldiers who were densely packed with a death wish. On the other side were the 11 people of Qin Yang with a crazy smile on their faces. I know you can fight. You've only brought a few people with you, but don't be a sore loser. Butler's words were, don't fight and have your men pull out their guns. Qin Yang grinned. If you guys can get out alive from under us, what's the harm in letting you live? Then Qin Yang's tone intensified. But our brothers don't strike lightly. Sometimes a bullet is easier. Butler pretended to be relaxed and said, At this point, do you think I'll be afraid? It's not certain who will live and who will die. Qin Yang laughed maniacally. In that case, the fight begins. Boom! As soon as the words fell, Qin Yang's men rushed out like cannonballs. The earth under their feet was directly crushed. Butler only felt a gust of wind blowing past his ears. Ah! Ah! Thud! The next instant there was a succession of screams from behind him. There was also the clicking sound of a fist shattering bones. It made one's scalp numb to hear it. They didn't even see the shadow of Qin Yang the moment he rushed over. The dagger in his hand was still across his chest. The next second, Qin Yang jumped in front of them. Before his feet even hit the ground, two large hands grabbed their heads. Splat! With a crunching sound, the two heads were directly slapped into one piece by Qin Yang. The sound of bones crushing came at once. The skulls were smashed to pieces. It took two people sticking together to come up with a head, and it was such a serious injury was not an instant death. It still had to last for a dozen seconds before losing its breath. This is why Qin Yang said that sometimes a bullet is happiness. Qin Yi and the others were also very violent in their methods, grabbing a person's neck, one foot stepping on the other's lower body. Ka-ching! The soldier's body was directly folded in half from the center and in the opposite direction. The soldier only felt his perspective change from front to back. Then he didn't breathe. Butler's body trembled as he watched Qin Yang's sadistic figure. Was this really something a human could do? The soldiers who were originally prepared to fight to the death, thinking that left and right weren't just to death, were all numb on the spot. Their legs were like lead, looking at Qin Yang and the others with great fear. Devils! They are devils! Let me die! Let me die! I don't want to fight them anymore. In just a flash their fighting spirit was crushed. There was even desertion already. Butler yelled, All of you, run for what? We have 1,000 men, follow me. Butler yelled, then rushed forward with his dagger. At this time, there absolutely couldn't be the slightest bit of cowardice. Otherwise, this place would be a killing ground for Qin Yang and the few of them. Qin Yang dodged Butler's dagger with a glance of his head, then grabbed Butler's hand with one hand and pulled it downward. The elbow was right against Qin Yang's shoulder. Ka-ching! Ah! The arm was directly snapped 90 degrees by Qin Yang. Butler yelled out in pain while the dagger came into Qin Yang's hand. Put! Poo snort! Put! Qin Yang held the dagger in one hand and stabbed Butler furiously. Hundreds of times. With each stab Butler was stabbed back and forth. Those soldiers couldn't help but withdraw their footsteps wherever they passed. Butler was stabbed alive into a sieve. But because Qin Yang's technique was too fast, it wasn't until Qin Yang stopped that a large amount of blood started to spray out from Butler's body. Cut. This is it? It turns out that I wanted to take care of you later. You actually came to seek death by yourself. Butler had indeed done a good job as a general. He also had the temperament of a soldier. Even if he still wanted to borrow a broken boat at this point in time. But Qin Yang was not the kind of person who would appreciate his opponent. As long as you stand in my confrontation, no matter who you are, I'll kill you directly. This is Qin Yang. After killing a turnback, Qin Yang directly cursed, "Crap, you guys don't talk about morality. I'm educating people here. You guys are sneaking around and killing people. You've gone too far." Qin Yang finished with a kick. And there was a click. The sound of a broken egg. At the same time, the person was kicked to the sky by Qin Yang. The next instant a side kick. A kick on the person's stomach. Immediately a series of soldiers were kicked flying. The two at the front were even covering their stomachs and died in agony. This kick directly severed all of their intestines. The bloody massacre began. The remaining hundreds of people fell one by one amidst the killing of Qin Yang's men. In the end, only Qin Yang and the others were left standing. And Qin Yang's body was covered in blood. There was a field of corpses lying at their feet. It was very appalling to look at. The battle ended. Qin Yang's few people shook off their hands, turning their heads to leave. Just then a system sound suddenly came from Qin Yang's mind. Congratulations to the host for reaching 6 million popularity points, obtained an achievement gift pack. Qin Yang's eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands together and said, "Quickly open it." Congratulations to the host for obtaining a base protection weapon upgrade *1. Qin Yang had a head full of question marks. Let's just say that it can't be simpler and clearer. You don't even have an explanation. And isn't the achievement gift pack opening the manpower? What's going on here? Little Jean, come out and explain. Host, you're so annoying. Go back to the base and see if you don't know. Qin Yang laughed. Little Gold, you've been getting more and more arrogant lately. Cut. Don't bother me with the drama. I'm in the middle of a melodrama. Don't bother me. Humph. Qin Yang helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Is this AI all like this now? Still chasing dramas? Brothers, go back to the army. Go back and see what the base has become. I think it shouldn't be bad. The army went straight back. On the other side, outside of Tali province, everyone was waiting anxiously. Just then a roaring sound came from the sky once again. Everyone was instantly energized. Looking at the distant sky, a black dot was getting bigger and bigger. But what's strange is how this bomber still seems to be on fire. As the roar got closer and closer, everyone got a good look at the other side. At this moment, there was no dominance at the beginning. Only one of those bombers flew back, and the tail and wings were still in a damaged state, getting lower and lower in a crowd of eyes. A figure bounced out from inside the cabin. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the bomber in the next instant. The huge explosion formed a large fireball in the sky. Even from this distance, Douglas and the others felt it. Douglas raised an eyebrow and laughed. Brothers, see that Birdman floating in the sky? Go grab it for me. I have a feeling there's good news again. Not to mention Douglas. Even Bard, who was watching the live stream, was overjoyed. No matter what the reason was, this look told me that they had lost again. Otherwise, why wouldn't the other pilots force land within the Tali province and fly out so far? Yes. All the soldiers rushed up excitedly. They were the troops closest to Qin Yang. Douglas and Qin Yang were on good terms. After all, they called each other Big Brother. And the equipment of their troops had already surpassed the other warlords by a large margin. They've all been modernized with brand new equipment. And since Qin Yang laid down the rules, very few warlords have raided their territory. After all, no one but them would go near Qin Yang. What if he went crazy that day and exterminated them? The pilot in the sky looked at the large group of soldiers with guns below. He was speechless. You guys can go ahead without it. I'm not blind, can see such a large group of people. But at the same time he was a pilot of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Every pilot is extremely valuable. He doesn't believe these native warlords would dare make a move against him. Don't move, I'll kill you. The pilot roared. I'm a captain of the Lighthouse Kingdom. How dare you do this to me? Pa! The soldier went up and slapped him in the face. You're the one who talks too much, so what if you're a captain? Behave yourself, or I'll shoot you. Okay, he's a coward. He's really going to let a little soldier like that go down. Even if he was buried with him afterward, he still lost money. Only when he waited in front of the crowd did he realize that this wasn't the same place where the report was broadcast live. Over there, sitting on the ground and being pointed at by a bunch of guns. Isn't it his brother-in-law? The moment he saw the camera, the pilot lowered his lofty disclosure, hanging his head in shame. He said, "We lost. This is Qin Yang's trap. They want to surround the point. They set up hundreds of anti-aircraft guns. We were caught off guard. Only I made it out alive." Speaking of this, he looked agitated. There should be no living Lighthouse Nation soldiers left in Tali province now. Where are our missiles? Send out the missiles. There is a trap laid by Qin Yang there. Even another 20,000 troops won't help. We've been counted to death. We didn't even get to see Qin Yang's base, we just died in the wilderness. The pilot spoke very sadly. He had already guessed what would happen to Butler. The fish had bitten the hook and they were worthless. Ha 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 ha. Butler hastily covered his mouth and said, "Excuse me, I just got word my wife gave birth. It's still a twin, so it makes sense to laugh out loud with joy." Right. The corners of everyone's mouths in the room twitched. What do you say? But with so many troops here, you dare to say a word? The netizens of Yen country could have cared less about that. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. This general is still a true fan. At a glance, he's a true fan of Big Brother. Crap, it's just too hot-blooded. I hate that I can't see it with my own eyes. The Jedi's turnaround. A siege. Who could have imagined this outcome? Listen, from now on, let's not analyze calmly and just brainlessly believe in Big Brother. Let's just ask who else is out there. At this moment, Douglar's phone suddenly rang, and Douglar took it out to take a look at it and immediately opened his eyes wide. Then with a flattering face, he picked it up and said, "Alas, Brother Qin, what are our orders?" "Oh, calling us to wash the floor? No problem. We'll make sure it's clean for Big Brother." Turning his head, he saw a group of war reporters looking at him with very expectant eyes. Douglar gritted his teeth and said, "Big Brother Qin, there are quite a few war correspondents on my side that want to broadcast the battlefield live. I don't know if it's convenient to put it on Big Brother's side?" Qin Yang smiled slightly. The reason why his popularity value had risen so fast was because of those war reporters. So of course he wouldn't refuse. Douglar waved his hand and led the troops and the war reporters forward. Ha ha ha, is this still the crazy warlord from earlier? Why is he acting like a lapdog? Don't you know what you're talking about? Don't you have to know who you're dealing with? That's the Big Brother of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Who wouldn't be courteous to him? Soon the army arrived at the site of the war. As soon as they arrived at the scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The entire battlefield was littered with wreckage. Armored vehicles and tanks were all destroyed. Fighter jets and helicopter gunships were blown to pieces. A whole large area of land, as far as the eye could see, could only see a piece of scorched earth. At this time, a soldier shouted excitedly, "Boss, we're rich. Brother Qin Yang left us those cannons. They are all mortars. They're exactly the same caliber as our shells." Douglar's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. He's still the Big Brother. He thinks of himself in everything. He even thought of paying for his own garbage disposal. "Boys, clean up after yourselves. Don't leave anything behind." Yes. At this time, the war correspondent was already holding a camera and continuously filming. The deaths of those Lighthouse Kingdom soldiers were extremely gruesome. It was a bit disconcerting to watch, and as they went deeper, they came to a special place. There were no traces of shelling around them, but there were thousands of bodies lying on the ground. Not a single bullet hole in their bodies either, but every single one of them had a look of horror on their faces. Crap, Anchor looked to the left. 2 people's heads have been shot into one. Xia Ling almost didn't throw up when she turned around. The 2 people's heads were tightly stuck together, their 2 big eyes staring dead ahead. There were bodies that had been folded in half, and there were whole body bones that had been shattered, and their body limbs were in very bizarre poses. The 3 Lighthouse Kingdom soldiers who were pressed by the soldiers followed closely behind. Watching this scene was very frightening. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of battle they had gone through again in the end. Suddenly they looked at a corpse and shouted, "General!" Xia Ling subconsciously gave the image over. A man who had been stabbed hundreds of times all over his body was staring at him with his eyes wide open in death. Hiss, is this the general? It seems a bit tragic. It's not a bit miserable. Rather, it's quite tragic. That said, can't you see that all of these people died in melee combat? Can't you see that? Big Brother gave them a chance to fight in close combat. And the result is obvious. The loss was quite tragic. If they didn't know the strength of Qin Yang and the 10 great warriors of the Money Leopard before, who would dare to believe that they were beaten alive? Douglar looked at Butler, who had been stabbed hundreds of times. The corner of his mouth twitched, then he coughed dryly and said, "That's tragic. Do you guys want to collect the body? After all, it's not a good idea to have a dead body in the wilderness." Killing With these words, in front of the live broadcast, could they not collect it? Qin Yang on the other side was directly dumbfounded when he saw his base. Crap, is this still my base? Look at the alignment of this city wall. It's more than a level up from before. Qin Yang walked into the city gates and saw that all the weapon stations of the huge base were loaded. Anti-aircraft guns, fixed-point heavy machine guns, city defense fortresses, all sorts of defense buildings. The most outrageous thing was that there was a large area of anti-aircraft missiles inside, capable of hitting anywhere in the Tali province in less than a minute. Combined with Shaojin's satellite system, it could be said that it would be a fool's errand to attack them in the future. Ha ha ha, it's so cool, I love you to death. Little Jean, if the Lighthouse Kingdom's army comes again, we'll beat them to death. Qin Yang couldn't wait to pick up Little Gold and kiss him. Sure enough, the achievement gift pack had never let him down. It was really too good. At the same time, Qin Yang directly sent out the video of this battle, because he had a feeling that the second one was coming soon. The Lighthouse Kingdom would never eat this kind of dumb loss. He himself was also considered to have slapped them hard in the face. Otherwise, in the presidential changeover in half a year or so, the current sleeping emperor would most likely lose the election. The video exploded as soon as it came out. Crap, tactical crushing, firepower crushing, 0 casualties. You don't say, you really don't say. I still have a shadow over the head of the big brother slap. Now he's in the toilet. Upstairs is so hungry so soon? It's so brutal. I love it so much. I realize that I can't watch any other anti-war dramas now. This battle once again refreshed all countries' predictions for the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps. Aside from the strength of their national defense, in this kind of encounter, the Money Leopard Mercenary Corps was no longer weaker than the average powerhouse. Their advantage was also the large number of people, fighters, and missiles and such. At this moment, all the people in the Lighthouse Kingdom's parliament were silent. No one had expected such a result in the end. The sleeping emperor's voice was low. We must make them pay. Otherwise, anyone will dare to provoke our Lighthouse Kingdom in the future. Now there are already some people who can't stand the loneliness and want to test our bottom line. Your Excellency President, do we need to send in our homegrown troops? There's a lot of clamor in the country right now. Emperor Sleep said in a deep voice. I don't want to see any more soldiers get hurt. Have the military bases in Jordan do it. Throw all the long-range missiles in your hands into the territory of Tali province. But, Mr. President, there are already millions of ordinary people still inside there, and we don't have the location of the interior of Tari province. It's impossible to locate it. The sleeping emperor laughed coldly. Call a press conference and say that Tali province is conducting horrific biological experiments. There are no living people left. We need to prevent the virus from leaking. And find Qin Yang to give them one last chance to hand over everything he's holding. We can consider sparing his life. The counselor said helplessly. Qin Yang isn't answering our calls at all right now. It can only be done through a live broadcast. Sleeping Emperor's face darkened. He hated this method of negotiation now. But still, he agreed helplessly. After all, Qin Yang's value was still great. Qin Yang's armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopter gunships weren't exactly state-of-the-art though, but they all had borrowed aspects. And he was interested in that big sniper of theirs and the Gatling that was smoking blue fire. But of course the most interesting thing was their bodies. He couldn't believe that a normal human could exert such terrifying power. From the analysis report of the previous video, it could be seen that Qin Yang was able to explode more than 50 tons of force with both fists. Let's put it this way. The general set values of the superheroes made in their movies weren't this impressive. This was definitely a genetic potion. The news spread quickly. Qin Yang is going to have a second meeting with the president of the Lighthouse Kingdom, still using live streaming. This is interesting. Is he going to concede? Or an ultimatum? Qin Yang didn't care about this. After all, he could still increase his popularity value. Qin Yang would be viewing his air defense system. The size of this one air defense missile was bigger than an anti-aircraft gun, and it could allow thousands of such missiles to be launched instantly. The loading speed was also extremely fast. Because of Qin Yang's victory, the situation within Quelia has changed drastically. The rebels began to rapidly shrink their formation. They're spitting out all the territory they've swallowed before. They're even going backwards. And the neutrals are all starting to fight. After all, if they play dead at this point, they don't have to live. When the time comes, we will directly destroy them. 3 days later, Qin Yang and Sleeping Emperor's second negotiation officially began. As soon as the Sleeping Emperor came up, Qin Yang laughed and said, Yo, isn't this the leader of the Lighthouse Kingdom? What? Woke up from your nap? Me. The Sleeping Emperor almost lost his breath. Qin Yang the pussy mouth. Qin Yang, you think you can rest easy after winning a fight? We, the Lighthouse Nation, have sworn to fight evil to the end, and now we're giving you one last chance. Otherwise we will resort to unconventional means. Qin Yang slapped his chest and said, Oops, I'm so scared. You're not going to attack me with a missile, said Qin Yang with a mocking smile. But your satellites are just blind in Tali province. Can you hit it? The Sleeping Emperor roared. Qin Yang, we now suspect Tali province of conducting biochemical experiments, and there are no living people left in the entire Tali province. Now I officially declare war on you on behalf of the Lighthouse Kingdom. You will endure endless blows from the Lighthouse Kingdom. Qin Yang said with a disinterested attitude. Right. What you said is alright, but I'm a person who eats softness and refuses hardness. You don't like what you see in me? Come and fight. I'd like to see your unconventional methods, Lighthouse Country Bearers. Go for it. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. The Sleeping Emperor's face darkened. Mud, this man is immodest, provoking the dignity of the Lighthouse Kingdom several times. People of the Tali province, wait for death. Sleeping Emperor disconnected the connection after saying this. He swore that he would never connect with Qin Yang again in his life. Talking to Qin Yang reduced his life expectancy. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Hanging up here? You can't do this either. How can you be a president with that kind of mental quality? I'm worried about the future of your lighthouse kingdom. I heard that there's still half a year to go before the change of government. Why don't you elect me then? I'll take you all on a ride." Both the netizens of Lighthouse Country and other countries were all speechless. Are you listening to this human language? Moreover, your thinking is too out of the box. Why are you talking about being the president for others? Qin Yang's side was still talking to the netizens. The sleeping emperor on the other side was slamming the table in anger. Bastard! Bastard! Go order them to open fire. I want to see the Tali province razed to the ground before tonight. His men inquired with some concern. But President, will firing a large number of missiles directly without warning like this cause public outrage? The sleeping emperor coldly snorted. We are the lighthouse nation who dares to have an opinion. At most, they will only pay lip service. This tumor Qin Yang must not be left behind. Qin Yang suddenly received a call and it was from the Yen country. Qin Yang was surprised in front of the live broadcast and picked it up. Hello Qin Yang, I am Lei Qingze, the Minister of Armed Forces of the Yen country. Our satellites have surveyed a large number of missiles launched from Jordan. The target is likely to be your location. Lei Qingze's voice was not too loud and not too small, but it was also heard clearly by the live broadcast. Crap, the Lighthouse Kingdom can't play around, engaging in a sneak attack. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows, then shouted outside. Qin Yi, prepare the anti-aircraft missiles. If I let you send a missile to explode on the ground, pull your lever. Then smiling at Lei Qingze, he said, thanks a lot, also please watch a firework. Saying that, Qin Yang hung up the phone, then brought the equipment for the live broadcast to a huge room. A large pile of classified instruments. There was also a big screen. On it was none other than the surveillance from all over Tali province. It was constantly able to swipe out where people were active and where there was movement. The scariest thing is that all those devices are running on their own. People's scalps were numb. Lei Qingze was also in the war room. He was also monitoring the big screen. But the difference was that there were densely packed operators sitting below. Crap, this fucking mercenary is more advanced than ours? What the hell? Lei Qingze directly burst into foul language. Is this reasonable? Very unreasonable. The person next to him comforted. Minister, those might just be lookalikes. We are monitoring most of the area including foreign countries. It's not in the same league as the amount of data in places like Xinjiang where few people set foot. It's actually not that hard for us to do that. Lei Qingze was also relieved to hear this. This was only right. They had worked so hard for so many years. The nation's efforts to establish this was the most advanced surveillance war room in Yen country. The next moment Lei Qingze directly stormed out. You're telling me that we have this too? In the live broadcast, Qin Yang stood in front of the screen with Qin Yi and the others. Qin Yang directly said, Xiao Jin, preheat all air defense weapons. The target is shooting from Jordan. Make a prediction on the possible ballistics. Okay, you're still a pain in the ass. Dropping, a total of 3,782 ballistics. Missile preheating complete. 100% interception success rate expected. Qin Yang laughed. Little Jean did a great job. I like you more and more now. Humph, ugly reject. The program has been set up. The expected interception videos are all ready for you as well. Don't bother me. It's so obvious that we're at a critical moment. The heroine is about to tear the hero apart. Qin Yang's mouth is twitching. The heroine is tearing up the hero. Let's just say that the TV show you're watching. Is he serious? The large screen in front of him is directly divided into several screens. Countless air defense missiles are turning their direction. Begin to warm up. There are also a large number of medium-range air defense missiles. Those air defense towers, the anti-aircraft guns are all unmanned, automatically adjusting their direction, and are already ready to be launched as far as the eye can see. Everyone's blood boiled as they watched. Damn, originally, I thought that having anti-aircraft guns was already outrageous. I didn't realize that it was just child's play. This scene is so cool, and the unmanned directly shocked all the countries. Who would dare to completely unman such an important national weapon? Whoa woo, it's so cool, and that little gold just now is an artificial intelligence, right? It's smarter than me. Upstairs, don't think about it, it must be smarter than you. People can figure out how many ballistics there are. The probability of interception is 100%. You still want to compare with Xiao Jin? Is AI this powerful now? Why haven't I seen it before? And little gold is so arrogant. It's like I'm seeing a haughty little loli. Lei Qingze looked at Qin Yang's series of operations with wide eyes. Nope, it was little Jin's operation in just a few seconds. Then he asked his own men. You say we can do this too? Calculating something like ballistic trajectory would take a lot of time to analyze even if someone typed it out. You just said he's done with it? The corner of his hand's mouth twitched as he said. The response was quick though. All the air defense missiles were able to be called up at the same time. Well, indeed it's awesome, but predicting the trajectory and intercepting the green is 100% impossible. Lei Chingzi didn't have the heart to say, if it can't be done, it can't be done. It's still impossible. When have you ever seen someone do something they're not sure of? On the other hand, the sleeping emperor of the Lighthouse Kingdom was studying the probability of success in the combat room. Seeing the equipment on Qin Yang's side directly dumbfounded them. Crap, you've got this and we're still fighting. Even if it explodes elsewhere, it won't hurt them a bit. At most, it will strike Qin Yang's prestige. After all, you can't protect your own territory. Those anti-aircraft guns, not counting anti-aircraft missiles, they'll cover the sky with their firepower. Not even a single missile could get in. And if your own bombers enter, not only will they lose the help of satellites, they'll be captured instantly. It would be directly blasted into slag. The sleeping emperor looked stupefied and said, this can't be possible. It must be a fake. It must be a fake. Otherwise, it wouldn't have used only anti-aircraft guns before, so it must be a fake. And the AI, it simply can't do that now. All he's trying to do is confuse us. Right, that must be it. Otherwise it must have been used secretly. It's impossible to reveal it. Those people next to him actually wanted to say that others would hide it, but Qin Yang, he loved to pretend. So everything became reasonable. Don't forget that people's mouths are so fast when they scold you as a president. And they like to do it in crowded places. Qin Yang's character is too easy to analyze. He's flamboyant, arrogant, powerful and has a mysterious background. Jarius, extremely protective of his own people. But it's useless to say anything at this juncture. Hundreds of missiles have been launched. The target is officially Tali province and they're being launched erratically. There's no set target. Even they don't know where they'll hit. Qin Yang's little gold face has shocked every country. A large group of people flocked to the live broadcast at one time, wanting to see if this AI was bluffing. Just then the screen showed countless air defense missiles rising into the air, with flames spewing from the bottom of their tails. They disappeared in a blur of miso. As the camera tracked in real time, finally hundreds of missiles flew in the sky not far from the border of Tali province. Before they could disperse, they were hit head-on by the air defense missiles. The sky erupted into one huge fireball after another. For a time the entire sky was filled with flames, as if a sea of fire had been pulled out of the sky. The people of Tali province were uncertain as to why such a large explosion erupted in the sky. Crap! Sleeping Emperor gritted his teeth. Now he was convinced. These missiles had only just flown into Tali province, or in fact had just entered Cumulus not long ago, and they were considering satellites for this. It came in a circle from the sea. I didn't expect that they'd all be intercepted, and not just the ones flying towards the base. Not even one fell into Tali province. This is outrageous. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Yang's mouth, then became very dangerous. Jordan, good enough. The Lighthouse Kingdom is bullying people, and you guys are coming to join in the fun. Then let's fight. See if I dish it out and you're done. The corners of the military's mouths on Jordan's side twitched. This guy is sitting at home and the pot is coming from the sky. This is all from the Lighthouse military base. Does it have anything to do with them? But they can't say anything. Who asked them to be their little brother? Moreover, they are not in the territory of Quiracia, and they have millions of regular troops in their country for defense. Still not afraid of Qin Yang. And you sleepy old man, don't come out to make things happen. One day, if I take the time to go to the Lighthouse Kingdom, do you think your old bones will be able to withstand it? The sleeping emperor's face darkened, but his body visibly trembled. It wasn't like he hadn't seen the videos of Qin Yang's abuse. This would be exciting to think about if it was used on him. The live broadcast hung up, but some people couldn't sleep. The sleeping emperor was one of them, always remembering Qin Yang's words at night, and those horrible images. The sleeping emperor was so scared that he hastened to increase security. On the other side, Qin Yang was figuring out which one to mess with. Alas, there are so many enemies, I don't know who to screw first. Qin Yi suddenly said, Boss, why don't we go to Jordan first? Why? Qin Yi said with a smile, Boss, our business is now restricted to Kilexia. We need to expand our business outside. There's also the fact that they wouldn't expect us to go to Jordan to cause trouble. Qin Yang's eyes lit up and then he patted Qin Yi's shoulder with great relief and said, Not bad, you've grown a brain. Qin Yi did not want to refute. As long as you don't pull the lever, everything is fine. Tell the brothers to get ready. This time, Xiaoax will stay behind to guard the house, and we'll bring 100 more people to meet them. Qin Yi hemmed and hawed. Boss, you're going to mess things up again. Just the 10 of us can't stop us in a normal place. Qin Yang rubbed his fists and said, Then let's go see what's good in Jordan's military base. Qin Yang took Qin Yi and the others on a run through the night, killing directly to the border of Jordan. From afar, they could still see that there were border guards stationed there. After all, Cumulia is at war. Do they dare not take precautions? In case any outlaw kills his way in, It's a big loss. Shin Air said with some excitement. Boss, should we do it? Shouldn't we also teach them a lesson? Since it's retaliation, of course, the bigger the commotion the better. Have the brothers prepare. 10 of us sneak in. Blossom from the center. The brothers will fight from the outside. Let's give him a center shot. Let's get him. Xin Yang took advantage of the night to infiltrate towards the border guards, and the guards are all the same. A searchlight tower. A position surrounded by barbed wire. Several people came under the 3-meter-high barbed wire. It's full of spikes. Xin Yang and the others took a running start. They jumped over in unison. Since it wasn't too late in the day, the soldiers were still bullshitting and farting. Xin Yang and the others observed a circle and found a hidden place. Xin Xiao whispered, Boss, there's a total of about 1,000 people here. The weapons are all standardized weapons of the Lighthouse Kingdom, but there are no heavy weapons like mortars. Xin Yang nodded and said, Not a big problem, just screw him. The figures of a few people blended into the darkness of the night. This was a group of patrolling soldiers stepping out in front of them. Perhaps it was because there had never been an incident where a warlord had broken in. Their vigilance was not high. Put. Xin Yang covered the soldier's mouth. A knife sealed his throat. The others all did the same. Xin Yang waved a gesture and several people advanced alternately. Up to now, all those patrolling soldiers were settled with their knives. Dozens of people were just gone. Just then Xin Yang and the others arrived outside a house, which was the only house in the entire camp. The others were all temporary structures. I mean, don't we really have to worry about the Money Leopard mercenary group? That Xin Yang has let it be known that our border defense force has also become the first target. The boss laughed carelessly. Don't worry, aren't they just a group of mercenaries? Even if they're strong, they can't be compared to our Jordanian nation, just a few thousand of them. If they really enter our country, they'll beat his mother in minutes. And he's being watched by the Lighthouse Kingdom right now. Isn't there a Kra in Syria? That's enough to keep him busy. And even if he comes, what can he do? You'll see if I can get rid of him or not. The boss side pulled the troops of a few believers in this drinking, talking about this that is red in the face. Just then a voice came quietly. I heard you're going to cut me? Why don't we try? The boss's movement of raising his glass stalled, and then roared, Who is it? Dare to joke with me? You don't want to live, do you? Then a few people turned their heads to see Xin Yang standing in the doorway, looking at them with very strange eyes, and the dagger in their hands was still dripping blood. Gudong! The boss gulped a mouthful of saliva, which sobered him up. Trembling, he said, That big brother, I bragged. Xin Yang laughed. Calm down, it's just bragging. But the thing I hate most in my life is people who pretend to be a bully in front of me, and bragging about me. You're having fun. Put. Xin Yang's several people were suddenly wide-eyed. Crikey, you guys are so decisive. Kneeling directly? The corner of Xin Yang's mouth twitched slightly as he said, You guys are making it difficult for us like this. Then he slowly walked in and stood in front of the other party's boss looking down on the other party. The boss smiled fawningly. It's not difficult. Very simple. Suddenly the boss pulled out a pistol from his waist and said with a fierce face, Now it's your turn. Kneel down if you don't want to die. Even though the gun was close at hand, Xin Yang did not panic at all. Instead, he said very helplessly, What makes them think that a pistol can kill me? Xin Yi shrugged and said, People nowadays have a honeyed confidence in handguns. Xin Yang sighed, This is a bad habit. We have to change it for him. The boss knelt on the ground and pointed his pistol from the bottom up at Xin Yang angrily. Kneel down or I'll shoot. I will really shoot. Don't you force me. Xin Yang looked down at the muzzle and said, Let's just say, can you get up first? It's kinda hard for me to hit you like this. The boss's neck was raised and he said loudly, No, I'm on my knees. My legs are weak right now. Kneeling is comfortable. You control me. You kneel down for me too. Don't you know it's tiring to look up at people? Ka-ching. Xin Yang suddenly reached out and grabbed the other party's hand that was holding the pistol and twisted it with a click, instantly turning his wrist 360 degrees, accompanied by the other party's miserable scream. The pistol was already in Xin Yang's hand. You talk about you. Kneeling honestly might be able to keep a whole body. What are you doing messing with me? Xin Yi's few eyes skimmed outside, then raised their rifles and turned to fire at the window. Da-day. The muzzles of the rifles spewed flames, and those soldiers who heard the commotion and came over were directly swept to death. Now the soldiers in the barracks all reacted. They all started to gather here. At the same time, the dozens of escorts who were assassinated were also discovered. Damn it! There are intruders. Prepare for battle. Call headquarters. Calling headquarters. This is the border guard. We're under attack. We don't know who it is. The other party is inside our barracks at the moment. Although it was relatively loose, it still had the discipline of a regular army. All of them knew what they should do at this time. The first thought that came to Jordan's mind when they received the news was Xin Yang. After all, It was only this afternoon that Qin Yang had said that he would retaliate against them, now that the border troops were being raided. It looked like Qin Yang's handiwork anyways. Qin smiled. Boss, there are more and more people. How can we get these few? Hang out. Kneeling honestly is not good. Okay, boss, I'm familiar with this. Bang, bang, bang. The gun went down. Then the body was directly by Qin Air jumped up to the house and hung on the top of the house. The other soldiers were in a mess when they saw this. The boss is dead. Everyone is in that house now, but they have too much firepower. We can't hit them. Bring me all the bazookas. Da-day. Hundreds of soldiers outside just showed their heads and a barrage of bullets flew past. Marred. I now suspect that the people inside are from the money leopard mercenaries. Who else would have nothing better to do than hang a corpse from a beam? The squad leader over here cursed. In the entire Quelia? No, it was only Qin Yang in the whole world who had this fetish. Miso. Boom. A rocket shot came flying over. It directly blew one of the walls of the house apart. Crap, you're fucking bombing me with rockets again. Qin Yang cursed angrily in displeasure before he saw a series of grenades flying over. Qin Yang and Qin Yi and the others jumped out of the back window directly. Boom. Boom. Countless grenades exploded and the only house in the camp was blown up. I'm going to fuck you. Brothers, switch to the big guys. Fuck them for me. Qin Yang was on fire. I thought it would be easy. Just 1,000 or so people. Now you guys are getting high. Da-day. Qin Yang and Qin Yi and the others, carrying 10 Gatlings with blue flames in their hands, directly got up. They fired a volley of shots at the front. The huge firepower directly pressured them to lift their heads, even if they stuck their guns out. The Gatling's bullets swept past and within 2 seconds the bunker was directly shattered into pieces. I'm going. The opposite side is definitely Qin Yang. They seem to have gone berserk. The soldier next to him shouted, Captain, if you're going to blast me with an RPG, I'll freak out too. This side was still contacting the Jordanian armed forces by satellite phone. This is the Border Defense Force. The ones who infiltrated in were the Money Leopard's boss, Qin Yang, and the others. The opponent's firepower is too fierce. Requesting assistance. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Hang in there. The support troops have already departed. The captain's expression was a bit bitter. How could he hold out now when he was all beaten up and couldn't lift his head? Da-day. Qin Yang frantically pulled the trigger and roared. Your ass, come on go on that rocket bombarded me. Qin Yang was now very upset. Mad. Now actually we'll be rocket bombed. The furious Qin Yang several people used crossfire and pressed the thousands of people to fight. Suddenly Qin Yang raised his eyebrows, then slightly turned us sideways. Bang! A bullet brushed against Qin Yang and settled directly on the ground not far from him. Qin Yang said angrily, Qin Yi, take the big sniper and blast him to pieces for me. Qin Yi assured. Yes, guarantee to complete the mission. There was actually a sniper on the opposite side, and he was even fucking shooting in the dark. Suddenly Qin Yi's embarrassed voice came out. Boss, this isn't my gun. Qin Yang was dumbfounded. Seeing the big sniper in Qin Yi's hand engraved with a 2-character word on it, his eyes were puzzled and said, No, you guys still have a specific one for this big sniper? Crap, I knew this thing was not general. It can also bind the user? Qin Yang inclined his head and another bullet grazed Qin Yang's ear, but Qin Yang didn't have the slightest change in expression. The trigger in his hand had not been released since the beginning. Qin Yi shrugged his shoulders and said, Boss, except you can use all of them. We just use the ones bound to ourselves. It was only at this time that Qin Yang realized that there was a line of small print underneath the purchase page of the Great Sniper, which actually only allowed him to purchase 11 of them. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed. This big sniper definitely had a secret. He told him that a big sniper that was more than 9 meters long and weighed around 10 tons was definitely not right. Bang! The sniper rifle's bullet flew past Qin Yang's right side, obviously anticipating Qin Yang's prediction, but unfortunately Qin Yang was in the atmosphere. He didn't dodge, and the sniper missed. At this moment, the sniper was in a cold sweat. In such a noisy environment, how can anyone dodge bullets? And he's dodged 3 in a row, and each time, he's missed by just a little bit. He didn't believe it was a coincidence. What are you doing? Why haven't you killed anyone yet? Don't do it yet. The sniper said helplessly. Captain, it's not that I'm not doing anything. That Qin Yang is a monster. He can dodge bullets. I didn't hit a single shot, but he dodged them all with a slight twist. Boss, he's not human. Let's retreat. The sniper was the one who most intuitively felt Qin Yang's terrifying strength. There's no chance of winning at all. Bullshit. I'll kill you if you try to shake the army's heart. Keep shooting. I don't believe that all of them will dodge. The sniper was helpless, but before he could turn off the phone, instantly confused. Crap, it's over. Boom. As the sniper finished speaking, a bullet came in through the scope. The sniper's brain was directly blown to pieces. There was a loud noise. The squad leader over there knew that this person was finished. At the same time his scalp went numb. No, it's outrageous for them to infiltrate and come in with a Gatling. How did you guys get in with this big sniper? Are the guards at the camp blind? Shinair put down the big sniper in his hand and said, "Boss, it's done. No bones left." Qin Yang laughed. "You guys, it's really scary. You can't move without leaving a corpse. Can't you leave someone's corpse intact?" Shinair said helplessly. "Boss, do you think someone hit by a big sniper can still have a whole body? Ha ha ha, just kidding. Keep suppressing these sons of bitches. The battle will end immediately." As soon as Qin Yang's words fell, suddenly a large series of gunshots suddenly came out from behind these troops. It directly hit their backs. Day. It was those soldiers left behind by Qin Yang who had fought their way in. It directly hit these soldiers on their backs. Ha ha ha, brothers, it's our turn to charge. Qin Yang laughed out loud. Then a few of them stepped through the rubble towards the front with the Gatling with blue fire in their hands.